Chapter 1. Dear wife, lend me some money, I'm off to chase girls. Dear wife, lend me some money, I'm off to chase girls. In the conference room of the Sioux Group in Yun City, the president, Su Ishue, was convening a meeting with shareholders when her husband, Yi Fan, suddenly pushed open the door, uttering a statement that left everyone present in stunned silence. Is this the foolish husband of President Su? Married for 3 years? Indeed, 3 years of marriage, and what has he done? Smoking, drinking, and chasing girls every day. I truly wonder how President Su manages to tolerate this. The key is, President Su seems to be pampering Yi Fan to the heavens. Enough. Thank you, dear wife, love you. Upon seeing the funds transferred via WeChat, Yi Fan blew a kiss towards Su Ishue and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Su Ishue called after him, rising to hand him her car keys. Take my Ferrari out, my husband must not be embarrassed while chasing girls. Su Yixu's audacious actions left the shareholders utterly flabbergasted. This was a sight they had never witnessed before. In all their years, when had they ever seen a wife encouraging her husband to pursue other women, and even providing him with funds for that purpose? Gentle, delicate, even submissive. These were the words swirling in everyone's minds. Was this truly the Su Ishue they knew? The usual Su Ishue was decisive, aloof, and unapproachable. Now, she was exhibiting such humility towards a seemingly incompetent son-in-law. What warranted this? Let's see how it goes. If I finish up, it'll be on my way. With that, Yi Fan waved goodbye to Su Ishue and exited the hall. Left behind, Su Ishue stood in a daze for quite some time, sighing truly. These years had been hard on him. Beside her, Secretary Tang Xian could no longer contain herself. President Su, you cannot indulge Yi Fan like this. He has asked you for money 7 or 8 times this month alone. Silence. Before Tang Xian could continue, Su Ishue interrupted her sharply. He is my husband, I will care for him. Who are you to meddle? A glint of severity flashed in Su Yixu's eyes. I hereby announce, Tang Xian, you are fired. Go to the finance department to settle your wages, then get out. President Su, The hundreds of shareholders present were left dumbfounded. Tang Xian was dismissed merely for complaining about Yi Fan. President Su, at least Tang is a senior executive. Isn't it inappropriate to dismiss her like this? The company's vice president, Su Mingho, who was also Su Yixu's uncle, questioned her decision. Su Ishue shot him a cold glance. What? Do you wish to be dismissed alongside her? With that single retort, her uncle fell silent. Does anyone else have objections? Su Ishue surveyed the crowd, and everyone bowed their heads, no one daring to challenge her. Let's continue the meeting. Discuss how you plan to address the 300 million funding gap for the Su family. I'm listening. 3 years of marriage. That scoundrel had never even touched her. The closest they had come was a hug. Every time she made herself presentable for bed, Yi Fan always claimed he was only interested in money. Did he truly only care for money? Then why was he spending every day at the clubs? Was it that she wasn't seductive enough? Or perhaps not open enough? Tonight, she was determined to take the initiative, even purchasing those embarrassing outfits that men often favored. She had to win him over, no matter what. Yi Fan left the company, driving Su Yixu's red Ferrari, heading straight for the premier club in Yun City, the Tianshang Runjian. At the club entrance, a chubby man in suspenders had been waiting for Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, it's been a few days. You appear even taller and more imposing, radiating such brilliance that the sun itself pales in comparison. His obsequious demeanor practically screamed flattery. This chubby fellow was Wang Fugue, the young master of the Wang family, a prominent clan in Yun City. Having often mingled with Yi Fan in various clubs, he had become utterly captivated by Yi Fan's charm, vowing to be a loyal sycophant. All right, next time, try something fresh with your lines. Is everything arranged inside? Yi Fan interrupted Wang Fugue, striding towards the entrance. Rest assured, old Wang will handle it. Every woman in the club, even the cleaning lady, has been summoned for you, young Master Yi. There will surely be someone to your liking. If you're not interested in women, I can even arrange for some muscular man. Get lost. Seeing Wang Fugue's lewd expression, Yi Fan kicked him in the rear. Inside the club's grandest private room, a row of scantily clad girls respectfully bowed to Yi Fan. Welcome, young Master Yi. The sight of their ample bosoms and dresses slit to the waist left Yi Fan feeling a surge of heat. Damn it, were it not for his martial arts training, which forbade him from engaging with women until he mastered the dragon control technique. He would undoubtedly want to rescue these youthful maidens. Very good. Everyone gets a reward, old Wang. Ensure everyone receives 2,000. Yi Fan tossed a stack of cash to Wang Fuguei. And remember, send them photos so they can recognize the girls. Whoever spots one will be generously rewarded. Understood. As Wang Fuguei distributed money, Yi Fan opened his phone, staring dreamily at a celestial beauty on the screen. 3 years had passed while he claimed to be chasing girls. He was actually visiting clubs to distribute money, not for the sake of flirtation, but to search for someone. He was looking for his missing junior sister from 3 years ago. Rumor had it that she had been spotted in the club circles of Yun City, prompting Yi Fan to explore each venue one by one. Next batch. After meeting all the beauties in Tianshang Renjian, Yi Fan did not linger, but exited the club, purchasing a variety of herbs at the Yun City pharmacy before heading straight to the western suburbs. In the tranquil vicinity of a villa in the western suburbs of Yun City, a quietly graceful girl stood at the gate, and upon seeing Yi Fan, her face lit up with a radiant smile. "Fangirl, you've come. I thought you wouldn't show up." The girl wore a white camisole, her chest a tempting sight, while her khaki shorts showcased her long, shapely legs. As Yi Fan stepped out of the car, the girl rushed forward, leaping into his arms, her entire body nearly hanging onto him. Her ample bosom pressed against Yi Fan's chest, and he felt as if he were navigating tumultuous waves at sea. This little girl appeared petite and adorable, yet she had substantial assets. "All right, let's go see how your father is doing." Yi Fan gently extricated her from his embrace and strode towards the room. The girl's name was Li Yao, the daughter of one of Yun City's 4 great families, the Li family. Yi Fan had come to assist Li Yao's father with his ailment. A few days prior, Li Yao's father, Li Feng, had suddenly collapsed and fallen into a coma, with no doctor able to diagnose the cause. By chance, he encountered Yi Fan, who, with his 13 needles of the Ghost Valley, brought Li Feng back to consciousness. Yi Fan's visit today was to finalize the treatment, prescribing a few herbal remedies to stabilize his condition. "Dr. Yi, you've arrived. Please take a seat." In the villa's hall, Li Feng had already risen from his bed and warmly welcomed Yi Fan. Yi Fan approached and took Li Feng's pulse, meticulously examining him. "Mr. Li's health appears stable. I'm here to deliver a few herbal remedies to consolidate your condition. After brewing and consuming them, you should be just fine." As he spoke, Yi Fan handed over the herbal medicine. Beside them, Li Feng's son, Li Tao, quickly reached out to receive it. "Thank you, Dr. Yi." "Thank you." After a brief exchange and confirming Li Feng's well-being, Yi Fan intended to take his leave. These days were crucial for Yi Fan's breakthrough in the dragon control technique, and he wanted to seize the moment. Otherwise, his beloved wife would only be a sight to behold, but not to be touched, which was excruciating. Each time Yi Fan deceived Su Yixue by claiming he had no interest in women. How could that be true? It was simply that his master had instructed him that due to the injuries from 3 years ago, he had lost all his martial arts. To regain his abilities, he needed to cultivate the dragon control technique to at least the 9th level. Currently, he was stuck at the pinnacle of the 8th level, just a step away from breaking through. If he were to engage with a woman before achieving this, not only would his efforts be in vain, but he would also face backlash, resulting in his immediate demise. Thus, even if 10 women were to strip and throw themselves at him, Yi Fan dared not entertain any such thoughts. Li Feng cast a subtle glance at Li Tao, who promptly rose to present a bank card to Yi Fan, saying, "Dr. Yi, you have saved my father, making you the greatest benefactor of the Li family. This is but a small token of our gratitude. I implore you to accept it." The statement left both Li Feng and Li Tao momentarily speechless, their gazes instinctively drifting towards Li Yao. Li Yao, feeling the weight of their stares, blushed deeply and, after a moment of hesitation, murmured, "Fangirl, as long as you desire it, I am willing. Let's go." As she spoke, Li Yao, her cheeks flushed, took Yi Fan's hand and led him outside. Yi Fan, bewildered, asked, "Go? To where?" With a playful stomp of her foot, Li Yao feigned annoyance. "So, you are insufferable. To the hotel, of course. Or we could go my home." Chapter 2. I want to be your true woman. Upon hearing Li Yao's words, Yi Fan found himself at a loss for words. Turning to gauge the expressions of Li Feng and Li Tao, he quickly realized they had misunderstood him. thinking he was uninterested in money but rather in people, as if they were intending to offer Li Yao to him. What nonsense! How could Yi Fan be that kind of person? If there were to be any offerings, it would be after I achieved a breakthrough in my cultivation. Ahem, Mr. Li, I believe you have misunderstood my intentions. Yi Fan cleared his throat and continued. What I mean to say is that a healer's heart is akin to that of a parent. Saving the head of the Li family is merely a matter of course. I simply wish to forge a friendship with the Li family. Have plenty of time ahead. Do we not? Yi Fan emphasized the phrase, plenty of time ahead, deliberately casting a glance at Li Yao. As Yi Fan departed, a profound expression of disappointment crossed Li Yao's face. Oomph, what is there to sigh about? Am I lacking in any regard? I possess both beauty and grace. Everything other women can do, I can do as well. And what they cannot, I can certainly manage. While speaking, Li Yao cast a glance at Yi Fan's abdomen, and her lips moved slightly. Surely she could rise to the occasion. After sending Yi Fan off, Li Feng eagerly turned to Li Tao, saying, look into whether we have any potential collaborations with the Su family. If we cannot approach Yi Xiao directly, we shall take the route through the Su family. Dr. Yi is a golden opportunity we must seize. Li Tao nodded. No need to investigate. I have already received a call from my uncle in the Su family. He mentioned that the Su group is facing a funding gap of 300 million and has invited me to their family banquet tomorrow, most likely because of this matter. Uncle from the Su family? Is that Su Mingho? I have heard he is rather unimpressive. Li Feng frowned. But since he is connected to Yi Xiao's wife, I think you should attend and assess the situation tomorrow. That is my intention. I did not plan to negotiate with Su Mingho. Any discussions should be directly with President Su Yixue. Li Tao glanced at his younger sister, who had just entered his room, and sighed deeply. But my sister. Sigh. Li Feng expressed his own exasperation. It is a pity that Dr. Yi is already married. I can only hope that Xiao Yao does not become too deeply entangled. Su Yixu's call arrived punctually. Darling, are you done with your tasks? Where are you? I'm at home. Come and pick me up. Yi Fan recalled that Su Yixue had mentioned today marked their 3rd wedding anniversary, and she wanted to celebrate together. All right. In a private room, a candlelit dinner had been meticulously prepared in advance. During the meal, Su Yixue was particularly animated, pouring drink after drink for Yi Fan. Yi Fan was not daunted by the alcohol, gazing at his wife's lovely profile. He played along with Su Yixu's charade, pretending to be tipsy, and asked, Wife, did you not say you had a gift for me? Where is it? Yi Fan feigned drunkenness quite convincingly, his words slightly slurred. Noticing the time was right, Su Yixue assisted Yi Fan towards the adjoining suite, saying, the gift is in the next room. You will see when we arrive. She guided Yi Fan into the presidential suite, seating him on the couch before retreating to the dressing room. Please wait a moment. It will be ready shortly. The sound of rustling came from the dressing room, and when Su Yixue emerged once more, Yi Fan's heart raced and his breath caught in his throat. What on earth? Was this truly the wife he knew? At that moment, Su Yixue had shed all her clothing, donning only a delicate pink nurse's outfit. The sheer fabric did little to conceal her breathtaking figure, curvaceous and exquisitely shaped. Below, she wore black stockings that tantalized Yi Fan's eyes. This is the gift I have for you today, darling. Do you like it? Su Yixue asked coyly, taking a few enticing steps forward, striking a provocative pose, and gazing longingly as she nestled against Yi Fan. Darling, it has been 3 years today. I wish to truly be your woman. With such a stunning beauty resting in your embrace, presenting herself for your enjoyment. What man could possibly resist? Especially when she was your lawful wife. Wife, are you playing with fire? Yi Fan's breathing grew heavier as he seized Su Yixu's wandering hand. With her eyes clouded with desire, Su Yixue murmured, come, let me feel just how hot your fire truly is. Those words ignited the flames within Yi Fan's heart. Without further hesitation, Yi Fan rolled over, pinning Su Yixue beneath him, his hands greedily exploring her form. The outfit she had just donned was instantly torn apart. Clothes flew chaotically throughout the room, creating a scene of disarray. The temperature within the room soared, just as the two were about to entwine themselves completely. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a series of whistling sounds pierced the air, and a flying knife shot toward Yi Fan's abdomen, embedding itself in the wall with a violent thud. Had the blade descended just 2 centimeters lower, Yi Fan would have faced a dire fate. Young master, do not let your efforts be in vain. You bear immense responsibilities. Tread carefully. A shadow flickered outside the window, accompanied by a chilling voice. Yi Fan glanced down at Su Yixue, who had been struck by 2 small projectiles, rendering her unconscious. Hanjua, are you trying to kill me? You nearly castrated me, and you choose now to interrupt my moment? Have you never heard the saying, to die beneath the peony is to be a ghost with style? Yi Fan shouted in exasperation towards the window. 3 years prior, after Yi Fan lost his martial prowess, his master had dispatched the sect's foremost assassin, Hanjua, to protect him in the shadows. Hanjua was a man of few words, but when action was required, he was unyielding. Having been interrupted by Hanjua, Yi Fan regained his composure, recalling the potential consequences of breaking his vows. A cold sweat trickled down his back. 23 years ago, Yi Fan had just turned 1 and had been sent to the sect to learn martial arts. Yi Fan had also been gravely injured by a mysterious master, losing all his skills and becoming a mere shell of his former self. He and his master were forced to withdraw from the sect's headquarters, and to obscure their target, his master arranged for Yi Fan to marry into the Su family. Simultaneously, the Yi family in Yun City was attacked. His grandfather was severely injured in battle, his parents went missing, and several uncles perished, leaving the Yi family in a state of disarray, their standing as the foremost family in the Great Xia precariously threatened. The Yi family's assets were gradually dismantled by rivals, and although his grandfather held on with determination, their influence was waning. In the aftermath, all resources and elixirs were allocated nearly entirely to Yi Fan. Yi Fan represented the hope for the revival of the entire sect. He was the key to the Yi family's resurgence. If he were to break his vows and perish, it would be of little consequence to him. But to let down the hopes of his sect would be a grave sin. Yi Fan had been raised by his master's wife. How could he find peace if he did not avenge her? His little junior sister, who had shared hardships with him, had yet to be found. How could Yi Fan allow himself to die? What right did he have to die? And those scoundrels who had nearly annihilated the Yi family, how could Yi Fan ever forgive them? Having hidden within the Su family for 3 years, fortunately, nothing untoward had occurred during that time. With these thoughts, Yi Fan sighed heavily, bending down to carry Su Yixue to the bed, gently covering her with a blanket. Wife, do not fret in no more than 3 days. Just 3 days. Once I completely break through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique, I will make you my true wife. Gazing at the woman who had consistently cared for and cherished him, Yi Fan's eyes were filled with tenderness. He could not help but lean down, planting a deep red kiss upon Su Yixue's neck, leaving behind a mark of passion. Chapter 3. You are infatuated with my beauty. After ensuring that his wife, Su Yixue, was comfortably settled, Yi Fan sat solemnly in the room and began to diligently circulate the Yulong Ju in an instant. A stream of luminous energy enveloped Yi Fan, coursing through his meridians with fervor as an indistinct dragon shape began to take form. With his eyes closed, Yi Fan could distinctly sense the immense energy, long dormant within his dantian, stirring restlessly, on the verge of breaking through. He was acutely aware that he had reached the threshold of the 9th layer of Yulongju, yet he was tantalizingly close. Missing merely the final thread, Yi Fan practiced throughout the night, circulating the Yulongju for several cycles, but ultimately failed to shatter that barrier. Defeated, he finally succumbed to slumber, embracing his beautiful wife in a deep sleep. The next day, upon awakening, Su Yixue felt her body achy and almost disassembled. Lying bare in Yi Fan's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Had Yi Fan truly been so vigorous last night, would she be able to withstand such fervor in the future? If it became too overwhelming, should she call her friend Qing Rulin for assistance? The wicked thought startled Su Yixue, causing her to recoil. Pa, Su Yixue, you may indulge your husband, but how could you entertain such nefarious notions? After stretching a bit in bed, she quickly realized something. This scoundrel had not even touched her. Though inexperienced, Su Yixue understood that despite lying naked beside Yi Fan, he had only left a faint mark on her neck and had not engaged in any substantial actions. Husband, wake up! Why didn't you take things further last night? I'm your wife. After all, what more do you want from me? Su Ishua gently shook Yifan awake, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Who was Su Ishua, the most beautiful woman in Yun City? A poised so, pure and immaculate. Before others, she commanded respect, exuding an air of authority. Yet for Yifan, she had humbled herself, purchasing numerous outfits and boldly presenting herself in such an alluring manner. This was already the limit of Su Ishua's endurance. She was on the verge of breaking down. Oh, that Yifan turned over, reaching out to tidy her disheveled hair. I've been indisposed these past few days. Huh? Su Ishua froze at his words. Indisposed? Could it be that men also experience their monthly troubles? In a fit of indignation, she playfully punched Yifan's chest. You scoundrel! At least come up with a reasonable excuse. No, I've calculated. The stars are misaligned, and my fate is in conflict. It's not advisable to share a bed. Next time, I'll ensure the conditions are just right, and I won't let you off so easily. Puffed. Su Ishua couldn't help but burst into laughter at Yifan's ludicrous reasoning. What absurd excuse! Do you really need divine propitiousness to engage in a bit of exercise? Yet, glancing at the kiss mark on her neck in the mirror, she felt a wave of joy. Between them, apart from the final act, they had shared kisses and caresses. This was their first intimate contact in 3 years. This was quite satisfactory. Good things take time. Yifan was her husband. He would always be hers. And he couldn't possibly escape. Although Yifan had joined the Su family through marriage, he was not like most sons-in-law. He was cherished like a treasure by everyone in the Su family. Except for his uncle, Su Mingho's family, that it would not be an exaggeration to call him the family's beloved darling. Yifan and Su Ishua entered the grand hall of the Su family estate. Grandma Song made beckon Yifan to sit beside her. Su Ishua felt a pang of jealousy. Grandma, how can you be so close to Yifan? I am your real granddaughter. Song Mei chuckled heartily, her eyes sparkling as she observed Su Ishua's radiant complexion. Ishua, it seems you too have an experienced elder. She immediately recognized the change in Su Ishua. Su Ishua's cheeks flushed. Grandma, we celebrated our 3rd anniversary yesterday. Had a few drinks and stayed at a hotel. Good. Huh. Xiaofan, you must put in more effort. We are all eagerly awaiting great-grandchildren. Grandpa Su Guohua teased as he stroked his beard, grinning at Yifan. Yifan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Ishua. Rest assured, I will strive to ensure Ishua bears us a football team. Yifan relished the harmonious atmosphere of the Su family. Although this was not his original sect, he had lived here for 3 years and still felt the warmth akin to that of his own home. Pa, I'm not a sow. How could I possibly give birth to so many? Su Ishua pouted playfully, but her eyes sparkled with happiness. The elderly couple, having exchanged few words that morning, beamed upon seeing Yifan and Su Ishua, their faces practically blooming with joy. Meanwhile, sitting lower down, Uncle Su Mingho and his son Su Dong wore increasingly grim expressions. Humph, an incoming son-in-law. What is there to be proud of? Just a leech living off others. What did you say? Although Su Dong spoke softly, Grandpa Su Guohua heard him, and his expression darkened immediately. Su Dong, if you don't shut your mouth, I'll have you thrown out. Su Dong felt a wave of embarrassment, but more than that. He was filled with resentment. Before Yifan's arrival, he had been the apple of his grandparents' eye, but now he felt like a discarded item. How could this be? As he prepared to argue, his father, Su Mingho, interrupted him. Li Tao, the young master of the Li family, has come to visit. At that moment, a booming voice echoed at the entrance as Li Tao, the young master of the Li family, appeared carrying several large bags of gifts. What business does the young master of the Li family have at our Su family banquet? Grandpa Su Guohua furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd. Su Mingho promptly stood. Dad, young Master Li is here at my invitation. Our Su family has been facing some financial difficulties recently. Young Master Li has expressed interest in investing, and I want to seize this opportunity to discuss it. Regardless of the outcome, it's certainly better than relying on certain leeches. Su Mingho eagerly approached Li Tao, extending his hand. Young Master Li, please come in. Having secured the attendance of young Master Li from one of the 4 great families of Yun City, Su Mingho felt as if he had accomplished something monumental, standing tall with pride. Pa, The one to speak was none other than Grandpa Su Guohua. Initially, he held no particular opinion of Li Tao. But upon hearing Su Mingho insult Yi Fan, he erupted with fury. Li Tao halted, casting a cold smirk at Su Mingho, completely dismissing his outstretched hand. "Who are you? Do I know you?" "Ah." Su Mingho's hand froze in midair. Utterly stunned. "Young Master Li, I called you yesterday, didn't I? At the shareholders' meeting, when discussing the company's financial shortfall, I mentioned I had a solution and immediately contacted you to seek your investment." Previously, Li Tao had consistently rejected his overtures, but upon confirming his visit today, he now claimed not to know him. What was happening? Su Mingho's mind swirled with questions as Li Tao turned his gaze towards Su Guohua and the others. His demeanor shifted back to a beaming smile. "Old sir, you misunderstand. I came today to see Yi Xiao's wife that, no, I'm here to find Yi Xiao. I owe him a tremendous favor." As he spoke, Li Tao strode toward Yi Fan, extending his hands to shake Yi Fan's. "Yi Xiao, it's good to see you again." He even winked at Yi Fan. Yi Fan understood that Li Tao intended to offer this favor in acknowledgement of their friendship. His actions left everyone present momentarily speechless. Su Mingho, Su Dong, as well as the others, were taken aback. Yi Fan was so familiar with the young master of one of the four great families. Li Tao's visit was truly for Yi Fan. A glimmer of realization crossed Grandpa Su Guohua's eyes as he recalled the formidable backing Yi Fan had from his sect. This connection was indeed not surprising. Over the years, the rapid development of the Su family had largely been due to the covert support from Yi Fan's sect. Grandpa Su Guohua believed that the wisest decision he had ever made was marrying his granddaughter to Yi Fan. "Ah, so young Master Li is a friend of Xiao Fan? Quickly, please take a seat. That I didn't mean to be rude earlier. I was merely aiming to chastise that scoundrel. Please don't take offense." "Young Master Li." Grandpa Su Guohua's expressions changed faster than pages in a book. Meanwhile, Su Mingho's face turned a deep shade of green, rivaling the leaves of a green vine. Was there really such a disparity in treatment? Friends of his were to be cast aside, while Yi Fan's friends were to be welcomed? Su Mingho felt a strong urge to leave, but was even more curious to see what Yi Fan was up to. "No worries," Li Tao replied, handing the gifts to Grandpa Su Guohua before taking a seat next to Yi Fan. "Old sir, I've heard that the Su Group is in need of development funds. The Li family is very interested in collaborating with the Su Group. May I inquire how much funding the Su Group currently requires?" "Very interested in collaborating." "Nonsense." Su Mingho rolled his eyes. The Su Group was on the verge of financial collapse. Having pleaded with every bank and institution in sight, yet none were willing to partner with them. Some even went so far as to block Su Ishua's number. The Li family wasn't foolish. How could they genuinely wish to collaborate? The only explanation was that they sought to rescue the Su Group out of respect for Yi Fan. Li Tao inquired the elder, while simultaneously observing Yi Fan. Amidst Su Ishua's expression of astonishment, Yi Fan turned to her and asked, "My dear, what is our current funding shortfall? Is 300 million sufficient?" Li Tao interjected, "As long as Miss Su requires it. Young Master Yi merely has to speak. Rest assured, not only 300 million, but even 3 billion would pose no issue." Before their arrival, Li Feng had repeatedly instructed Li Tao to spare no effort in securing Yi Fan, who was akin to a golden thigh. Li Feng was acutely aware of his own medical condition. Even the experts from international hospitals were at a loss, and ordinary doctors could not possibly offer a cure. Yet Yi Fan could save Li Feng with mere silver needles, undoubtedly a person from that mysterious realm. By befriending Yi Fan, the Li family could ascend to unprecedented heights. Moreover, for those hidden adversaries of the Li family, they would have to think twice before attempting any moves against them in the future. Su Ishua gazed at Yi Fan in disbelief. Previously, she had sought collaboration with the Li family, but due to the Su family's lesser stature, she could not secure a meeting with core executives like Li Tao. Yet now, young Master Li had come seeking investment. This Yi Fan was truly a treasure of a husband. No need for so much. 300 million is enough, Su Ishua said hesitantly. "All right, I will arrange for the finance department to transfer the funds at AS for the contract. We can finalize it tomorrow." Li Tao promptly took out his phone and gave the necessary instructions. Just 2 or 3 minutes later, Su Ishue received a call from the company's finance director. President Su, we have suddenly received a 300 million payment from Lee Group, stating that an investment has been agreed upon with you for the Su Group. The speed of the transaction astonished Su Ishue. No contract was even necessary, just a direct transfer. This was highly irregular, far too irregular. Indeed, this sum cannot be moved without my command. After hanging up, Su Ishue bowed slightly to Li Tao. Young Master Li, thank you for your timely assistance. Li Tao waved his hand. Miss Su, you are too kind. Compared to the assistance young Master Yi has provided to my Li family, this is but a trifling matter. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Li Tao wisely excused himself. Ladies and gentlemen, I have matters to attend to at my company, so I shall take my leave. Once Li Tao departed, the entire hall erupted in excitement. Well done, Yi Fan. I knew my grandson-in-law was remarkable. The elder Su Guohua smiled broadly at Yi Fan. While none knew Yi Fan's true identity, Su Guohua had an inkling. He understood that although Yi Fan was concealing his brilliance, it was only a matter of time before he soared. Our Ishue is fortunate to marry young Master Yi. Among the core offspring of the Su family, some expressed gratitude to Yi Fan, while others were astonished by Li Tao's audacity. Su Mingho and Su Dong, feeling sidelined, exchanged glances filled with malice. This Yi Fan was simply infuriating. They had to find a way to expel him from the Su family, or else father and son would forever remain in obscurity. Father, do you remember Yun Feiyong from the provincial city? He was Su Ishue's university classmate and visited her recently. Should we invite him to assist us? Su Dong's eyes gleamed with a sudden idea. Let's proceed with that. After the family banquet concluded, Yi Fan received an unexpected call from a younger acquaintance he had previously flirted with, young Master Yi. I recently changed jobs, and the person you asked me to keep an eye on seems to be at my new company. Would you like to come and take a look? Oh, my little junior has news? Yi Fan's expression turned serious as he tidied himself up and drove Su Ishue's Ferrari straight to Royal No. 1 Club in Yun City. Over the past 3 years, Yi Fan had conducted a thorough search, visiting every establishment in Yun City. Royal No. 1 was one of the last remaining venues. Xiaofeng, you put on some weight here. Yi Fan unabashedly reached out to grab the thigh of a hostess, eliciting a playful protest from the beauty. Oh, young Master Yi, you are such a rascal. Every time you take advantage of me, you neglect my business. Yi Fan smiled slightly, pulling out a few red bills and tucking them into the beauty's low-cut neckline. Who says I haven't taken care of you? Now, tell me, where's the girl from the photo? Xiaofeng quickly responded. Last month, a girl named Chu Yin came here, and she looks quite similar to the one in the photo. But I can't be sure if she's the one you seek. That I have a secretly taken photo. Do you want to see it? While speaking, Xiaofeng pulled out a candid shot from her phone. Yi Fan glanced at it and was instantly frozen. My little junior, the news is true. My little junior is indeed in Yun City and has appeared in such a place. Chapter 5. Little Junior lost in the club? Although Yi Fan enjoyed rescuing young women from clubs, he did not wish for his little junior to be found in such a setting. How pure and innocent she once was. Just the thought of it turned Yi Fan's face pale. Tell your boss that I want her to accompany me today. Yi Fan once again slipped a few red bills to Xiaofeng. Delighted, Xiaofeng beamed. Young Master Yi, rest assured, I will have the boss arrange it for you. As they ascended to the upper floor, Xiaofeng, full of curiosity, asked, Young Master Yi, is the beauty in the photo an old flame of yours? Why are you so fixated on her, mobilizing so many sisters to find her? Yi Fan's expression turned cold. Woman, knowing too many secrets is unwise. Upon reaching the second floor's imperial suite, just as Yi Fan lifted his teacup, the door creaked open. Hello, handsome. I am the one designated as 001. Chu Yin, the girl in a white dress, entered, her innocent demeanor starkly contrasting with the environment, leaving Yi Fan utterly stunned. Clatter! The teacup slipped from Yi Fan's hand, shattering into several pieces. Su-chan, little junior. Is that truly you? That I've searched for you for 3 years? That juniored Yi Fan, usually playful, now bore a heart full of pain, his eyes reddening as he became unexpectedly serious. The girl who entered was indeed Chu Yin, and upon hearing Yi Fan's call, she froze momentarily. If one were to observe closely, they would notice her body trembling slightly. But just seconds later, she composed herself, her gaze clouded with confusion as she replied, "Handsome. What, little junior? You must have mistaken me for someone else. How could I possibly misidentify you?" Yi Fan, now standing beside Chu Yan, felt his body stiffen. "Little junior, we lived together for 10 years. How could I mistake you? By the way, you still have a red mole on your lower abdomen. If you don't believe me, lift your shirt for me to see." As he spoke, Yi Fan reached out to lift Chu Yan's clothing. However, Chu Yan hastily stepped back, panic in her eyes as she covered her attire. "Handsome, please respect yourself. We are merely here to drink and play games. Please do not touch. And, handsome, you have mistaken me. My name is Chu Yan. I am not Su-chan," Chu Yan explained, furrowing her brow, her gaze evasive at why Yi Fan looked at the girl before him in confusion, unable to comprehend why she did not recognize him. "Little junior, is someone threatening you? If so, just blink that I in City. As long as I am here, no one can bully you." Yi Fan stepped closer, grasping Chu Yan's arm to explain, but Chu Yan merely shook her head, breaking free from Yi Fan's grip. "Handsome, you have mistaken me. I am not feeling well. Please call someone else to accompany you." As she pushed Yi Fan's wrist away, her fingers unintentionally tapped twice on the back of his hand. Before she dashed out the door, upon reaching the end of the corridor and locking herself in a lounge, Chu Yan could no longer hold back her tears, streaming down her cheeks. "Brother Fan, I'm so happy to see you. They all said you were dead, but I never expected you to be alive. But now, there are eyes everywhere. How can I acknowledge you? Years ago, the sect was besieged, and Su-chan did not perish, nor was she truly missing. Rather, at the moment the assassin was poised to strike, another group intervened, thwarting the assassin's actions and subsequently whisking Su-chan away. It appeared that the leader of the assassins was acquainted with those behind Su-chan, which ensured her safety, albeit at the cost of her departing from Yi Fan's side. Initially, Su-chan intended to resign herself to an aimless existence. Yet unexpectedly, she encountered her senior brother Yi Fan once more in Yun City. In the private room, Yi Fan was suddenly engulfed in a wave of despondency, his brow furrowing as he pondered the predicament that his junior sister might be facing. What did her 2 knocks on the back of his hand signify when she departed? His gaze fell upon a hotel room key that had dropped to the floor. General Manager's office. Yi Fan's mind raced, and in an instant he grasped the underlying reasons, a smile breaking forth on his face. So, a meeting was set for 2 o'clock in the general manager's office. Humph. It would be best if there were a bed in that office. After 3 years of separation, his junior sister must be yearning for his presence. The steps they had previously left unfinished should be completed tonight, ensuring she would be utterly unable to part from him. In the office of Royal No. 1 Club, the previous occupant of the boss's chair, Su Yun was now replaced by Chu Yan, who had just met Yi Fan in the private room. In the office, aside from Su Yun, stood a host of high-ranking executives from the club. She ordered firmly that the news of Yi Fan's visit today must not leak out. Should anyone allow a whisper of this to escape, I will not spare them. Chu Yan's voice was cold and laced with a hint of menace, a stark contrast to her previously delicate demeanor. Indeed, thus, the true master of Royal No. 1 was not Su Yun, but Chu Yan. Once everyone had departed, Su Yun closed the door, her eyes reflecting a complex mixture of emotions as she addressed Chu Yan. "Xiao-chan, that person just now was your senior brother, wasn't he? Has he finally found you? Why did you not acknowledge him?" Chapter 6. That was someone's first kiss. Su-chan shook her head, saying, "Sister Yun, you are well aware of my current situation. I can barely ensure my own safety. It would be unwise to provoke Yi Fan at this juncture. Moreover, if the news of Yi Fan's survival were to leak, they would undoubtedly pursue him at all costs, which would endanger my senior brother." Su Yun sighed deeply. "Xiao-chan, I have heard that this young master Yi has been distributing funds across various clubs in Yun City for several years, all in a bid to find you. This indicates his genuine feelings for you. Can you truly bear to witness him suffer?" "Bear it." Su-chan's expression momentarily glazed over, after 3 years of separation. Every night, was it not Yi Fan's shadow that lingered in her thoughts? Childhood sweethearts raised side by side, and battle comrades relying on one another for survival. How could Su-chan not yearn for Yi Fan? Yet, what use was mere longing? If they were to discover Yi Fan's identity, they would certainly relay this information to those who had acted against them back then. How could they possibly spare her senior brother? She must not become a burden to him. Sister Yun, the martial arts expert sent by my elder brother will arrive in Yun City tomorrow if we do not relinquish this last bit of our assets. They will not hold back. Su Chan gritted her teeth, making a difficult decision. By the way, I must visit the provincial capital tonight. There are some important items in my room safe. You should stay in my room tonight. As the true owner of Royal No. 1 Club, Su Chan indeed had her own independent quarters here. All right, just as Yi Fan entered his car, Su Ishiwa's call came through. Darling, thank you so much with the investment you secured from the Li family. Our Su group can finally weather this storm. You are my wife. What need is there for thanks? If thanks are due, just learn a few more techniques later. Yi Fan felt quite satisfied with his beautiful wife. Having been married into the Su family for 3 years, Su Ishiwa initially felt somewhat estranged. Yet as time passed, she grew truly fond of Yi Fan. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to fund his endeavors to pursue other women. Oh, you are incorrigible, but at night, you do not touch anyone. When will the opportune moment arise? In the Su group, Su Ishiwa, holding the phone, blushed as she inquired of Yi Fan, her expression filled with anticipation. Over the 3 years, though Yi Fan appeared carefree, Su Ishiwa could never fully understand him. From her grandfather, she had gleaned snippets of information, knowing that Yi Fan was a hidden dragon, destined to soar. Now, Su Ishiwa felt a twinge of anxiety, fearing that once Yi Fan ascended, he might forget her, hence her eagerness to become his woman. Soon, very soon, within 3 days at most, Yi Fan was equally stirred by Su Ishiwa's flirtations. During his cultivation yesterday, the energy within him had subtly begun to take on a dragon form. There's a business banquet tonight. Will you accompany me? A few pesky flies have been buzzing around me. With you by my side, they should behave themselves. All right. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. Over the years, due to the depletion of his powers, he had maintained a low profile, largely ignoring the riffraff who harassed his wife, earning a reputation as a good-for-nothing in the eyes of the world. Now is the time to shed that label. The thought of his junior sister possibly being coerced, along with the tragic events that befell the Yi family and his sect, left Yi Fan feeling stifled. Particularly concerning was the Yi family. He had heard of another formidable clan that had openly declared war against them. His grandfather was aging, and his great-grandfather was gravely injured. If he did not step forward soon, he feared they might not withstand the pressure. Creak. As the vehicle entered a dilapidated demolition zone, a girl clad in a white dress suddenly blocked Yi Fan's path. "Brother, please save me." The girl appeared to be no more than 20, her skin radiant, the contours of her shapely figure subtly visible beneath her flowing dress, particularly the alluring curves of her bosom and waist. Her figure was a lethal temptation for any man. Panic-stricken, she peered through the car window at Yi Fan, while behind her, 7 or 8 burly men armed with steel rods and machetes rapidly closed in. Yi Fan glanced at the approaching thugs. They bore no signs of martial prowess, appearing to be mere ordinary individuals. Having cultivated the dragon control technique to the 8th level, though his strength had not yet returned to its former peak. Dealing with these ruffians posed no challenge. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in this. Otherwise, you'll get dealt with too." The leader, a scar-faced man, menacingly waved his machete at Yi Fan and reached for the girl in white. Yi Fan frowned, swiftly exiting the car and delivering a powerful punch aimed at the man's machete. Crack, crack. A formidable surge of energy emanated from Yi Fan's fist, instantly shattering the weapon in the man's grasp, which fell to the ground in a shower of fragments. Yi Fan's audacious display left the surrounding thugs utterly astonished, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads. Holy COW in mere seconds. The thugs lay sprawled on the ground, groaning in agony. "Let us go. I'll take you out of here." Yi Fan cast a glance at the fallen ruffians, his heart heavy with sentiment. His strength had yet to fully return. In the past, when he was at his pinnacle, a single punch would have sufficed to handle these thugs. How was it that it took him so long now? If those who wronged the Yi family and his sect were to come knocking, what would he do? All right. The girl obediently followed Yi Fan into the car, her eyes shining with gratitude as she regarded him. Once they had left the demolition zone, and entered a bustling commercial district. The girl said to Yi Fan, "Handsome, thank you for saving me. My ride has arrived. You could just drop me off on the roadside." The vehicle halted at the curb, and just before she exited, the girl suddenly removed a necklace from her neck. "Handsome, I can't repay you for saving my life, so I'll give you this necklace my mother left for me. You are a cultivator. This necklace will surely be of use to you?" "No, that's not necessary." Yi Fan hesitated, but as the girl pressed the necklace in his hand, she unexpectedly wrapped her arms around his neck and pecked him on the lips. Smack! That was someone else's first kiss. "Future husband, you must work hard, okay? I'll be waiting for you to marry me. You must become powerful quickly, for that is all I can do for you." Feeling the sweet fragrance lingering on his lips, Yi Fan was momentarily dazed. What just happened? He had merely rescued a beautiful girl, and she was giving him a necklace while declaring she would wait for him to marry her. Yi Fan wanted to respond, but the girl had already exited the car, vanishing into the crowd. Holding the necklace in his hand, Yi Fan's expression turned serious in an instant. A fourth-grade vitality pill. Yi Fan gazed intently at the necklace, where a black pendant beneath it emanated the unmistakable aura of a fourth-grade vitality pill. Was this not the perfect elixir to aid his breakthrough? The exquisite beauty, who claimed to be his future wife, had come specifically to deliver him a pill, and on top of that, she offered him a beautiful wife. Chapter 7. Returning to the pinnacle of the world. "Tremble, you wretches." Though Yi Fan was inundated with countless questions, he understood that now was not the time to delve into these mysteries. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan sped homeward. At present, the utmost priority is to swiftly restore one's strength. In doing so, whether it is to rescue the junior sister or confront those old adversaries, Yi Fan will possess the confidence he needs. After Yi Fan's vehicle had departed, a girl in a long dress emerged from the crowd, gazing intently at the direction in which he had vanished, murmuring to herself, "Husband, please do not disappoint Warner." Beside her, another beauty clad in jeans interjected, "Miss, are we truly going to stake everything on him? Is he truly that formidable?" The girl nodded. "Of course, do not forget he is the first prodigious talent in 500 years to cultivate the dragon control technique beyond the 7th level. Once he completely breaks through to the 9th level, he will undoubtedly stand as a man at the pinnacle of this world. At that time, all will tremble beneath his feet." The girl in white, however, remained unconvinced. "The husband I have chosen must be the hope for my family's resurgence. How about we make a wager? If I win, you shall marry him alongside me. What do you say?" "Oh dear. Miss, you are teasing me again." In Junlan Tianxia, the community where Yi Fan and Su Ishua's villa is located, a milky white pill appeared in Yi Fan's hand. The pill, no larger than a fingertip, exuded a powerful fragrance the moment the pendant shattered, filling the room with its aroma. Just a whiff invigorated Yi Fan. The energy surging forth, coupled with an ancient aura, sent waves of excitement coursing through him. A fourth-grade elixir. Such rarities are hard to come by in the martial world. And for ordinary martial practitioners, possessing such a pill is often sufficient to break through to the master level and beyond. The mysterious, beautiful girl from earlier had indeed rendered him an immense service. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan swallowed the pill whole. It dissolved instantly, transforming into a warm current that surged through his body, unleashing a torrent of power that felt as if it might burst him apart. Yi Fan dared not be careless, swiftly activating the dragon control technique to absorb the vast energy bestowed by the pill, continuously gathering strength, relentlessly climbing higher. Waves of radiant light swirled around Yi Fan's form. Initially at a slow pace, then accelerating faster and faster, until he was enveloped in a cocoon of holy light. In that moment, the world surrounding Yi Fan's room began to dim. What had been a clear sunny day was suddenly beset by howling winds, as dark clouds churned overhead, forming a colossal vortex that resembled the onset of doomsday. The overwhelming pressure rendered all living beings within a 3-kilometer radius paralyzed with fear. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room of the Cloud City Marshal Division headquarters, alarms blared piercingly. "Minister, trouble! A massive energy fluctuation has suddenly erupted in Cloud City." On the surveillance screen, a shocking energy wave pattern fluctuated violently. Minister Mo Zhong of the Cloud City Marshal Division approached to inspect. His expression grave. According to the energy readings, at least a master-level expert was breaking through. When did Cloud City acquire such powerful practitioners? The disturbance seems to originate from the western suburbs of Cloud City. Let us investigate at once. We must act with caution. With such a formidable expert emerging, we should strive to make a favorable impression, lest they become our enemies in the realm of martial cultivation. Breaking through to the transformation level is a barrier many cannot surpass in their lifetime, with successful practitioners being a rare find. Beyond that, ascending to mastery is another chasm to cross. Throughout the Great Xia, those who reach master level are undoubtedly prominent figures, well known in society. To offend a master-level practitioner is surely unwise. Within the confines of Yi Fan's villa, as the flow of energy within him accelerated, he felt something deep within his dantian, long dormant, finally beginning to crack. With a resounding crack, when Yi Fan circulated the dragon control technique to its 10th cycle, he sensed something akin to an eggshell shattering within him. An ancient, profound power awakened inside him, resembling a ferocious beast or perhaps a demon from the abyss. A mighty dragon's roar erupted from Yi Fan's body as golden light coalesced into a 9-clawed golden dragon, spiraling around him thrice before gracefully merging back into his being. Outside the villa, the tempest that had rage moments before subsided instantly, the tumultuous energy converging back into the room, restoring normalcy as sunlight flooded in once more. Within the room, Yi Fan felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him, his martial energy amplified manifold, and his perception heightened exponentially. At this moment, he could nearly sense the movements of an ant 500 meters away. The dragon control technique, the 9th level. He had broken through. Yi Fan's strength had previously peaked to the master level, yet now he was acutely aware that he had transcended several tiers beyond that, certainly at the pinnacle of martial respect. Though whether he had ascended to martial saint remained uncertain. Yet Yi Fan was confident that if those who had once obliterated his sect and family stood before him now, he alone could annihilate them completely. Congratulations, young master. You have broken through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique. Just as Yi Fan rose to his feet, Han Zhuo appeared in the room, stating that per the sect master's command, it was now up to Yi Fan to decide when to initiate the heaven slaughter plan for his comprehensive vengeance. As he spoke, Han Zhuo respectfully presented a token to Yi Fan. This token symbolized the highest authority of the Northern Falling Sect, and upon receiving it, Yi Fan understood that his master had officially entrusted the sect to him. Following the attack on the sect, his master had ordered all subordinate forces to remain hidden, awaiting the opportune moment. The heaven slaughter plan, it commences now. Those who had once destroyed my sect shall pay the price. A shadow crossed Yi Fan's face. Furthermore, Han Zhuo, investigate the current situation of the Yi family at once. As the sole heir of the Yi family, I cannot allow it to decline. The foremost family of the Great Xia must continue to thrive. Chapter 8. Annulment of engagement? Then I shall be the one to abandon her first. Yes, Han Zhuo disappeared in a flash, swiftly issuing commands to the hidden forces of the Northern Falling Sect worldwide. Instantly, the world erupted into excitement. In Europa, Frank, the head of the Roserdale family, wept tears of joy upon receiving the directive on his phone. Has the young master finally awakened? Excellent. Damn it, those bastards, let us show them. On the battlefield of West Africa, a man resembling a black bear, known internationally as the Whirlwind Killer, lifted his gaze toward the east, acknowledging that the emperor still lived, and he now had a purpose to pursue. As he spoke, a beautiful woman seductively licked her lips. The Great Xia, the unrivaled peak, the East Sea. With Yi Fan's command, the world stirred with anticipation. The heaven slaughter plan was set in motion. Everyone understood that the Northern Falling Sect had not been annihilated. The first prodigious genius had not fallen, but instead had risen once again. Now, it was the turn of those adversaries to tremble. In Cloud City, Yi Fan tidied his bedroom before driving towards the Yi family mansion, which he had longed to see. During his time training at the sect, his grandfather and great-grandfather would often sneak up the mountain to see him. Now, 3 years had flown by, and he wondered how those two elders were faring. Having concealed himself in Cloud City for 3 years, Yi Fan had passed the gates of the Yi family mansion countless times, yet due to his lost powers and his master's admonition to avoid drawing attention from enemies, he had never once stepped inside. However, for the successful execution of his plans, he intended to keep his strength hidden from his grandfather for the time being. Upon arriving at the Yi family mansion, Yi Fan was surprised to find several luxury cars parked at the entrance, their plates indicating they belonged to the Xian family, another prominent clan of the Great Xia. The Xian family and the Yi family had historically maintained a cordial relationship. Yet since the attack 3 years ago, their interactions had dwindled. What brought them here today? Yi Fan expected the bodyguards to greet him with enthusiasm, but to his astonishment, they remained unfazed. "Kid, we see you have arms and legs. Why are you here to swindle? Let me tell you, this month marks the 13th batch of imposters trying to pose as the young master. Scram, or we won't hesitate to take action." Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. There were indeed others attempting to impersonate him. Though the Yi family had seen better days, it remained a formidable entity in the Great Xia. If one could infiltrate the Yi family, at least a life free from worries would be assured. "I am the young master of the Yi family." Yi Fan sought to assert his identity, but suddenly found himself at a loss for words. "Dante, you think the Yi family has nothing better to do than indulge your nonsense? Leave now, or we really will take action." As the conversation unfolded, several bodyguards at the entrance began to draw their steel rods, seemingly intent on taking action against Yi Fan. Contemplating whether to force his way inside, Yi Fan was suddenly interrupted by the appearance of an elderly man with graying hair, who commanded, "Stop! He is indeed the young master. Let him in at once." The bodyguards, with utmost respect, bowed to the old man, allowing him to escort Yi Fan into the Yi family estate. As they proceeded towards the grand hall, through the introduction by the elderly man, Yi Fan learned that this steward, known as Wang Zhong, had been with his grandfather for many years. In truth, 3 years prior, when Yi Fan married into the Su family, the Yi family had already been aware of his true identity. However, concerned about potential arrangements from Yi Fan's master, they refrained from interfering, yet they were fully cognizant of Yi Fan's actions over the past few years. "Master, the old gentleman is well aware of your conduct these years. If he is in a foul mood, please bear with him," Wang Zhong advised. Yi Fan felt somewhat embarrassed, and just as they approached the hall, a heated argument erupted within. "Old Master Yi, it is not that my Xian family lacks reason. It is indeed true that our families had a marriage pact, but as it stands, your grandson has been utterly unresponsive. How can we expect our Yu Fei to wait indefinitely? Should it turn out that your grandson has perished, must Yu Fei live in widowhood?" The speaker was Xian Zhenghua, the current head of the Xian family, who was Yu Fei's uncle. Years ago, when the Yi and Xian families enjoyed a close relationship, their patriarchs had arranged a marriage between their great-grandson and great-granddaughter. Now, with the Yi family under siege and Yi Fan's fate uncertain, the Xian family had come to demand the dissolution of the engagement. "Preposterous! Who claims my grandson is dead? It is merely old Master Yi." Yi Changfeng, see that at the thought of his grandson's recent behavior 3 years prior, Yi Fan had indeed been injured, yet he spent his days in the pleasure houses, leaving any respectable individual unwilling to wed such a scoundrel. However, at this moment, Yi Changfeng could not afford to lose face that if he acquiesced to the Xian family's demands, it would tarnish the Yi family's reputation. Moreover, with other factions already uniting against them, if the Xian family withdrew, the pressure on the Yi family would only intensify, leaving them to wonder how much longer they could endure. "Old Master Yi, we are all aware of the circumstances surrounding your family's ambush. Over these 3 years, the Xian family has refrained from taking advantage of your plight, assisting you both openly and covertly. You are well aware of this." Zhenghua continued. "Today, regardless of your pleas, Yu Fei cannot be kept waiting any longer. If your grandson is indeed alive, let him present himself before U.S. the head of the Xian family." Zhenghua was not easily outmaneuvered. His logical arguments left Yi Changfeng at a loss for a counter. With a heavy sigh, Yi Changfeng acknowledged the Xian family's support over the years, realizing that without their discreet assistance, the Yi family situation could have been far worse. Yi Fan hesitated, then declared, "But it is not you who can annul this marriage. It is I, Yi Fan, who shall divorce her." He pointed decisively at Xian Yu Fei. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards Yi Fan. The atmosphere thick with silence. Chapter 9. A man at the pinnacle of the world, whom you shall never reach. Imposing, commanding. This was the first impression that surfaced in Yi Changfeng's mind, though a wave of concern quickly followed. By heavens, you have indeed made quite the spectacle, but how will this end? The Xian family stands as an equal to the Yi family. Is it truly you? Xian Yufei's indignation flared, as a distinguished daughter of the Xian family. She was sought after by many suitors, yet this ungrateful scoundrel from the Yi family dared to propose a divorce. What would the world think? However, upon recognizing Yi Fan, her anger intensified. Isn't this the notorious patron of the pleasure houses? Each time he visits, he seeks out a dozen women, many of whom cannot even walk straight afterward. What makes him so formidable? Yufei, do you know him? Zheng Guo inquired, maintaining his composure despite his own irritation. Who in Yun City does not know him? For the past 3 years, Yi Fan has either been at the pleasure houses or en route to them. He practically considers them his home. Xin Yufei, would never marry such a man, she exclaimed, her fury palpable. Why? Yi Fan scratched his nose, baffled by her disdain. After all, he believed he was rescuing countless young women, a noble cause indeed. You truly will not marry? I advise you not to regret it later. Mark my words, I shall become a man beyond your reach. Yi Fan gazed intently at Xin Yufei, a smirk playing on his lips. Having mastered the 9th level of the dragon control technique, Yi Fan now stood at the pinnacle of the world, and his words were far from boastful. Xin Yufei fell momentarily speechless. Before she could respond, another young man interjected, Regret? What nonsense! Who do you think you are? A mere waste who frequents pleasure houses. You are not worthy of Yufei. With a swift movement, Yi Fan delivered a resounding slap across the young man's face. Did I ask for your opinion? Speak again, and I shall have you fed to the dogs. Yi Fan showed no mercy, having noticed the young man's lecherous gaze lingering on Yufei. Damn it. She is my fiancée, even if I do not want her. You have no right to ogle her. I am from a Lin family. How dare you strike me? The young man protested, clutching his swollen face. Because I am Yi Fan, the young master of the Yi family. What of it? Do you dare to challenge me? Yi Fan extended his face towards the young man, daring him to retaliate. The young man glanced at the stern-faced Yi Changfeng, who was secretly reveling in the chaos, and muttered a few words before abandoning his bravado. This was the Yi family, renowned for their fierce protection of their own. Should he choose to strike, even as a young master of the Lin family, he would struggle to leave unscathed. Enough, Lin Xiao. Do not provoke him. Zheng Guo interjected, turning to Yi Changfeng. Old Master Yi, I have heard of this Yi Fan. Setting aside the matters of the pleasure house, he is already a son-in-law of the Su family. Is it appropriate for him to seek Yu Fei's hand now? Why not? Yi Changfeng countered, in the realm of martial prowess. Who cares for such trivial conventions? Your family patriarch was no different. Yi Changfeng was well aware of Yi Fan's situation. Although his marriage into the Su family was likely a strategic arrangement by his master, the perceptions of outsiders varied. Especially for a prominent family like the Xian family, questions would inevitably arise. Old Master Yi. Even so, how can we be sure that this Yi Fan is truly a member of the Yi family? How do we know he is not a fraud? Zheng Guo's insinuation struck a nerve, prompting Lin Xiao to chime in. Exactly. Old Master Yi. How can you be certain that this fellow is genuinely one of your kin? Perhaps any random rogue could pose as a Yi family member. Deceiving you. Yi Changfeng rolled his eyes. After over 20 years of observation, he had no doubt about Yi Fan's identity. He and the elder had visited Yi Fan's master on numerous occasions. It was merely 3 years since they last met. Could they possibly mistake him for someone else? Damn it. Are you deaf? I told you to shut up. Yi Fan's temper flare at Lin Xiao's interruption. He moved forward, kicking him to the ground and delivering a series of blows to his groin. With a sickening crunch, Lin Xiao finally succumbed to unconsciousness. Unable to watch any longer, Yufei stepped in to restrain Yi Fan. Yi Fan, do not go too far, even if you speak until the heavens collapse. I will never marry you. Give up this absurd notion. I never claimed I wanted to marry you, Yi Fan retorted. Though a forced marriage may quench thirst, I prefer sweetness, casting a glance at Yufei's alluring figure. which rivaled that of a girl who had previously delivered him medicinal pills. He added, "I hope you do not regret this. Bring me the marriage certificate." Scanning the surroundings, he spotted the document on a nearby table. Seized it and boldly inscribed divorce across it before signing his name. He tossed the certificate to Xian Yufei. "Here, we are no longer bound." Staring at the name Yi Fan had signed, Xian Yufei was momentarily taken aback. In her mind, given the Yi family's current predicament, she had expected Yi Fan to cling desperately to her, pleading for her hand in marriage. How could he so easily agree to the divorce? Moreover, the crux of the matter lies in Yi Fan's gaze upon himself, which seemed to harbor a hint of disdain. Did he truly find her unworthy? What flaw did this young lady possess that rendered her beneath his notice? Especially upon seeing that dismissive character, which, while not overtly harmful, was laden with profound insult, Xian Yufei couldn't help but feel akin to a discarded toy. What? Still not departing? If you tarry any longer, shall we proceed directly to the bridal chamber? Yi Fan's eyes roamed over the dazed Xian Yufei with a devilish charm, making her feel quite uncomfortable. How shameless! Upon uttering this, Xian Yufei slightly bowed to Yi Changfeng, saying, "Grandfather Yi, I beg your pardon, but I must take my leave." With her objective accomplished, Xian Zhenghua bid farewell as well as the group exited the Yi family estate. Xian Yufei suddenly halted and turned to Xian Zhenghua, expressing, "Second uncle, are we truly in the right with our actions? I can't shake the feeling that today's events diverge from my expectations. That Yi Fan, I find him rather inscrutable." Xian Zhenghua, not a fool, had gleaned some insights from Yi Fan's earlier confrontation with Lin Xiao. "Are you suggesting that Yi Fan is concealing his true abilities?" The incident from years past left no significant impact on him. Xian Yufei shook her head. "I can't quite articulate it, but the moment Yi Fan signed, I sensed something slipping away, as if it were fading into the distance. I hope they can endure this ordeal." Xian Zhenghua cast a glance back at the Yi family residence before stepping into the car. Departing swiftly. Chapter 10. As a master expert set their sights on the Yi family. Once everyone had vacated the Yi family estate, the question arose. To leave the country? Why would they need to? Did the Yi family not possess a venerable patriarch? The patriarch himself was a master-level expert. Would they truly fear provocation? The Yi family attained its status as one of the 6 great clans of the Daxia precisely due to their patriarch. Having entered the ranks of master level before the age of 30, he personally established the Tianlong army, which maintained peace in the southwest of Daxia for 50 years with an army of 800,000. Since the establishment of the Tianlong 9 armies, the southwestern borders have encountered no further conflict. Listening to Yi Changfeng's account, Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Had those who once attacked the Yi family returned to strike again? If even the master-level patriarch had been severely injured, it seemed their adversaries were formidable indeed. Yi Changfeng held a deep confidence in his grandson, having reached the master level before turning 20. Had it not been for that disastrous conflict 3 years prior which had damaged Yi Fan's foundation, he might now be a martial sovereign. Alas, such is fate. Those wretched scoundrels eagerly wish for the downfall of the Yi family. Yet they remain oblivious. Should the Yi family fall, they would surely suffer as well. While walking towards the back courtyard with his grandfather, Yi Fan suddenly turned to him and inquired, "By the way, grandfather, do you have any inkling as to who might be targeting our family?" Yi Changfeng shook his head. "After years of investigation, we have uncovered little concrete evidence. However, I can assert with certainty that this matter is undoubtedly linked to the Lin family." The Lin family, also one of the 6 great clans of Daxia, commanded another formidable army guarding the southeast, albeit with considerably less prestige and influence than the Yi family. Nevertheless, for many years, the Lin family has never ceased their attempt to claim the title of the foremost family. We need not seek proof. Merely knowing it involves the Lin family suffices. If necessary, we can simply eradicate them. A fierce glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes, for he was acutely aware of the terrifying strength of the North Falling sect. Had it not been for the sudden ambush by those mysterious experts back then, none could have ever shaken the North Falling sect. Yi Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. His eldest grandson seemed markedly different from before. Indeed, he had always been arrogant, but after 3 years of living within the Su family, he appeared to have grown even more so. Had he been stifled? My poor grandson! In the back courtyard, upon seeing his great-grandfather Yi Qingquan, Yi Fan instinctively felt the urge to act, but remembering his current condition, he restrained himself. Oh, not worry. Great-grandfather, I shall find a doctor to aid you. Unable to act himself, he resolved to seek out a formidable physician to act on his behalf. Ding-dong! Suddenly, Yi Fan's phone buzzed with a message from Hanjua. Young master, we have discovered that a master-level expert named Tian Kuei has been threatening to annihilate the Yi family. This individual lacks a sect and frequently appears in the black market of Yun City. Gazing at the message on his phone, a smirk graced Yi Fan's lips. Tian Kuei, you dare to lay hands on my Yi family? Then let us commence with you. Furthermore, I shall demonstrate the extent of my power. Observing Yi Fan's demeanor, Yi Changfeng grew anxious, as if he were a restless ant on a hot PAN at Yi Fan. What do you intend? Do you not plan to leave? Leave? Why would I? Grandfather, fret not, just a master-level expert. I can easily dispatch him. In a moment of candor, Yi Fan inadvertently revealed his true thoughts. Now that he had broken through to the 9th layer of the dragon control art, his strength surpassed that of a martial sovereign. And he could hardly conceive of anyone being his match. Perhaps the figures from the 4 great sacred lands might be worthy adversaries. Do not be absurd, fathered Yi Fan. You are being reckless. Do not be obstinate. Yi Changfeng attempted to persuade him, but Yi Qingquan interrupted, declaring, what merit is there in being a coward? Is death not the end? What a grand spectacle it would be. Look at Yi Fan. He embodies the spirit of our family. Even in my current state, should they dare approach, I shall tear a piece of flesh from a master-level expert. Though Yi Qingquan lay in bed, the commanding aura in his words inspired Yi Fan. This was the fiery bloodline of the Yi family. Yi Changfeng, unable to sway the 2 stubborn individuals, could only let out a resigned sigh. I have already requested assistance from the capital, and the Tianlong army has dispatched some of my old subordinates upon receiving the news. They are hurrying towards Yun City. May they endure this trial. Now, grandfather, great-grandfather, please rest. I have matters to attend to and shall return to see you later. Having learned that Tian Kuei intended to target the Yi family, Yi Fan resolved that the best course of action was to eliminate Tian Kuei before he could strike. Departing from the Yi family estate, Yi Fan set off towards the Yun City black market. Following the address provided by Hanjua in the Lin family courtyard, Lin Dong sat with bandages wrapped around his groin, legs splayed as he reclined in a chair. The higher-ups of the Lin family were gathered, their expressions grave. Indeed, second uncle, I witnessed it firsthand, and that Yi Fan is someone we are all familiar with. He is the Su family's son-in-law, having lived in Yun City for 3 years, and yet we remained unaware. But, second uncle, that bastard Yi Fan has rendered me incapable, and even though I am wed to the stunning Xian Yufei, I can do nothing. Lin Dong's eyes blazed with fury. That detestable Yi Fan had dared to ruin him. Lin Hua cast a dismissive glance at Lin Dong. This is trivial that in a few days, we can have a doctor attach a prosthetic. It will serve just as well. Chapter 11. Fishing for Evidence. My family possesses a radiant 3090, the black market of Yun City, located in the eastern outskirts, in the basement of an abandoned factory, backed by a sect. Even the authorities dare not act against it lightly. Operating 24 hours a day, the parking lot outside the black market was filled with luxury vehicles, even at 3 in the afternoon, since Yi Fan did not intend to reveal his true strength so soon. He decided to disguise his appearance. After parking the car, he casually manipulated his face in front of a mirror, revealing a handsome yet unfamiliar visage. Disguise techniques, a classic art from Yi Fan's sect. This cursed face of mine can only be described as handsome. Yi Jun Tian. At the registration desk, Yi Fan casually provided a name. And as for the verification of treasures, the elixirs he possessed were more than sufficient to grant him entry. Over the years, to expedite Yi Fan's recovery, the sect had poured all available cultivation resources into him. Though 4th-grade elixirs were rare, he still possessed several. These elixirs held immense allure for martial artists below the martial sovereign level. The underground black market was vast, comparable in size to a football field. It was divided into numerous stalls and aisles, where entrants could set up their own booths or trade freely. The lighting was dim, creating an aura of mystery. Yi Fan surveyed the bustling scene. There were at least 1,000 people present. In such low light, locating Tian Kuei would prove challenging, even with the aid of his mystic eye. According to Hanju's information, Tian Kuei's most distinct characteristic was his greed. Within this black market, Tian Kuei's most frequent activities involved murder and robbery, luring individuals with treasures before killing them to seize their belongings. Though he violated the unwritten rules of the underworld, Tian Kuei was astute enough never to cause a ruckus within the black market, leaving the sect that supported him with no recourse. Ladies and gentlemen, gather around. I possess exquisite elixirs that can aid in cultivation, assist in breakthroughs, and heal injuries. Top-tier, third-grade elixirs, available for exchange only. Yi Fan displayed several elixirs, intentionally flaunting them before the crowd, according to the unwritten rules of the martial world. Especially in such a black market, it was best to keep wealth concealed. Yet, Yi Fan aimed to do the opposite, seeking to lure out the snake from its den and draw Tian Kuei into the open. Third-grade elixirs, such are indeed precious items. In the marketplace, one would need to spend at least 10 million for a single item, wouldn't one? Indeed, the fragrance is exceptionally rich, my friend. Allow me to caution you. It is unwise to reveal such valuable possessions all at once. In the black market, it may be manageable, but once we leave this clandestine realm, should you fail to sell your goods, you may find yourself in quite a predicament. A throng of onlookers gathered around, some expressing astonishment, while others offered well-meaning advice to Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan merely smiled faintly. Rob? With my current prowess, who would dare attempt to rob me? Should anyone be foolish enough to try, I would ensure they are flayed alive. Several individuals approached, eager to exchange martial techniques or medicinal herbs with Yi Fan, but they were not the individuals he sought, and thus he paid them no mind. As he strolled, calling out cheerfully, he turned partway around and was approached by an elderly man clad in traditional attire, who smiled warmly at Yi Fan. Upon catching sight of the elixirs in Yi Fan's possession, the old man's eyes betrayed his avarice. Here he comes. The information provided by Hanju was thorough. It included a photograph of Tian Kuei, precisely the man before him. My friend, do you intend to trade all these elixirs? Tian Kuei took a few steps closer, scrutinizing the potions in Yi Fan's hands, confirming they were indeed third-tier elixirs. Recently, Tian Kuei had felt himself stagnating in his cultivation, having been stuck at the master level for years. Unable to advance. If he could obtain these third-tier elixirs, perhaps he could finally break through to the martial sovereign level. Indeed. Brother, do you possess any treasures of your own? If you do, I can offer you many elixirs in exchange. Just looked at as he spoke. Yi Fan produced several boxes from his person, each filled with an assortment of elixirs that, in total, he had displayed over a dozen boxes of elixirs. The sheer quantity left Tian Kuei's eyes wide with disbelief. Today he had encountered a veritable gold mine. Several onlookers regarded Yi Fan with expressions of regret, eager to warn him, but Tian Kuei shot them a sharp glance, the warning evident in his demeanor. This treasure belongs to me. Dare anyone challenge me, and I shall not hesitate to retaliate. Excellent. I do possess a considerable number of treasures at home, including martial techniques, various treasure maps, and rare herbs. Why don't you accompany me to my residence? Tian Kuei gazed at Yi Fan expectantly, fearful that he might decline. At my home, brother, feel free to choose any treasures you desire. I assure you, I am quite generous. As he spoke, Tian Kuei's fervent gaze drew closer. Affectionately draping an arm around Yi Fan's shoulder, an outsider, it would appear as though they were long-lost brothers. Yi Fan chuckled coldly to himself. This Tian Kuei could easily earn an Oscar for his acting. It was likely that he had engaged in such nefarious activities too many times to count, and thus was thoroughly familiar with the process. Really? Shall we depart at once? Yi Fan feigned surprise, but added, brother, you must not deceive me. I too am a martial arts expert, and my strength is not to be underestimated. If you betray me, I will not hold back. Yet for Tian Kuei, who was at the master level, Yi Fan's posturing was inconsequential and entirely manageable. Of course, let us hurry. We must finalize this transaction swiftly, for I have other matters to attend to this evening. Tian Kuei was somewhat anxious, having promised a powerful figure that he would act against the Yi family tonight. Yi Fan could easily surmise that Tian Kuei's business referred to an assault on the Yi family. Humph. If you wish to act against the Yi family, I shall send you on your way first. As Yi Fan and Tian Kuei made their way toward the exit, the crowd behind them murmured in regret. Alas, what a promising young man, about to fall prey to misfortune. That old scoundrel has already orchestrated 7 or 8 such incidents this month. Who would dare intervene, given his status as a master? He truly brings shame to martial artists. Following Tian Kuei out of the black market, Yi Fan, under Tian Kuei's enthusiastic invitation, chose not to drive his own vehicle. Instead, accompanying Tian Kuei in his car, swiftly departing from the black market of Yun City. However, the direction Tian Kuei drove was not toward the city center, but rather out of Yun City. Tian Kuei drove at a rapid pace. In less than 10 minutes, they had covered several kilometers. He finally parked beside a forest, with desolate land on one side and a sheer cliff on the other. Brother, is this our destination? It hardly resembles a home. Yi Fan disembarked, having already anticipated Tian Kuei's intentions, but feigned inquiry. Home? Huh. Young man, this is the graveyard I have chosen for you. What do you think? The feng shui is quite favorable. With mountains and water. Hand over your belongings, and I shall grant you a swift demise. Tian Kuei regarded Yi Fan with a calm demeanor. The fox's tail finally exposed. Chapter 12. The attempt to show off backfires. Easily overpowered. A graveyard? Brother, you must be mistaken. Did we not come here to conduct a transaction? Did you not claim to possess numerous treasures for exchange? I have so many elixirs here. We could certainly collaborate. A cold smile graced Yi Fan's lips, utterly devoid of any panic akin to that of an inexperienced youth. Yet, Tian Kuei was oblivious to this, his attention solely fixated on the elixirs in Yi Fan's grasp. Transaction? Dream on. Young man, you are far too naive. I, Tian Kuei, have never engaged in trade with others. When I desire something, I simply take it by force. As he spoke, Tian Kuei advanced toward Yi Fan, stating, You should not think of challenging me. I have already assessed your strength. You are merely at the control level, and I could crush you with a single blow. Hand over your belongings and speak your final words, though I will not assist you in any case. How vile! This old man is exceedingly wicked, but I wish to test him. Yi Fan's expression darkened as he fixated on Tian Kuei, his smile vanishing. Test? What a waste of time! Tian Kuei had closed the distance to within 2 meters of Yi Fan. Growing impatient with his demeanor, he raised his hand, aiming to strike Yi Fan's shoulder, intending to knock him unconscious, loot his treasures, and then toss him over the cliff to feed the eagles. This had been Tian Kuei's modus operandi. Boom! A powerful surge of energy emanated from Tian Kuei's palm, infused with lethal intent, crashing against Yi Fan's shoulder point. One must admit, the might of a master is indeed formidable. The immense aura reverberated violently, toppling trees in its wake. Yet after the strike, the anticipated outcome did not materialize. Yi Fan stood steadfast, not a muscle moving, not even a breath altered. Have you not eaten? Is this all the strength you possess? Yi Fan's gaze was laced with mockery as he regarded Tian Kuei. What the hell? Was that strike merely a fade? How could this fellow exhibit no reaction whatsoever? Die. Tian Kuei, undeterred, swung his fist once more, aiming for Yi Fan's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Tian Kuei unleashed all his might, tearing through the air with a mournful howl. A full-force punch from a master could obliterate an entire building. This young man appeared to be no more than in his early 20s. Surely, he could not possibly possess the strength of a master. I refused to believe that a single punch would fail to end him. Yet the reality was that as Tian Kuei thrust his fist forward, he watched in disbelief as it halted mere inches from Yi Fan's chest. A visible barrier of energy surrounded Yi Fan, like a wall, firmly obstructing Tian Kuei's fist, regardless of how he summoned his power. It would not budge an inch. Chi, you have actually cultivated Q. I doubt this, that is impossible to at that moment. Tian Kuei finally recognized something was amiss. The Yi Fan before him was not merely at the control level. It was said that only those at the pinnacle of martial sovereign, or even martial saint level, could manifest such a formidable protective aura. Yet, Yi Fan was barely over 20. How could he possess such extraordinary strength? Humph, impossible. You simply have not witnessed it before. Yi Fan cast a dispassionate glance at Tian Kuei. It was now time for him to take action. Without hesitation, Yi Fan delivered a swift strike to Tian Kuei's head. Thud! Yi Fan expertly controlled his strength, striking Tian Kuei's head without causing serious injury. Yet the force penetrated through Tian Kuei's body, driving him halfway into the ground like a pile driver. Crack! Crack! Yi Fan struck again, shattering Tian Kuei's dantian, fracturing his arms and legs. Tian Kuei collapsed to the ground, terror etched across his face as he gazed up at Yi Fan. Great one, spare me. I was wrong. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please grant me a reprieve. Tian Kuei's voice trembled with fear. From Yi Fan's recent actions, he realized that Yi Fan's strength surpassed his own by at least one tier, utterly overwhelming him. How laughable it was that he had been prancing about. Posturing before Yi Fan, was this not merely inviting trouble? Ah, great one, why did I can offer you money and many treasures? Even if I sought to rob you, you need not kill me. Silence, am I the one questioning you? Or are you questioning me? Crack. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan knocked out one of Tian Kuei's front teeth. The pain caused Tian Kuei to grimace, yet he recognized that Yi Fan was not to be trifled with. Speak. Who sent you to eradicate the Yi family? Yi Fan had sought out Tian Kuei today to eliminate the threat against the Yi family, and Tian Kuei was merely a lead-ada. You were the helper hired by the Yi family? Who exactly are you to... Tian Kuei, mid-sentence, suddenly realized he had erred. Such a question should not have been posed. Snap. Indeed, another tooth was knocked out by Yi Fan. Did you speak voluntarily, or shall I continue to knock out your teeth? If you remain silent despite losing your teeth, I might consider inserting a toothpick into your finger, or using the tiger bench, or lighting a sky lantern. There are at least 100 methods to make your life unbearable. Listening to Yi Fan's words, Tian Kuei understood that Yi Fan was indeed a man of his word. I will speak. I will speak. It is a big shot from the provincial capital who instructed me to take action. But we only communicated via phone. I have never met him in person. However, I have heard that he seems to be commissioned by the Lin family. Humph. The Lin family. Again, the Lin family? Now Yi Fan was beginning to suspect whether the Lin family had directly participated in the assault on the Yi family back then. Yi Fan asked several more questions, but Tian Kuei failed to provide any useful information. Big shot. I have told you everything I know. I will give you all my wealth and treasures. Please spare my life. Tian Kuei writhed on the ground, pleading humbly with Yi Fan smirked slightly. First, transfer your money to me. Let me see if it is enough to buy your life. Yi Fan provided his account number to Tian Kuei, then took out Tian Kuei's phone, utilizing facial recognition to transfer funds. To Yi Fan's astonishment, this fellow possessed several billion in cash. Additionally, Tian Kuei had diamonds, cultivation techniques, and elixir stored in a safe. Tian Kuei obediently handed over all his treasures to Yi Fan, revealing the safe's code and the keys to his villa, eagerly awaiting Yi Fan's response. Big shot. Is this enough? It is time to depart. Yi Fan chuckled coldly, then stomped down on Tian Kuei's neck. Crack! Tian Kuei's neck snapped, and he died on the spot to meet the king of hell. Such scum! How could Yi Fan possibly let him live? Chapter 13. I am not dead yet, and you want to steal my wife. In the black market parking lot, several acquaintances who had previously seen Yi Fan were taken aback as they spotted him emerging from Tian Kuei's vehicle, staring at him in disbelief. Little brother, you are still alive? Tian Kuei is dead? Yi Fan, with an air of calmness, replied, that old bastard attempted to steal my elixir and was killed by my punch. Killed? The expressions of those around Yi Fan changed instantaneously. Exchanging incredulous glances, they were all too aware of Tian Kuei's strength. He was a master-level expert, yet this brother had killed him with a single punch? The brother before them appeared unscathed, which implied that his strength far surpassed that of Tian Kuei. Brother, I am Zhang Tao. May I ask your name? Several men quickly gathered around, their gazes filled with fervor that Yi Fan's decisive action could be seen as a public service, and the prospect of securing such a powerful ally for the future was enticing. After hanging up the phone, Yi Fan drove towards the Sioux Corporation. Meanwhile, at the base of the Sioux Corporation, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stood at the entrance, holding a bouquet of flowers and sporting a cheerful demeanor, seemingly waiting for someone. This individual was none other than Yun Feiyong, a university classmate of Su Yixue from the provincial capital, who had pursued her for 4 to 5 years. Even after Su Yixue got married, he continued to pester her incessantly. Upon seeing Su Yixue exiting the office building, Yun Feiyong hurried over, smiling as he presented the flowers to her. "Yixue, you finally finished work? I've been waiting here for ages. Do you like this?" In truth, Su Yixue had always rejected Yun Feiyong's advances decisively. Yet for some reason, he clung to her like a stubborn gum, refusing to let go. "Ha! I know. Isn't he just that pathetic son-in-law? I've heard that since he married you, he has been idle, not working and wandering around clubs every day, and you are with such trash. Yixue, you are devaluing yourself." Yun Feiyong continued, looking at Su Yixue with feigned concern. "What is so bad about following me? My Yun family is a powerful clan dominating the Southwest, and I am truly sincere towards you. Yixue, my own husband, I will cherish. Yun Feiyong, if you continue to speak ill of my husband, do not blame me for being impolite." Su Yixue circumvented Yun Feiyong, gazing into the distance, waiting for Yi Fan to come pick her up. Yun Feiyong obstructed her path, a shadow of malice crossing his brow. "Yixue, think about it. You know that the raw materials for your Su Corporation's jewelry industry are supplied by my Yun family. If we join forces, the Su family will surely thrive." As he spoke, Yun Feiyong forcefully shoved the flowers into Su Yixue's hands, his words clearly laced with threats. "Consider what?" Suddenly, a large hand reached over, snatching the flowers from Yun Feiyong's grasp and smashing them onto the ground. "Damn it! I'm not dead yet, and you dare to poach my wife. Are you seeking death?" Hearing that familiar voice, Su Yixue's anxious heart immediately relaxed. "Husband, you're here." Su Yixue smiled and linked her arm with Yi Fan's, displaying a warm affection. "This guy's been pestering me for a long time. He is so annoying. You are that trash son-in-law, Yi Fan, a soft-handed pretty boy living off a woman. What is there to be proud of?" Yun Feiyong appraised Yi Fan with derision, and inwardly, he couldn't help but acknowledge that Yi Fan was indeed more handsome than he was. Slap. Yi Fan wasted no time on pleasantries and delivered a resounding slap to Yun Feiyong's face. Calling him trash. Is this how you show courtesy? If your parents did not teach you manners, then let me, your father, educate you on how to behave? What the hell oh no. Yun Feiyong stammered, his eyes filled with stars after the slap, his body spinning several times before he barely steadied himself. Half of his face instantly swelled up. "You actually dare to hit me. Do you know who I am?" As the young master of the Yun family, born with a silver spoon, he had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to him in such a manner, let alone hit him. With the backing of Bilyoshimin and the Yi family, the foremost family in the Great Xia, how could Yi Fan remain so low-key? Life and death are trivial matters. If you're not satisfied, then bring it on. You that vulgar. Yun Feiyong, clutching his swollen face, glared at Yi Fan in resentment. "How could someone like you possibly deserve Yixue? You don't even work. Have you seen my imported BMW? It costs $1 million. You'd be lucky to earn that in your lifetime working as a security guard. And the watch I'm wearing is worth $3 million. Have you ever seen anything like in terms of physical strength?" Yun Feiyong dared not take action against Yi Fan, so he attempted to crush him financially. Su Yixue, beside Yi Fan, smiled faintly, silently lamenting how foolish Yun Feiyong was. Yi Fan was no ordinary person. He was the young master of the Li family, one of the 4 great families of Yu City. Li Tao had personally come to curry favor with Yi Fan, offering to invest $30 billion in the Su Corporation. Although Su Yixue was unaware of Yi Fan's true background, she knew he was definitely not an ordinary individual. "Husband, if you like luxury cars, I will take you to buy one tomorrow, all right?" Su Yixue fully embraced the strategy of pampering her husband. Whatever her husband needed was right. Yun Feiyong, watching from the side, turned ashen with anger, feeling ignored while Yi Fan received such adoration. What was so special about him? Boom! Before Yi Fan could respond, a black Hummer suddenly accelerated from a distance and crashed directly into Yun Feiyong's BMW. The modified Hummer had a sturdiness comparable to a tank, and this collision instantly crumpled Yun Feiyong's BMW, deforming the entire vehicle. "Fool! Now, your car is junk, and I'll write your surname backward. Wang Fuguei leaped out of the vehicle. Swaggering towards Yifan, "Big brother, I have long found this idiot displeasing." "Well done." Yifan couldn't help but give Wang Fuguei a thumbs up. Chapter 14. Two idiots together make a bigger idiot. Ah. My car, damn it. Yun Feiyong, seeing his newly purchased vehicle nearly totaled, rushed over, wailing as he touched the surface of the car. You robbers. Seeing the expressions of Yifan and Wang Fuguei, Yun Feiyong quickly realized they were in cahoots. My car is worth several million. If I don't get a proper explanation today, don't even think about leaving here. Yun Feiyong coldly admonished Wang Fuguei and Yifan while signaling to a black business car behind him. 6 bodyguards in black suits swiftly exited the vehicle, surrounding Yifan and Su Yishue. Either compensate for the damages, or, Yishue, you'll have dinner with me tonight. I can let them offer this car. Slap. What level are you? You dare ask to have dinner with my sister-in-law. Dream on. Before Yifan could act, Wang Fuguei struck first, sending Yun Feiyong flying with a slap, and then relentlessly kicked him. The other bodyguards attempted to retaliate against Wang Fuguei, but although he was somewhat portly, his movements were surprisingly agile. With a few powerful punches, he knocked the bodyguards to the ground. Watching this scene, Yifan's eyes gleamed with surprise. Fatty, you actually know martial arts? How come I never knew before? Wang Fuguei wore a mischievous grin and said, Brother, I never anticipated that our grandfathers were old friends for many years. To think that my brother is the mysterious young master of the Yi family. Had I known earlier, I should have come to curry favor with you sooner. Wang Fuguei's brazen demeanor left Yifan feeling somewhat exasperated. Get lost. Tonight, I have to accompany Yishue to an event. You handle things here? Understood. As Yifan departed with Su Yishue, Wang Fuguei's arrogant voice echoed behind them. Do you know who my brother is? The young master of the Yi family, the foremost family in the Great Xia. How dare you provoke him? I'll make you regret it. Don't forget, this is Yun City. I in the car. Su Yishue glanced at Wang Fuguei's retreating figure in the rearview mirror. Her expression filled with concern. Darling, is this really okay? The Yun family wields considerable influence in the Southwest. What if they seek revenge? Revenge? Yifan scoffed at the notion. With his current strength, he had no fear of a mere Yun family retaliation. Not to mention the formidable power of the Beiluo Sherman. Even the now declining Yi family was not one the Yun family could afford to offend. Yifan gazed tenderly at Su Yishue. He genuinely cherished her. Having been part of the Su family for 3 years, Su Yishue had never once treated Yifan with disdain, showering him with affection as if he were a treasure. At the foot of the Su group building, Yun Feiyong had just been thoroughly beaten by Wang Fuguei, his face resembling that of a pig's head, and his groin had endured several kicks. Watching Wang Fuguei and Yifan walk away, Yun Feiyong muttered darkly, You two scoundrels, just you wait. The thought of Su Yishue ignited a fiery intensity in his gaze. Damn, that wretched Su Yishue, if it weren't for the power behind your mother. I wouldn't be so subservient in my pursuit of you. Once I get you in a bed, just wait and see how I'll make you pay. After a brief hesitation, Yun Feiyong dialed a number. Hello, Lin Xiao, are you attending the business banquet tonight? I hear there will be many beautiful women. What? You got beaten up? Who did it? Was it Yifan again? Damn, that scoundrel is also going to the banquet with Su Yishue. This is your territory. You mustn't let him have it easy. The two disgruntled comrades shared their grievances over the phone. The voice on the other end belonged to none other than Lin Dong, who had also been bested by Yifan at the Yi family. This business banquet was initiated by the Lin family of Yun City, aimed at uniting the business magnates of the Southwest to foster a better commercial environment in the region. However, it was merely an occasion for mutual flattery, providing a platform for the elites to connect. At 7 o'clock, Yifan and Su Yishue arrived punctually at the entrance of the Lin family banquet hall. Lin Dong, having been humiliated by Yifan of the Yi family, felt almost indifferent upon seeing Xian Yufei. The thought of his uncle planning to use a poodle's toothpick to reconnect him only made Lin Dong feel as if he had swallowed a fly. Damn it, once the poodle is back, will my future son be a dog or my own? Yifan smirked upon seeing the two fools, Lin Dong and Yun Feiyong. What is this? Haven't you had enough beating yet? Do you really think 2 fools combined can surpass one? In my eyes, you're merely a larger fool. A subtle wave of martial energy emanated from Yi Fan, causing Lin Dong and Yun Feiyang to involuntarily shudder and take several steps back. Now aware of Yi Fan's true identity, Yun Feiyang realized the gravity of the situation. Yi Fan was indeed the young master of the illustrious Yi family. This was complicated. Let us bide our time. Lin Xiao, we have a plan to execute later. Yun Feiyang urged Lin Dong, who reluctantly suppressed his anger and allowed Yi Fan to enter. He then turned to a nearby waiter and took 2 glasses of champagne, handing one to Yi Fan. Taking a deep breath, Lin Dong managed a strained smile as he addressed Yi Fan. Yi Xiao, I was impulsive earlier at the Yi family, which led to some misunderstandings. This glass of wine is my apology. Can Yi Xiao drink it? Yi Fan accepted the glass, casting a cursory glance before suppressing a cold chuckle. You lot think you can play these games with me? Yi Fan possessed the innate ability to see what ordinary people could not. Upon inspecting the champagne, he discerned it contained the phlegm of at least 5 individuals. Yi Fan regarded Lin Dong with newfound intent. Just then, a graceful figure swiftly approached, exclaiming, Yi Fan, you must not drink that glass of wine. Yi Fan looked up in surprise. The girl before him was none other than Xian Yufei, who had sought to annul their engagement. Dressed in a black evening gown, her fair shoulders glimmered under the lights, her slender figure and noble demeanor making her the focal point of the event. Hadn't she just come to call off their engagement? What was her intention now? Xian Yufei had alerted Yi Fan because she had noticed something amiss. Before Yi Fan's arrival, she had seen Lin Dong, Yun Feiyang, and several other young masters huddled together, conspiring and secretly spitting into a cup. Initially, Xian Yufei was unaware of Lin Dong's intentions, but upon realizing he meant to have Yi Fan drink that tainted glass, she understood. Lin Dong aimed to humiliate Yi Fan by forcing him to consume their phlegm-laden drink. While the harm was minimal, the insult was profound. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Lin Dong's treachery, Xian Yufei felt compelled to intervene. Logically, she should harbor resentment toward Yi Fan for breaking their engagement, yet she found herself oddly intrigued by him. Yufei, what are you doing? Lin Dong's expression turned frantic as he saw Xian Yufei step forward, perplexed. After tonight, she would become his fiancée. Shouldn't she side with him? What I do is none of your concern. Xian Yufei had never held any affection for Lin Dong. Her agreement to annul the engagement with the Yi family stemmed from her desire to escape her predetermined fate, understanding the constraints imposed by her family. She had reluctantly consented to attend a banquet. Her previously calm demeanor was disrupted upon seeing Yi Fan, stirring a restlessness within her. This glass of wine could not be consumed. As she spoke, Xian Yufei reached for the glass in Yi Fan's hand, intending to pour the champagne out. However, when she grasped it, Yi Fan held on firmly, a playful glint in his eyes. Oh, my former wife, it seems you still harbor some feelings. Yi Fan appraised Xian Yufei. If you hadn't been so eager to annul our engagement, perhaps this fruit would taste quite sweet. Winking at her, Yi Fan leaned closer to whisper, I appreciate your good intentions. Don't worry, I know my limits. A warm breath brushed against Xian Yufei's ear, igniting a wave of heat within her, her face flushing crimson. Did he truly understand? Before she could ponder further, Yi Fan made his move. He stepped forward, hooking his arm around Lin Dong's neck. Lin Xiao, you are indeed magnanimous. Even after I kicked you in the balls, you are still so understanding and willing to reconcile. For that spirit, we must share a drink. Every word Yi Fan spoke struck a nerve in Lin Dong, yet he felt a flicker of happiness at the last remark. No matter what, as long as Yi Fan drank from that glass, the animosity in Lin Dong's heart would lessen significantly. Exactly. Lin Dong raised his glass, clinking it with Yi Fan's, anticipation shining in his eyes. Once Yi Fan drank that champagne, Lin Dong would reveal the truth. However, to Lin Dong's utter astonishment, just as he was about to drink, Yi Fan suddenly tipped the glass, pouring the tainted champagne straight into Lin Dong's mouth. Lin Xiao, drink up. Our past grievances are now settled. As Yi Fan spoke, he guzzled the clean glass of wine Lin Dong had held, deliberately flipping the empty glass to showcase it. 2 seconds later, Lin Dong finally registered what had transpired. That scoundrel Yi Fan had forced the phlegm-filled champagne into his mouth. The drink he had just swallowed contained the phlegm of himself, Yun Feiyang, and several other young masters. No wonder it tasted of spices, garlic, and chives. Yin Feiyang had mentioned he had hot pot for lunch. Gagging, Lin Dong felt as though his insides were about to explode. You, damn you. He bolted toward the restroom, clutching his mouth. Inside, he violently retched, nearly expelling everything he had consumed in the past 3 days. By the end, what emerged was a dark, stringy mass that should have exited from another orifice. Lin Dong was utterly revolted. He felt as if he could turn his stomach inside out and cleanse it with a high-pressure hose. Yi Fan, you scoundrel, I will not let this matter rest. In the banquet hall, witnessing Lin Dong's disheveled departure, Xian Yufei could not help but let a faint smile grace her lips. This Yi Fan. How wicked. It seems you were aware all along, yet you made me worry so. Humph. Xian Yufei rarely indulged in such playful admonishments before Yi Fan, resembling a young girlfriend teasing her boyfriend. Why Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. Had Xian Yufei, who had already called off their engagement, developed feelings for him? This damned charm of mine, it seems I must learn to rein it in, the crucial factor being his legitimate wife, Su Yixue, was still by his side. Yi Fan cast a glance to the side, where Su Yixue, adorned in a splendid purple gown, exuded elegance and grace, her tall and slender figure making her a breathtaking presence. Together, they were the epitome of beauty, each a perfect 10, shining brighter than anyone else in the room. Hello, I am Su Yixue, Yi Fan's wife. Su Yixue was the first to speak, extending her hand gracefully towards Xian Yufei. Upon hearing Su Yixue's introduction, Xian Yufei felt an unexpected pang in her heart. Why Yi Fan's wife? If she refrained from causing trouble, wouldn't she be the one entitled to that title? Hello, I am Xian Yufei, the long-engaged fiancé Yi of the Yi and Xian families. It was evident that Xian Yufei did not wish to appear inferior in this verbal exchange, opting to reveal only half the truth. Indeed, she was the chosen fiancé Yi of the Yi and Xian families. Yet the reality was that the engagement had been called off that very afternoon. Miss Xian. Yi Fan attempted to clarify, not wanting to let his wife, Su Yixue, misunderstand the situation. However, Xian Yufei provided no opportunity for explanation. Miss Su, I would like to invite Yi Xiao to dance with me shortly. I trust you won't mind. Will you? Yi Fan sensed the palpable tension in the air. Was war about to commence? I certainly do not mind. After all, men can occasionally indulge in a change of taste, and I fully support it. For the one at a disadvantage will not be my husband. Su Yixue maintained a smile on her face, yet her words were laced with provocation. The Yi Fan could only think, goodness, dear wife, you must refuse her. Xian Yufei, having already ended their engagement, was now extending an invitation to dance, clearly attracted to his allure. Miss Su certainly has a keen sense of humor, but I do understand the order of precedence. We shall see each other later. While speaking, Xian Yufei shot Yi Fan a flirtatious glance before elegantly turning away. The mention of precedence was unmistakable. Xian Yufei was subtly reminding Su Yixue that, in terms of their relationship with Yi Fan, she was the first that it was because things did not work out between Xian Yufei and Yi Fan that Su Yixue had the opportunity. Yi Fan, a man standing at the pinnacle of the world, suddenly found himself struggling more against 2 women than he would against a martial arts master. What had become of the proud Yi Xiao? It appeared that next time these young ladies acted so brazenly before him, they would be in for a swift reprimand. Yi Fan wished to explain, but Su Yixue promptly leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips. Husband, you need not explain anything to me. My heart belongs solely to you. And for you, I am willing to endure everything. Just think, I can even accept you visiting the club to socialize with women. How could I possibly fear one more? As she spoke, Su Yixue playfully twisted her body in Yi Fan's embrace. Darling, shall we seize the night for ourselves? Observing Su Yixue's bashful demeanor, Yi Fan recalled that he had indeed mastered the dragon's sovereign technique, making the union quite feasible. All right, I foresee that tonight shall be a sleepless night. By the way, I came across a new position yesterday that you might want to tee. Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Su Yixue's slender waist, his eyes glowing with desire, causing Su Yixue's cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Husband, you are incorrigibly wicked. Seeing his wife in such a state, Yi Fan could only sigh in exasperation. Junior sister, I still love you. But such fervor is truly difficult for me to resist. Yi Fan had forgotten the wise words of an esteemed mentor. Treasures are treasures, darlings are darlings, beloveds are beloveds, and sweethearts are sweethearts. How could one betray the true affections of life? Ladies and gentlemen, I warmly welcome you all to the banquet hosted by the Lin family, a testament to our esteemed lineage. Today, we gather for one purpose: to eat, drink, and enjoy ourselves. Anticipate the surprise event we have prepared for you. The banquet commenced officially, with Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, taking the stage. This middle-aged man, with his charm and eloquence, made everyone feel valued and appreciated. Yet Yi Fan's mind was preoccupied with thoughts of how to eliminate him. From Tian Kuei and his grandfather, he had gathered that the attack on the Yi family years ago was closely tied to the Lin family. Thus, acting against the Lin family required no evidence. As long as he knew they were responsible, they deserved annihilation. Now, for our first activity, the free dance. Everyone may invite a partner of their choosing to dance. Though the announcements suggested freedom, as the lights illuminated the room, they instantly focused on none other than Lin Dong. After nearly half an hour spent in the restroom retching, his face was ashen, particularly since his trousers bore the marks of Yi Fan's earlier confrontation, now bandaged and swollen. Nevertheless, Lin Dong understood the significance of this event for both the Lin and Xian families. Allow me to introduce the third-generational lead of the Lin family, Lin Dong, a young man already managing 2 publicly listed companies with profits exceeding hundreds of millions last year. Lin Hua continued to extol Lin Dong's virtues, clearly seeking to elevate his stature. The Lin family intended to formally promote Lin Dong among their third generation. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Lin Dong was destined to inherit the entire Lin family legacy. Dear Miss Xian Yufei, may I have the honor of inviting you to dance? Lin Dong elegantly approached Xian Yufei, seated nearby. This beautiful lady was renowned on the Great Xia's beauty list, and surely everyone present recognized her. Miss Xian has been a close friend of mine for many years, perhaps even childhood sweethearts. Let us all extend our best wishes to them. As Lin Hua spoke, the spotlight shifted to another table where several senior members of the Xian family were also present, including Xian Zhenghua, the head of the Xian family, who waved at the audience. The implications were certainly worth pondering. Lin Hua introducing Lin Dong in front of so many people was one thing, but mentioning the relationship between Lin Dong and Xian Yufei was quite another. The presence of senior Xian family members at the banquet without objection suggested a potential alliance between the Lin and Xian families. The ramifications of such a union would be monumental for the Great Xia, threatening the position of the Yi family, the foremost clan in the region, especially following that attack 3 years prior. Xian Yufei sat at her chair, her expression rapidly shifting as she faced Lin Dong's invitation, remaining silent. Lin Dong grew anxious. Miss Xian, do you accept? This was all part of a carefully rehearsed script. Dancing together was intended as a premiere for their upcoming engagement. At this critical moment, Xian Yufei hesitated. Lin Dong shot a glance in Yi Fan's direction, cursing inwardly. Could it be that Xian Yufei was rejecting him because of Yi Fan? I refuse. In front of all those present, Xian Yufei boldly declined Lin Dong's invitation and swiftly made her way toward Yi Fan, exclaiming, I'm already engaged to someone, namely the eldest son of the Yi family. Yi Fan, as Xian Yufei grasped Yi Fan's arm and pulled him up, the crowd was left in stunned silence. What was happening? Everyone was aware of the intricate machinations of these elite families. Had they not already orchestrated this evening's events? Everyone presumed a union between the Lin and Xian families was a foregone conclusion. Yet Xian Yufei had not only rejected Lin Dong's invitation, but had also raised the hand of another man. What did this signify? A blatant slap in the face. Chapter 17. The Yi family's grand scheme. Yi Fan offered a faint smile. Initially, he had no intention of responding to Xian Yufei's invitation. Yet the mere thought of displeasing the Lin family piqued his interest. Yufei was not wrong. Even if I have no desire for Yufei as a wife, it is certainly not for you to fawn over. Be gone. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Fan sent Lin Dong flying with a single kick. His voice, though not loud, echoed in the now silent hall. Most present heard his words clearly. What? The Xian family and the Yi family have a prearranged engagement. It appears likely, given that the assault on the Yi family years ago caused significant trauma. With the return of the Yi family's young master, does this signal a resurgence? However, I have heard that this Yi fan has already married into the Su family. And now, there is Xian Yufei. This is intriguing. The crowd buzzed with speculation, creating an oddly charged atmosphere. Lin Hua observed the guests' reactions and turned his gaze to Xian Zhenghua, eager to gauge his stance. Yet, Xian Zhenghua was instead keenly watching the clash between Yi Fan and Lin Dong. Earlier that day, upon discovering that the Yi family's young master was hidden in Yun City following the annulment of the engagement, Xian Zhenghua sensed that something was amiss. Yi Fan must have his own trump card. When he conversed with Xian Yufei, they had pondered whether the annulment was indeed the right course of action. A master expert has been killed? Xian Zhenghua's brow furrowed. Everyone in Yun City was well aware the master experts present to discreetly eliminate a master expert. One must possess strength far surpassing theirs. A young man has just slain Tian Kuei at such a critical moment. Moreover, he carries the surname Yi. Xian Zhenghua regarded Yi Fan with a complex expression. If this young man truly belongs to the Yi family, then the Yi family may be poised for a grand resurgence. Did my Xian family err in judgment this time? I hope not too gravely. Upon learning this news, Xian Zhenghua ignored Lin Hua's probing gaze, signaling his clear intent not to obstruct Xian Yufei's actions. Such disgraceful matters shall naturally fall upon the Lin family to bear. It is quite normal for the youth to harbor their own thoughts. Come, let's all rise. Our mysterious event later must continue. As Lin Hua spoke, he cast a glance toward Xian Zhen. The alliance between the Lin and Xian families was a decision mutually agreed upon by their higher echelons. Surely it could not be simply discarded due to a dance? Xian Yufei's expression dimmed. Her gaze towards Yi Fan filled with confusion. Why Yi Fan? Do you think me fickle? I do not truly care for Lin Dong. I merely resist my family's directives to marry a man I have never met. Yet upon encountering you, I realized. Realized what? That I am so handsome you fell hopelessly in love and wished to dedicate yourself to me. Even at the cost of offending the Lin family? Yi Fan regarded Xian Yufei, a slight smirk gracing his lips. These young ladies from prominent families are not merely beautiful. Their intellect is equally formidable. Xian Yufei's decision must have been made after considerable reflection, and the absence of intervention from her family's higher-ups indicates a nuanced stance. They have not fully aligned with the Lin family. This realization softened Yi Fan's feelings towards Xian Yufei somewhat. How shameless! Xian Yufei playfully pouted, shifting slightly in Yi Fan's embrace. Upon scrutinizing him anew, she found him undeniably attractive, with naturally captivating eyes that seemed to ensnare one's very soul. Am I truly falling for Yi Fan? The thought startled her. How could this be? I was the one who sought to annul our engagement, and that fellow even wrote a large character for divorce. There is no longer any connection between us, and the prospect of us being together again is virtually impossible. On the surface, Xian Yufei's rejection signifies her family's position. Xian Zhenghua, as the head of such a vast clan, was no fool. He deftly remarked, Lin family head, there is something you may be unaware of. The master expert who planned to bloodily eliminate the Yi family tonight has already been slain. What? Lin Hua's reaction to this revelation was exceedingly dramatic. The master expert is dead? How was I not informed? The Yi family has once again narrowly escaped disaster. This situation is becoming troublesome. Xian Zhenghua, that old fox. Humph. Now that you have come, it shall not be so easy for you to withdraw. Chapter 18. A dragon and two phoenixes dance. Stunning all in the grand hall, Yi Fan and Xian Yufei were engaged in a dance. Upon noticing Su Yishue seated with a forlorn expression, Yi Fan felt a pang of compassion. However, releasing Xian Yufei now seemed inappropriate. Before Xian Yufei could react, Yi Fan swiftly maneuvered to Su Yishue's side, exclaiming, Dear wife, may I invite you to join me in this dance? Su Yishue was momentarily taken aback, but upon meeting Yi Fan's earnest gaze, she did not hesitate to respond, Yes. Su Yishue's affection for Yi Fan was genuine. She even offered him money to pursue romantic interests. So what was a dance? Thus, the audience was treated to a breathtaking spectacle. In an expansive dance floor, Yi Fan embraced the two most radiant beauties, twirling them in harmony with the music. at times. They resembled celestial maidens scattering flowers, at others, competing blossoms in spring, and at yet other moments, they embodied the blossoming of youth. Astonishing. Astonishing scarcely sufficed to describe the scene. Every gaze was drawn to Yifan, Su Yixue, and Xian Yufei. Though a few others had been dancing, they all made way for the trio, for no matter how graceful their movements, they paled in comparison to Yifan and his companions. Everyone immersed themselves in this enchanting atmosphere, as if it were the most natural occurrence in the world. Outside the throng, a familiar figure hurried into the hall. Su Yixue's cousin, Su Dong, spotting Yun Feiyong and Lin Dong. He called out, "Young Master Yun, I finally found you. So, have you won my sister's heart?" At that moment, Yun Feiyong, sporting a bruised visage, was incensed by the scene before him. Hearing Su Dong's inquiry, he kicked him in the backside, retorting, "Are you blind?" As Su Dong glanced at the dance floor, he was astonished to see Yifan not only embracing Su Yixue, but also the stunning Xian Yufei. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, impressive." Lin Dong and Yun Feiyong, upon hearing Su Dong's remarks, glared at him with fury, causing Su Dong to retract his neck sheepishly, wearing an awkward smile. In the center of the floor, as the music neared its conclusion, Yifan called out, suddenly lifting both Su Yixue and Xian Yufei high into the air. He then spread his arms and stood on one leg, striking a pose reminiscent of a golden rooster standing alone. Meanwhile, Su Yixue and Xian Yufei gracefully settled in Yifan's palms, their bodies steady as mountains in the air. They resembled twin phoenixes spreading their wings, akin to ethereal maidens from a celestial realm. Splendid, such a performance, wonderful. It feels as though I've been transported into a dream. So beautiful. A perfect match. The guests erupted in applause, their hands nearly stinging from the fervor of their clapping. Lin Dong, standing on the periphery, angrily smashed his glass to the ground, cursing, "Damn it, how can that scoundrel Yifan not just disappear? How infuriating! Today is clearly my domain." Yet Yifan had become the star of the evening, dazzling all in attendance. Not only that, but Xian Yufei and Su Yixue were dancing alongside him. Such grandiosity. Yifan's words left the audience momentarily stunned. The Yi family? Which Yi family? My goodness, the very same Yi family renowned as the foremost clan in the Great Xia? The enigmatic young master of the Yi family, who is said to have perished 3 years ago in that attack, has now returned with such flair? No wonder he possesses such audacity. He is indeed the young master of the Yi family. In that moment, everyone present etched Yifan's name into their memories. Meanwhile, the two stunning beauties in Yifan's embrace felt as though their hearts might leap from their chests. This rogue, orchestrating such an exquisitely romantic scene. How can one endure it? Their eyes met, recognizing that he was indeed the one who stirred their hearts. Su Yixue and Xian Yufei simultaneously glanced at Yifan below, then exchanged a knowing look before pretending as if nothing had transpired. Once Yifan gently lowered the two beauties, Su Yixue tenderly leaped into his arms, exclaiming, "Darling, you were amazing. I love you." Beside them, Xian Yufei remained attached to Yifan's arm, declaring, "He once that was also my husband." Yifan smiled lightly, addressing Xian Yufei. "Miss Xian, let us part ways. Just this morning, you were quite fervent in seeking to annul our engagement, that we are no longer connected. Is it not permissible for one to change their mind?" Xian Yufei pouted, her expression one of feigned innocence. Yet Yifan ignored her and, still holding Su Yixue, made his way back to his seat. Watching his retreating figure, Xian Yufei's lips curled into a sly smile. "Umph, you rogue, thinking you can charm me and then simply walk away. In this lifetime, I am bound to you." The shifting thoughts of Xian Yufei have inevitably rendered the upcoming activities of the Lin family a grand farce. Yet, Lin Hua and Lin Dong still cling to their delusions, believing that Xian Yufei would not disregard the honor of the Lin and Xian families in matters of great significance. They continue to push for the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xian families, attempting to forcefully bind them together. Lin Hua exchanged a knowing glance with Xian Zhenghua, and once the crowd's emotions settled, he took the microphone once more, proclaiming, "Miss Xian indeed possesses remarkable grace. Thank you, young Master Yi, for your cooperation in the performance. Tonight, There's another splendid matter concerning Miss Xian. The Lin and Xian families have jointly decided to arrange an engagement ceremony between Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei. What say you, everyone? A chorus of ah, good, erupted from a few senior sycophants of the Lin family, hastily cheering to enliven the atmosphere. However, most guests remained skeptical. After all, Xian Yufei had just rebuffed Lin Dong's invitation to dance. And now the Lin family wished to proceed with the engagement. Were they not out of their minds? Chapter 19. Sister Ishua, you wouldn't mind if Yi Fan had another wife, would you? Now let us welcome Lin Dong and Miss Xian Yufei to the stage. Lin Hua was utterly unconcerned about any potential awkwardness, forcefully pushing the proceedings forward. After all, he was not the one feeling embarrassed. That burden belonged to others. Lin Dong stepped up, but Xian Yufei remained seated, showing no intention of moving. Yufei, what is the matter? Xian Zhenghua inquired, aware of Xian Yufei's sentiments, yet unable to express his stance overtly in this precarious situation. Although the Yi family had not yet fallen, no one could predict what troubles they might face in the future. Besides, the Lin family had a mysterious force backing them. The Xian family found themselves caught in the middle, unable to offend either side. Uncle, I do not wish to marry, Xian Yufei declared with resolute clarity. If you do not wish to marry, then follow your heart, Xian Zhenghua remarked, casting a glance toward Yi Fan's direction, realizing that neither he nor his uncle could alter the current predicament. Such words made Xian Zhenghua's meaning abundantly clear. If the Xian family could not break the deadlock, then the only one bold enough to confront the Lin family would be Yi Fan. Understand? Thank you, uncle. Xian Yufei smiled and quickly approached Yi Fan. For Yi Fan, whether Xian Yufei and Lin Dong became engaged held no consequence, as he planned to raise the Lin family to the ground once the forces under Beiluo Sherman arrived in a couple of days. However, the gaze Xian Yufei directed at Yi Fan brimmed with unspoken affection as she approached him to seek assistance. Why, Yi Fan? I do not wish to marry. You? Before she could finish, Yi Fan interrupted. If you want my help, that's one thing, but if I assist you further, you might truly fall for me. As he spoke, Xian Yufei turned her pleading eyes towards Su Ishua. Naturally, Su Ishua understood the gravity of the situation. The Lin family sought to forcibly arrange the engagement between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong. Yet Xian Yufei was unwilling to. It seemed that the only one capable of resolving the impasse was her husband. Yi Fan, however, judging by Yi Fan's expression, he had no intention of assisting Xian Yufei. Although Su Ishua wished for Yi Fan to help her, she respected his wishes. Miss Xian, I'll defer my husband as long as he is willing. I wouldn't mind a single wife, or even 10. I could even assist them during their confinement. Cough, cough. Yi Fan internally exclaimed in disbelief. His treasure of a wife was far too bold. Not only was she willing to let him indulge in flirtations, but she was also remarkably open-minded. It seemed that he was indeed fortunate. Seeing Xian Yufei gazing at him with anticipation, Yi Fan pondered how to navigate this situation. Meanwhile, Lin Dong, unable to contain himself any longer, rushed over with a resentful glare directed at Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I want to hold you accountable for other matters, but today is a pivotal day for my engagement. If you dare to disrupt it, the Lin family will not rest until we settle this. Yi Fan rolled his eyes, silently thinking that the Lin family had participated in the assault on the Yi family. If they weren't seeking vengeance, he certainly would. Young Master Lin, you jest. Today is your grand day, and I should be celebrating with you. It would be best if the wine had some flavor, perhaps a sour spicy or hot pot flavor, wouldn't you agree? Young Master Lin. Others were somewhat baffled by Yi Fan's words, but Lin Dong understood that Yi Fan was mocking him for swallowing his pride earlier. Ugh, the mention of that incident made Lin Dong feel nauseous. Nearly on the verge of vomiting. Yi Fan, don't go too far. Don't think the Lin family fears you. We didn't fear you before, and we certainly won't now, if you provoke me. I'll make sure you. Lin Dong trailed off, realizing that continuing this confrontation was unwise, so he turned his gaze to the seated Xian Zhenghua. Uncle, look, I've come down to invite Yufei. Why don't you say a word to let her come up and complete the ceremony? Lin Dong was attempting to leverage the Lin family's influence to pressure Xian Zhenghua, hoping to use Xian Zhenghua's authority to coerce Xian Yufei. while also hoping to leverage the crowd's presence to pressure the Xian family into saving face and prompting Xian Yufei to take the stage. However, Lin Dong was unaware that Xian Jingguo's stance had already been made clear. There was no way he would be led by Lin Dong's nose. Young Master Lin, matters of the youth are best left to the young. I've heard that you are quite the charmer. If you can't even win over Yufei, as the ancients say, if you can't sweep your own house, how can you expect to govern a kingdom? Given the vast estate of the Lin family, I wouldn't dare hand it over to you, would I? This comparison to wooing women and managing a family seemed utterly unrelated. Lin Dong's face turned pale. Realizing that Xian Zhenghua was putting him on the spot, it seemed that if he failed to secure Xian Yufei today, he would be deemed worthless. All this was thanks to Yi Fan. If he weren't present, wouldn't Xian Yufei have been entirely at his mercy? Contemplating this, Lin Dong planned to summon bodyguards to expel Yi Fan. However, before he could act, Xian Zhenghua continued. However, I do have a suggestion. Regardless of the quarrels and commotion, given the presence of so many guests, it wouldn't be proper to resort to violence. Lin Dong was left speechless. This old man was clearly targeting him. Yet Lin Dong failed to notice that Xian Jingguo's gaze was fixed on Yi Fan when he said this. Yi Fan, who had initially intended to stay out of Xian Yufei's affairs, decided against letting Lin Dong have an easy time of it upon seeing his irritating expression. For Yi Fan, his combat prowess was nearly unmatched. With a single punch, he could send Lin Dong flying, thus resolving the issue. Yet, that was not the most prudent course of action. Observing the look in Xian Jingguo's eyes and hearing his words, Yi Fan glanced up at the massive chandelier above, and a plan formed in his mind. The Xian family could not obstruct the engagement. Simply refusing to agree wouldn't alter the outcome. But what if, let us say, if Lin Dong were suddenly struck unconscious by that chandelier falling from above, what would become of the engagement ceremony? Furthermore, if Lin Dong were indeed knocked out by the chandelier, it would have nothing to do with me. Yes, that is the plan, yet Lin Dong remained oblivious to the misfortune awaiting him. Seeing no support from Xian Zhenghua, he turned his attention back to Xian Yufei. Yufei, all these guests are watching. If today ends in some farce, the loss would not just be the Lin family's face. Xian Yufei cast an expectant glance at Yi Fan, but he remained fixated on the chandelier above as if lost in thought, completely ignoring her. Alas, this scoundrel had indeed been hurt by her why. Why did she retract her engagement? Xian Yufei cast a despondent glance around. Despite being the eldest daughter of the Xian family, no one was there to assist her at this moment. Resigned to her fate, she prepared to step forward alongside Lin Dong toward the podium. Yet she knew that once she took that step, her future would be irrevocably determined. She felt a deep sense of resistance. But what could she do? Yi Fan, if only you would utter a single word, I, Xian Yufei, would be utterly devoted to you. But Yi Fan continued to gaze at the chandelier, doing nothing, leaving her perplexed. Was the chandelier more appealing than her? Chapter 20. What difference is there between you and a traitor? Suddenly, Xian Yufei felt an inexplicable surge of anger. How could Yi Fan be so ungrateful? After all, she was once his fiancée, Yi. Now, witnessing her predicament, he remained utterly indifferent. If you want to take the initiative, then I shall. A glint of determination flashed in Xian Yufei's eyes. If the Lin family sought to save face, then she would defy their expectations. If they wished to proceed with the engagement, what if she boldly stepped forward and kissed Yi Fan passionately? Would the Lin family still have the audacity to continue the engagement ceremony? If they could accept such a public humiliation, then she would truly resign herself to her fate. As Xian Yufei took a step forward, Yi Fan, who had remained still, suddenly called out, "Be careful." In an instant, Yi Fan dashed forward, wrapping one arm around Su Yixue and the other around Xian Yufei, swiftly maneuvering to the side, evading the impending chaos. Lin Dong observed the subtle shifts in Xian Yufei's expression, believing she had finally relented, only to be taken aback as Yi Fan abruptly swept her away once more. Yi Fan, are you out of your mind? She was clearly destined to be my wife. Yet you persist in embracing another man's fiancée, Yi. Are you not akin to Chao the traitor? Lin Dong continued to scold, when suddenly, it felt as though a locomotive had collided with his head. Bang! A dull yet sharp sound echoed as a colossal chandelier, nearly 2 meters in diameter, fell directly upon him. Lin Dong's head split open, blood streaming down his face, and he swayed a few times before seemingly coming to his senses. UGH.my head is spinning. I see so many little stars, Lin Dong muttered, and in the next moment, his body swayed once more, collapsing to the ground. Silence. The venue fell utterly still, as if a pin could be heard dropping. What an extraordinary coincidence. Just as Lin Dong was about to take Xian Yufei on stage, he was suddenly knocked unconscious by the chandelier from above. All the guests instinctively looked up, and some sharp-eyed individuals immediately sensed something amiss. The chandelier's position hung directly above, but at least a meter away from Lin Dong. Under normal circumstances, even if it fell, it should not have struck him. Moreover, this was the Lin family hall, where every detail was meticulously inspected. How could such a gross oversight occur? A loose screw on the chandelier. That seemed impossible. Furthermore, how could Yi Fan have anticipated the chandelier's fall and managed to rescue Xian Yufei and Su Yishui at such a critical moment? Unusual, quite peculiar. Now, those astute guests regarded Yi Fan with increasingly astonished eyes. They were certain that Yi Fan had orchestrated this incident. But where was the evidence? Where could it be found? Moreover, from the circumstances observed, the Xian family ought to be thanking Yi Fan, for had it not been for him, the one knocked unconscious would not have been just Lin Dong. One could only imagine the disaster if someone as stunning as Xian Yufei had been struck by the chandelier. Her beauty could have been irrevocably marred. What these guests could comprehend, Lin Hua and the Lin family executives certainly could as well. They were convinced that Yi Fan was behind this mishap. Yet they too could not find any evidence. Xian Zhenghua cast a grateful glance at Yi Fan and stood to address Lin Hua. Lin family head. Lin Dong is now unconscious. I believe the engagement ceremony should be called off. No. Why are you all still dawdling? Hurry and assist him. Xian Zhenghua beckoned to Lin Hua while directing the Lin family's bodyguard in action. Oh. Xian Yufei completely forgot that she was still in Yi Fan's embrace. Inexplicably, she felt an unprecedented sense of tranquility in his hold. Initially, this embrace was entirely hers. Yet now, she had pushed him away with her own hands. Everything that had transpired in the hall felt like a surreal dream to Xian Yufei. Just as she was about to act, the chandelier fortuitously fell. How could such a coincidence exist in this world? Being a clever girl, Xian Yufei quickly deduced that Yi Fan had indeed intervened on her behalf, albeit with a more sophisticated approach. Oh, is this girl truly so audacious? With his legitimate wife at his side, she openly declares her desire to seize another's husband? But Xian Yufei quickly added, Sister Yishui, do not worry. I will not take him away entirely. I shall leave half for you. Cough, cough. Perhaps you might as well split me in two with a knife. You take one half, and I shall keep the other. The Lin family's bodyguards swiftly moved in, carrying the unconscious Lin Dong away. Naturally, with the main participant incapacitated, the engagement ceremony was cancelled as for future opportunities. It was clear to anyone with a modicum of sense that the Lin family had no chance left. Although Yi Fan had done nothing today, he emerged as the undeniable victor. Xian Yufei felt elated. Yi Fan was in high spirits as well. Yet Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family, was seething with frustration. Just a mere young lad from the Yi family, and he had managed to turn the Lin family inside out. Noticing that Yi Fan had yet to depart, Lin Hua hesitated momentarily before deciding to confront him. If necessary, he even contemplated making the elimination of Yi Fan the Lin family's top priority. Why, Yi Fan, you have wandered alone since childhood. Your parents perished early, raised without guidance. What you have done today in the Lin family venue displeases me greatly. Such arrogance. Beware of a short life. Lin Hua's words dripped with malice, intending to provoke Yi Fan into a confrontation. Once Yi Fan acted, Lin Hua would have a justification to retaliate, confident in his own prowess. Lin Hua believed that even if he could not eliminate Yi Fan on the spot, he could at least incapacitate him. Slap. Without hesitation, Yi Fan struck Lin Hua's face with a resounding slap. Why is your mouth so foul? Did you eat excrement in the restroom or gnaw on socks that haven't been washed for 7 days? Lin Hua was left dazed, his eyes swirling with stars. Utterly bewildered, Yi Fan had actually slapped him? Initially, Lin Hua had approached with the intention of testing Yi Fan, yet he found himself struck without even grasping how it had happened. Had all his years of training gone to waste? Yi Fan's single slap sent Lin Hua spinning several times, leaving all the guests in attendance utterly astonished. Dominant. Powerful. This young man was undeniably brimming with youthful vigor as Yi Fan caught sight of Lin Hua's wife approaching with a teddy. He unleashed a surge of energy that struck the dog's acupoint. You scoundrel! How dare you strike an elder? Did your parents never teach you to respect your elders? Do you think the Yi family is still the same as it was 3 years ago? I warn you, it would be wise to behave, or you might soon meet your parents. The implication of the threat was unmistakable, yet it also confirmed for Yi Fan that among those who had attacked the Yi family 3 years ago, the Lin family was undoubtedly involved. Woof, woof. As everyone turned their attention to Yi Fan, awaiting his response, Lin Hua's wife's teddy suddenly went into a frenzy, leaping from her arms and lunging at Lin Hua, biting down hard on his lips. Damn. See, I told you your mouth was foul. Even your dog can smell it. Chapter 21. Born of the same root, why rush to harm each other? Yi Fan's exaggerated exclamations drew everyone's attention once more. Those guests who had nearly exited were now captivated by his words. Witnessing Lin Hua's own dog attacking him, they were filled with curiosity and astonishment. It was a rare sight for a pet to turn on its owner, especially targeting Lin Hua's mouth. Could it be true, as Yi Fan suggested, that Lin Hua had indeed consumed something foul? That seemed implausible. Beast, seeking death. Lin Hua, proficient in martial arts, was furious after being bitten by the teddy. He swiftly seized it, crushing it and slamming it to the ground. Yet despite his quick reflexes, his lips bore a gaping wound, over an inch deep, flesh torn away, resembling a cleft lip. Such an injury was trivial to Lin Hua. But the humiliation was profound. Being bitten by a dog, coupled with the thought of Yi Fan's words about the dog eating excrement, made him feel as if he could taste it himself. Damn it, that wretched scoundrel. When Lin Hua turned to glare at Yi Fan, he found him gazing regretfully at the teddy lying lifeless on the ground. Alas, Lin family head, we are of the same root. Why so hastily turn against each other? You have killed it. Does your conscience not feel uneasy? Before Lin Hua could respond, his wife chimed in dramatically. Oh, my poor son, how could you let him die like this? Lin Hua, you beast, how could you treat my son this way? You are his father. Puffed. Such a comical scene compelled several guests to burst into laughter. Forgive me for finding this truly amusing. Some owners indeed cherish their pets deeply, affectionately referring to their dogs as sons and cats as daughters. But in this context, Lin Hua's wife calling the dog her son and referring to Lin Hua as its father felt particularly fitting. The guests couldn't help but recall Yi Fan's earlier words. Born of the same root, why rush to harm each other? Especially Lin Hua, who found himself trapped in a cycle of that very phrase. Damn Yi Fan. If I do not teach you a lesson today, I will not be at peace with my conscience. Lin Hua's murderous intent surged as he advanced step by step toward Yi Fan. Prepare to strike. However, Xianzheng was suddenly intervened. Old Lin, let it go, let it go. They are just children. As the head of the Lin family, why stoop to quarreling with a junior? It would not reflect well. While Xianzheng spoke, he grasped Lin Hua's arm. His own energy emanating to It appeared he was mediating, yet everyone understood that Xianzheng was favoring Yi Fan. Of course, at this moment, Yi Fan's strength required no protection. Should Lin Hua dare to act, Yi Fan would ensure he regretted it. Yi Fan, you wait. With Xianzheng present and so many witnesses, Lin Hua could not act openly. The Yi family had yet to fall. If he were to assault Yi Fan before all these guests, the two old men of the Yi family might very well come after him with knives. The banquet, naturally, could not continue to Yi Fan, and Su Ishu exited the Lin family's estate. And Yi Fan cast a cold glance back at the imposing Lin residence. Damn it, I must find 100 bulldozers to raze this bothersome place to the ground. Turning to Xianzheng, who stood beside him, Yi Fan realized that as the head of the Xian family, Zhenghua's attitude today had already spoken volumes. The Xian family was not necessarily aligned with the Lin family. If that were the case, what was the point of causing a scene over a broken engagement? With Xian Yufei having departed, Yi Fan drove away from the Lin mansion with Su Ishu. But their destination was not Junlan Tianxia's residence. Darling, where are we headed? Su Ishu inquired. Still reeling from the revelations of the day, Yi Fan was, after all, the eldest son of the illustrious Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia, and he had a marriage contract with the Xian family. The crux of the matter was that Yi Fan had brazenly confronted the Lin family. What would happen if they retaliated? Bah! What was ugly about her? Oh dear, why didn't you say so sooner? I haven't prepared any gifts, and it's so late now. Shall we postpone for another day? Su Yishue felt a mix of shyness and joy. After all, when a man is willing to introduce a girl to his family, it signifies that she holds a significant place in his heart. I have already prepared a gift. It's in the trunk. We can simply take it inside later. Oh. Hearing that Yi Fan had everything arranged, Su Yishue felt a bit more at ease. Meanwhile, back at the Lin family estate, after everyone had departed, Lin Hua erupted in a frenzy. Howling like a madman in the courtyard, with no restraint on his martial energy, he smashed it against the pavilion and various ornaments, reducing the once elegant courtyard to ruins. Yi Fan, you little bastard. I will not let this go. Today, the Lin family had suffered a significant loss of face. It was supposed to be a grand dance between Xian Yufei and Lin Dong, but it had turned into Yi Fan's showcase. The final engagement ceremony had become a farce. That chandelier had inexplicably fallen. Has anyone determined the cause of the chandelier's fall? Who tampered with it? Lin Hua barked at the bodyguards, standing at a distance. Patriarch, we just thoroughly examined the chandelier's breakage. It appears the fracture was caused by a sharp tool, which led to its descent. As he listened to his subordinate's report, Lin Hua's brows knitted into a tight frown. Cut by a sharp tool? Lin Hua was certain this was no coincidence. But if Yi Fan was responsible, it indicated that his strength had reached a truly terrifying level. To use energy to cut through something, one would at least need to be at the master level, right? Considering that the master who was supposed to cleanse the Yi family tonight had been eliminated, Lin Hua suddenly entertained a bold conjecture. Could that unfortunate Tian Kue have been killed by Yi Fan? However, the information from the black market confirmed that Tian Kue was slain by someone named Yi Jun Tian. What was the relationship between Yi Jun Tian and Yi Fan? While Lin Hua pondered, Lin Dong, his head bandaged like a dumpling and supported by several bodyguards, suddenly appeared in the courtyard. Second uncle. Woe is me that you must avenge me. It was all Yi Fan's doing. Lin Dong had intended to pour out his grievances to Lin Hua, but upon seeing his uncle's severely injured mouth, he was momentarily stunned. Second uncle, your mouth, what happened? Previously, when Lin Hua was bitten by a dog, Lin Dong had already fainted, so he had not witnessed the event. After all, Lin Hua was a martial arts master. He had not even noticed Yi Fan's actions. With the Lin family's own strength, they might not be able to handle Yi Fan. Lin Hua nodded. It seemed the blood-clothed sect would have to be summoned to take action. Why Yi Fan must die within 3 days. Chapter 22. Weighing 150 pounds, 149 pounds are all rebellious. In the Yi family estate, although it was already deep into the night, the place was ablaze with lights, and bodyguards were stationed throughout the grounds. As Yi Fan parked and stepped out, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. But he quickly grasped the situation. After all, his grandfather had mentioned earlier that a master-level expert was coming to cleanse the Yi family. Everyone disperse. Yi Fan instructed as he approached the entrance with Su Yishue, addressing Zhongbo and the bodyguards. Today, nearly all the forces at the Yi family's disposal had been mobilized. Are you not aware? That master-level expert was reportedly killed in the Yun City black market. Yi Fan spoke calmly, for he had personally dealt with Tian Kue, and thus the news could not be incorrect. Killed? Zhongbo was still puzzled when several bodyguards rushed in to report, causing Zhongbo to immediately become excited. That master-level expert was truly killed. What a stroke of luck. Fantastic, fantastic. Everyone in the Yi family breathed a sigh of relief. In the Grand Hall, Yi Changfeng, the elder of the Yi family, remarked, if given the chance, we must express our gratitude to that Yi Jun Tian. No. Tomorrow I must find an opportunity to visit the black market and offer my thanks to be able to kill a master-level expert. Their strength must be at least at the master level, perhaps even reaching the martial sovereign level in the secular world. Achieving martial sovereign status was an extraordinarily formidable existence. Grandfather, perhaps we should let it be. He might have his own affairs and cannot constantly appear in the black market. Yi Fan advised, feeling somewhat guilty. If his grandfather truly sought out Yi Jun Tian, would he not have to make an appearance himself? What if his grandfather, in a moment of excitement, insisted on forming a brotherhood with him. How could he call his own grandfather Big Brother? That would be a scandal. He has done such a tremendous favor for our Yi family. If we do not show our appreciation, it would be utterly unreasonable. Yi Changfeng held firm in his opinion that I will do everything within my power to locate that Mr. Yi. Seeing his grandfather so resolute, Yi Fan felt helpless. It seemed he would have to play along. However, his grandfather's words provided Yi Fan with an idea. Currently, the Yi family had no direct reason to strike against the Lin family. But Yi Jun Tian could. Damn it. Seeing the disdainful expressions of Lin Hua and his cohorts ignited Yi Fan's ire. Once the information from Hanju's side was concluded, Yi Fan would certainly act to flatten the Lin family. The Yi family had once again come under attack from a master-level expert, and all the prominent families in Yun City shunned them, except for one, the Wang family. The elder of the Wang family, who was also Wang Fugui's grandfather, personally led a contingent to protect the Yi family. The elder of the Wang family scrutinized Yi Fan from head to toe, nodding with satisfaction. Old Yi, just look at your grandson. His forehead is full, his complexion radiant. He is indeed a dragon among men, that he will surely surpass your achievements in the future. I must encourage my own boy to spend more time with your grandson. Why Yi Changfeng shot a disapproving glance at Yi Fan, muttering, you expect my turtle of a grandson to associate with him? Every day, surrounded by young models at the club. What kind of example is that? After seeing off the Wang elder, Yi Changfeng turned his attention to Su Yixue beside Yi Fan. This young lady must be my granddaughter-in-law, Miss Yixue. Yi Changfeng appraised Su Yixue, who, dressed in a long gown, appeared dignified and graceful. Indeed, a stunning beauty. Alas, what a fine girl, such a good cabbage, being ravaged by a pig. Yi Changfeng's earlier compliments were still acceptable, but his sudden remark left Su Yixue stunned at, grandfather, is it appropriate to describe your grandson like that? Compliment the girl, but why say your own grandson is a pig? Grandfather, if I am a pig, then what are you, a pig grandparent? Ha ha! Yi Fan burst into laughter, leaving Yi Changfeng momentarily speechless. You little rascal, just wait until I get my hands on you. Su Yixue looked on, bemused at the playful banter between the grandfather and grandson. The interactions within the foremost family of Daxia were quite different from her expectations. While the duo was engaged in their antics, a young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses swiftly emerged from the backyard. Grandfather, I heard that master-level expert was suddenly killed. This is wonderful news. Although the young man's words were cheerful, there was a barely perceptible darkness in his gaze, especially when he observed the tender interaction between Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan, his eyes gleaming with malice. Upon the young man's arrival, Yi Changfeng lost interest in pursuing Yi Fan further. Why Yi Fan? Su Yixue. Let me introduce you. This is your elder brother, Yi Xiu, whom I adopted at the age of 3. He is currently assisting in managing some affairs of the Lin Corporation. Pausing momentarily, Yi Changfeng continued, Yi Fan, you must work diligently. The future of the Yi family relies on you, if you continue to be so lackadaisical. The Yi family will have no choice but to be entrusted to Yi Xiu. Upon hearing Yi Changfeng's words, a flicker of malice flashed in Yi Xiu's eyes. Grandfather, please don't say such things. I am merely helping Xiao Fan manage the Yi family. Regardless of the circumstances, the Yi family will always belong to Xiao Fan. I am well aware of my position and will not overreach. It is best that you think this way, but rest assured, I will not neglect your contributions. Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Xiu with a satisfied smile. However, despite his outward demeanor, Yi Xiu harbored deep resentment towards Yi Changfeng. That old fool, in his heart, only cared for Yi Fan. Even at this juncture, despite Yi Fan's lackluster and cowardly demeanor, he still intended to pass the Yi family to him. What had he toiled for all these years? Serving Yi Fan? Big brother. Upon hearing his grandfather's introduction, Yi Fan approached with a smile, extending his hand to shake Yi Xiu's. Indeed, the elder brother had toiled for the Yi family over the years, and his efforts were commendable. However, a word of caution must be stated. If the elder brother truly has the family's best interests at heart, I will naturally express my gratitude. Yet should he betray the family or engage in any actions detrimental to the Yi clan, he must not blame me for my lack of civility. In the past 3 years, although Yi Fan had married into the Su family, he had not ceased his investigation into the attack that had occurred years ago. particularly the incident involving the Yi family's assault. After all, the Yi family was backed by the formidable 800,000 Tianlong troops. To launch a stealthy attack on the Yi family, an insider's assistance would be indispensable. At that time, Yi Fan had always been puzzled as to who could so accurately acquire internal information about the Yi family to act as an informant. However, upon seeing Yi Xiu, Yi Fan's heart suddenly understood. If his instincts were correct, then Yi Xiu must be the traitor. Although this fellow presented himself well, beneath his 150-pound exterior, 149 pounds were sheer treachery. As he spoke, Yi Fan unleashed his killing intent without reservation. Letting it flow freely. Yi Xiu instantly felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar, his body shuddering, his eyes filled with confusion. This was not right. The intelligence he had received earlier stated that Yi Fan was merely a worthless individual who frequented nightclubs. How could he possess such formidable strength? Cough, cough. Brother, you jest. If it weren't for grandfather's kindness back then, I would have starved to death on the streets. How could I possibly do anything to harm the Yi family? Yi Xiu chuckled awkwardly, yet internally he was in a state of panic. Could it be that Yi Fan had uncovered the deeds he had committed? Impossible. Chapter 23. My wife's younger sister would be best if you continue to help manage the Yi family. It would also allow me to pursue my romantic endeavors. Yi Fan retracted his killing intent, adopting a charming demeanor as he addressed Yi Xiu. Elder brother, I have heard that a new establishment, the Belong Club, has opened in Yunqing. The ladies there are quite lovely. How about I treat you to a visit tomorrow? Ah, that would be inappropriate. Perhaps we should skip it? As he spoke, Yi Xiu turned a glance at Su Yixue, unsure of how Yi Fan could say such things with his wife right beside him. Was it truly acceptable to openly express such intentions? The key point was that Su Yixue seemed utterly unconcerned about Yi Fan's behavior. Just as the rumor suggested, how had Yi Fan managed to achieve this? Why be polite with my brother? Tomorrow at noon, let us meet without fail. Yi Fan casually spoke, yet a hint of mischief flickered in his eyes. Yi Fan was being deliberate. The high-profile return of the Yi family's legitimate heir indicated that the family had not yet fallen. There was still hope. The attack 3 years ago had failed to eliminate the Yi family's heir. Yi Fan intentionally revealed his whereabouts to test Yi Xiu. If Yi Xiu were indeed one of them, an insider, he would undoubtedly inform them, and they would take action. Seeing Yi Xiu's seemingly honest disposition, Yi Fan could not help but smirk inwardly. This fellow was quite the actor. However, Yi Fan pondered that if he were to eliminate Yi Xiu, he would need to find a group of people to manage the entire Yi family enterprise promptly. After all, both grandfather and great-grandfather were aging, and Yi Fan had no intention of overseeing the family business himself. While the group engaged in casual conversation, contemplating a late-night snack, Su Yixue suddenly received a call from the company. What? Our supply has been abruptly cut off? Understood, I will head to the company right away. Su Yixue hung up, her face filled with urgency as she addressed Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan. Grandfather, darling, there's an issue with the company that I must attend to. I apologize, but I must leave first. Yi Fan expressed concern. Do you need my assistance? Su Yixue shook her head. No, I can manage alone. You should spend more time with grandfather. Yi Fan indeed had matters to discuss with his grandfather, having lacked the opportunity until now. Very well, please drive safely. Once Su Yixue departed, Yi Xiu also took his leave, sensing the moment was right. When only Yi Changfeng and Yi Fan remained in the room, Yi Fan adopted a serious demeanor. Grandfather, regarding the attack on the Yi family that night, how much do you know about the specifics? Yi Changfeng shook his head. The attack occurred so suddenly. Your second and third uncles perished. Your parents went missing, and the Beiluo Sherman also faced an assault. Rumors circulated that you had perished at that time. All the male members of the Yi family, except for me and your great-grandfather, met their demise. Following that, a torrential rain washed away all traces of evidence. Over the years, I have been investigating, but I have found little useful information. As Yi Changfeng spoke of the past, he sighed heavily. Looking at Yi Fan with a somber expression, the Yi family has dwindled in numbers. All hope rests upon your shoulders. I shall not reprimand you further. If you wish to pursue romance, then so be it. Providing offspring for the Yi family is acceptable as well. Listening to his grandfather's words, Yi Fan felt speechless. What was the situation? From his grandfather's tone, it seemed he had given up hope for him and was instead suggesting he act as a stud for producing heirs. To place their hopes on the next generation, Yi Fan longed to tell his grandfather that he was now invincible, but he understood that concealing his strength was the wisest choice. If he appeared too formidable, their previous enemies would surely refrain from making a move against him again. However, one thing was certain. The Lin family was definitely involved. Moreover, I suspect that the Dragon Master had at least some participation in the plans from that year. The 800,000 Tianlong troops stationed on the southwestern border are all branded as the Yi family's army. This will certainly disturb many a restless night. Sigh, if you could regain your strength, with the Yi banner still flying. Who would dare to look down upon the Yi family? Absorbing his grandfather's analysis, Yi Fan began to form a rough outline in his mind. Rest assured, under my watch, the Yi family shall not fall. After bidding farewell to his grandfather, Yi Fan stepped outside, only to see dozens of black Autos parked on the road adjacent to the Yi residence. But a middle-aged man in a shirt saw Yi Fan and immediately knelt respectfully. Subordinate Li Hu, reporting to the instructor, it is wonderful to see you alive. Please forgive my ignorance of your whereabouts. Yi Fan glanced at Li Hu before responding. No blame lies with you. I had intentionally concealed my identity. It seems you have been doing quite well these years. Li Hu, one of the 4 underground patriarchs of Yunqing, had built his own power and industry from scratch 8 years ago, gaining considerable influence in the city. In reality, Li Hu had been trained by Yi Fan during his time as an instructor for an overseas mercenary squad. Your praise is unwarranted. Everything I possess is a gift from you. Instructor, should you require anything, I am at your service. Li Hu had come today to express his loyalty. Others might be unaware, but Li Hu understood the true extent of the instructor's terrifying strength. While many believe that the instructor perished during the attack 3 years ago, losing all his power, Li Hu was certain that the instructor would not have fallen so easily. Very well. I will reach out if needed. Have the brothers withdraw. Yi Fan waved his hand dismissively, not rejecting Li Hu's goodwill. Although he had the forces of Hanzhua and Beluo Sherman at his disposal, certain matters could not always be managed efficiently from that side. Having Li Hu assist would not be a bad thing. Upon entering the villa, Yi Fan immediately heard the sound of running water from the bathroom. Starting to wash up? Huh. Ha. Yi Fan had now broken through to the 9th level of the Dragon Sovereign technique and was finally ready to engage with women. He had already arranged with Su Yixue to spend the night together. This little lady truly understood the situation. Wife, I'm here. Yi Fan hurried toward the bathroom door, shedding his clothes as he walked. What harm was there in sharing a romantic bath with his wife, indulging in a bit of intimacy? Stepping into the shower room, Yi Fan was greeted by a captivating figure standing there. Amidst the mist, her exquisite form, though previously admired, took on a whole new allure in this moment. Yi Fan approached tenderly, wrapping his arms around his wife, and leaning in to kiss Su Yixue. A soft moan escaped Su Yixue's lips as she stiffened in his embrace, yet she allowed Yi Fan's hands to roam over her body. However, as Yi Fan engaged in this passionate exchange, he felt a twinge of confusion. Why did it feel somewhat different from the previous night? It seemed more innocent, more tender. Who was this fiery figure in his arms? Yi Fan quickly pushed the person away, only to be met with a mischievous smile from the beauty before him. Hee, brother-in-law, I am now yours too. Su Qingru, the younger sister of Su Yixue. Though the sisters were 3 to 4 years apart, they were nearly identical in appearance. Had he just kissed his sister-in-law? Good heavens! The key point was that Su Qingru had shown no resistance whatsoever. Chapter 24. Come here, call me daddy. Though Yi Fan was typically carefree, he felt utterly bewildered at this moment. What was his sister-in-law implying? This is our little secret, brother-in-law. Su Qingru flashed him a sultry smile, quickly wrapping herself in a bathrobe and exiting the bathroom toward the second-floor bedroom. At that moment, Yi Fan suddenly heard raised voices outside and hurriedly donned his clothes to step out. Outside, he was met with Yun Feiyang, who was blocking Su Yixue's path. Yixue, I sincerely apologize for the sudden disruption of your company supplies. However, you know this is a business matter. I cannot oppose the family for an outsider. How about this? You agree to be my girlfriend. I shall promptly make a call to my family to restore the supply. In pursuit of Su Yixue, Yun Feiyong has exerted considerable effort, aware that the Su family specializes in jewelry and requires a substantial supply of jade rough stones, the primary source of which is from the Yun family. Yun Feiyong directly mobilized his family's influence to terminate the supply to the Su group. His intention was to use this as leverage to coerce Su Yixue into becoming his woman. The majority of jade rough stones in Daxia originate from Myanmar, and the Yun family happens to be the largest distributor under the auspices of General Songpa in Daxia. If the Su family wishes to continue in the jewelry business, they cannot circumvent the Yun family. Yun Feiyong, with an air of certainty, declared that as long as Su Yixue agrees to be his girlfriend, the Yun family would wholeheartedly support the Su group in becoming the jewelry overlord of Tianan province and even the entire southwest. So, what will it be? You should be quite aware of your options. Yixue, do not follow that worthless Yifan. He knows nothing beyond chasing women. What purpose does that serve you? As he spoke, Yun Feiyong reached out, attempting to encircle Su Yixue's waist. However, just as his hand extended, it was seized by an iron grip. Evidently, the warning from earlier in the day had fallen on deaf ears. The individual who intervened was none other than Yifan. Without a moment's hesitation, after grabbing Yun Feiyong's arm, Yifan unleashed a surge of energy, breaking Yun Feiyong's wrist with a sharp crack. A piercing pain radiated through Yun Feiyong's arm as he cried out, "Ah, damn it, why hand?" Earlier that afternoon, Yun Feiyong had been slapped by Yi Fan and nearly beaten to the point of not recognizing his own parents. And now, Yi Fan had the audacity to break his hand? How dare he? Yi Fan, that have you lost your mind? How dare you lay hands on me, the young master of the Yun family? Yun Feiyong clutched his wrist, retreating as he shouted, "Someone, beat him to a pulp." Yi Fan smiled faintly. "The Yun family? I am the sole legitimate heir of the Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia. You, a mere Yun family, are nothing more than a speck of dust in my eyes. Come now, if you dare, try to lay a finger on me." Observing the bodyguards rushing out from behind Yun Feiyong, Yi Fan's smile turned cold. Did they truly believe the Yi family was a mere facade? Although the Yi family had fallen from grace, the influence of the old patriarch and the great-grandfather still loomed large in Daxia. With Yi Fan's high-profile return, the family saw a glimmer of hope, and the attitudes of many who had been watching from the sidelines would inevitably shift. For a prominent family, strength is paramount, but even more crucial is the cultivation of future generations that a family lacking successors, no matter how prosperous, will inevitably fade into obscurity. This was the reason many families distanced themselves from the Yi family after the attacks of the past 3 years, as the prevailing belief was that Yi Fan had perished. The bodyguards of Yun Feiyong abruptly halted their actions, turning to stare at him. Yun Feiyong recalled that at the Lin family banquet, Yi Fan had publicly declared his identity as the young master of the Yi family. With the Yi family still standing, Yun Feiyong genuinely dared not confront him. "Yi Fa and is your only recourse to resort to violence? Our dealings with the Su family are purely commercial, even if you were to kill me. The situation would remain unchanged." "Humph. Do you think the Yi family is still the same as before?" Although Yun Feiyong felt disgruntled, he refrained from commanding his bodyguard to attack further. "Why Yi Fan? You are far too greedy. Having already secured Xian Yufei, why must you compete with me for Su Yixue?" Before Yi Fan could respond, Su Yixue interjected, "What business is it of yours? My husband possesses charisma, and Miss Xian willingly chooses to be with him. What concern is that of yours?" Su Yixue's devotion to Yi Fan had reached an unconditional level. As Yi Fan looked at Su Yixue, he recalled the intimate moments shared with Su Qingru in the restroom. Feeling somewhat awkward, "Qingru, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Su Qingru unexpectedly in the room, Su Yixue was taken aback. "Is there no school today?" Su Qingru, now just 18 and attending university, should have been at school on this Thursday. "I simply miss my sister and brother-in-law." As Su Qingru spoke, she deliberately emphasized the term brother-in-law with great intensity. In truth, ever since Yi Fan entered the Su family, this little sister-in-law has shown an extraordinary interest in him. Back then, while still in high school, Su Qingru often clung to Yi Fan, insisting that he accompany her on shopping excursions, trips, and dining outings. Now, Yi Fan suddenly realized that this little sister-in-law was undoubtedly being intentional today. It had clearly been a long-planned scheme. She must have long coveted his good looks. Alas, a moment of negligence led to a significant loss. Tomorrow, there happens to be an event at school, with no classes in the morning. So she came over. Su Qingru linked her arm with Su Yishue's and declared, "Sister, as agreed, I'm going to sleep with you tonight, and you mustn't chase me away." What? Su Qingru's declaration left both Yi Fan and Su Yishue momentarily stunned. The two had been planning for a romantic evening together, and now Su Qingru's sudden desire to share a bed with Su Yishue threatened to derail their plans. Qingru, at your age, what does it mean to sleep with your sister? Be sensible. Adults usually sleep alone. Your sister is my wife. If you sleep with her, where do I go? Yi Fan asserted, seeking to defend his rights. Yet, Su Qingru merely stuck out her tongue and giggled. Brother-in-law, if you're afraid, you can join us. Ugh, Qingru, what nonsense are you speaking? He is your brother-in-law. How can Su Yishue quickly reached out to give Su Qingru a couple of light taps on the head. Unaware that a certain unspoken understanding had already transpired between the two, Su Yishue looked apologetically at Yi Fan. I'll make sure to prepare a bed for you downstairs. Su Qingru, however, was only jesting. Not borrowing. Before Su Yishue could respond, Yi Fan quickly interjected his refusal. This mischievous girl surely had no good intentions. If he were to lend himself out for an hour, what would become of him? A beast, or less than a beast? Borrow your brother-in-law. What do you intend to do with him? Su Yishue inquired curiously of Su Qingru. In the afternoon tomorrow, the school is hosting a dance, and the teachers require my attendance. But I need a dance partner. I wish to invite my brother-in-law to accompany me. Su Qingru gazed at Yi Fan with wide, innocent eyes, almost as if she were about to shed tears. You want your brother-in-law to accompany you to dance? That he is quite adept at. Su Yishue couldn't help but recall a few hours earlier at the Lin family estate, when she and Xin Yufei had danced with Yi Fan. A moment that had captivated the entire audience. Darling, if you have no other plans tomorrow, why not accompany Qingru? Su Yishue suggested to Yi Fan, her mind also calculating, since Yi Fan could dance with Xin Yufei. Why should her own sister be deprived of the same opportunity? It was only fair that the benefits remained within the family. Even if Yi Fan were to gain something, it would be better than letting other men take advantage. Well, with Su Yishue making the request, it was difficult for Yi Fan to decline, especially given how kind his wife had always been to him. All right, I'll go, Su Qingru exclaimed excitedly, linking her arm with Yi Fan's and shaking it vigorously. The loose robe she wore threatened to slip off her shoulders, and she seemed utterly unbothered by the potential exposure, her face alight with anticipation. Fine, I will go. Yi Fan sighed helplessly. After all these years in the Su household, both sisters had treated him quite well. This little girl, Su Qingru, used to bring him a banana whenever she had one. Just like Su Yishue, she had never complained about him being idle or living off their hospitality. At midnight, after Su Yishue and Su Qingru had fallen asleep, Yi Fan quietly got out of bed, dressed, and stealthily left Junlan Tiandang, making his way to Royal No. 1 Club. This time, Yi Fan was not seeking romance, but rather fulfilling an appointment. Earlier in the day, when he had pursued the enigmatic Chu Yin, she had not admitted to being his junior sister, yet she had playfully tapped his hand and left him with a key card to the manager's office. Hadn't they agreed to meet at 2 o'clock? Meanwhile, in the manager's office of Royal No. 1, Su Yin had also shed her clothing, donned a light nightgown, and lay down on the bed. Chapter 26. Mistaken Identity. Again, Royal No. 1 was nearly closed for the night. Aside from the security room at the entrance, the building was shrouded in darkness, and the doors were locked. To enter through conventional means, one would need to call security. However, the height of the building posed no challenge for Yi Fan. He found a secluded spot behind the building, propelled himself off the ground, and with a few agile leaps, reached the 8th floor. Right by the manager's office window. Upon entering the room, Yi Fan sensed someone lying on the bed. A smile crept across his face. Was his junior sister still playing coy with him? He stealthily approached the bedside, wrapping his arms around the person lying there, and began to ascend to new heights. His lips moved toward the beauty on the bed. Junior sister, how could you deny it during the day? Tonight, your senior will make it happen. Yi Fan had already convinced himself that the figure before him was indeed his junior sister Su Chan, for if it were not Su Chan, Why would she have invited him to meet at 2 o'clock and provided him with a key card to the manager's office? Yet, a soft moan broke the silence. The sound sent Yi Fan's heart racing. This voice did not belong to his junior sister. He sprang back from the bed, astonished. No way. Have I really mistaken identities twice today? Who are you? What do you want? The beauty on the bed, now aware something was amiss, swiftly turned and switched on the lamp by the bedside. The figure was none other than Su-yun. The public face of Royal Number 1, the nightgown she wore had been largely disheveled by Yi Fan, revealing her curves in full view. Realizing a man had suddenly appeared in her room, especially with Yi Fan's saliva still lingering on her lips, Su-yun quickly grasped what had transpired. Pervert. Someone help. She shrieked, instinctively covering herself with a blanket and retreating warily. Please, don't scream. I didn't mean to. Yi Fan genuinely was not there with ill intentions. He had come to see his junior sister. How could he have anticipated that the person lying on the bed was not her? Seeing Su-yun still calling out for help, Yi Fan had no choice but to rush forward. Pinning her down and covering her mouth, I truly did not mean it. I was looking for my junior sister. She gave me the key card, but I had no idea she wouldn't be here. As he spoke, Yi Fan waved the key card before Su-yun's eyes. At that moment, Su-yun calmed down, scrutinizing Yi Fan closely. Recognition dawned upon her. The man before her was indeed the senior brother Su-chan had mentioned earlier, who had come looking for her during the day. Yet, Su-yun was puzzled as to why Su-chan had left Yi Fan a key card but had not waited for him, instead opting to sleep in the office herself. Now, not only had her virtue been compromised, but she had also inadvertently allowed Yi Fan to claim her first kiss. Su-yun nodded, signaling that she would not scream anymore. Yi Fan breathed a sigh of relief, just as he prepared to release Su-yun when his expression suddenly shifted. Someone's coming. Stay quiet. As he spoke, Yi Fan turned off the lights in the room and focused on the door. At such a late hour, who could be coming to the manager's office? It was one thing if it were just one person, but 5 had arrived, 2 of whom were martial arts experts. In the darkness, Su-yun lay beneath Yi Fan, feeling the intensity of his male presence. Her face flushed with embarrassment as she whispered, "You're hurting me." Feeling her squirm beneath him, Yi Fan realized his position was indeed inappropriate. Caught in a situation with such a beautiful woman, certain natural reactions were unavoidable. He quickly got off Su-yun and tucked himself into a corner of the bed, concealing his presence. Suddenly, the door creaked open, and several men swiftly entered the room. "Zhou Xiao, should we act immediately?" One man brandished a gleaming dagger, gesturing menacingly at the bed. "I senti this a bit extreme. What if we kill that wretched woman? Won't we be in trouble with the higher-ups? What are you afraid of? The young master has made it clear. She must die, and we need to find whatever she has on her. The old man must have given that item to this wretched woman." The leader, Zhou Xiao, urged his subordinates impatiently. "Hurry up and get it done. We don't want to drag this out." "Yes." The man with the dagger quickly advanced towards Su-yun. Lying on the bed, Su-yun was on the brink of panic. She had never imagined that those above would be so impatient, daring to storm the office to commit murder. What to do? Su-yun knew that Su-chan's senior brother was skilled, but could he possibly take on so many adversaries alone? Just as the assassin raised his dagger, ready to strike, Yi Fan sprang from his hiding place, seizing the assassin's wrist and shattering the dagger, while simultaneously fracturing the man's arm. "That you're asking for death." Yi Fan scoffed, lifting the assassin like a mere stick and slamming him onto the ground. As the lights flickered on, Yi Fan and Su-yun descended from the bed, confronting the leader of the group. Su-yun, both astonished and furious, exclaimed, "Zhou Tao, you have gone too far. How dare you, a vassal family, attempt to murder the young lady? Do you not fear for your life at the hands of your family?" Zhou Tao, upon descending from the bed, was surprised to find not Su-chan, but Su-yun instead. "Humph. If the family seeks my demise, it depends on who currently holds the reins. Huh. With the old man in a coma, does it not fall to the young master to make the final call? That vile woman is not here. She has narrowly escaped a calamity, but do you think she can evade it for much longer?" Zhou Tao, being a shrewd individual, had discerned from the earlier encounter that Yi Fan effortlessly subdued his bodyguard, revealing that Yi Fan's prowess was formidable. "This place is not suitable for lingering. Let us depart." Zhou Tao called to a few subordinates, and then addressed Su-yun. saying, "Su Yun, I see you possess some charm. I advise you to be wise if you were to ascend to my bed earlier. Perhaps I could intercede on your behalf before the young master and spare your life." Su Yun, witnessing Zhou Tao's arrogant demeanor, felt a surge of indignation. Yet, in the dead of night, what could a lone woman do? As Zhou Tao prepared to leave, Yi Fan suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "Halt! Did I grant you permission to leave?" As he spoke, Yi Fan swiftly moved to stand before Zhou Tao, his cold gaze fixated on him, resembling that of a venomous serpent, causing Zhou Tao to stiffen involuntarily. What do you intend to do? Young man, let me inform you that I shall not hold you accountable for earlier hindrances to my affairs. It is best if you do not meddle in matters beyond your grasp. The Zhou family in the provincial capital is not to be trifled with. For some reason, Zhou Tao felt an instinctual trepidation in Yi Fan's gaze, compelling him to instinctively retreat. "What do you wish to do?" "I intend to kill you." In the next moment, Yi Fan seized a dagger from a nearby bodyguard without hesitation and plunged it directly into Zhou Tao's heart. This scene left Su Yun and Zhou Tao's other bodyguards utterly dumbfounded. What the hell? Is he this ruthless to kill without a second thought? Zhou Tao, incredulous, stared at the dagger lodged in his chest. Feeling his vitality rapidly ebbing away, his eyes, filled with resentment, sought Yi Fan's. "How dare you kill me? Who are you?" This deviates from the expected narrative. Normally, there would be a verbal sparring match before resorting to violence. At most, Zhou Tao would receive a beating, and the killing would ensue later, but to die now, how will the story unfold? "I am Yi Fan, the eldest son of the Yi family, Su Chan's senior apprentice." Yi Fan delivered a kick that sent Zhou Tao sprawling to the ground, coldly stating, "Since you sought to harm my junior sister, I must send you on your way," regardless of whether Zhou Tao believed it or not. Yi Fan had decisively ended Zhou Tao's life. The other assassins he had brought attempted to flee the scene, but Yi Fan transformed into a mere shadow, swiftly dispatching all of them, leaving them devoid of life. Su Yun stood by, frozen in astonishment at Yi Fan's actions. You killed them all?" Su Yun had heard of Yi Fan from Su Chan, knowing that this senior brother possessed extraordinary strength. However, Su Chan had also mentioned that during a previous battle, Yi Fan's foundation had been destroyed, his powers lost, and his kidneys reportedly removed. How could he now exhibit such formidable prowess? They deserved it. Yi Fan glanced indifferently at the corpses of Zhou Tao and the others, then fixed his intense gaze on Su Yun. "And who might you be? Where is my junior sister? Why do you find yourself here?" The sudden appearance of Zhou Tao and his men had interrupted Yi Fan's thoughts. Now, with some clarity, Yi Fan recalled that his junior sister had given him a room card and had tapped twice on the back of his hand, indicating a meeting at 2 in the morning. But why was she not here? Had he misunderstood the arrangement? Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Yet he had seen his junior sister earlier that day. In terms of appearance and aura, she was unmistakably her. "Miss Su, since you are here, please enlighten me about this Chu Yin. What is her true background?" Yi Fan scrutinized Su Yun, seeking any clues on her face, but Su Yun, fully aware of Su Chan's intentions, dared not reveal her connection to Yi Fan, maintaining an air of casualness. "I recall now. Earlier, young master, Yi had someone arrange for Miss Chu Yin to accompany you, correct? I apologize if you may be disappointed, but Miss Chu Yin is merely an ordinary girl who has grown up with her grandmother. She came here to earn money for her grandmother's medical treatment." Listening to Su Yun's explanation, Yi Fan felt a sudden emptiness within. Could it truly be that he had misidentified her? Yet he clearly saw his junior sister. Did she have some hidden reasons? It seems that once the experts from Beluo Sherman gather, I shall thoroughly investigate Royal Number 1 that if it turns out that Chu Yin is indeed my junior sister, I will eliminate anyone threatening her. As she is not my junior sister, Yi Fan deemed there was no longer any reason to linger and turned to leave the room. However, Su Yun reached out and stopped him. "What? You think you can just leave after taking everything?" Su Yun's face flushed with embarrassment at the memory of Yi Fan's earlier advances. While she managed a club, she had always been virtuous. Having her first kiss and being touched so unexpectedly by Yi Fan was bewildering that why Yi Fan halted, turning to look at Su Yun with a devilish grin. "What? Does Miss Su wish for me to take responsibility?" The thought of such responsibility was not out of the question but it would require a more profound exchange before I acknowledge it. Yi Fan's gaze roamed over Su Yun, unabashedly appraising her form. It must be said, Su Yun's figure was ample and curvaceous, particularly the astonishing elasticity Yi Fan had felt earlier. It was indeed exceptional. If Su Yun were willing, Yi Fan would not mind, feeling the intensity of Yi Fan's gaze. Su Yun felt her strength wane. What do you intend to do? I warn you, do not act recklessly. Su Yun's emotions were tumultuous. Yi Fan was strikingly handsome, with sharp features and an alluring physique, exuding a potent masculinity. Moreover, the way he kissed her had undeniably stirred feelings within her. Such a man is irresistible to women. What I meant to say is, Chu Yin is not your junior sister. Would you be willing to assist us? Su Yun unexpectedly proposed, leaving Yi Fan momentarily stunned. If you help us safeguard Royal Number 1, I'm willing to yield to your desires. Is she not my junior sister? Yet she would submit to my wishes? Yi Fan tilted his head, intrigued by Su Yun's proposition. This Miss Su is quite intriguing. Yi Fan's mind raced, sensing a crucial piece of information was missing, and many connections eluded him. Yet one thing was certain. Something was amiss at Royal Number 1, and Chu Yin was entangled in it. Although he had not encountered his junior sister tonight, Yi Fan instinctively believed that Chu Yin was indeed her. Since this establishment, which belonged to his junior sister, was facing troubles, he would naturally not refuse to help. Oh, that condition is quite tempting. Pray tell, what troubles is Royal Number 1 facing? Yi Fan stood firm, his expression serious as he regarded Su Yun. It is still the Zhou family. The headquarters of the Beijing families dispatched the Zhou family to forcibly seize our Royal Number 1 and aim to confiscate a treasured heirloom belonging to Chu Yin. Tomorrow, representatives from the Zhou family will request a negotiation, and I wish to ask for your presence to intimidate them. Yes, that's so. No problem. Just inform me of the time and place, and I shall be there punctually tomorrow. Yi Fan smiled faintly. A mere Zhou family was no match for him, having already slain their young master. What is there to fear from their negotiating representatives? As Su Yun watched Yi Fan's retreating figure, an inexplicable sense of tranquility enveloped her. Could it be that it was due to his earlier kiss? As these chaotic thoughts crossed her mind, her phone suddenly rang. It was Su Chan calling. Yin J.I.E.I.S. There nothing happening in the office tonight? Nothing at all. Su Yun felt a pang of guilt, akin to being caught in an illicit affair. It was thrilling yet left her with an indescribable feeling. A thought suddenly crossed Su Yun's mind. Perhaps Su Chan had indeed arranged for Yi Fan to meet her, only to shy away at the last moment. However, Su Yun did not dwell on it further and informed Su Chan. Xiao Chan, there's something I need to tell you. Young master, you just came by the office. Su Chan's voice on the other end was filled with astonishment, her heart racing. Did my senior brother truly grasp my intentions? Has he left? Su Yun nodded. Young master, Yi has already departed, and I did not reveal your identity. However, tomorrow Yi Fan has killed Zhou Tao, the young master of the Zhou family, and I have invited him to help us maintain order during the negotiations with the Zhou family. He killed someone from the Zhou family. How can my senior brother dare to do that? He has clearly not yet regained his strength, alas. Su Chan's tone was laced with urgency. She was acutely aware of Yi Fan's predicament. His roots had been shattered, his kidneys excavated, and his heart ravaged. Although Yi Fan was a martial artist, his current capabilities were only sufficient to deal with some ordinary petty thieves. Yet, should his true self be revealed, he would have to contend with those ruthless individuals. Very well, I shall abstain from the negotiations tomorrow. You will represent me and handle everything with full authority. Su Chan feared that if she were to encounter Yi Fan once more, she might be unable to restrain herself, and revealing her feelings before him would mean exposing his identity, prompting countless adversaries to act against him. However, what Su Chan was unaware of was that Yi Fan had already completely unveiled his identity as the young master of the Yi family at the Lin family banquet. The only aspect he had concealed was his strength. Having mingled within the clubs of Yun City for 3 years, once everyone learned that Yi Fan was indeed the young master of the Yi family, they still only perceived him as a playboy idling away his time in the clubs. Only a select few understood that Yi Fan was no longer the man he used to be. He now stood at the pinnacle of this world. Nevertheless, Yi Fan possessed another identity he could leverage, that of the prodigious genius Yi Jun Tian. If the situation necessitated, Yi Fan could emerge under the guise of Master Yi to resolve issues. For instance, tomorrow, while assisting in the negotiations at Royal No. 1 Club, Yi Fan did not intend to reveal his true self, but rather to present himself as Yi Jun Tian, with his identity being that of Yi Fan's friend from a Yi family estate. A shadow stealthily slipped away, then hailed a cab on the street, heading towards the Lin family manor. You ask how I know? Lin Hua's mouth was wrapped in bandages, appearing somewhat comical, and that scoundrel had disrupted the engagement ceremony between the Lin and Xian families, even daring to slap me publicly. Utterly outrageous. Yi Fan's performance at the Lin family banquet had likely reached Yi Xiu's ears. This time, the Lin family's reputation had been utterly tarnished. Why Yi Fan must perish. Just moments ago, Yi Changfeng spoke with me, and the old fool was quite explicit, no matter how hard I strive. The Yi family will still be handed over to Yi Fan. If Yi Fan does not die, I will never be able to seize control of the entire Yi family, and we will forever be unable to obtain that item. A gloomy expression surfaced on Yi Xiu's face as he spoke with malice. Silence. Lin Hua rebuked Yi Xiu sharply. Some matters are best left unsaid. Keep your mouth shut and do not jeopardize our boss's plans, or we shall both suffer the consequences. Yi Xiu recognized that he had overstepped and that the Lin family head now had an opportunity. Yi Fan invited me to the Tyrant Club tomorrow, and I have consented that I will lead him there, and the Lin family head will arrange for someone at the Tyrant Club to eliminate him, lest we prolong the night and invite misfortune. Lin Huan nodded. Indeed, it was a splendid opportunity. The blood-robe sex members would arrive early tomorrow, and I will make arrangements. Once you prepare the room, inform me. Lin Hua slammed his fist on the table. Since learning of the assassination of the master expert who attacked the Yi family last night, Lin Hua had felt a sense of foreboding. He had expended considerable effort to persuade the Xian family to relent, agreeing to withdraw the engagement with the Yi family and to ally with the Lin family. Last night, Yi Fan's actions had severely undermined those prospects. Regardless of whether that killer, Yi Jun Tian, was truly Yi Fan, tomorrow, should the blood-robe sect take action, whether he lives or dies, Yi Fan will not escape unscathed. The blood-robe sect is a notorious assassin organization that has risen to prominence in the past decade. Their ranks are filled with formidable experts, and most importantly, they adhere stringently to their clients' directives. No death, no respite. Once the blood-robe sect agrees to a task, unless they are annihilated, they will pursue their target to the ends of the earth, regardless of the cost. Yet, neither Lin Hua nor Yi Xiu realized that this was a trap set by Yi Fan, waiting for them to fall in. The key point is that Yi Fan's schemes had never ceased. For instance, regarding the Zhou family, this time, the delegation here to negotiate with Su Yun and Su Chan. Although Zhou Tao, the young master of the Zhou family, accompanied them, the principal representative remained the Zhou family steward. Ling Tian, Steward Ling, we have received word that young Master Zhou went to the club, likely enchanted by one of the ladies there, and has decided to spend the night. Young Master Zhou is ultimately unreliable. For this negotiation, it is primarily you who must take the lead. The assistant dutifully flattered Ling Tian, but Ling Tian appeared indifferent to the praise. Silence. Young Master Zhou is the future successor of the Zhou family. Who dares to show him disrespect? Do not test my patience. Yet, Ling Tian was unaware that Zhou Tao had already encountered his demise. Chapter 29. General Song Pa's obsequiousness towards Yi Fan. Although Su Yixue had learned last night that General Song Pa would personally arrive to sign the general agency contract with the Su Group, she was still exceedingly thrilled when she received a call from General Song Pa himself the following morning. Darling, General Song Pa said he has arrived in Yun City and will come to the villa to sign the contract with us. I believe it would be more appropriate to meet at the office instead, so I've arranged for us to go there. Shall we hurry? After planting 3 kisses and having had his fill of advantage, Yi Fan finally arose, driving alongside Su Yixue towards the Su Group's headquarters. Within the office of the Su Group, General Song Pa sat on the sofa, his gaze incessantly directed toward the door. He continued to murmur to his aide, "Sigh. I should have gone to the villa to wait for the Emperor. This is far too disrespectful, utterly lacking in courtesy towards the Emperor. before his subordinates could respond. Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong, standing respectfully beside him, interjected courteously, "General Songpa, would you not reconsider continuing our collaboration with the Yun family? We possess the most comprehensive sales channels in the Great Xia. Or perhaps we could offer further concessions. We only seek a 10% profit." Yun Batian had learned of General Song Pa's notification to cease collaboration with them the previous night, and thus had hurriedly inquired about his itinerary. Ultimately arriving at the Su Group to make a last-ditch effort. 10% profit? That sounds reasonable. How did I not think of it? Thankfully I did. Previously, I sought 30%, which was simply too greedy. General Song continued along with Yun Boshin's words, and upon hearing his response, Yun Boshin's eyes brightened. "General Song Pa, have you agreed?" Yun Boshin's heart ached, as prior agreements with General Song Pa had stipulated a 30% profit for the Yun family. Now, accepting merely 10% would result in losses of at least 1,000 billion over the year. However, even with just 10%, as long as they could continue collaborating with General Song Pa, the subsequent benefits would still be monumental. They could always recoup the losses from the distributors. Agree? Agree to what? Why are you still here? I was discussing my collaboration with the Su Group, and I only want 10% profit. What does that have to do with you? General Song Pa frowned at Yun Batian, saying, "I have made my position very clear. Our collaboration has concluded. With less than a month remaining, is it merely 100 million in penalty fees? I will have someone transfer it to you immediately." What? As Yun Batian listened to General Song Pa's words, he thought he had misheard. General Song Pa only sought 10% profit from collaborating with the Su Group. It must be noted that previously, when collaborating with the Yun family, he demanded 70% profit. Why then would he only require 10% from the Su Group? How demeaning. Still not leaving. Kuntai. Throw them out. Otherwise, the emperor will be quite displeased to see them. General Song Pa expressed his annoyance towards Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong, instructing his subordinates to forcibly escort them out. General Song Pa Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong protested. Yet their hearts were filled with unwillingness. "Dad, it must be Yi Fan." After Yi Fan called yesterday, General Song Pa decided to terminate our collaboration. Yun Feiyong turned to Yun Batian. "Silence. Do you really need to point that out?" Yun Batian felt an overwhelming urge to slap Yun Feiyong. Was it not blatantly obvious? If only this Yun Feiyong had not provoked Su Yishua. The Yi family, while having fallen from grace, was still not to be trifled with lightly. Who could have anticipated that Su Yishua's husband, Yi Fan, was actually the young master of the Yi family? Young Master Yi, pleased this way. While Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong were still brooding, General Song Pa had already risen swiftly, heading towards the entrance to greet them. It turned out that Yi Fan and Su Yishua had already stepped into the conference room. General Song, displaying utmost respect, personally pulled out a chair for Yi Fan, saying, "Young master, does this seat suit you comfortably? Would you like me to massage your shoulders?" While speaking, General Song Pa rolled up his sleeves, respectfully commencing to knead Yi Fan's shoulders. Such a scene left Yun Batian and Yun Feiyong utterly astonished. What? General Song Pa is a figure of immense power, the most prominent warlord in the Myanmar region, commanding tens of thousands of men, known for his ruthlessness and regarded as a butcher. He would execute anyone who dared offend him. Yet now he appeared before Yi Fan, submissively behaving like a tail-wagging dog. Had their eyes deceived them? Although Yi Fan is the eldest son of the Yi family, for the past 3 years, he has spent his time indulging in the clubs of Yun City. How could he possibly have any influence over Myanmar? Yet the subordinates of General Song Pa are not at all surprised by this. They all understand how significant Yi Fan was to General Song Pa back in the day. Not only would they attend to Yi Fan's needs, but if he desired to sleep with General Song Pa's wife, the general would personally ensure she was clean and sent to Yi Fan's bed. Yi Fan coldly glared at Yun Feiyong, his eyes brimming with mockery. "Kuntai, act swiftly. Just toss him out. No need for pleasantries." Upon witnessing Yi Fan's demeanor, Song Pa grew anxious, hastily reprimanding his subordinates, fearful of displeasing Yi Fan. Kuntai immediately took action, seizing Yun Feiyong and Yun Batian by their limbs and forcefully hurling them into the corridor. The sound of their bodies crashing against the tiled floor echoed through the hallway, accompanied by their agonized screams. "Why, Yi Fan, you will pay for this. I will not let this matter rest." You think you can evade the Yun family while conducting jade business in Daxia? Not a chance. Yin Feiyong scrambled out of the building, still roaring in fury. Songpa furrowed his brow and addressed Yi Fan. Your Majesty, should I act to eliminate the Yun family? Yi Fan gently waved his hand. No need. This is Daxia. Your actions could lead to complications. I have warned them. Should they dare to harass my wife again, I will raise the entire Yun family to the ground. After a brief pause, Yi Fan turned to Songpa and Su Ishu. You may commence preparations for the contract. Upon hearing this, Songpa promptly instructed his subordinates to present the contract, personally handing it to Su Ishua. Miss Su, I propose the following. It would be a tremendous honor for our Jade Group to collaborate with the Su Group. Therefore, we have decided to request only a 10% profit share. What do you think? As he spoke, General Songpa cautiously observed Yi Fan's expression. What? 10%? Su Ishua exclaimed in astonishment. Startled by her reaction, Songpa quickly added, Miss Su, is 10% too much? Perhaps 0.5% would suffice now. To serve your Majesty, how could I think of profits? I am utterly foolish. As he spoke, Songpa slapped his own cheek hard. General Songpa, please stop. You have misunderstood. That is not what I meant. Su Ishua glanced at the composed Yi Fan, sipping tea beside her, and felt a deep admiration for her remarkable husband. She understood that General Songpa's immense respect towards her was entirely due to Yi Fan's influence. Su Ishua was well aware that even the Yun family in the provincial capital would secure a 70% profit when collaborating with General Songpa. The scale and influence of the Su group pale in comparison to the Yun family, yet Songpa was offering her a staggering 60% profit. This was not merely business. It was akin to receiving a fortune. I mean to say, the profit you offer is far too generous. We truly feel embarrassed. Su Ishua hurried to clarify, which eased some of Songpa's anxiety. Turning to Yi Fan, she asked, Young Master Yi, do you find this arrangement reasonable? Yi Fan smirked. Songpa, I appreciate your goodwill. However, in business, it is crucial that all parties prosper together. How about this? You shouldn't bear too much loss. A 50-50 split would suffice. I assure you, over the course of a year, your earnings will at least triple compared to collaborating with the Yun family. Yi Fan spoke with nonchalance, yet his confidence was palpable. Previously, due to his martial arts not being fully restored, he had to remain in the shadows, helping the Su family discreetly. But now, with his strength fully regained and even surpassing its former peak, the Su group would inevitably rise alongside him. But why Yi Fan harbored aspirations of restoring the Yi family to its former glory as the foremost family, while the Su group would aim for second place. Thank you, Your Majesty. Songpa silently exhaled a sigh of relief, respectfully bowing to Yi Fan. Today, Yi Fan had arranged to meet Yi Xiu at the Overlord Club for some revelry. If Yi Fan didn't attend, how could Yi Xiu seize the opportunity to act against him? Upon arriving at the entrance of the Overlord Club, Yi Fan found Yi Xiu donned in a hat and sunglasses. Arriving at the same time, Brother, we're merely here to enjoy ourselves, yet you look like you're on an undercover mission. Is it really necessary? Yi Fan remarked derisively at Yi Xiu's attire, but why Yi Xiu appeared sheepish. Van Fan, it's best to exercise caution. I'm not like you. I often attend business banquets, and if I'm seen entering such a place, it would reflect poorly on me. In truth, Yi Xiu longed to frequent such establishments, but his concern for maintaining his reputation in front of the Yi family's elder restrained him from doing so. Pretending, just pretending. As they approached the front desk, Yi Fan deliberately introduced, This is my elder brother Yi Xiu. Make sure to arrange for 2 beautiful ladies for him. Yi Fan's declaration drew the attention of many nearby, leaving Yi Xiu feeling increasingly uncomfortable. After settling their room arrangements, Yi Fan and Yi Xiu entered their respective chambers. Upon witnessing Yi Fan order 10 women at once, Yi Xiu felt exasperated. You fool! How can you possibly handle so many at once? Humph! Today is your final spree. Once inside his room, Yi Xiu quickly retrieved his phone and dialed a number. Master Lin, we have arrived at the Overlord Club. Yi Fan is in room 308. Let the operation commence. On the other end was Lin Hua, the head of the Lin family. Good. However, Yi Xiu, you should destroy the SIM card immediately to avoid any traces of our communication. Better safe than sorry. After the assassination of that master, Lin Hua had grown increasingly cautious. In the Overlord Club, Yi Fan reclined on a circular sofa, surrounded by 10 beautiful women who were attending to him by feeding him grapes and peeling bananas. Yi Fan was reveling in the indulgence. Suddenly, a chilling aura of malice surged from outside the room. Yi Fan smirked. Finally, they've arrived? Ladies, why don't you rest for a moment? With a swift motion of his hand, a surge of energy emanated, sealing the acupoints of the 10 beauties, causing them to faint instantly. For certain matters, should they witness or overhear, the only outcome would be their demise. With a crack, the door swung open, and a man wearing a cap stepped inside, brandishing a gleaming dagger that shimmered under the light. Allow me to introduce myself, Black Dragon, assassin of the Blood Garment sect. Kid, someone has placed a bounty on your head. Don't blame me, the man shouted. Swiftly charging towards Yi Fan, the dagger aimed directly at his heart. With no unnecessary movements, and the aura of martial arts radiating from him indicating he had reached the mastery stage, a top-tier expert in the ordinary world. This man was Black Dragon, the 13th ranked assassin within the Blood Garment sect. His strikes were vicious, and he was known for his swift and decisive actions. Just as Black Dragon thrust his dagger forward, he found that it could not advance even a fraction closer to Yi Fan. The blade was caught by bone. As Black Dragon exerted more force, he realized he still could not move it. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that Yi Fan had effortlessly pinched the blade between 2 fingers, looking at him with calm composure. Now, speak. Who ordered your assassination? If you reveal the mastermind behind this, I will spare your life. Yi Fan had come to the Overlord Club with the intention of fishing for trouble. Given Yi Fan's current strength, few could stand against him. Black Dragon was quick, but Yi Fan's response was even quicker. As soon as Black Dragon moved, Yi Fan had already thrown a punch. Boom! Black Dragon was sent crashing to the ground by Yi Fan's ferocious strike, a significant dent forming in his chest as blood spilled from his mouth. His expression one of disbelief as he gazed at Yi Fan. That you've been hiding your strength? The Blood Garment sect conducts thorough investigations before taking action. They had gathered ample intelligence on Yi Fan. They knew he was the eldest son of the Yi family, but they were also aware that 3 years ago, his cultivation had been sabotaged, and even his heart and kidneys had been removed. Although they were unsure how he had survived, he remained hidden in Yun City, playing a game of shadows. All intelligence indicated that Yi Fan was a useless individual, a playboy living off his wife, spending his days in clubs. There had been no signs of his martial arts recovery. Yet, now Black Dragon realized that all of this was a facade. I'll give you one last chance. Tell me, who sent you to kill me? Yi Fan demanded, his foot pressing down on Black Dragon's face, looking down at him from a position of superiority. I have nothing to disclose. Crack, before Black Dragon could finish his words. Yi Fan stomped down, breaking his neck. Since he refused to disclose the identity of his employer, he had no value in living. All that mattered was knowing that the assailants were from the Blood Garment sect. What is one Blood Garment sect? At a suitable time, he would eradicate them, fulfilling a duty to the people. As he gazed at the lifeless Black Dragon on the floor, a wicked smile crept across Yi Fan's lips. The reason Yi Fan had dealt with Black Dragon so decisively was that he had another plan in mind. Yi Fan turned the face of the Black Dragon over, scrutinizing it intently for a moment. Then, with a swift motion, he began to knead his own face. In the blink of an eye, Yi Fan's appearance underwent a dramatic transformation. At that moment, Yi Fan bore such an uncanny resemblance to the Black Dragon that one could scarcely tell them apart. Donning a cap with a flat brim, one could imagine that even the Black Dragon's parents would be utterly bewildered upon seeing him. Chapter 31. Quietly watching your clumsy performance. Yi Fan swiftly rummaged through the belongings of the Black Dragon. Apart from a simple communication device, he discovered a small vial containing a powdery substance. Bringing it to his nose, he inhaled deeply. Corpse-dissolving powder. Previously, Yi Fan had been contemplating how to dispose of the Black Dragon's body, and this powder was just what he needed. He gently poured a small amount onto the Black Dragon's corpse, and in an instant, the body disintegrated into a puddle of liquid under the powder's corrosive effect. The Yi Fan quickly tidied up the room with a mop, donned the cap, and climbed out of the window, making his way into the adjacent room where Yi Xiu resided. Inside the neighboring room, Yi Xiu was like a frenzied beast, mercilessly tormenting two young women accompanying him. He had the girls chained like dogs, striking them with a whip, compelling them to bark and crawl on the ground, as if he were releasing years of pent-up frustration. The girls bore countless lash marks on their bodies, pleading, "Big brother, please, don't do this." Initially, the two girls believed they had struck gold by serving a wealthy patron, expecting a substantial tip for their efforts. Little did they know that Yishio was such a perverse individual who delighted in this twisted game. "Don't stop. Keep crawling. I paid for this." Yishio howled maniacally, ready to strike again when a powerful hand seized his wrist. "You two, get out." It was none other than Yi Fan, who had entered through the window, now bearing the visage of the Black Dragon. Hearing Yi Fan's command, the two girls felt a wave of relief wash over them and hurriedly scrambled out of the room. Upon seeing the Black Dragon, Yishio's anger seemed to dissipate somewhat. Black Dragon, has Yi Fan been dealt with? The news of Yi Fan's demise appeared to lighten Yishio's spirits significantly. "Big brother, are you joking? I have labored tirelessly for the Yi family. Yet when have they ever regarded me as one of their own? Especially that old coot from the Yi family. After all these years of hardship, he still intends to pass the family on to that useless Yi Fan. If Yi Fan remains alive, how can I control the Yi family? Is that so? If you wish to control the Yi family, there are many other ways to do so. There is no need to kill Yi Fan." Yi Fan continued to coax Yishio into speaking that, "I've heard that Yi Fan has married into the Su family and shows little interest in controlling the Yi family. Can't one leave a thread of mercy?" Then, this assassination of Yi Fan was the Lin family's idea? Yi Fan frowned, eager to unearth more valuable information. 3 years ago, which families participated in the attack on the Yi family. During the assault on the Yi family, the Lin family and the Zhou family from Yin City were involved at that time. We should have shown no mercy and eliminated those two old fogies from the Yi family, and we wouldn't be facing so many problems now. Yishio trailed off abruptly, his expression turning wary as he looked at Yi Fan. "Black Dragon, you are merely a killer for the Blood Robe sect. Why do you ask so many questions?" Yishio realized he had divulged too much, that some secrets should remain buried deep within. Yi Fan understood that Yishio likely possessed additional knowledge, but appeared that relying solely on the Black Dragon's guise would not yield further results. With a swift motion, Yi Fan rubbed his face, reverting to his true appearance. "Why, Yishio, you truly are my dear elder brother. Is this how you repay the kindness my grandfather showed you?" "Ah? You are not the Black Dragon." The Black Dragon. Yishio stared at Yi Fan in shock. Disbelief etched across his face. "Have you regained your strength? Are you deceiving us?" Yishio quickly pieced it together. If Yi Fan could transform into the Black Dragon and appear before him, then the Black Dragon must have perished. Yi Fan smirked coldly. "You were always so clever. Had you chosen to support the Yi family steadfastly, it would not have been impossible for me to hand over the Yi family to you in the future." Yi Fan had backing from the North Falling Master sect and many other affairs to attend to. The Yi family was merely a starting point for him, and he truly did not intend to invest too much effort into its management. Realizing that the Black Dragon was dead, Yishio panicked momentarily before quickly regaining his composure. "Humph, you expect me to wag my tail like a dog for your Yi family? I cannot do that." As he spoke, Yishio began to retreat toward the window, seeking an opportunity to escape. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smirk. "Brother, given your years of diligence toward the Yi family, I shall grant you an opportunity. Come forward and testify against the Lin family for the attack on the Yi family, and I shall spare your life." Previously, when speaking to the Black Dragon, Yi Fan had perhaps been somewhat insincere. But now, with Yishio, he genuinely intended to spare his life. After all, Yishio had been raised by his grandfather, and a dog cared for long enough to develop some affection. Spare my life? Yi Fan, you ought to be more concerned about your own well-being, even if you have regained your strength. So what? 3 years ago, they dared to strike against the Yi family, and 3 years later, the Yi family remains unable to escape their fate. As Yishio spoke, he suddenly produced a desert eagle from his person and aimed it at Yi Fan. Pulling the trigger, die, bang! As the bullet sped toward Yi Fan, Yishio executed a swift roll and dashed toward the window to escape. Yishio understood that if Yi Fan had indeed regained his strength, his bullet posed no threat at such a close range. Therefore, Firing the gun was merely a ploy to buy himself a chance at escape. However, Yi Xiao had underestimated Yi Fan. You squander the opportunity I've given you, and you still wish to flee. Do you think that is possible? Yi Fan had invited Yi Xiao to join him in flirting with women the previous day, precisely to create an opportunity for him to act. By revealing his strength before Yi Xiao, Yi Fan had made it clear that he had no intention of letting Yi Xiao off the hook today, that Yi Xiao was captured by Yi Fan and attempted to channel his energy to fight back. Yi Fan merely slapped him, rendering all of Yi Xiao's cultivation null and void, tossing him to the ground like a dead dog. Since you participated in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago, I shall make you wish you were dead. Yi Fan coldly glared at Yi Xiao before dialing Li Hu's number. Come over and help me detain someone. Tonight, we must orchestrate a grand performance. Yi Fan did not immediately kill Yi Xiao, but rather planned to hand him over to Li Hu in hopes of extracting more useful information. Simultaneously, Yi Fan intended to deliberately leak the information that Yi Xiao was still alive and expose the location of his detention. Eager to see if the Lin family and Zhou family would attempt to rescue him or silence him. Chapter 32. Kneel down and crawl out while barking like a dog. Yi Fan's intentions were clear, him to remain as inconspicuous as possible. A moment later, when Yi Fan exited the room, he found the 10 young women he had brought in disarray, sprawled across the sofas and bed, all still unconscious. Upon entering, several staff members were taken aback at the sight. Goodness, the young master of the Yi family is so vigorous. 10 girls not only couldn't withstand him, but were also rendered unconscious. My word, I'm in awe. Even a donkey could not endure such a feat. If there is another chance, I must learn from the young master. With the Black Dragon missing and Yi Xiao unaccounted for, yet Yi Fan emerged unscathed from the Bawang Club. The news spread swiftly to Lin Hua, who was left in a state of panic that we still cannot reach Yi Xiao, and the Black Dragon is unreachable as well. Indeed, within the Lin family estate, a subordinate reported helplessly, our men clearly saw Yi Fan leave the Bawang Club, but they did not see Yi Xiao come out. Lin Hua, overwhelmed with anxiety, plopped down into a chair. That it's over. The Black Dragon is likely dead. Quickly contact the Blood Robe sect and instruct them to think of a way to eliminate Yi Fan immediately. Lin Hua was genuinely distressed. At the banquet hosted by the Lin family, Yi Fan had suddenly slapped him, and at that moment, Lin Hua merely suspected that Yi Fan had regained his strength. However, now that the Black Dragon had acted and Yi Fan was still alive, it could only mean that Yi Fan's abilities surpassed those of the Black Dragon. Lin Hua rubbed his forehead, still reeling from the shock when a subordinate reported again, Head of the family, we have just received the latest news. Yi Xiao is not dead, but has been captured by Yi Fan, who is preparing to interrogate him regarding the attack on the Yi family. Lin Hua felt another wave of headache wash over him that Yi Xiao was indeed a crucial insider in the attack on the Yi family. Although Yi Xiao was not privy to the larger plans, he had clear knowledge of the Lin family's involvement, that if Yi Xiao remained alive and testified against the Lin family, the Yi family would undoubtedly retaliate against the Lin family with full force. While plans were underway to continue the assault on the Yi family had the capability to eliminate the Lin family before their own downfall. Quick! Mobilize all resources to investigate where Yi Xiao is being held. We must rescue him before he speaks. If we cannot rescue him, then ensure he cannot speak. Lin Hua gestured a throat-cutting motion to his subordinates while speaking. Beside him, Lin Dong nodded, declaring, Uncle, allow me to take charge of this matter. My men just reported that they saw Yi Xiao being taken away by Li Hu. We should soon ascertain the location of his confinement, and I will ensure he remains silent. Indeed, after departing from the Bawang Club, Yi Fan felt a profound heaviness in his heart. 3 years after the assault on the Yi family, clues finally began to surface. However, the situation appeared far more intricate than he had anticipated. Initially, he believed that only the Lin family was involved, but it now seemed that the Zhou family was also implicated. Furthermore, from Yi Xiao's words, it was evident that beyond these two families, there were others at play. The forces capable of simultaneously mobilizing against the Bei Luo, Shi Min, and the Yi family could not be ordinary individuals. But who could they be? What were their intentions in targeting both the Yi family and the Bei Luo, Shi Min? Upon returning to his vehicle, Yi Fan glanced at a text message on his phone. 1 p.m., 8th floor private room of the Yuncheng Grand Hotel. This message was sent by Su Yun. She had invited Yi Fan to make an appearance to intimidate, and now it was nearly time to go. Yi Fan swiftly drove towards the Yuncheng Grand Hotel. Having killed Zhou Tao the previous night, Yi Fan had acted purely out of self-defense, as Zhou Tao had sought to harm his junior sister. Little did he know that the Zhou family was also part of the conspiracy against the Yi family. Thus, Zhou Tao's death was entirely justified. At the Yuncheng Grand Hotel, in the private room on the 8th floor, Su Yun sat on one side of the sofa, while an elderly man in gray robes, the housekeeper of the Zhou family, Ling Tan, occupied the opposite side. Su Yun, he began, you are aware of the situation. It is not our Zhou family's desire to target you. Rather, it is the young master of the Su family who has issued a death warrant, leaving you no avenue for escape. So, do not make it difficult for me. Sign the agreement to transfer all your assets in Yuncheng to the young master, and I will grant you a single day to flee. Su Yun, visibly anxious, looked at Ling Tian. Although she lacked martial prowess, she understood that the Zhou family's housekeeper was exceptionally powerful, reportedly on the verge of becoming a master. The Zhou family's decision to send Ling Tian indicated their determination to seize the last remaining assets from Su Chan, assets that were her mother's final legacy for her survival. If they were to be taken, Su Chan would truly be left with no way out. Ling Tian, this is an internal matter of the Su family. I advise you against involving yourself. Regardless of the disputes between the young master and Su Chan, they are still siblings. Are you certain you wish to face the consequences? Su Yun occasionally glanced towards the door, wondering why Yi Fan had yet to arrive as he had promised to intimidate them. Siblings? Ling Tian scoffed. Do you find that amusing? She is merely a half-sister to the young master. You know well his disdain for Su Chan. He would prefer her dead. The young master has openly proclaimed a bounty of 500,000 for anyone who can eliminate Su Chan. Tell me, how long do you think she can survive? Ling Tian regarded Su Yun with a sinister smile. Since Su Chan has entrusted you with full authority, will you sign or not? As he spoke, he pushed the contract towards Su Yun. This is outright robbery. I will not sign. Su Yun's frustration boiled over as she read the contract's terms. 250 yuan. She could not fathom why the young master was intent on annihilation. Su Yun, you are inviting trouble. Ling Tian ordered his henchman, who promptly seized Su Yun, preparing to force her to sign the document. The Zhou family's purpose in coming to Yuncheng was merely a formality. They had no intention of negotiating with Su Yun and the others. You are courting death, a cold voice suddenly echoed from the doorway as a young man strode into the room. Without hesitation, he unleashed 2 punches into the chests of the 2 henchmen beside Su Yun. Thud! Thud! The sound of their impact reverberated as they were sent crashing into the wall, leaving dents akin to photographs embedded in the surface. The 2 men coughed blood and slowly slid down the wall. It was none other than Yi Fan. However, at that moment, he had altered his appearance to resemble the infamous Yi Juntian from the black market. As Yi Fan helped Su Yun to her feet, she looked at him in confusion. Yuda, who are you? With a faint smile, Yi Fan introduced himself. I am Yi Juntian, a friend of Yi Fan. I am here today, at his request, to assist. As he spoke, Yi Fan's gaze scrutinized Ling Tian, regarding him as nothing more than a half-stepmaster. You are Yi Juntian. Ling Tian's face paled slightly at the mention of the name. The news of Yi Juntian defeating the master Tian Kuei in the black market had spread throughout Yuncheng. Moreover, Ling Tian knew all too well that the Lin family had been the ones orchestrating the attack on the Yi family, with the Zhou family complicit as well. Just as the Lin and Zhou families were investigating Yi Juntian's identity, Ling Tian found himself standing face to face with him. It seems you are already aware of me. That simplifies matters. Yi Fan's expression turned sinister as he declared, I will ensure Su Yun and Royal Number 1 are safe. You will kneel and crawl out of here, barking like a dog. You audacious brat. Ling Tian's expression darkened as he stared at Yi Fan. You may have killed the master Tian Kuei, but you should understand that this is no longer an era of solitary combat. No matter how strong you are, can you truly contend against 10 or 100 men? Do you think I came to Yuncheng without preparation? Clap, clap. Ling Tian clapped his hands, and in an instant, A horde of burly men armed with enhanced crossbows surged into the room, their arrows trained on Yi Fan that you've never experienced the sensation of being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Have you? Move even slightly, and I assure you, you won't leave here standing. Ling Tian beamed with confidence. These enhanced crossbows have been modified by skilled individuals. While they were ineffective against masters, they still posed a lethal threat to those below that level. One arrow could be dodged, perhaps even 2 or 3, but against a volley of hundreds, Yi Jun Tian would be hard-pressed to defend himself. Chapter 33. Only children make choices. Now, you have 2 options. Ling Tian stepped closer, tapping Yi Fan's cheek lightly. First, continue siding with Su Yun, and I will order the arrows to rain down upon you, and royal number 1 will be ours. Alternatively, young man, given your astonishing talent at such a young age, why not join us? I will recommend you to the higher-ups and ensure you receive a lucrative position, along with ample resources for your cultivation. What do you say? Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. Having caught a key phrase in Ling Tian's proposal, the higher-ups, this implied that there were indeed figures above the Zhou family. Ling, are you referring to the Su family in the capital? Ling Tian chuckled coldly. The Su family? Ha! They may be formidable, but they're not in a position to command the likes of my Zhou family or the Lin family. The higher-ups I speak of are leagues above them. Consider it, Yi Xiao, he urged, sensing Yi Fan's interest that if he could recruit such a prodigious talent, he would be handsomely rewarded. That why Yi Fan's expression turned I see why. No need for consideration. Only children make choices. HM, what does that imply? Yi Xiao, Ling Tian adopted a cautious demeanor, retreating behind a group of burly men. My meaning is simple. I will kill you all. With a surge of murderous intent, Yi Fan unleashed his power, sending shockwaves radiating outward. Attack! Kill him! Ling Tian shouted to his archers as he sensed Yi Fan's movements. Whoosh! 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 Countless bolts were loosed, flying towards Yi Fan, who remained unfazed. Break for me! Yi Fan roared, delivering a punch infused with tremendous energy into the void. A powerful force tore through the air, producing a mournful wail as it ruptured the atmosphere. Just as the enhanced crossbows were about to strike Su Yun and Yi Fan, a visible barrier of air materialized 2 meters in front of them, seemingly pulsating with boundless energy, effectively halting all the bolts in their tracks. Due to the formidable resistance, the tails of the crossbow bolts quivered violently, consuming their own momentum. It took a full 3 seconds for all the bolts to finally come to a complete standstill. At this moment, the scene before one's eyes appeared rather surreal. Countless arrowheads were all aimed at Yi Fan and Su Yun, as if grasped by an invisible hand, suspended in mid-air, neither advancing nor falling. The essence of the Qi. Good heavens, you have actually cultivated the essence of the Qi. Your strength surpasses that of a martial sovereign. How is this possible? Impossible. Ling Tian gazed at the air barrier before Yi Fan, his astonished pupils widening, completely forgetting that he should have fled immediately. In the realm of martial arts, to cultivate the essence of the Qi, one must at least break through to the level of a martial sovereign. At that level, the control over power and energy enters an entirely new domain. An ordinary steel crossbow poses no threat to a martial sovereign expert. In fact, even bullets, if fired from a distance, would inflict no harm. It's impossible because you haven't seen it yet. Puffed, puffed. Without exception, those archers either perished on the spot or were gravely injured and collapsed. In mere seconds, the murderous archers had all fallen to the ground. The only ones still standing in the entire room were Yi Fan, Su Yun, and Ling Tian. Su Yun covered her small mouth, staring in astonishment at Yi Fan. This friend of Yi Fan. Yi Jun Tian, really this formidable. Not only did he bring so many down, but also seemed he even exerted his full strength. This, Ling Tian felt his legs trembling. If this Yi Jun Tian merely possessed strength beyond a master realm, Ling Tian believed he still had a chance to fight back. But now, with Yi Fan displaying power beyond a martial sovereign, Ling Tian had no thoughts of escape. Escape? With a strength not even reaching the master level. It was utterly impossible to flee from a martial sovereign expert. Master, I doubt was wrong. Thud. Without hesitation, Ling Tian knelt directly before Yi Fan, A wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Ling Tian was cunning, deciding to first navigate this crisis, as preserving his life was far better than facing immediate death. Shall we still sign that contract for Royal Number 1? Yi Fan sat on the sofa, gazing at Ling Tian with indifference. This Ling Tian had some substance and needed to be questioned thoroughly. No more signing. No more signing. Ling Tian hurriedly waved his hands, admitting his ignorance. I apologize to Miss Su. Miss Su, I was wrong. While apologizing, Ling Tian continued to bow repeatedly. Damn it, this contract, whoever wants to sign it can do so. I absolutely will not engage in this life-threatening endeavor. Master, you ask? I will tell you everything I know. Ling Tian was somewhat overjoyed, wondering if he still had a chance to survive. But what he did not realize was that in Yi Fan's heart, their death sentences had long been pronounced. 3 years ago, they had dared to besiege the Yi family, resulting in the deaths of all of Yi Fan's uncles, nearly exterminating the family. Such foes, how could Yi Fan possibly let them go? 3 years ago, besides the Zhou family and the Lin family, who else participated in the attack on the Yi family? Yi Fan's first question nearly made Ling Tian leap up. Master, why do you suddenly ask this question? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan in confusion. Currently, Yi Fan appeared as Yi Jun Tian, and Ling Tian was curious as to why Yi Jun Tian, merely a friend of Yi Fan, was so interested in the affairs of the Yi family. The key was that discussions about the Yi family, past and present, were all shrouded in secrecy. There were clear directives from above to minimize discussions about the Yi family, and moreover, Ling Tian did not know much. Am I asking you, or are you asking me? Yi Fan, growing impatient, stepped forward and grasped Ling Tian's neck, infusing his energy through Ling Tian's meridians, assaulting his internal organs, sealing off various vital points within Ling Tian's body. In an instant, Ling Tian felt his body lose control. His half-step master strength was like that of an ant in Yi Fan's hands. It was likely that with just a slight movement of Yi Fan's finger, Ling Tian would meet his end on the spot. The power of a martial sovereign is indeed terrifying. Master, spare my life that I will speak. I will speak. Chapter 34, Spare you a life? When did I ever say that? During that attack 3 years ago, our Zhou family, including the Lin family, also received news suddenly. The ones who contacted us were from the royal family that we were all masked, aside from knowing about the Lin family. I don't know anything else. Ling Tian was genuinely fearful, divulging all he knew to Yi Fan. Although it seemed that the information was of little use, Yi Fan was certain of one thing. The royal family had also made a move against the Yi family. After all, the Yi family's 800,000 heavenly dragon army only recognized the Yi banner, and the royal family did not trust them. At that time, Yi Fan was studying at the North Falling Master S-Gate. If he returned, with his formidable skills and the backing of the North Falling Master S-Gate, the combined forces of the Yi family and the North Falling Master S-Gate would elevate their power to an entirely new level. Thus, the royal family had taken action. Besides the royal family, who are the people you mentioned above? Yi Fan pieced together the information gleaned from Yi Xiao and Ling Tian, realizing that the Xia royal family was not the ultimate puppet master behind the scenes. Mastered, I truly know very little about them. They are extremely mysterious, appearing without a trace and disappearing without a sound, and it is said that they cannot be killed. We refer to them as the divine envoys. Our families are responsible for executing their orders. Divine envoys, and they cannot be killed? Yi Fan certainly did not believe in any ghosts or deities. However, it seemed that the so-called divine envoys had already touched upon the truth of the matter. Why were they so frenzied in their pursuit of the Yi family? Listening to Ling Tian, it appeared that the Lin family, Zhou family, and those who had attacked the Yi family 3 years ago were planning to strike again. Therefore, what Yi Fan needed to do now was to eliminate them before they could act. Master, you see, I have told you everything I know. Can you spare my life? Ling Tian looked at Yi Fan with a fawning expression, desperately hoping Yi Fan would let him go. Crawl out like a dog, Yi Fan said coldly, and Ling Tian instantly felt as if a great reprieve had been granted, scrambling quickly towards the door. Just as he was nearing the entrance, a surge of energy from Yi Fan's ankle sent a crossbow bolt shooting out, piercing through Ling Tian's heart and pinning him to the ground. Ling Tian, in disbelief, managed to turn his head to look at Yi Fan, saying, "You, master, didn't you say you would spare my life?" "When did I say that?" Yi Fan smiled coldly, causing Ling Tian to spit blood on the spot. Meeting his demise, Su Yun in the room was still in a daze, and Yi Fan patted her shoulder, saying, "All right, the matter has been resolved. Can you handle the rest of this situation?" "Ah, yes, I can handle it." Although Yi Fan appeared as Yi Jun Tian at that moment, Su Yun felt a familiar aura emanating from this handsome figure as she drew near. Yi Fan paid no further attention to Su Yun and stepped out of the Yun City Grand Hotel. After today's events, Yi Fan was already convinced that the girl, Chu Yin, must be his little junior sister. In truth, whether his little junior sister acknowledged it or not was no longer significant. For those behind her were also implicated in the assault on the North Falling Master S-Gate and the Yi family, regardless of whether for his little junior sister or for the Yi family. Yi Fan would slay them all, perhaps, at that time. With no more concerns, his little junior sister would finally meet him without any worries. Yi Fan drove away from the Royal No. 1 clubhouse, coincidentally passing by the Yi Group headquarters. Suddenly, a significant issue crossed his mind. Now that Yi Xiu had been subdued, who would continue to manage the vast Yi Group? Should he call Jack and the others to assist in the management? However, they had their own matters to attend to and were not from Xia. Yi Fan remained somewhat apprehensive, but where could he find such suitable candidates? After casually finding a place to eat. It was already afternoon when Yi Fan finished his meal. He had promised Su Qingru to accompany her to dance at school, and considering the time, it was about right. He still missed the days of frequenting the clubhouse. Yi Fan drove towards Yun City University. The news of the death of Chief Ling Tian reached the Zhou family in the provincial capital immediately. What? Su Yun and Su Chan actually hired someone to kill Chief Ling Tian. Chief Ling Tian was on the verge of breaking through to the master level. Within the Zhou family, Chief Ling Tian was second only to the family's ancestor. It seemed that the Zhou family was about to have two master experts, securing their position as the leading family in the southwest. But now, at this critical moment, Ling Tian had been killed. How could it be that plague bringer again? Zhou Ming furrowed his brow tightly upon hearing the report from his subordinates. The name Yi Jun Tian had already entered their sights. In Yun City, the master expert Tian Kuei, preparing to strike at the Yi family, had met his demise at the hands of Yi Jun Tian. Now, Chief Ling Tian of the Zhou family had also died at Yi Jun Tian's hands. What a coincidence! Head of the family, the eldest young master, is also unreachable. Could it be? Zhou Ming's heart sank. In fact, last night, in the middle of the night, Zhou Ming had felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart, sensing that something bad was about to happen. Now, with his subordinates' hints, that unsettling feeling grew ever more pronounced. His son, Zhou Tao, was likely in grave danger. Yet, Zhou Ming still could not believe it. Stop talking nonsense. Immediately send someone to look for him, alive or dead. We must see the person or the corpse. Young master, an incident has occurred in Yun City. Our Zhou family sent someone to the general manager, but they were killed by Su Yun and Su Chan. My son also failed to accomplish the task assigned by the young master. Please, young master, punish me. Zhou Ming, suppressing the fury within him, respectfully reported to the phone. After hanging up, Su Hao's lips twitched as he gazed at the leaves cascading outside the window. Coldly, he declared, "Grandfather, if you wish to hand that item over to Su Chan, I shall not allow it. Humph. I will keep you in suspense for now. Once I obtain that item, I will certainly grant you a peaceful departure. Someone, invite young Master Chen from the Sacred Land here for an urgent matter. I may need to make a trip to Yun City." Su Hao muttered to himself. "Yejuan Tian, you also bear the surname Yi. I am eager to see what capabilities you possess to thwart my endeavors. If a master cannot contend with you, then let us see if the martial sovereign from the Sacred Land can withstand you." Chapter 35. The beautiful young matron in Yun City. Yi Fan arrived at Yun City University. Parking his car in the lot. Suddenly, he spotted an attractive young matron rushing towards the parking lot, cradling a small child. After placing the child in the car, she hurriedly started the vehicle, but in her haste, she crashed into a flower bed. The front of the car was crumpled, smoke began to billow, and it could no longer be started. The young matron was on the verge of tears as she opened the car door and lifted the little girl out. Upon seeing Yi Fan emerge from his vehicle, she quickly approached him and pleaded, "Hello. Could you please help me? My daughter suddenly has a fever and has fainted, and she is foaming at the mouth. Could you take me to the hospital? The matron was nearly in tears from her anxiety. Sister, please don't panic. Let me check on the child. I am a doctor. I can assist. Yi Fan reassured her, feeling the pulse of the little girl, and immediately gained confidence. Sister, quickly place the child in the car. I will administer acupuncture, AT this moment. The matron was so frantic that she could think of nothing else but to follow Yi Fan's instructions. Her name was Xiao Wan, a lecturer at Yun City University, taking care of her daughter alone. Since she had classes and could not bring her daughter along, she had to leave her at home. Watching her through surveillance, she had only discovered after class that her daughter had fainted in her dormitory, prompting her to act in such a panic. After settling the little girl, Yi Fan swiftly took out silver needles and began to apply them to several critical points on the child. Tai E8 needles. This was a unique skill of the Bei Luo Shi sect, capable of both causing death and saving lives. As he performed the acupuncture, Yi Fan infused his energy through the needle tips into the child's body. In just a few seconds, the girl, still mildly convulsing, began to calm down, her pale face regaining color, and the foaming at her mouth ceased. Cough, cough. 2 minutes later, the little girl coughed slightly and slowly awakened. Looking at the matron with a soft voice, Mama, why am I here? The 3-year-old's fragile voice instantly broke Xiao Wan's composure, and she embraced the girl tightly. CC, you scared Mama to death. Mama thought she was going to lose you. The earlier condition of the little girl had indeed been terrifying, with convulsions, foaming at the mouth, a high fever, and unconsciousness. Such a state in a child could easily end in tragedy. Sister, there's no need to worry. CC's condition was caused by a cold leading to a high fever, which resulted in a seizure and some complications, and I have already resolved it with acupuncture. In truth. What Yi Fan did not mention was that the little girl's situation was far more complex than he had described. There were signs of food poisoning, and upon examination, Yi Fan suspected the girl might have some congenital ailments. Had he not encountered her just moments before and possessed the Tai E8 needles technique, she might not have survived even if taken to the hospital. Thank you. Thank you. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do. Xiao Wan, holding her daughter, felt slightly unsteady, partly from exhaustion and partly from fear. I am so grateful I live in the staff dormitory over there at the school. I'm so sorry to trouble you. Though she wanted to refuse, Xiao Wan was simply too fatigued to do so. Furthermore, Yi Fan mentioned he would also provide a massage for CC and prescribe medication, leaving her with no reason to decline. Yi Fan held CC and walked with Xiao Wan towards the dormitory. They exchanged names. Yi Fan learned that Xiao Wan taught business management courses at the university and had previously worked at a large company. Sister Wan, you said you were vice president at the Alibaba Group? Yi Fan looked at Xiao Wan in astonishment. Why did you leave that position to become a teacher? I happen to be in need of talent right now. Yi Fan observed Xiao Wan's expression and perceived that she was somewhat reluctant. Sister Wan, if I were to invite you to manage my company, would you consider it? Yi Fan stated earnestly to Xiao Wan. Xiao Wan paused, assessing Yi Fan from head to toe. It was evident that she had some doubts about Yi Fan. He appeared to be in his early 20s, and possessing such medical skills at such a young age was already remarkable. Yet, he claimed to have his own corporate enterprise. He was also quite handsome. How unfair life could be. What? Do you not believe me? Yi Fan turned to Xiao Wan. I truly own a company. My general manager fell ill yesterday, and now I am in dire need of finding a suitable replacement. Sister Wan, I can allow you to bring your child to work, and all other conditions are negotiable. Seeing Yi Fan's serious demeanor, which did not suggest he was lying, especially when he offered to let her bring her child along, Xiao Wan felt tempted, as IC was still quite young and wouldn't be able to start kindergarten until September. Therefore, Xiao Wan couldn't keep her at home alone for the next few months. I will think about it. Given what had transpired today, Xiao Wan was clearly reluctant to leave CC alone at home, yet she felt apprehensive that on one hand, she wondered if Yi Fan, being so young, was merely acting on a whim that, on the other hand, she had been away from the workforce for so long that she was uncertain if she could keep pace with the current times. Yi Fan, however, did not rush her from their conversation. He sensed that Xiao Wan was a capable and reliable woman. She was the talent he needed. Sooner or later, he intended to secure her. Just a glance confirmed it. The woman before him, Sister Wan, was precisely the person he sought. After placing CC on the bed, Yi Fan performed a massage on her, and her complexion visibly improved as he used his energy to nourish her meridians. If all went well, CC would be just fine. After the massage, CC fell asleep on the bed. Yi Fan and Xiao Wan exited the bedroom, gently closing the door behind them. Oh, you have paper and a pen? Yi Fan inquired of Xiao Wan, as he needed to write a prescription since he was about to accompany Su Qingru to a ball and wouldn't have time to fetch the medicine himself. Yes, Xiao Wan quickly found paper and a pen from the desk and bent down to hand them to Yi Fan across the coffee table, dressed in a blue dress, although the neckline was modest. As she bent over, her curves were prominently displayed before Yi Fan. Indeed, very fair, quite ample, and exuding a gentle fragrance, a hint of soap mingled with a woman's unique scent wafted into Yi Fan's nostrils. Following Yi Fan's gaze, Xiao Wan realized her predicament, her face turning crimson as she playfully chastised, Yi Fan, are you thirsty? I'll get you a glass of water. Chapter 36. A violent confrontation with the ex-husband thirsty? Yi Fan was taken aback. It wasn't that he was thirsty, but rather that she assumed he was. Yi Fan swiftly scribbled a prescription on the paper. 3 qian of Maolang, 2 qian of Xionghuang. Just as he finished writing the prescription, Xiao Wan returned with a glass of water for him. Although she had already composed herself, Xiao Wan's natural assets were undeniably prominent, and upon bending down, they once again caught Yi Fan's attention, leaving her blushing furiously. However, recalling that Yi Fan had just saved her daughter's life, she felt it was reasonable to let him take a glance, so she didn't shy away this time. This enticing display created a rather flirtatious atmosphere in the room. If they continued lingering like this, Yi Fan feared something might happen. The unique allure of the young matron was truly captivating. Just then, a sudden knock echoed at the door. Upon hearing the urgent rapping, Xiao Wan's face drained of color, her anxiety evident. After hesitating several moments while looking at Yi Fan, she finally spoke. Yi Fan. I am sorry, but could you hide for a moment? Hide? Yi Fan was utterly bewildered. Hadn't he done anything wrong? Why should he hide? I know this is inappropriate, but my ex-husband is here, though we are divorced. He constantly comes to ask me for money, and if he sees you here, he might even get violent. Xiao Wan expressed her despair to Yi Fan, her eyes filled with anguish. Seeing Xiao Wan, a person who once radiated joy and embraced life, now tormented by it, Yi Fan felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy in his heart. Sister Wan, it's all right, that I'm here for you. Don't be afraid. Yi Fan reached out and enveloped Xiao Wan in his arms, gently patting her back twice. For a fleeting moment, Xiao Wan was lost in a daze, feeling the warmth and breadth of Yi Fan's embrace. Along with his captivating scent, it seemed as though her long silent heart had stirred once more, given that Yi Fan was a few years younger than herself. Perhaps he was still a student at Yunqing University. How could she entertain such wicked thoughts? In her moment of distraction, Yi Fan had already approached the door and reached for the handle to know. Xiao Wan wanted to protest, but it was too late. Yi Fan had swung the door open. At that instant, a tattooed man, reeking of alcohol, nearly stumbled inside. Upon seeing Yi Fan, he paused momentarily, then began hurling profanities that, Xiao Wan, you shameless harlot. I was wondering why you took so long to open the door. Turns out you've been hiding a pretty boy at home. Do you even have any shame? You won't let me sleep, pretending to be so pure. The man had no sense of decency. Immediately slandering Xiao Wan. Smack! Yi Fan did not tolerate the man's insolence and struck him across the face, causing him to stagger and slam his head against the wall, instantly forming a large bump. What the hell? You hit me. You dare lay a hand on me. The man swung his fists, intent on retaliating against Yi Fan, but the sharpness in Yi Fan's gaze made him hesitate, forcing him to continue his tirade against Xiao Wan. You filthy woman, claiming I'm a scoundrel while you're no better. You have a daughter at home, and yet you can't control yourself during the day. With a pale face, Xiao Wan rushed to Yi Fan's side, frantically trying to explain to the man, No, Zhao Hong, please let me explain that we're not. But Yi Fan interrupted her. What do you mean not? You guessed correctly. Sister Wan and I are now in a relationship. Yuri already divorced. So why should you care if Xiao Wan has a boyfriend? Ah, Being held tightly by Yi Fan at her waist made Xiao Wan feel an overwhelming heat wash over her, as if her body were about to melt into his embrace. Yi Fan's arms felt almost magical. Despite only being held twice, she found herself irresistibly captivated. Zhao Hong, like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, leapt up from the floor. What? Xiao Wan, you actually dare to have a boyfriend without my permission? Zhao Hong's expression resembled that of a child whose favorite toy had been snatched away. Glancing around, he picked up a nearby chair and hurled it at Yi Fan. You little brat, how dare you steal my wife? I'll fight you. Watch out. No, a flicker of fear crossed Xiao Wan's eyes. But upon seeing Yi Fan in potential danger, she instinctively rushed forward to intervene. Though they had been divorced for several years, every time Zhao Hong got drunk, he would come to extort money from Xiao Wan and resort to violence, instilling a deep-seated fear in her. You have nothing to worry about, Yi Fan reassured her calmly, then pulled Xiao Wan aside and dodged Zhao Hong's attack. With a swift kick, he struck Zhao Hong in the abdomen. Thud! The man had no chance to evade, crashing into the door frame and collapsing to the ground, struggling unsuccessfully to rise. That why Yi Fan stepped forward and placed a foot on Zhao Hong's face, coldly declaring, "This is the first and last warning. Remember, from today on, Sister Wan is my woman. If you dare to harass her again, I will break your legs." Yi Fan's display of power was enough to intimidate Zhao Hong. Yet, witnessing Xiao Wan being taken away, Zhao Hong remained unwilling to relent. Brat, I suggest you tread carefully. You know who I associate with. My big brother is Lord Hu. If you provoke me, Lord Hu will ensure you never see the light of day again. Lord Hu? Li Hu? Yi Fan smirked lightly. Is that so? Why don't you give Li Hu a call and see if he dares to lay a finger on me? By the way, I'm Yi Fan. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Go ahead, make the call. Yi Fan retrieved Zhao Hong's phone and handed it to him, signaling for him to dial. Zhao Hong was left stunned. I can't. Fear washed over him. From Yi Fan's gaze, he sensed a palpable aura of murderous intent, realizing that Yi Fan had indeed taken lives before. If he angered Yi Fan, he could very well meet his demise. Not gonna call? Then if you want tea, I will. Yi Fan channeled his energy into his ankle, making Zhao Hong feel as if his skull might shatter. I'll call. Zhao Hong trembled as he dialed the number. Stammering into the phone, Lord Hu, it's Zhao Hong. Today I encountered a tough character named Yi Fan, and he said you wouldn't dare touch a single hair on him. You insolent fool. What are you talking about? Yi Fan, young man. You better be prepared for a coffin. Pray for your own safety. After confirming Yi Fan's identity, Lord Hu abruptly hung up, leaving no doubt that Zhao Hong had provoked someone he should not have. Listening to the busy signal, Zhao Hong was utterly panicked, hastily pleading with Yi Fan, "Big brother, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I truly made a mistake. I won't bother Xiao Wan again. I beg you, let me go." Zhao Hong wasn't foolish. He understood the implications of Lord Hu's words. The mere thought of Lord Hu meeting Yi Fan would likely leave him on his knees. How foolish he had been to provoke Yi Fan. All right, I promise I won't interfere anymore. Very well. Now, I'm going to sleep with Sister W. And do you have any objections? Yi Fan's words fell like a dagger to Zhao Hong's heart. And no objections. What use was it to object? He wouldn't dare voice any discontent. Upon hearing Yi Fan's proclamation, Xiao Wan's face flushed crimson once more. Observing Zhao Hong's state, she felt a peculiar sense of vindication, along with a hint of disdain. Aren't you so capable? Yet when faced with someone stronger, you cower. Yi Fan glanced at Xiao Wan, then at the bedroom door, where CC was still fast asleep. Though he longed to deal with such scum, he decided to spare Zhao Hong for CC's sake. With a deep sigh, he stated, "This time, I'm letting you off the hook for Sister Wan and CC's sake. But if they're essay next time, prepare to spend the rest of your life in bed." Yi Fan released Zhao Hong, who felt as though he had been granted a reprieve, scrambling to escape the room. The overwhelming aura of menace emanating from Yi Fan had rendered Zhao Hong nearly breathless. However, just as Zhao Hong was about to reach the door, Yi Fan seized him by the shoulder. "Wait!" As he spoke, Yi Fan pulled out a pill and forced it into Zhao Hong's mouth, swiftly slapping him on the back to ensure he swallowed it. What did you give me?" Zhao Hong looked at Yi Fan in terror. instinctively knowing that whatever it was, it couldn't be anything good. Nothing much, just a poison. Yifan replied coolly, if you dare to harass Sister Wan and her daughter again, that will be the moment your poison takes effect. Yifan had made this decision on the spur of the moment. One could not be too cautious with someone like Zhao Hong. He deemed it necessary to administer a form of insurance. Placing a poison pill in Zhao Hong's body to instill fear. In reality, the pill was merely a common detoxification tablet, causing mild digestive upset at most, but Yifan understood that individuals like Zhao Hong were exceedingly selfish. Preferring to believe in the worst rather than risk it, Big Brother, Zhao Hong was on the verge of tears, realizing that his dreams had been shattered. Initially, he had hoped to find another opportunity to pursue Qiu Wan. But with the poison in his body, how could he dare to act recklessly? What? Are you hoping to stay for dinner? I have plenty of this kind of poison if you'd like to sample another. Yifan taunted as he produced a handful of pills. Zhao Hong trembled in terror, nearly tumbling down the stairs in his haste to escape. Once Zhao Hong had fled, Qiu Wan's anxious heart finally settled, and her gaze toward Yifan was imbued with a myriad of complex emotions, gratitude, admiration, and a sense of tranquility. While she was fiercely protective as a mother, who among women did not yearn for love and care, Qiu Wan too longed for a man's embrace to find solace in. Yet her previous encounters had left her scarred. Her ex-husband had taken advantage of her drunkenness, leading to a brief moment that resulted in an unexpected pregnancy, forcing her into marriage, which ultimately shattered her heart. Yifan. Thank you. Qiu Wan gazed sincerely at Yifan, her expression filled with appreciation. Had Yifan not been there today, she might have faced yet another beating, and her meager wages, meant for purchasing clothes for her daughter, would have likely been seized by Zhao Hong. Yifan waved his hand dismissively, saying, no need for formality. Wan Jie, it is getting late, and I have other matters to attend to. So, I shall take my leave now. Please give serious consideration to what I mentioned earlier. I await your response. As Yifan bid farewell and departed with Qiu Wan, he reminded her, Wan Jie, do remember to fetch medicine for CC. It will help stabilize her condition, and there should be no further issues. After Yifan left, Qiu Wan closed the door and leaned against it. Lost in thought, should she truly go to Yifan's company? What kind of person is Yifan? His medical skills are exceptional, and he has deep connections with the underground lord of Yun City. Hu Yi, Mommy, a bright, clear voice interrupted Qiu Wan's reverie as CC opened the bedroom door timidly and stepped out, glancing around the room before speaking. Mommy, that bad man won't come to bully us again. Right? He shouldn't, right? Qiu Wan hesitated slightly. She had just witnessed Yifan strike Zhao Hong, and before leaving, he had administered poison to her. With Hu Ye's intimidation, Zhao Hong should no longer dare to act recklessly. Should she? CC, were you awake just now? A sudden thought struck Qiu Wan. Did CC witness everything? As an intellectual, Qiu Wan had never deliberately spoken ill of Zhao Hong in front of CC. Striving to maintain the image of her father, I saw the big brother protect you. He's truly remarkable. So handsome. CC said with a smile, her innocent voice continuing, Mommy, I don't want that bad man to be my daddy. Can the big brother from just now be my daddy instead? Upon hearing CC's words, Qiu Wan's heart skipped a beat. SIC. Don't talk nonsense. Mommy has just met the big brother. How could it be? Qiu Wan felt as though her secret had been uncovered, and she nervously attempted to explain to CC, but faltered halfway through. Why Yifan appeared so youthful, skilled in medicine, and with his own company, while she felt like a withered flower, unworthy of him. Why would Yifan even take notice of her? Forget it. CC, let me ask you a question. If Mommy were to work at the big brother's company, would you be willing? Qiu Wan squatted down, holding CC in her embrace, her expression earnest as she inquired, Of course I would. Then I could see the big brother every day. CC clapped her hands in delight, her face full of yearning. Would you? Qiu Wan sighed deeply, gazing out the window, her heart seemingly making a decision. This is not merely my wish. It is CC's agreement. Yes, just like that. Chapter 38. Last night we slept together. CC. Mommy will take you downstairs to buy some delicious food, but you must promise Mommy that after we get the medicine from Dean Hua, you will obediently take your medicine. Okay? Chiao-wan tidied up briefly and prepared to take CC to seek out Dean Hua from the medical school for some traditional Chinese medicine. Previously, when Dean Hua had seen CC, he had mentioned that her health was concerning and advised Chiao-wan to bring her in for an examination. However, on one hand, Chiao-wan had no time, and more importantly, she had no money. Nevertheless, Chiao-wan was certain that Dean Hua possessed exceptional medical skills. Today, since Yi-fan had saved CC's life, Chiao-wan wanted to take CC to let Dean Hua check if there were any lingering effects. All right, Mommy, at Yun City University Medical Department, a national-level medical center in collaboration with Yun City Hospital. Hua Si-miao, as the dean here, also held the position of head of Yun City Hospital, renowned for his medical prowess throughout the Southwest and even the entire Great Xia, earning him the title of the Medicine King of the Southwest. When Chiao-wan presented the prescription to Hua Si-miao, he merely glanced at it, and his brows immediately furrowed. Realgar, aconite. This is nonsense. These are all highly toxic substances. How can they be used in medicine? Could it be? Chiao-wan felt puzzled. Was Yi-fan deceiving her? CC, come here, let Grandpa take a look at you. Hua Si-miao, having been aware of Chiao-wan and CC's situation, had been keeping an eye on them. Therefore, upon seeing CC arrive, he wanted to take her pulse to assess the state of her health. However, as he felt CC's pulse for several seconds, astonishment washed over his face. This is strange. CC's congenital blood deficiency seems to have improved. There are signs of recovery. Moreover, her meridians appear to have been nourished by someone skilled. Chiao-wan, who has treated CC? Hua Si-miao looked gravely at Chiao-wan, knowing from CC's pulse that she must have encountered an expert. There was no one else. Just today, CC fainted. And then a young man, I don't know if he is a student, gave her acupuncture and provided me with a prescription to stabilize her condition. Chiao-wan recounted the situation to Hua Si-miao, whose eyes lit up. This prescription, was it created by the young man who treated CC? Hua Si-miao picked up the prescription again, not dismissing it, and meticulously examined it from start to finish, his mind racing with thoughts. After finishing the review, Hua Si-miao suddenly slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brilliant! How did I not think of this?" While these medicinal ingredients are indeed toxic individually, when combined in specific proportions, they create the finest, nourishing remedy. Exceptional, absolutely exceptional. Hua Si-miao raised the prescription, gesticulating animatedly, occasionally bursting into laughter. After inspecting CC's back for a moment, his expression grew even more fervent. The 8 Needles of Tai. It follows the principles of the 8 Needles of Tai. I never expected to witness the legendary techniques from the Divine Farmer's medical canon in my lifetime. My life has not been in vain. In his ecstasy, Hua Si-miao looked at Chiao-wan with intense enthusiasm and asked, "Did that young man mention his name?" Chiao-wan nodded. "His name is Yi-fan. He mentioned he has a company and invited me to manage it." Yi-fan? Could it be that fellow? As a prominent figure in Yun City, Hua Si-miao had certainly heard of Yi-fan 3 years ago, when Yi-fan was merely a son-in-law of the Su family. His reputation had spread far and wide due to his romantic exploits. Later, upon his dramatic return, he had disrupted the engagement between the Xian and Lin families at the Lin banquet, a significant event that, despite the Lin family's efforts to suppress it, still circulated throughout Yun City and the entire southwest region. You have his phone number? Hua Si-miao was eager to discuss medical matters with Yi-fan, but suddenly paused. "Never mind. I will seek him out myself." Old Master Yi Qian-kun, was severely injured and had requested Hua Si-miao to provide treatment. Hua Si-miao was puzzled. If Yi-fan possessed such medical skills, why would he still seek out his services? After regaining his composure, Hua Si-miao prepared the traditional Chinese medicine according to Yi-fan's prescription for Chiao-wan, carefully tucking the prescription away. "Teacher Chiao-wan, I will keep this prescription safe for now. When I meet Yi-fan, I will personally seek his approval before using it." "Oh, all right." Chiao-wan was somewhat bewildered. It was just a prescription. So why was the dean treating it as if it were a treasure? However, unbeknownst to her, Yi-fan's prescription, while appearing to be merely a piece of paper, had actually opened the door to a whole new world for Hua Si-miao. The harmonization of many medicinal ingredients was entirely a novel approach. As Yi-fan departed from Chiao-wan's residence, he remained oblivious to the significant repercussions his prescription had triggered. This would ultimately assist him in resolving a pressing issue. Yi Fan had intended to conceal his abilities, not daring to directly intervene in treating old Master Yi. With Hua Si Miao coming to him, Yi Fan could conveniently leverage Hua Si Miao's expertise to assist old Master Yi. In Logistics Class 4, when Yi Fan found Su Qingruo, she was looking around anxiously. Upon seeing Yi Fan appear at the classroom door, her troubled expression instantly brightened. "Brother-in-law, you finally came. I thought you weren't going to show up." Su Qingruo joyfully ran out, affectionately linking her arm through Yi Fan's, her expression mischievous as she said, "Brother-in-law, how was the experience yesterday? Want to try again?" As she spoke, Su Qingruo playfully pressed her body against Yi Fan, seemingly wanting to melt into his embrace. Recalling the awkwardness of the previous day's encounter in the restroom, Yi Fan felt somewhat speechless. "You still dare to mention it? Yesterday, you knew full well I mistook you for someone else. Why didn't you say anything? You did it on purpose." Yi Fan attempted to extricate his arm from Su Qingruo's grasp, but she held on tightly, showing no intention of letting go. "Brother-in-law, please pretend to be my boyfriend. That annoying guy is coming to bother me again." As she spoke, Su Qingruo glanced toward the classroom door. There, a young man in sportswear was striding swiftly toward the exit. Upon seeing Su Qingruo so intimately clinging to Yi Fan's arm, his brow furrowed, and he extended his hand toward Yi Fan, saying, "Hello, I am Qingruo's boyfriend. Zhong Hu, it seems inappropriate for you to hold her like that. Please let her go." This Zhonghua appeared quite confident. Approaching with an air of superiority, Yi Fan scoffed internally. "You are her boyfriend? Since when did I not know that we just slept together last night? What does that make me?" In a realm of acting, Yi Fan boldly asserts that he is unparalleled. No one dares to claim otherwise. The mere mention of having spent the night together sent shockwaves through the gathering crowd. Chapter 39. Does a Chihuahua dare to challenge a tiger? Yi Fan immediately launched a stunning revelation. Even Su Qingruo found herself momentarily flustered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Although Su Qingruo was well aware that her brother-in-law was no ordinary man, she was taken aback by the sheer audacity of Yi Fan. "Zhonghua, this is my boyfriend. Please cease your relentless pursuit. I have no feelings for you whatsoever, now or ever." Su Qingruo expressed her frustration, feeling a wave of relief wash over her. Zhonghua, a figure esteemed as the campus heartthrob of Yun City University, was not only handsome but also affluent. Yet for reasons unknown, he had fixated on Su Qingruo, persistently pursuing her to the point of exasperation. Su Qingruo had an inkling of Zhonghua's intentions to propose to her during the evening's musical gala, which prompted her to summon her brother-in-law for support. "Yuta, how could you do this? When did you acquire a boyfriend? Why was I unaware? And how did you spend the night together? What am I to do?" Zhonghua clenched the ring box in his pocket tightly, struggling to contain his inner turmoil. That moment, his emotions shattered like glass, producing an audible crack. After 3 years of pursuing Su Qingruo and exhausting every effort, he had never even touched her hand. Yet now, a sudden interloper like Yi Fan had shared her bed. Zhonghua felt as if he had been crowned with a garish green hat. "What business is it of yours if I share a bed with my girlfriend? Should I invite you to spectate and cheer?" Yi Fan retorted coldly, adding, "Now, if there is nothing else, kindly step aside. Good dogs do not obstruct the way. You'd wait for it." Infuriated by such humiliation, Zhonghua stomped his feet in frustration, hurling a threat at Yi Fan before swiftly departing the scene. "Find out everything about that man within 5 minutes." He commanded his lackeys as he exited the crowd. Within 2 minutes, one of them approached with a report. "Young Master Zhong, we found out. That fellow is named Yi Fan, and he is not Su Qingruo's boyfriend but her brother-in-law. He spends his days chasing women at the club, merely a gigolo." Upon hearing this news, Zhonghua's mood suddenly brightened. "I knew it. Su Qingruo has been under my nose, and she acquires a boyfriend without my knowledge. Besides, as long as I'm around, who dares to pursue Qingruo at Yun City University? A gigolo brother-in-law. Ha! At tonight's concert, I shall ensure you suffer a most humiliating defeat." Zhonghua cast a sinister glance towards the direction where Yi Fan and Su Qingruo had departed, his wrist flicking to reveal a centipede and a venomous spider. "Su Qingruo, tonight I will make you kneel and beg me to save your brother-in-law's life." Everyone knew Zhonghua as the piano prince of Yun City University, tutored by the renowned Master Li Yun, but none were aware that he also practiced a sinister art, the Miaojiang Gu technique. Zhonghua had trained under a formidable master in this craft for many years. Compared to his prowess on the piano, he was far more satisfied with his skills in this dark art. Mastering the manipulation of these venomous creatures, he had executed numerous successful missions over the years. Just the thought of Yi Fan's arm resting against Su Qingrou's chest fueled his desire to end Yi Fan's life. As the musical gala commenced at Yun City University, themed as a pre-celebration for the school's anniversary, the auditorium was already filled to capacity by 6 o'clock. The event officially began at 7, with an array of instruments including pianos, drums, and violins arranged on stage. 1 hour before the performance began, the organizers allowed everyone the freedom to showcase their talent. As Yi Fan and Su Qingrou entered the auditorium, Zhonghua and his lackeys followed suit. "Young Master Zhong, shall we take action now and toss that guy out?" Zhonghua's subordinates, having uncovered Yi Fan's identity as merely a son-in-law of the Su family, grew emboldened. However, they lacked the means to uncover Yi Fan's true status as the heir of the Yi family. Zhonghua glanced at the piano on stage, a devious smile curving his lips. "In oh rush, I shall ensure he meets a dire fate today." With that, he strode confidently towards the stage. Zhonghua, possessing a measure of charm, garnered enthusiastic cheers from his classmates as he took the stage. Known for his title as the Piano Prince, he took the microphone from the host and cleared his throat. "Greetings, everyone. I am Zhonghua. And during this free performance segment, I would like to invite a fellow student to showcase their skills. He dares to vie for the affection of Su Qingrou." As Zhonghua spoke, a spotlight was directed towards Yi Fan and Su Qingrou. "A gigolo feeding off women. I see no need for you to put on airs here. Do you dare to accept my challenge and compete with me in a piano duel?" The hall fell silent as all eyes turned towards Su Qingrou and Yi Fan. As the campus bell, Su Qingrou held considerable popularity, and the topic of her boyfriend had been a hot discussion among students. Everyone was aware of Zhonghua's relentless pursuit of her. Yet here she was, sitting intimately beside another man. This situation was certainly intriguing. Clearly, Zhonghua aimed to publicly humiliate the man beside Su Qingrou. Zhonghua was despicable. As Su Qingrou realized Zhonghua's intentions and understood that he sought to humiliate Yi Fan. "Brother-in-law, don't mind him." Yi Fan had never been one to shy away from a challenge. Today he was there to support Su Qingrou. Thus, yielding now would not only tarnish his reputation, but also hers. "Challenge? Ha! Zhonghua, you are hardly worthy to challenge me." Yi Fan responded nonchalantly, his voice resonating throughout the auditorium, clear and distinct to all present. "However, to dissuade your foolishness, I shall reluctantly accept your challenge. Choose any instrument on stage." How audacious! A chihuahua dares to bare its teeth at a tiger. I wonder if Miss Liang has emboldened you. Just as Yi Fan finished speaking, a familiar voice rang out from the audience. None other than Wang Fugue. This man fortuitously articulated many of the sentiments Yi Fan wished to express. "All right, you go first. Otherwise, you may find no opportunity to perform." Zhonghua, uninterested in further debate, seated himself at the piano, his fingers swiftly dancing across the keys as he commenced a rendition of Mozart's Serenade. Embellishing the original composition with numerous variations, the melody flowed gracefully, infused with profound emotional resonance, and the audience nodded appreciatively at Zhonghua's extraordinary skill. Beside the stage, piano master Li Yun sat with several friends, and upon hearing Zhonghua's performance, they cast envious glances at him. "Old Li, you've taken on quite the prodigy. You'll surely have a worthy successor." Indeed, Zhonghua's artistry is the finest I have witnessed in recent years. Given time, his piano prowess will undoubtedly surpass yours, Old Li. While his peers praised him, Li Yun felt immense pride, yet he remained modest. He still has much to learn. However, as a top-tier piano master in the nation, he understood that the melodies capable of evoking such admiration could not be attributed to an ordinary talent. The intricacies of the rhythm were so masterfully crafted that even they, as experts, would struggle to replicate them flawlessly. Indeed, That melody is nothing short of celestial music. If I could hear it once more, my life would be complete. As they conversed, Zhonghua concluded his piece with a long, melodious note that elevated the atmosphere to a crescendo. The audience erupted in applause. Many female students shouted their adoration. Zhonghua, I want to bear your children. Zhonghua, I love you. Although this was not the official performance, the ambience had reached a delightful peak. Zhonghua was quite pleased with his display, theatrically bowing to the audience before seizing the microphone and addressing Yifan. Yifan, it's your turn now. Brother-in-law, do you truly have what it takes? Su Qingru asked with concern as she watched Yifan prepare to take the stage. Having spent 3 years in the company of Yifan, Su Qingru was well aware of his humor and amiable nature. However, she had never witnessed him play the piano. What a jest it would be for a man to claim he could not perform. With a slight smile directed at Su Qingru, Yifan pivoted on his ankle, seamlessly gliding from the audience towards the stage. As he moved, he unconsciously employed the ethereal footwork of the northern falling master. Under the shifting spotlight, his steps appeared remarkably fluid to the eyes of his classmates, his hands resting behind him as he ascended the stage with an air of celestial grace. It was as if a hidden track lay beneath his feet. Initially, his classmates were taken aback, but soon they began to react. Did you see how Yifan got up there? One exclaimed that no. I felt he seemed incredibly skilled. Didn't his steps resemble the moonwalk? Another remarked. Indeed, and executed with remarkable finesse. It looks like he hasn't moved at all, yet he is already dozens of meters away. Impressive, truly impressive. Tonight's event just keeps getting better. As Yifan took his place on stage, he radiated warmth akin to a winter sun, altering the very atmosphere of the hall. The once raucous crowd fell silent under the influence of his presence. When he began to speak, the hall erupted with fervor. As the saying goes, always imitated, never surpassed, his fingers danced across the keys with such speed that even Zhonghua, despite his training, could not keep up. The Yifan flashed a charming smile as he settled onto the piano bench, casually playing a few notes to gauge the key's responsiveness. His pale fingers leaped gracefully over the keys, while the photographer captured close-ups that illuminated the hall-esque screen. His handsome profile, elongated figure, and captivating eyes left his classmates momentarily spellbound. Sister, I think I've fallen in love again. One girl gasped, me too. How did I not realize that Yifan is far more attractive than Zhonghua? His eyes have such depth, they're utterly enchanting. Stop it, don't even think about it. He Su Qingru's crush. Did you not see how her eyes nearly leaped out of her head? Everyone turned to look at Su Qingru, who was now fixated on Yifan on stage. Especially when he pressed a few keys, his striking movements made her heart race. So handsome. My brother-in-law is simply too dashing. Moreover, Su Qingru sensed that his piano skills must be extraordinary. Yifan's audacious demeanor disappointed those watching from the side, including Li Yun, who were ready to leave. Yet, the moment Yifan sat down, Li Yun caught a glimpse of his profile, and suddenly, the image he had known for 3 years began to align. Is it really him? Li Yun pondered in disbelief, his feet frozen in place. Ding dong. Yifan's fingers finally moved. A cascade of notes filled the hall. Chapter 41. A melodic symphony, birds alight in grace. Commanding the realm. It was as if water cascaded from a great mountain, flowing gently through the valleys, crossing rivers and mountains, rushing into the sea. Like roaring waves, surging with might, like thunder from the heavens. Stirring the winds and clouds, or like the moonlight filtering through the forest, casting dappled shadows. The melody shifted from spirited to tender, painting a vivid picture of the flourishing vitality of all living beings, conjuring an ideal realm of harmony. Such an ethereal tune, cleansing the soul, penetrated deep into the hearts of everyone present, leaving them spellbound. Some students who had intended to head to the restroom found their feet suspended mid-air. Others who had been sipping water felt it trickle down their necks, oblivious to the wetness. Even more astonishing, as the notes continued to resonate, a flock of joyous birds fluttered in through the hall's windows, dancing in time with the music, accompanied by butterflies and fireflies, that a chorus of birds in homage, a fortuitous blessing for the great summer. Ancient wisdom states that music resonates with the fate of a nation. The transformation of a country's musical landscape can reflect its rise or fall. If a nation's melodies are predominantly frivolous, its demise is surely imminent. The hall fell into a profound silence. The music transcended the performance space, echoing beyond, as the entire Yun City University seemed to sense a life force calling, filling hearts with vigor. More birds flocked towards the performance hall, soaring above it. The atmosphere over Yun City transformed subtly, creating a vortex centered around the university. The martial command of Yun City, including Mo Zhong and others, detected abnormal fluctuations on their monitoring equipment. Minister, there's been another surge in the Western District. Should we investigate? Mo Zhong waved his hand dismissively. No need. We failed to find that esteemed individual last time that I believe he wishes to remain undisturbed if fate allows. We shall meet again in EEC. Atop Punglai, a sage holding a whisk felt a stirring in his heart as he gazed towards the direction of the great summer, murmuring, with the emergence of celestial music, the emperor of humanity shall rise. Will the common folk finally find salvation? Meanwhile, in the performance hall of Yun City University, Yi Fan was lost in the melodies he played. When he had been invited by the princess at the peak of his prowess, he had spontaneously composed a piece that unexpectedly became a timeless classic. At that moment, Yi Fan had felt himself enter a wondrous state, perceiving all things and sensing the breath of all living beings. His insights into martial arts soaring exponentially. Now, as he played once more, he experienced that same transcendence. While performing, he cherished the opportunity to unravel the shackles in his martial journey, while also contemplating the troubles that had plagued him for 3 years. Many of the confounding questions that had bewildered him, even after regaining his strength, suddenly became clear, as if a veil had been lifted from his mind. Yi Fan was secretly astonished. Could a single piece wield such power? To catalyze breakthroughs in his understanding. Though unconfirmed, he was certain that this experience would elevate his prowess once again. Yet it was evident that his strength now surpassed the martial sovereign. Whether he had transcended the martial saint remained untested, as no opponent had emerged to challenge him. Unless a master from one of the 4 sacred grounds were to confront him, perhaps then he could ascertain the truth. Ding! But simultaneously, it felt like a seed had fallen into the dust, symbolizing the rebirth of new life, genius, prodigy, words that echoed in the hearts of all present. Even Zhonghua, standing at the side of the stage, couldn't he help but concede he acknowledged that he could not match Yi Fan's skill. Yet how could he admit defeat in such a setting? After all, conceding meant he would have to call him daddy on the spot. I'm done playing, Zhonghua. What do you think? Yi Fan rose from the piano. Casting a calm glance at Zhong Hu at it was assuredly a resounding victory over Zhonghua. Yet, Yi Fan remained unaware that his performance transcended mere victory. It was a crushing defeat, obliterating any semblance of competition. Humph, Yi Fan. What are your skills worth? Merely imitating others' melodies. Wonderful. Absolutely splendid. Yi Fan, you're the best. I want to have your babies. I've suddenly realized that compared to Yi Fan, Zhonghua's playing feels like an assault on my ears. Before Yi Fan could even respond, the crowd erupted in fervent applause and cheers for him. The brief pause had merely been due to their immersion in the vivid imagery conjured by Yi Fan's music. The electric atmosphere persisted for a full 5 minutes, with many students eager to rush up for photos with Yi Fan. Had it not been for the security personnel maintaining order, the scene might have turned chaotic. You've seen the situation. It's time to stop pretending. Don't pursue Su Qingru any further. Whether as her boyfriend or brother-in-law, you stand no chance. Yi Fan shrugged, offering one last piece of advice to Zhonghua. Just a youth attempting to steal his girlfriend. A warning was sufficient, and Yi Fan had no intention of escalating the matter. However, Zhonghua was unwilling to relent. Humph. Yi Fan, I refuse to accept this. You read just using underhanded tactics that if you can make my teacher bow to you, then I'll back off. Before Zhonghua could finish, Li Yun and a group of esteemed piano masters rushed onto the stage, nearly tumbling over themselves in their haste. Teacher, you've arrived just in time. Why don't you play a piece? I'm certain it would surpass his performance. Zhonghua thought Li Yun had come to bolster his standing, attempting to grab his arm. But Li Yun brushed him aside, striding purposefully towards Yi Fan, extending his hands from a distance to clasp Yi Fan as tightly. Big boss, at long last, I am graced with your presence once more. 3 years ago, at the royal banquet of the Brittle Peak, I was utterly captivated by your performance. To my astonishment, I find myself witnessing your artistry again. Yi Xiao, your existence is indeed a blessing for our great Xia. Chapter 42. Call me Daddy. I await your words. I reached out my hand only to grasp at emptiness. Zhonghua stood there, dumbfounded, especially upon seeing Li Yun so humbly ingratiating himself to shake hands with Yi Fan. A wave of astonishment and indignation surged within him. It is worth noting that prior to Yi Fan, Li Yun had cherished his disciple as if he were a delicate treasure, with utmost obedience and affection. Yet now, in front of so many, he has neglected Zhonghua. Teacher, surely, you have not mistaken identities? Zhonghua hastened to remind Li Yun. Could it be that the divine figure is none other than Yi Fan before us? How could such a coincidence occur? Silence. Do you comprehend the significance of M.Y Yi Fan celestial music? This is a fortuitous moment for our great Xia. Should you not promptly apologize to M.Y Yi Fan? Li Yun and his companions are all well versed in the nuances of music, and in certain respects, they have glimpsed the secrets of the heavens. From Yi Fan's musical talent alone, it is evident that he is destined for greatness. Moreover, during the royal banquet of the Brittle Peak, it was the royal consort herself who accompanied Yi Fan. Can his status be trivial? Alas, my foolish disciple still believes Yi Fan to be merely an ordinary son-in-law. Even if he is a son-in-law, do you think the son-in-laws of great Xia are without merit? Each possesses remarkable skills, I assure you. Apologize. Teacher, by what right? Zhonghua could scarcely believe his ears. Not only had his teacher disregarded him, but now he expected him to apologize to Yi Fan in front of such a crowd. If he were to bow to Yi Fan, how could he maintain his dignity? How could he pursue Su Qingru with any hope? How dare you insult M.Y Yi Fan in front of so many? Li Yun reprimanded Zhonghua, then whispered urgently in his ear, Zhonghua, I'm trying to save you. Otherwise, you will regret this. Li Yun genuinely had Zhonghua's best interests at heart. Perhaps a simple apology would allow Yi Fan to overlook the incident. However, what Li Yun did not realize was that Zhonghua was far from the simpleton he appeared to be. In addition to his identity as the piano prince, he had a formidable Gu master mentor who had promised that upon his graduation, he would be granted a position commanding the entire Tiannan. He was destined for greatness. Why should he apologize to a worthless mooch? Teacher, I shall not apologize. Li Yun, seething with frustration, spoke coldly. Zhonghua, I just heard you wager with M.Y Yi Fan, declaring that if he could perform an entire piece flawlessly, you would call him Daddy. Now M.Y Yi Fan has not only played a complete piece, but has done so 100 times better than yours. You know what to do? Either apologize or call him Daddy. Call him Daddy. When Zhonghua made the wager with Yi Fan, he spoke into the microphone, and the thousands of students present heard him clearly, serving as the best witnesses at this moment. The crowd erupted in raucous laughter. Zhonghua froze, looking at Li Yun with resentment. Was his teacher truly intent on watching him humiliate himself publicly? He then turned his gaze towards Yi Fan, hoping for mercy. But Yi Fan had indeed considered letting him off, yet seeing Zhonghua's insufferable demeanor, how could he relent? Yi Fan took the microphone from the host and smiled. Considering you and Qingru are classmates, kneeling will suffice. Just utter the word Daddy. This, with the eyes of his classmates upon him, Zhonghua found himself in an excruciatingly awkward position, wishing he could vanish into the ground. If this situation continued, how could he ever navigate life at Yuncheng University? What face would he have left to pursue Su Qingru? It's all your fault, Yi Fan, you scoundrel ruining my affairs. Just wait, I will ensure a centipede bites you. Daddy, under the pressure of his teacher and the multitude of classmates, Zhonghua reluctantly called out to Yi Fan Dada. Before Yi Fan could respond, the collective chorus of thousands of boys echoed back in unison, followed by a wave of uproarious laughter. The students did not perceive this as a grave matter, merely a jest to enjoy. Youth is indeed a wonderful thing, yet Zhonghua felt as though he might perish from embarrassment, glaring resentfully at Yi Fan before hastily fleeing the stage. Yi Fan signed autographs for Li Yun and others before also stepping off the stage. Brother-in-law, you are incredible. I never realized you could play the piano. Su Qingru gazed at Yi Fan with admiration, leaning closer. Ah, you have yet to discover my many talents. I can play numerous instruments, such as the xiao. When I have the time, I shall teach you. As he spoke, Yi Fan subtly leaned away to evade Su Qingru's exuberant advances. Noticing Yi Fan's movement, Su Qingru playfully scolded, "Oh, come now, brother-in-law, why are you dodging? You certainly were not shy last night." That D, oh not dare deny, I teed at why Yi Fan's lips twitched. This little girl was clearly being mischievous. Now she sought to use this leverage against him. Not a chance. If she misbehaves, she shall receive a spank. And if she still disobeys, then 2 spanks in my presence. It is only women who listen to me. I have never indulged anyone. Yet tonight, Yi Fan was present to accompany Su Qingru to the gala, so he refrained from quarreling with her. The banquet soon commenced formally. When it was Zhong Hua's turn to perform, he feigned an illness and did not appear. Originally, Su Qingru had prepared a beautiful traditional dance, while Yi Fan procured a prop sword to accompany her in a sword dance. The scene was a harmonious blend of chivalry and tenderness, infused with poetic sentiment, reminiscent of the tale of Xiang Yu and Yu Ji, yet devoid of its tragic undertone, instead brimming with heroic passion, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. For most students, the evening was filled with fervor, excitement, and brilliance. Su Qingru was elated. She had finally shed the bothersome Zhong Hua, and her brother-in-law's remarkable performance at school filled her with pride. However, just as the two concluded their musical showcase and drove outside the campus, several black vans obstructed their path, but a group of burly men wielding steel rods approached the car, demanding, "Yi Fan, step out. Young Master Zhong requests your presence." Yi Fan never sought trouble, yet trouble seemed to seek him out. "What do you want?" Su Qingru, upon realizing Zhong Hua's underhanded scheme, was instantly filled with rage, but worriedly warned Yi Fan, "Brother-in-law, do not exit the vehicle. Zhong Hua will undoubtedly retaliate against you. I shall call the police immediately." As she spoke, Su Qingru reached for her phone. However, before she could dial, a burly man snatched it from her. Apologizing, "Miss Su, we do not wish to target you. We hope you will not interfere in this matter." Just as Su Qingru attempted to call for help, Yi Fan interjected, "I will exit the car, but you must allow her to leave first." The bodyguards hesitated, recalling that Zhong Hua's orders were solely to bring Yi Fan along, and he had specifically instructed them not to harm Su Qingru. They nodded in agreement. "Very well. As long as you accompany us," she may depart. "Sister-in-law, I will not leave. I must accompany you. Zhong Hua will not spare you. I will follow you to protect you," as Su Qingru stubbornly insisted on getting out with Yi Fan. In truth, even if Zhong Hua did not come to find Yi Fan, he intended to confront Zhong Hua. For earlier, while near Zhong Hua in the hall, Yi Fan had sensed the distinct odor of poison emanating from him. The presence of such poison indicated that the Gu sect intended to resurge. However, brother-in-law, although Su Qingru had witnessed Yi Fan subduing Yun Feiyong and his cohorts last night, her face remained etched with concern. Just as Yi Fan was about to enter the alley, an elderly man hurriedly emerged from the campus gate. It was none other than the dean of the medical school, Hua Ximiao, having also been present at the performance hall. Upon seeing Yi Fan emerge, Hua Ximiao hastened after him, only to witness the unfolding scene of Yi Fan being kidnapped. This was utterly lawless. Yi Fan was a prodigy capable of the Tai 8 needles, and from the prescription he had provided, Hua Ximiao knew that Yi Fan's medical skills were a result of the unparalleled inheritance from the Shinnong medical canon, that Yi Fan represented the future and hope of Great Xia's medical field. A priceless treasure that could not be destroyed by these thugs. With this thought, Hua Ximiao wasted no time, swiftly following while dialing a number. "Shui Yin, Grandpa has encountered predicament. A group of scoundrels intends to kidnap and kill someone. You must gather a team and come to assist immediately. The location is in alley number 3 beside Yun Chung University. Grandpa, please be cautious. Do not take risks." That a melodious voice rang out from the other end, as a girl attempted to dissuade Hua Ximiao, but he hung up the phone without hesitation. At this moment, at the headquarters of the Yun Chang Patrol Division, Hua Xian quickly assembled her team. Hurry! Notify the special forces to accompany me at once. A murder is about to unfold, and we must act swiftly. In an instant, a convoy of police cars roared out from the headquarters of the Sky Patrol. As they turned the corner, Su Qingru drove a mere 10 meters before anxiety gripped her heart. No, I cannot simply leave. What if something happens to my brother-in-law? I would regret it for the rest of my life. Yes, I must find assistance, but who? Su Qingru, still just a student, led a rather sheltered life and had little interaction with others. As she fretted, her eyes suddenly fell upon Yi Fan's phone, which he had forgotten on the seat. She quickly unlocked it and noticed the most frequently contacted individual was Wang Fuguai. Yu Qingru knew him as someone who often socialized with her brother-in-law and was a wealthy heir in Yunqing. He had even defended her brother-in-law in the lobby. It must be him. Su Qingru dialed Wang Fugui's number, and his voice immediately crackled through the receiver. Hey, young Master Yi, what a pleasant surprise. Have you encountered some extraordinary beauty again? Wang Fugui, this is Su Qingru. It's terrible. My brother-in-law has been taken by Zhonghua's men. Can you help rescue him? Su Qingru interrupted Wang Fugui's chatter, relaying the dire situation. What? Young Master Yi has been captured. Where? I'm on my way, Wang Fugui exclaimed. Hey, everyone, stop what you're doing. We're going to save someone right now. He was urging his companions as he hurriedly inquired about the details, and on one hand, Wang Fugui was tasked with ensuring Yi Fan's safety, while on the other, he was to study diligently under him. After all, the outside world still perceived Yi Fan as a mere playboy, unaware that he had regained his abilities. It's right next to Yunqing University, in alley number 3. Hurry. Understood. We'll be there shortly. Wang Fugui, currently at a KTV across from Yunqing University with his friends, wasted no time rallying them. Listen up, everyone. My big brother has been kidnapped. If you have the guts, come with me to rescue him. From now on, you are all my sworn brothers. Yi Fan must not come to harm. Grandpa has repeatedly instructed Wang Fugui to stay close to Yi Fan. Should anything happen to him, it would not bode well for Wang Fugui. Let us go. The dozen or so brothers around Wang Fugui sprang into action, grabbing bottles and chairs, kicking open the door, and racing toward alley number 3. Zhangshao, ISN to your construction site nearby. Quickly, have your workers bring over a bulldozer. If anyone dares to touch my brother, I'll flatten them today. Meanwhile, just as Su Qingru hung up with Wang Fugui, another call came through on Yi Fan's phone. Young Master Yi, the arrangements you asked for have been made. IT was none other than Li Hu, one of the 4 patriarchs of Yunqing. Are you also a friend of Yi Fan? Can you come to rescue my brother-in-law? He has been taken by Zhonghua's men. As Yu Qingru quickly summarized the situation again. What? Miss Su, don't worry. I'll be right there. Li Hu commanded, inform all brothers in Yunqing to assemble immediately at Alley No. 3 beside Yunqing University to rescue young Master Yi. With Li Hu's command, all his men sprang into action. The Sky Patrol's Hua Shuiyan, Wang Fugui, and his brothers, along with Li Hu's forces, all began to mobilize, igniting a fervor throughout Yunqing. Those unaware of the circumstances observed Li Hu's men arming themselves in various establishments, bewildered by the sudden commotion. What significant event was about to transpire in Yunqing? Yi Fan, too, had not anticipated that a mere visit to Zhonghua would provoke such a grand response. Chapter 44. Brother-in-law, I am here to rescue you. This bond is too profound. Alley No. 3. Yi Fan, accompanied by several bodyguards, advanced several meters into the increasingly dimly lit passageway. Though the alley was 8 meters wide, it was a dead end to the end of the passage. Zhonghua and a middle-aged man sat in 2 chairs. Upon seeing Yi Fan being brought in, Zhonghua's lips curled into a smug smile. Why Yi Fan? Aren't you quite the hotshot? Show me what you've got now. How dare you steal my girlfriend and make me call you father in front of so many people? Kneel! As a few bodyguards rushed to seize Yi Fan by the shoulders, intending to force him down, they exerted all their strength but could not budge him an inch. Why Yi Fan stood firm, gazing at Zhonghua intently. Zhongshao, is it really necessary to create such an uproar over Qingru merely using me as a shield to decline being your girlfriend? Though Zhonghua's family possessed some wealth and was considered a prominent figure in Yunqing, their level of influence was evidently inadequate. Their intelligence only extended to the fact that Yi Fan was a son-in-law of the Su family. Yi Fan, however, was the eldest son of the Yi family, a fact that Zhonghua's family had yet to uncover. Thus, Zhonghua felt emboldened, believing he had the support of the Gu clan behind him, viewing Yi Fan as inconsequential. Frustrated that his subordinates could not subdue Yi Fan, Zhonghua rose in anger, berating them. "Are you all deaf? I ordered you to make him kneel. Have you not eaten today?" The four bodyguards exchanged helpless and fearful glances. Zhong shouted, "We've already exerted all our strength." The lead bodyguard's face flushed as he gasped for breath, a sense of foreboding creeping in. If four burly men, each weighing around 200 pounds, could not bring Yi Fan down, it suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Useless fools! You can't even handle such a minor task. Why don't you use steel rods to strike him down? Is he your father?" Zhonghua scolded them angrily. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's eyelids flickered. Cautioning Zhonghua, Zhong Xiao, "Perhaps we should act quickly and eliminate him to avoid further complications. To kill him so easily would be too merciful." Zhonghua's eyes glinted with malice as he recalled the humiliation Yi Fan had inflicted upon him. Unable to contain his rage any longer, he seized a combat knife from one of the bodyguards and advanced toward Yi Fan. Yi Fan's eyes turned cold as he listened intently to Zhonghua's conversation with the middle-aged man. It was clear that today's abduction was not solely about Su Qingru. It was a matter of his very life. The bodyguard around Yi Fan brandished their steel rods and knives. Preparing to attack, a sudden roar of engines echoed through the alley, accompanied by a girl's voice calling out, "Brother-in-law, don't be afraid. I'm here to rescue you." A blue BMW SUV sped into the alley, and it was none other than Su Qingru. This girl, she didn't leave? Yi Fan turned to watch the approaching vehicle, warmth flooding his heart. This little sister-in-law truly cared for him. He recognized the courage it took for a girl to charge into danger. Knowing full well the risks involved, could it be that she had genuinely developed feelings for him? As memories of last night's surprising sensations flooded his mind, an unfamiliar emotion surged within him. Perhaps it was time to keep the good fortune close to home. As Yi Fan's thoughts raced, Su Qingru pressed the accelerator, recklessly hurtling toward him. In the alley, Zhonghua's bodyguards, caught off guard, were sent sprawling by the impact. Alarmed, Zhonghua and the others hastily dodged aside as Su Qingru leaped from the vehicle, throwing herself into Yi Fan's embrace. "Brother-in-law, are you okay? I can't bear to lose you." "I thought I like you." Su Qingru clung tightly to Yi Fan, her body trembling slightly. Initially mustering the courage to drive to his rescue, she finally exhaled in relief upon seeing him unharmed. In that moment, as she held him tightly, a torrent of emotions, relief, attachment, and an overwhelming urge to meld into him erupted within her. The feeling she had suppressed for years burst forth uncontrollably, akin to a flood breaking through a dam. Su Qingru embraced Yi Fan fiercely and tilted her head to kiss his lips. They say adversity reveals true feelings. At this moment, Su Qingru comprehended the thoughts that lay deep within her heart. Moralities and rules no longer mattered. She wished to treat this moment as if it were the final day of her life, desiring only to be with the one she cherished, observing the tears glistening on the cheeks of the beloved in his arms. Yi Fan let out a helpless sigh. He knew that last night, if there had been a semblance of misunderstanding or hesitance, now was unmistakably an outpouring of genuine emotion. Such a profound sentiment was both heavy and rare. Yi Fan could not bear to refuse, nor did he have any reason to do so. As for the accusations of being a scoundrel, let others voice them. It felt as though the air itself had come to a standstill, saturated with an intense sweetness. Were it not for the numerous bodyguards wielding weapons nearby, one might think this was a scene from a romantic film. Witnessing such a display of affection, Zhonghua felt his eyes redden. Nearly brought to tears by his frustration, "You fools, did you all grow up eating dung? What are you still standing there for? Are you waiting for them to deliver a child? This is infuriating." Chapter 45. Do I just want to kill someone? Can you not interrupt me? At this moment, Zhonghua felt as if his heart were being pricked by needles, suffering to the point where he wished to tear open his chest and rub his heart with a steel wool pad. Earlier, when Yi Fan mentioned that he had spent the night with Su Qingru, Zhonghua had dismissed it as mere bravado. But now, seeing them embrace so intimately and kiss, it felt like salt in his wounds. A knife twisting deeper, quick dot charge at them. Only after Zhonghua's shout did the bodyguards react, dragging their weapons as they rushed towards Yi Fan and Su Qingru. Zhonghua, dissatisfied with their sluggishness, kicked one of the bodyguards in the rear. Meanwhile, on the other side, a middle-aged man received a phone call. What? Zhou Tao may have been killed by Yi Fan too. I understand he shall not have an easy end. This man was none other than Zhou Hong, Zhou Tao's uncle and the biological brother of Zhou Ming, the head of the Zhou family. He had come to Yin City not only to investigate Zhou Tao's whereabouts, but also to assist Zhonghua in eliminating Yi Fan. Upon hearing that Zhou Tao was likely dead at Yi Fan's hands, Zhou Hong could no longer sit idle. Zhong Xiao, don't kill Yi Fan too quickly. I still have questions for him. If Zhou Tao indeed fell to Yi Fan, then Yi Fan's current strength must differ significantly for what the outside world perceived. This matter required careful consideration. Embracing Su Qingru, Yi Fan felt the bodyguards closing in. Cleverly maneuvering to evade their attacks from a distance, it appeared as though he were dancing with Su Qingru. However, Zhou Hong quickly sensed something amiss. Zhong Xiao, something's not right. Yi Fan can't be this lucky. I suspect he knows martial arts and is deliberately toying with us. Everyone, converge on him, quickly subdue him. Before Zhonghua could respond, a powerful voice echoed from the alley's entrance. Zhonghua, how dare you act so boldly in broad daylight? Do you not fear the law? The speaker was Hua Ximiao, the dean of the medical college, who had rushed over. Upon seeing Hua Ximiao's arrival, Zhonghua's brow furrowed, as the king of medicine in the southwest. Hua Ximiao held immense prestige throughout the region and even within the entire nation. Zhonghua could indeed kill Yi Fan. As his investigations revealed, Yi Fan was merely the Su family's son-in-law. Yet he dared not act against Hua Ximiao lightly. If he harmed Hua Ximiao, not only would Hua Ximiao's family seek revenge, but Zhonghua's superiors might also punish him, for many owed their lives to Hua Ximiao's expertise. Of course, had Zhonghua known Yi Fan's true identity, even with the Gu sect backing him, he would likely hesitate to act against Yi Fan. After Hua Ximiao's reprimand, he finally noticed Yi Fan in the center of the scene, embracing Su Qingru and still kissing her, a picturesque scene brimming with love. This hardly resembled a kidnapping, with Zhonghua being so kind as to set up a dance for Yi Fan and Su Qingru. Two bodyguards rushed forward, attempting to seize Hua Ximiao. I'm the dean of Yin City People's Hospital, and even the elders from Beijing have sought my treatment. Let us see who dares to touch me. With a single command from Hua Ximiao, the bodyguards froze, turning their gazes towards Zhonghua. Though most of these bodyguards had not encountered Hua Ximiao, they had heard of his reputation, while Hua Ximiao himself was not a martial artist. His connections were formidable. Provoking him could have dire consequences. With Zhonghua's words, the two bodyguards resumed their actions, attempting to escort Hua Ximiao out of the alley. Although Hua Ximiao was in decent shape, he was still an ordinary man, easily overpowered by the two burly bodyguards. Protect my brother! Charge, brothers! As the bodyguards began to lead Hua Ximiao away, they suddenly noticed a group rushing into the alley, led by Wang Fuge. Following Wang Fuge were two bulldozers, roaring as they barreled into the alley. Upon witnessing the spectacle, the two bodyguards were paralyzed with fear, hastily abandoning Hua Ximiao to seek cover. What on earth is happening today? Su Qingru drove right into us, and now bulldozers are charging in. Our cannons next. Zhonghua was equally frustrated. What is all this commotion? I only wanted to capture Yi Fan. Why is this happening? It seems everyone wants to die today. Who else? If you wish to perish, come forth. Zhonghua's eyes turned bloodshot, his heart racing with agitation. I merely wanted to kill Yi Fan. From Su Qingru's interference to Hua Ximiao's arrival, now Wang Fugue brings even more people. What is this chaos? Suddenly, a booming voice resonated from the alley's entrance. Zhonghua, dare you lay a finger on Yi Xiao? I shall ensure your entire Zhong family pays the price. At the alley's entrance, a formidable figure emerged. Li Hu, accompanied by a vast number of followers, surged into the scene. Whose entourage outnumbered Zhonghua's men by at least fivefold, and more reinforcements continued to flood in. Zhonghua's henchmen, suddenly intimidated, began to retreat towards him. Yi Xiao, instructor, Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Simiao gathered around Yi Fan, forming a united front against Zhong Hua's subordinates. Yi Fan sighed, grateful for everyone's efforts. Casting a glance at Su Qingru in his arms, he realized these individuals must have been alerted by her that, in truth, regardless of Zhong Hua's numbers, Yi Fan was capable of handling them alone. Yet he appreciated Su Qingru's good intentions. Master Hu, do you intend to support Yi Fan? Very well. Is everyone here? Then let us embark together. It would be nice for you to have company on your journey to the underworld. Despite the overwhelming numbers of Li Hu, Zhong Hua remained unfazed. Why Yi Fan? Do you think sheer numbers guarantee victory? Today, you shall witness my true power. As he spoke, Zhong Hua emitted a peculiar sound, and in an instant, countless black insects swarmed over his arms, resembling a hive of bees around their nest, a sight that would send shivers down the spine of anyone with a fear of the grotesque. Bloodthirsty goo? Yi Fan recognized it immediately as one of the 10 forbidden goo of the Goo sect. Chapter 46. Son, you want me to kneel? How unfilial. Once banned by both the Great Xia and the Goo sect. How could Zhong Hua now control one of the 10 forbidden goo? Yi Fan's expression grew serious. It appeared the Goo sect had indeed begun to rise again, and the situation was quite dire. With a flick of his arm, Zhong Hua commanded the swarm toward a stray dog nearby. A chilling sound echoed, and in an instant, the dog vanished, leaving only tufts of fur behind, the air thick with the scent of blood. Gasp! Li Hu, Wang Fugue, Hua Simiao, and the others all inhaled sharply at the sight before them. Brother, you and sister-in-law should go first. I'll hold them off. Without hesitation, Wang Fugue stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Yi Fan. Brandishing a beer bottle as a signal for Yi Fan and Su Qingru to escape, Li Hu, with several loyal brothers, also moved forward to shield Yi Fan. Instructor, you must go. We'll block him. These venomous goo were treacherous, capable of devouring a stray dog in an instant. What chance would a human have to survive if they were afflicted? Count me in. Hua Simiao stepped forward as well. Yi Xiao, remember to carry forward the great legacy of Daxia's medical arts. Witnessing these individuals stepping up to shield him in the face of such peril, Yi Fan felt a surge of emotion. Memories of 3 years prior flooded back when his sect was besieged and his brothers, along with his masters, fought valiantly to ensure his escape, allowing him to survive all these years. Those despicable ambushers would pay in blood for their treachery. You think you can leave? Not a single one of you will escape today. You speak of brotherhood and loyalty? Then let us journey together. As I declare, even Jesus cannot change this fate. Zhong Hua gazed at the crowd with an air of triumph. Commanding the ferocious goo worms to surge towards Yi Fan and his companions, as the menacing creatures approached within mere inches, he abruptly halted their advance. Adopting the demeanor of a conqueror, Zhong Hua addressed Yi Fan. Yi Fan, I now offer you your final chance. Kneel and apologize, call me father, and I may spare your companions. What say you? Instructor, pay us no mind. Just leave quickly. Even if you kneel, he will not let you off. Li Hu interjected urgently, not waiting for Yi Fan to respond. Meanwhile, Su Qingru nestled comfortably in Yi Fan's embrace, contentedly declaring, Brother-in-law, as long as I'm with you, I fear not death. Yi Fan smiled faintly and reassured Su Qingru. Li Hu and Wang Fugue, why the sorrow? Who decreed that we must perish? Today, none of you shall die. Rest assured. He then turned his gaze toward Zhong Hua, stating, Zhong Hua, you are unfilial. Since time immemorial, has there ever been a son who demanded his father kneel? Have you forgotten? Back in hall, you called me father with your own lips. Now, your actions are akin to patricide. Yi Fan's words ignited Zhong Hua's fury. Why, Yi Fan? You seek your own demise. Zhong Hua, who valued his pride above all, could scarcely bear the humiliation of being compelled to address Yi Fan as father before so many witnesses. With a commanding shout, he ordered the poisonous goo worms to pounce upon Yi Fan. A sinister grin spread across Zhong Hua's face as he exclaimed, Die, Yi Fan, once you are gone, I shall cherish your wife. Su Ishu haha. The atmosphere instantly thickened with tension as Li Hu, Wang Fugue, and Hua Simiao stared gravely at the oncoming horde of venomous worms. Wang Fugue even stripped off his garment, ready to wave it to fend off the deadly creatures. Come at me, you little beasts! Futile! Haha! Who among you can withstand the bloodthirsty goo? One of the 10 forbidden goo? Zhonghua laughed maniacally, but his mirth was abruptly cut short. He realized, to his astonishment, that the poisonous worms halted mere inches from Yi Fan, remaining completely still. Moreover, they began to tremble, as if confronted with something terrifying. In the next moment, all the poisonous goo, no longer under Zhonghua's control, plummeted to the ground, prostrating themselves as if in worship. From Yi Fan's hand emerged a golden beetle, which flapped its wings and emitted a series of chirps. Instantly, the goo worms seemed to receive a supreme command, frantically reversing their course. Several bodyguards, caught off guard, were swiftly consumed by the bloodthirsty goo, leaving behind nothing but a pile of bones. The goo continued to charge at Zhonghua's remaining bodyguards. And in the blink of an eye, all of them vanished, leaving only Zhonghua and Zhou Hong standing. Gu Emperor. How do you possess the Goo Emperor? Zhonghua's pupils dilated in shock. His master had once spoken of a sacred artifact of the Goo sect, known as the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, which was the root and ancestor of all Goo. Its most formidable feature was the Goo Emperor it housed. Whoever possessed the 10,000 Goo Cauldron could command the Goo Emperor, thereby ruling over all poisonous goo. Regardless of how vicious or malevolent the goo were, they would be rendered powerless in the presence of the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, compelled to obey the Goo Emperor's commands. The fact that the Goo Emperor resided in Yi Fan's hand implied that the 10,000 Goo Cauldron must also be in Yi Fan's possession. It was common knowledge that the current leader of the Goo sect had exhausted all connections and resources to obtain the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, yet remained in a precarious position within the sect, as it had only ever been passed down to the sect's successive leaders. If Zhonghua were to acquire the 10,000 Goo Cauldron, he would gain dominion over the entire Goo sect. These thoughts ignited a glimmer of greed in Zhonghua's eyes, entirely oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan had already sentenced him to death. Who? Zhonghua, I had no intention of killing you, but you have practiced the heinous forbidden goo and sought to use it to take lives. Thus, you leave me no choice. Yi Fan commanded the bloodthirsty goo to charge toward Zhonghua. No, please. Yi Xiao, spare me, I will kneel. Without hesitation, Zhonghua fell to his knees before Yi Fan. Why Yi Xiao? I was wrong. I was blind to your worth. I shall no longer vie for Su Qingrou's affection. I will keep my distance. I admit my ignorance. And if it brings you satisfaction, you may even take my eyes. Zhonghua, kneeling, repeatedly bowed his head to Yi Fan. Bottom line, can one eat it? Or can it save my life? At this moment, Zhonghua cared for nothing else. It was not I who sought your death. It was the Zhou family. They commanded me to kill you. I was merely carrying out orders. Zhonghua hastily shifted all blame on his Zhou Hong, who stood nearby. Knowing this, Yi Fan merely chuckled coldly. He recognized Zhonghua as nothing more than a pawn, while Zhou Hong was the one privy to the true machinations. Before Zhonghua could utter another word, Yi Fan waved his hand, and the poisonous goo enveloped Zhonghua. With a series of hissing sounds, Zhonghua's flesh was swiftly devoured, leaving only a pile of bones from within Zhonghua's hair and clothing. A small translucent object fell, remarkably untouched by the goo. Intrigued, Yi Fan picked it up. It resembled a Buddhist relic, but was not quite the same. However, he could distinctly feel an ancient energy pulsating within, faintly resonating with him. Yet this was not the time for investigation. Yi Fan tucked the object away. Zhonghua was dead. The once boisterous alley fell silent in an instant. Ihu, Wang Fugue, Hua Ximiao, and the others who had been poised for battle were now left in stunned disbelief at the scene before them. Wow, my brother is incredible. I told you, my brother is imposing, tall, and handsome. Flowers bloom at his feet, and cars explode upon his arrival. Even the king of hell hesitates to take him. How could he simply perish? Wang Fugue, recovering from his shock, wasted no time in singing Yi Fan's praises. His grandfather had shared everything about Yi Fan with him. The mere display of goo control was enough to illustrate that those who sought to eliminate Yi Fan would find it no easy task. A genius indeed. Hua Ximiao, standing nearby, was equally awestruck. Since ancient times, medicine and Gu have been intertwined. Yi Fan actually masters the mysterious Gu techniques of the Gu sect. How formidable! If only my granddaughter. Having dealt with Zhonghua, Yi Fan directed the Gu to swirl around Zhou Hong, regarding her coolly. The Zhou family? Zhou Tao is the one I killed, though what more do you have to say? Zhou Hong, possessing some martial skills herself, felt no courage to resist in light of Zhonghua's demise and the numerous allies surrounding Yi Fan. Indeed, it is you did well to kill him. Zhou Tao deserve it. Yi Xiao, spare me. Today's attempt on your life was entirely Zhonghua's idea. I had no part in it. I was merely here to watch the spectacle. Even at this juncture, Zhou Hong refrained from speaking the truth. Yi Fan smirked coldly and commanded the Gu to advance, swiftly tearing off one of Zhou Hong's legs. You have one last chance. Who sought to kill me? It was the Su family. It was the eldest of the Su family from Shanjing. Su Hao. You spared Royal Number 1, and Su Hao sent us to kill you. If the Gu sect cannot do it, they will invite people from the Holy Land to finish the job. Spare me. I swear, I was not involved. Zhou Hong writhed on the ground, moaning in agony. Yi Fan scoffed disdainfully at the mention of the Shanjing Su family. If they were coming for him, he would gladly meet them, for he intended to eradicate the Su family for the sake of his junior sister. With a swift motion, the remaining Gu surged forth, devouring Zhou Hong completely. The Zhou family had been among those who attacked the Yi family in years past. How could Yi Fan ever let them go? The alley was now entirely cleansed, leaving behind nothing but the scent of blood and the 2 chairs that Zhonghua and Zhou Hong had occupied. If one had not witnessed the events firsthand, they would hardly believe the reality. An army of insects capable of taking lives unseen. Just as the scene settled, an urgent alarm rang out at the alley's entrance. Huaxun, accompanied by a team of special police, rushed in, commanding, "Everyone, do not move." Who was behind this kidnapping? Leading the charge, Huaxun, clad in her uniform, was a sight to behold, with her ample curves straining against her shirt and her fair skin accentuated by a short skirt and black stockings. Such attire was undeniably alluring to Yi Fan's gaze naturally fell upon Huaxun, tracing down her form, which made her feel as though she were pricked by needles. "Lecher, what are you staring at? I asked you a question. Who is orchestrating this kidnapping in broad daylight? Is there no law?" Before Yi Fan could respond, Hua Ximiao interjected, "Shuyan, you've arrived. It was none other than Yi Xiao who was kidnapped. But the culprits have already they have been dealt with. He was the one kidnapped. I find it more likely that he is the one abducting others." Hua Xian furrowed her brow, scrutinizing Yi Fan with skepticism. He hardly appeared to be an innocent party. Although handsome in appearance, he exuded a roguish charm, and his eyes were far from innocent, constantly fixated on her chest. "Keep staring, and I shall pluck your eyes out." Yi Fan discerned from Hua Ximiao's expression and actions that this alluring beauty was likely a reinforcement sent by Dean Hua. "Beauty, it is your captivating scenery that has leapt into my view. You cannot blame me for that, can you? Perhaps we should consider removing that delightful view from your chest." Hua Shuiyin was rendered speechless by Yi Fan's retort, furiously stamping her feet on the ground. "Shuiyin, mind your manners. This esteemed Yi Xiao is a divine physician, with unparalleled medical prowess. Apologize to him at once." Hua Ximiao chided Hua Shuiyin sternly, leaving her in utter disbelief. "Apologize? Grandfather, you weren't coerced by him. Were you? If he threatened you, just blink, for I have brought many capable individuals. We are not afraid of him." Hua Shuiyin replied earnestly to Hua Ximiao. "What nonsense!" Hua Ximiao exclaimed, tapping her lightly on the head. "You must hasten to withdraw. Your mother's ailment hinges on Yi Xiao's assistance in this world. Only he possesses the means to heal her. This time, Hua Shuiyin's expression grew grave, for her grandfather did not appear to be jesting. Her mother had been bedridden for many years, and if her grandfather was unable to cure her, how could this man, who often frequented nightclubs, possibly succeed? Withdraw. Although Hua Shuiyin remained skeptical of Yi Fan's medical abilities, she refrained from further dispute, summoning her subordinates to swiftly vacate the premises. After her departure, Hua Ximiao respectfully bowed to Yi Fan, saying, "Yi Xiao, I apologize on behalf of my granddaughter for her earlier offense. Pausing, Hua Ximiao gazed deeply at Yi Fan, realizing how profoundly he had concealed his true self. Chapter 48. Yi Xiao, you have deceived us all. Yi Fan smiled nonchalantly. Dean Hua must believe I am merely a debauched playboy. Correct? After all, during my time as a member of the Su family, I was either at the club or en route to one, leading the public to perceive me as nothing more than a worthless scion. There was indeed a misunderstanding. Hua Ximiao continued. I came today primarily to seek guidance regarding the prescription you provided at Xiao Wan. He spoke. Hua Ximiao produced the prescription Yi Fan had given Xiao Wan. This prescription is remarkably ingenious. Yet I find myself perplexed by the combination of 3 particular herbs. I wonder if Yi Xiao might enlighten me. Initially, Hua Ximiao had come to rescue himself and had not faltered in the face of danger. He had even charged forward. Yi Fan held a favorable impression of Hua Ximiao. Dean Hua, I would be delighted to discuss medical knowledge with you. I would even be willing to gift you this prescription and impart some medical skills. However, I do have one request. Really? Hua Ximiao was taken aback. What is your request, Yi Xiao? Speak freely. I shall not refuse any reasonable request. Quite simple. Keep my martial and gu techniques confidential, and in my stead, treat my great-grandfather to restore him to health in the shortest time possible. Is that all? Hua Ximiao had anticipated a more unreasonable demand, only to find it was a mere trifle. Yi Fan nodded, affirming, Indeed, you are surely aware that 3 years ago, the Yi family faced an attack. While I have since regained my strength, I must remain hidden until all my enemies reveal themselves. Those who have witnessed my true power no longer dare to speak at this point. Yi Fan cast a glance at Li Hu, Wang Fuge, and the surrounding brothers, whose murderous aura was palpable, causing everyone to instinctively hold their breath. You too, keep your lips sealed. Hua Ximiao was astute. He instantly comprehended Yi Fan's implications. I understand. I shall ensure complete confidentiality. Simultaneously, he marveled at the emergence of a formidable figure from the Yi family. Those who had conspired against the Yi family in the past would surely regret their actions. The key to this prescription lies in the precise quantities and the principles of mutual generation and restraint. Without hesitation, Yi Fan elucidated the core secrets of the prescription to Hua Ximiao. Master, please allow me to pay my respects. Hua Ximiao, recognizing that Yi Fan was imparting the supreme art of the Tai 8 needles from the Shenong secret classic, disregarded Yi Fan's objections and knelt to worship him. Though young, Yi Fan was undoubtedly worthy of such reverence. Yi Fan made no effort to halt Hua Ximiao's actions. In public, just refer to me as Yi Xiao. Yi Fan accepted Hua Ximiao as his disciple, for having such an identity would greatly facilitate many matters in the future. Not far away, Wang Fugue, Su Qingru, and Wang Fugue's brothers were utterly astonished to witness Hua Ximiao kneeling before Yi Fan. Did I just see that correctly? The director of Yun City People's Hospital, the king of medicine in the southwest, is actually kneeling before Yi Fan, yet recalling Yi Fan's earlier display of terrifying strength. They soon deemed it entirely plausible. Hua Ximiao left, profusely grateful, and Li Hu seized the opportunity to quietly approach Yi Xiao. My men have reported that several individuals have been lurking around the area where we are holding Yi Xiao, likely plotting something against him. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Are they in such a hurry to act? It seems Yi Xiao truly possesses something of value. Withdraw all the men stationed at the entrance. Widen the net, for we shall proceed immediately. If there are too many guards present, they will miss their opportunity. Yi Fan's aim was to lay a grand trap, awaiting his adversaries to walk into it, ensuring they would be caught all at once. Understood. After their departure, 2 alleys away, a young man in black concealed his binoculars, picking up a walkie-talkie to report, Minister, you cannot imagine the captivating spectacle I just witnessed. I believe I have identified the source of the energy fluctuations. It is none other than Yi Fan, the eldest scion of the Yi family. He hides his true self well. This young man was a member of the town marshal department, having chanced upon the confrontation between Yi Fan and Zhong Hua during his patrol. Zhang Yang, this matter is classified. Remember, what you have observed today must remain between us. No third party must ever know. Do you understand? Otherwise, you risk annihilation. Yes, Minister, at the headquarters of the Yun City Town Marshal Department. Minister Mo Zhong ended the call, a peculiar gleam illuminating his countenance. Yi Fan, the eldest scion of the Yi family? Truly impressive. I suspected the Yi family would not fall so easily. It appears I must seek an opportunity to pay them a visit tomorrow. In the Zhong family villa, a masked man was laboriously engaged with a woman in a bed. The woman being none other than Zhong Hua's mother, Xie Fong. Nearby, a man lay curled up with a dead pig, who was none other than Zhong Hua's father. The masked man was Zhong Hua's Gu master, Long Zhong, the third elder of the Gu sect, who had been operating in Yun City for the past few years at Along. This is still inappropriate. That deadbeat is sleeping right beside us. What is inappropriate? The child is not even his, she retorted. If it weren't for my need to keep my identity concealed and require his assistance in covering for me, he would have been dead long ago. Last month, you gave him a feud that just thinking about it makes me feel uneasy. He has no choice. After all, we are merely a couple in appearance. If I refuse, he might grow suspicious. Be gentle now. Thus, the man Zhong Hua referred to as his father was, in fact, a mere stand-in. After a tempestuous interlude, as they lay down to rest, Long Zhong suddenly felt a sharp pain in his heart. This is not good. Something has happened to Zhong Hua. With a sputter, he unexpectedly spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhong Hua, until his demise, remained unaware that he was not the biological son of Zhong Yiming, but rather the illegitimate child of his Gu master Long Zhong and his mother. Long Zhong's dedication to teaching Zhong Hua the Gu arts stemmed from the fact that he was his own son. To expedite Zhong Hua's growth, Long Zhong had even replicated his life-bound Gu and placed it within Zhong Hua. If Zhong Hua was ever in danger, Long Zhong would immediately sense it. Yet just moments ago, Long Zhong discovered that the replicated Gu had perished. What has happened? What has happened? The woman's voice trembled with concern. Zhong Hua is dead. Someone has killed him. Long Zhong's expression darkened, torn between grief for his son and the more pressing concern over the invaluable indestructible bone he had entrusted to Zhong Hua. Who killed Zhong Hua? Long Zhong swiftly donned his clothes, calling Xie Fong. I must step out for a moment. The item on Zhong Hua was something Long Zhong had fought desperately to obtain. He could forego his son and his woman, but he absolutely could not afford to lose that item. Chapter 49. Murder to silence, or come to deliver a head. In a warehouse located in the western suburbs of Yunqing. This is the place where Li Hu has imprisoned Yi Xiu. Previously, this area served as a hub for a logistics company, but due to urban redevelopment, most companies have relocated, leaving behind some warehouses, with a few still in operation. However, at night, the area is rather desolate. Yet tonight, under the cover of darkness, a dozen vehicles quietly parked around the warehouse, and a group of burly men clad in black t-shirts began to disembark. Leading the group was none other than Lin Dong. Ayang, is this the place where you receive the information? Lin Dong inquired, turning to a young man beside him. This young man, Lin Yang, is the biological son of Lin Hua, Lin Dong's second uncle. Although Lin Yang is already 20 years old, he appears somewhat mentally challenged, seemingly stunted at the intellectual level of a teenager. This is one of the reasons Lin Hua decided to designate Lin Dong as the heir to the family head. Lin Hua had no choice. He wished for his son to inherit the family business. But how could a son with such limitations manage the Lin group? Yes, it was just now that he informed me. Lin Yang pointed to a man resembling a team leader beside him. Brother, this is a great hiding spot for hide and seek. Will you play with me later? Lin Dong felt a wave of exasperation. Today, he had come for a far more serious purpose than playing games. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought this simpleton along. Is your intel reliable? This place is as desolate as can be. Could Li Hu genuinely keep Yi Xiu here? Rest assured, young Master Lin, our brothers witnessed Yi Xiu appearing here in broad daylight. It's definitely him. The target is warehouse number 8. We'll find out if he is inside once we break down the door. A bodyguard captain beside Lin Yang affirmed confidently. For this mission, Lin Dong had mobilized over 100 elite bodyguards from the Lin family, wary of any unexpected developments. With a loud crash, Lin Dong and his men forced open the warehouse door. Illuminating the interior, 3 ruffians, caught off guard while playing cards, jumped to their feet. What do you want? These 3 were Li Hu's guard stationed here. Behave yourselves. As the guard stood up, Lin Dong's men swiftly forced them back into their seats. Bang! In the next moment, the three were knocked unconscious. As the lights brightened, Lin Dong quickly spotted Yi Xiao, bound in the corner of the room. They could see that moment. Yi Xiao, battered and bloodied, looked up at Lin Dong, his eyes gleaming with hope. Young Master Lin, you've finally come. If you hadn't arrived soon, I would have been tortured to death by them. Lin Dong smirked, shining a flashlight on Yi Xiao. He had no interest in Yi Xiao's plight. His sole concern was how much information Yi Xiao had divulged about past secrets. How much did you reveal about the secrets of those days? Lin Dong stepped closer, his gaze fixed intently on Yi Xiao. Not in a hurry to untie him, I didn't say anything. Young Master Lin, you must believe me. I truly didn't say a word. Otherwise, they wouldn't have kept me tied up like this. Yi Xiao's voice was filled with urgency. Young Master Lin, please untie me and take me away from here. That scoundrel Yi Fan has been here, and I'm terrified that why Yi Xiao even began to suspect whether the Lin Dong before him was merely a disguise of Yi Fan, employing a ruse of torture against him. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had been here, Lin Dong couldn't help but shudder. Damn it. If you're scared, I'm even more terrified. That part of my anatomy was kicked away by Yi Fan, and I ended up with a head injury thanks to him. The Lin family's reputation was in tatters, all thanks to Yi Fan. Yet now, the Lin family dared not act directly against Yi Fan, hoping instead that the blood-clothed sect would quickly execute their next move. Since you haven't said anything, I can rest easy. Lin Dong grinned sinisterly, drawing a combat knife from one of the bodyguards and placing it against Yi Xiao's neck. The cold glint of the blade left Yi Xiao in shock. Young Master, what do you mean by this? I truly didn't say anything. Why would you want to kill me? I've already discussed with your second uncle about controlling the Yi family in service of the Lin family. Oof, why kill you? Because some matters are best left unspoken by the dead. Yi Xiao, you know too much, and since you exposed it before Yi Fan, I'm afraid you must die. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Dong swung the knife, intent on severing Yi Xiao's throat. No, please, young master, this isn't fair. You can't burn the bridge after crossing it. But no matter how Yi Xiao pleaded, Lin Dong showed no sign of mercy. Yi Xiao felt the blade piercing his skin. Despair washed over him. In his quest for power within the Yi family, he had betrayed them to the Lin and Zhou families, resulting in the near destruction of the Yi clan. If only he hadn't been so blinded by ambition and had informed the old master sooner, perhaps the Yi family wouldn't have suffered such a devastating defeat. Regret flooded him. But there's no such thing as a remedy for regret. Just as Lin Dong was about to slice through Yi Xiao's throat, a stone suddenly flew in, striking Lin Dong's arm and shattering it upon impact. The knife clattered to the ground as Lin Dong's arm hung uselessly. Who the hell attacked me? Lin Dong roared, clutching his bleeding arm, but he already had a chilling suspicion of the culprit. Yi Fan. It had to be Yi Fan. For him to still be lurking here at this hour meant he was deliberately waiting for Lin Dong. Capturing Yi Xiao and releasing information was merely bait. A trap to ensnare whoever came to rescue or eliminate Yi Xiao. Any such person would undoubtedly be linked to the attack on the Yi family. Lin Dong had foreseen such a setup and thus brought over 100 bodyguards, all to prevent falling into Yi Fan's snare. Otherwise, a simple abduction or execution wouldn't warrant such a grand mobilization. The designated heir of the Lin family. Lin Dong was not foolish. He merely had the misfortune of crossing paths with Yi Fan. Young Master Lin, it's quite late, and we meet again. Yi Fan descended from behind a door on the second floor, smiling. Lin Dong scrutinized the surroundings and noticed Yi Fan was alone. Letting out a sigh of relief, why Yi Fan was as reckless as ever. Believing he could take on all the elite bodyguards Lin Dong had brought soon, he would be begging for mercy. Brother, I was wrong. I only wish to be your loyal dog. Yi Fan greeted Lin Dong before turning to Yi Xiao. Do you see now? You stubbornly defend the Lin family, yet they wish for your demise. Is it worth it? Do you truly accept being tortured alone while those who were once your allies betray you and seek to silence you, casting all blame upon you? Yi Fan's relentless words pierced through Yi Xiao's defenses, which had been shattered after narrowly escaping death. He had always believed the Lin family would go to any lengths to find and rescue him. knowing he held vital secrets about the attack on the Yi family. If he were to divulge these secrets to Yi Fan, it would serve as undeniable evidence, justifying the Lin family's actions against them that I want he accept this. Yi Xiu glared at Lin Dong, his eyes ablaze with fury. Lin Dong, you all will meet a miserable end for forcing my hand, and I served you faithfully, yet you betrayed me and sought my death. Don't blame me for retaliating. Yi Fan, if you kill Lin Dong, I will tell you everything. At that moment, Yi Xiu appeared utterly frenzied. He desired Lin Dong's death more than anything else. Lin Dong, now calm, laughed mockingly. Kill me? Huh. Yi Xiu, are you dreaming? I've come fully prepared today, with over 100 bodyguards at my disposal. Even if Yi Fan were a deity, he couldn't possibly defeat us. As he spoke, Lin Dong confirmed there were no other individuals upstairs. Growing increasingly arrogant. With Yi Fan alone, this was the perfect opportunity to eliminate him. Yi Fan, kneel and apologize to me. Beg for mercy, and perhaps out of respect for Xian Yufei, I might grant you a swift end. Otherwise, I will make sure you suffer like never before tonight. With a wave of his hand, all the elite bodyguards drew their weapons, knives and steel rods, surrounding Yi Fan. Yet, Yi Fan felt no trepidation. His current strength had long surpassed that of a martial expert. Even if faced with double or triple the number of assailants, he wouldn't bat an eye at a horde of ants is still just that, ants. The effort required to crush one ant is no different from crushing 100 at young Master Lin. My legs are too stiff to kneel. Why don't you show me how it's done? Oh, I forgot, didn't I shatter your that last time? Kneeling should be quite painful for you now. Perhaps it's best to let it go. Yi Fan, you're courting death. I'm afraid I can't assist with that. Using Yi Xiu as bait, Yi Fan initially believed he could catch a big fish. However, Lin Dong unexpectedly delivered himself to his doorstep. Nevertheless, this turned out fortuitously, for eliminating Lin Dong would yield Yi Xiu's list, rendering this operation a significant success. Especially upon noticing the Zhao family listed, Yi Fan's countenance darkened. Humph, the Zhao family was involved in that plan back then. I've already granted you an opportunity. Should I come knocking, it shall signal your demise. As Yi Fan muttered to himself, a faint cracking sound suddenly emanated from the roof above. Whew. Yi Fan's expression grew serious. Someone was eavesdropping from a roof? Chapter 52. I intend to place a hat upon him. It must be noted that Yi Fan's strength now exceeded the martial sovereign level, indicating that his opponent was deeply concealed. Without hesitation, Yi Fan propelled himself off the ground, leaping towards the second floor, using the steel framework of the wall to gain leverage, and his entire body pierced through the warehouse's roof, ascending to the rooftop. Such an extraordinarily agile movement left Li Hu and his entourage astounded. You all witnessed that, did you not? The instructor's prowess is unfathomable. Beyond your reach, ensure the scene is thoroughly cleaned up. Li Hu, ever eager to display his authority before his lackeys, did not intervene in Yi Fan's pursuit of his opponent. He understood all too well that such a master was beyond his grasp. Upon reaching the rooftop, Yi Fan unleashed his heightened senses into the inky night, soon detecting a hunched figure hastily fleeing into the distance. Whoosh! A sheet of metal in Yi Fan's hand whistled through the air towards the escaping figure. Thud! A crisp sound rang out, followed by a muffled grunt, confirming that the metal sheet had surely struck its target. Yi Fan discerned that the opponent's strength was not particularly high, at most a grandmaster, not yet a martial sovereign. However, their agility possessed peculiar qualities, adept at concealing their aura, which is why Yi Fan had momentarily failed to trace the intruder's path. Without pausing his steps, Yi Fan swiftly leaped across the rooftop, pursuing the fleeing individual. Yet, upon his arrival at the end of the warehouse, he discovered a railway track beneath as a train roared past, leaving only a pool of blood behind. No other traces remained. Quite swift indeed. Yi Fan scoffed softly, murmuring, however, I've already placed a tracking poison on that metal sheet. As long as you are within a 3-kilometer radius of me, I shall locate you. I hope you are not my enemy. Otherwise, your demise will be most unfortunate. Following the warehouse incident, Li Hu had managed the aftermath, allowing Yi Fan to focus on driving towards number 38, south suburb of Yun City, with Yi Xiu now deceased. He could no longer delay the girl. Number 38, south suburb of Yin City, was a tranquil, secluded courtyard. As Yi Fan approached, 3 bodyguards in black attempted to obstruct his path. Yi Fan coldly declared, "Step aside. I am Yi Fan." With Yi Xiao dead, do you still intend to serve him? Upon witnessing their hesitation, Yi Fan brandished a previously recorded video before them, causing their expressions to shift dramatically. "Young Master Yi, we bid you farewell. We have never laid eyes on you." With that, they fled as if their tails were on fire. The corners of Yi Fan's mouth twitched as he pushed open the door and stepped into the courtyard. Just as he entered, a teacup was hurled at him. Yi Xiao, I have told you before, even if I were to consort with a dog, I would never be your woman. Begone. This girl is rather fiery. Yi Fan's energy surged, effortlessly catching the thrown teacup. I am here to inform you. You are free. From this moment forth, you shall no longer endure Yi Xiao's torment. You may live the life you desire. Yi Fan surveyed the living room, spotting a girl in khaki shorts glaring furiously at the door. Upon realizing it was not Yi Xiao but Yi Fan who had entered, she was momentarily taken aback. "You are not Yi Xiao. Where is he? Dead?" Yi Fan disclosed the situation candidly before her. "I have dealt with the individuals outside. I merely wish to inform you that you are free to act on your own." According to Yi Xiao, she had been a campus belle during university, and he had fixated on her since then. Leveraging the power of the Yi family, Yi Xiao had easily eliminated all her suitors, effectively confining her. The girl looked outside, incredulous, unable to spot the bodyguards who had previously surrounded her 24/7. Her expression gradually relaxed. It had been 5 years since university, 5 long years, and she was finally regaining her freedom. But in an instant, her expression tightened again. No, it must be some ploy by Yi Xiao, a deliberate ruse to toy with me. Yi Xiao merely desires to possess me. I shall not grant him that satisfaction. Yi Fan, disinterested in further explanations, turned to leave. Just as he was about to exit the hall, the girl suddenly called out, "Wait." Yi Fan paused, puzzled. As he turned, the girl lunged at him, wrapping her arms around his neck and kissing him. "What are you doing, beautiful?" Yi Fan merely felt the astonishing elasticity of her figure before evading. Although he did enjoy flirting with women, he was not one to indulge carelessly. The girl persisted. "What else can a girl do when she throws herself at a man?" "Yi Xiao wants me. I shall give my first time to another man, rest assured. I am still pure, let us go." Without waiting for Yi Fan to respond, the girl pulled him towards the adjacent bedroom. In the room, she shed her clothes, revealing her stunning figure, perfectly shaped, a true gem. Yi Fan had intended to be intimate with Su Yixue the previous night, only to be interrupted by his sister-in-law. Now, faced with such a captivating girl as provocative allure, a fire ignited within him. "Beautiful, you are playing with fire. I fear nothing. Why should you?" she teased. "I intend to place a green hat upon Yi Xiao." As the girl spoke, she pushed Yi Fan down onto the bed. Little did she know, Yi Xiao was truly dead. Sensing the tenderness in his embrace, Yi Fan was disinclined to hold back, swiftly tearing away her garments. The room was soon filled with a seductive atmosphere, accompanied by inappropriate sounds. An ice jade body? Just as Yi Fan and Jiang Yueran were about to reach the final intimate moment, he suddenly realized that Jiang Yueran possessed the legendary ice jade body. A rarity, Yi Fan's heart raced with excitement. This was the very physique he and his master had tirelessly sought. The ice jade body could perfectly neutralize the fire poison accumulated within Yi Fan, potentially saving his life. The dragon control technique from a northern school could be considered one of the most extraordinary cultivation methods, and when paired with Yi Fan's 9-yang dragon vein, it could achieve a miraculous transformation. However, the dragon control technique had a fatal flaw. As one's cultivation strength increased, the side effects of the 9-yang dragon vein would amplify, resulting in the accumulation of 9 types of intense fire poison within Yi Fan if left unchecked. These toxins would eventually lead to his demise, burning him alive. Even though Yi Fan's master was a genius, he had only discovered one peculiar antidote: to find girls with one of the 9 special physiques to assist Yi Fan in neutralizing the toxins, converting them for his own use. Yi Fan had never anticipated that the physique he had tirelessly searched for would appear before him now. This was a gift from the heavens. If he did not accept it, he would be remiss in his conscience. Chapter 53. The terrified Zhao family decides to bring their daughter to apologize. The moonlight outside seemed to shy away from the scene unfolding, quietly retreating behind the clouds. After more than an hour, Yi Fan and the girl lay languidly in bed, the sheets stained with a vivid crimson that a peculiar blue pattern emerged on Jiang Yueran's neck, signifying the iced jade body. At this moment, Yi Fan could distinctly feel that one type of fire poison within him had vanished. On his chest, a faint Taiji Baba pattern emerged, with one of the 9 dragon lines illuminated, indicating that the poison had been neutralized. My name is Yi Fan. From today onward, you are my woman. If you require me to take responsibility, feel free to call me anytime. As he spoke, Yi Fan picked up the girl's phone and dialed his number. Although he could appreciate different girls, once one became his woman, he treated them with utmost care. I am Jiang Yueran. Nestled in Yi Fan's embrace, shifted slightly, suddenly recalling something. Your name is Yi Fan? You are Yi Xiu's brother? Yi Xiu had always regarded Yi Fan as his greatest adversary, frequently mentioning him in Jiang Yueran's presence. Moreover, most people in Yun City were well aware of Yi Fan's reputation. Every day spent in the club, either reveling within its confines or traversing the path that leads there. Indeed. What's this? Are you filled with regret now? I just reminded you moments ago. Yi Fan rose to tidy his attire, preparing to depart from this place. Tomorrow he must procure a residence, though not for himself, but for Qiu Wan. With Yi Xiu meeting his demise tonight, the Yi family group urgently requires someone to assist in its management. And Qiu Wan is the most suitable candidate. To have Qiu Wan work at the Yi family group. The primary issue to resolve is her accommodation. Why Yi Fan intends to secure a house for Qiu Wan before informing her. Regret? Why should one feel regret? Jiang Yueran not only harbored no semblance of remorse, but appeared rather exhilarated. So, does that mean we were acting like sister-in-law and little uncle in secret? How thrilling! Though Yi Fan was no novice. Jiang Yueran's words left him momentarily flustered. Giggle. Splendid. Humph. Didn't Yi Xiu desire me? I offer my body to my little uncle, but deny him that. How infuriating. Come, little uncle, let us take a photograph together. I must infuriate him. As she spoke, Jiang Yueran paid no heed to her body being exposed before Yi Fan, wrapping her arms around his neck to take a couple of intimate snapshots before allowing him to leave. Once Yi Fan departed, Jiang Yueran immediately sent those intimate photos to Yi Xiu's phone. Yi Xiu, I am now my little uncle's. You shall never possess me, so give up hope. After completing this, Jiang Yueran suddenly felt a pang of hunger and wished to rise for a snack. But upon moving, she realized her entire body felt as if it might fall apart. This Yi Fan possesses formidable combat prowess. After leaving the courtyard, Yi Fan dialed Li Hu's number. Jiang Yueran is now mine. Ensure the brothers take good care of her. Additionally, investigate Jiang Yueran's background, having been confined by Yi Xiu for so long. Yi Fan felt a surge of concern for Jiang Yueran's safety now that she regained her freedom. As she has become his woman, he naturally desires to ensure her well-being. Yes? Understood. Concurrently, Su Qingru leapt into Yi Fan's embrace, causing Su Yixue, who was poised to join in, to withdraw with a hint of disappointment. A smirk graced Yi Fan's lips as he shifted Su Qingru to his left side, while pulling Su Yixue into his right. Why shy away from embracing your own husband? Oh dear. Although Su Yixue had shared intimate moments with Yi Fan before, the presence of Su Qingru made her feel slightly awkward. While relishing Yi Fan's embrace, she discreetly observed Su Qingru's expression. Noticing Su Qingru appeared quite composed, even seemingly pleased, Su Yixue felt a twinge of surprise. Are today, as youth so unfazed? Both sisters nestled in Yi Fan's embrace. Yet Su Qingru seemed entirely unperturbed. Su Yixue remained oblivious to the fact that last night, she and Yi Fan had shared closeness, and today, when Su Qingru risked her life to save Yi Fan, their bond deepened. With Su Qingru present, Yi Fan had no choice but to sleep alone that night. However, thoughts of Jiang Yueran's rare and alluring form stirred a sensation within him. This fate. The 9-yang dragon vein, which had troubled Yi Fan for so long, had seemingly found resolution through a girl raised by Yi Xiu, becoming Yi Fan's savior. Despite Yi Xiu's numerous misdeeds, This could be considered the only good deed he has done in Yun City, within the Zhao family estate. The elder of the Zhao family, Zhao Chongfeng, staggered into the hall, drenched in blood, startling the still-awake head of the Zhao family. Zhao Tianlong, elder, what has happened to you? Zhao Chongfeng, weak and frail, collapsed into a chair, tearing off the metal from his shoulder with a cold huff, hastily bandaging his wound with his clothing before speaking. Quickly, notify all core members of the Zhao family to convene. I have crucial matters to announce. Yes. Zhao Tianlong, sensing the gravity of the elder's condition, wasted no time, swiftly contacting all members of the Zhao family, summoning those able to attend, and organizing a teleconference for those who could not. 20 minutes later, all core members had gathered. Zhao Chongfeng then assumed a serious demeanor, his expression grave as he declared, I announce today that from this moment onward, the Zhao family shall surrender to the Yi family. Tomorrow, I shall personally lead a delegation from the Zhao family to apologize to the Yi family. What, elder, why this sudden decision? Were we not once united against the Yi family? Indeed, the Yi family is on the verge of collapse. Yi Fan has been attacked and has been a mere waste for 3 years. What waves could he possibly make? The crowd erupted in disbelief, unable to comprehend the elder's decision. Silence. You have all been deceived by Yi Fan. His strength has likely surpassed the level of a martial sovereign. Just days ago, the master expert who attacked the Yi family was suddenly slain. And the overseer from the Zhou family also perished in Yun City. I suspect Yi Fan was behind it. Tonight, I ventured to gather intelligence and sustain these wounds at his hands. Hiss. Initially, the crowd held doubts about the elder's earlier statements. However, the last revelation left them gasping in shock. Everyone knew of the elder's formidable prowess, a peak master, the very foundation upon which the Zhao family stood, if even the elder was no match for Yi Fan. Just how terrifying was Yi Fan's strength? Moreover, reports indicated that the overseer from the Zhou family and the son of the Zhou family's head had both met their demise in Yun City. Could all of this truly be the work of Yi Fan? The Yi family has truly emerged as a formidable force. Very well. If that is the case, let it be decided. Tomorrow, the elder and I shall accompany Ling Long to the Yi family to apologize, hoping for their forgiveness. Zhao Tianlong, as the head of the Zhao family, decisively made the call. However, from the crowd, a pouting, voluptuous young lady muttered, Daddy, you can go apologize, but why must I tag along? This young beauty was none other than Zhao Linglong, the darling of the Zhao family's 3rd generation. Though she appeared petite, her assets were quite generous, a true giant in her own right. Linglong, do not act recklessly. This operation bears immense significance for the Zhao family's fate. Alas, we made a grave mistake in the past. We must not err again. Regardless of any unreasonable demands from the Yi family, we must comply firmly. You must not act willfully. Otherwise, it will be the end of the Zhao family. Henceforth, all Zhao family members must show utmost respect upon encountering anyone from the Yi family, accepting any punishment or insult. Understood? Understood. The elder, bloodied and barely bandaged, hastily convened everyone, and all core disciples of the Zhao family recognized the gravity of the situation. Alas, I hope it is not too late that a storm is brewing in Yun City. Chapter 54. Salting the wound. Lin Hua was on the verge of exploding with rage. Lin family. Lin Hua had not slept a wink all night. Along with him, a batch of bodyguards taken by Lin Dong had mysteriously vanished. Over 100 men had disappeared without a trace in Yun City, a bunch of useless fools. And still no news? In a fit of anger, Lin Hua swept everything from the tea table to the floor. Among the 3rd generation of the Lin family, only Lin Dong and Lin Yang had emerged from the direct lineage. If anything were to happen to them, it would spell the end for the Lin family. Head of the family. The earlier information remains unchanged. Young Master Lin stated he would seek Yi Xiu's whereabouts, and young Master Lin Heir intended to accompany him. After departing with the family bodyguards, they have since gone missing, a subordinate reported gloomily from the side. Internally, he was cursing. To them, Lin Dong was not much different from the former Yi Fan, often seen lounging in nightclubs, leading so many men off to disappear, most likely hiding in some nightclub, using the excuse of hunting for Yi Xiu as a pretext for his own escapades. Yet, despite considering this possibility, Lin Hua's heart sank as he remembered that Yi Xiao had been taken by Yi Fan, and Lin Dong and Lin Yang were in pursuit of Yi Xiao. If Yi Fan had set a trap, Lin Dong and Lin Yang would surely fall right into it. With their intellect, how could they possibly contend against the devilish Yi Fan? The more Lin Hua pondered, the more anxious he became. Had he known this would happen, he would have never permitted Lin Dong to seek out Yi Xiao's whereabouts. Head, someone has come to visit. Just as Lin Hua was fuming, a bodyguard reported tremulously from the entrance. Denied. I will not see anyone today, not even if the King of Heaven himself comes. Lin Hua, in his exasperation, had no intention of meeting anyone to Yi Fan, and he has already entered. The bodyguard's voice was tinged with helplessness. It was not that they did not wish to stop Yi Fan, but he had brought Wang Fugue along, and the two had easily dispatched 7 or 8 bodyguards at the entrance before swaggering in. Yi Fan and Wang Fugue strode in, and Yi Fan, with a devilish glint in his eye, pointed at Lin Hua's mouth, reminding him of the incident from yesterday, when Lin Hua's wife's poodle had bitten his lip in front of everyone. Yi Fan had remarked that Lin Hua had eaten something unsavory, nearly driving him to madness. Hitting a sore spot once more, Lin Hua felt an overwhelming urge to devour Yi Fan whole. Brother, it may not be the issue of the hot pot. Has he not tasted excrement before? I heard from experts that human waste indeed tends to cause internal heat. Perhaps he found a flavor to his liking and indulged himself last night while it was still warm. That makes sense. Fu Gue, how did I come to realize that you have grown wiser? Naturally, it is due to the brilliance of my elder brother, whose radiant presence has profoundly influenced me. Get lost. The two engaged in their banter, completely disregarding the feelings of Lin Hua, the aggrieved party. Damn it. Is it not enough to have ingested excrement once? Now you want to force me into the restroom for a second helping? Am I insane? Yi Fan, what exactly do you intend to do? If you continue this nonsense, do not blame me for being rude. Lin Hua, suppressing the fury within, inquired of Yi Fan with restrained patience. This Yi Fan is utterly arrogant, in broad daylight, barging into my home. What is he up to? Does he wish to take over the Lin family? Hee. Please do not be angered, head of the Lin family. I merely came to inquire about the whereabouts of the Lin brothers. I have not seen them for a day and miss them dearly. I wanted to invite them for drinks, but they do not answer their phones. Hence my visit. Drinks. You filthy scoundrel. I would be a fool to believe you. You wish to drink with Lin Dong? Drink feathers, perhaps. Lin Dong and Lin Yang clearly went to find Yi Xiao last night and have since vanished. And now Yi Fan appears at the Lin residence, claiming he wants to drink with them? What a coincidence. It must be deliberate. I am nearly certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang have fallen into Yi Fan's clutches. And Yi Fan is here to flaunt his triumph. Yi Fan, you have gone too far. You had better confess where you have taken Lin Dong and Lin Yang, otherwise you shall not leave this place today. Lin Hua's expression shifted, and the sound of bodyguards' footsteps echoed throughout the Lin family's hall, encircling the meeting area. Yi Fan, maintaining his composure, responded, Head of the Lin family, you are being rather unreasonable. How can you blame me for your own family's disappearance? It would be akin to your wife suddenly becoming pregnant and you accusing the neighbor, Old Wang. It simply does not add up. Why not enlighten me about what Lin Dong and the others were up to last night? I can help you analyze it. I doubt Lin Huan naturally could not reveal that Lin Dong had gone to seek out Yi Xiu. Admit that Lin Dong had indeed gone to find Yi Xiao would be to acknowledge that the Lin family had colluded with Yi Xiao to attack the Yi family back in the day. On one hand, his sons and the heirs of the Lin family were missing. On the other hand, he knew full well that Yi Fan was the cause, yet he had no grounds or evidence to confront him. Moreover, he could not expose Lin Dong and Lin Yang's intentions. At the very least, he could not admit it verbally. The Lin family was left utterly speechless, suffering in silence. Oh, the agony! I am truly at my wit's end. Yi Fan, Lin Dong, and Lin Yang are currently resting and do not wish to drink with you. Right this moment, I implore you to leave immediately. Lin Hua felt as if he might explode. Drinks? I would advise the head of the Lin family to take heed, for if one were to drink oneself to death, the Lin family would surely face extinction. Wang Fu Gue, ever the loyal follower of Yi Fan, perfectly understood his master's intentions and delivered a cutting remark that nearly sent Lin Hua into a fit of rage. Get lost. Yi Fan smiled lightly, departing the Lin family estate alongside Wang Fugui. At this point, Yi Fan's strength, disregarding the Lin family's elder, was sufficient to easily annihilate the Lin family. However, until he ascertained the elder's capabilities, Yi Fan would not act rashly. These prestigious families had endured for generations, naturally possessing their own depth and heritage. Moreover, the Lin family's previous alliance with numerous factions to attack the Yi family nearly led to its downfall. Yi Fan would not easily let the Lin family off the hook. He intended to exact revenge gradually, striking at both life and spirit. Apologize? Who? Yi Fan pondered. Could it be that his intimidation at the Lin family banquet had indeed had an effect, prompting some foolish family to come forth to apologize? To admit their wrongs? The hidden aristocracy of Yun City, the elder of the Zhao family, as well as Zhao Tianlong, the head of the Zhao family, and their youngest daughter, Zhao Linglong. Chapter 55. The Wrong Maiden Bullied by Yi Fan. The audacity! This is utterly outrageous. After Yi Fan and Wang Fugui exited the Lin family, Lin Hua could no longer contain himself. He seized a chair from the room and smashed it against the television, coffee table, and newly installed chandelier, shattering them to pieces. Bastard, scoundrel, little beast, how did I allow you to escape back then? Damn it. I should have eliminated you to prevent future troubles. Exhausted from his rampage, Lin Hua finally collapsed onto the floor. Yi Fan's arrival at this moment, seeking to drink with Lin Dong and Lin Yang, was clearly not about drinking at all. It was an overt display of arrogance and boasting. Lin Hua was nearly certain that Lin Dong and Lin Yang had met their demise at Yi Fan's hands. Yet what infuriated Lin Hua the most was that, despite knowing this to be the truth, he had no evidence to confront Yi Fan openly, nor could he expose the Lin brothers' purpose. At least he could not admit it out loud. The Lin family was in a position of utter helplessness, suffering in silence. The burden of despair weighed heavily on his heart. Yi Fan, I do not wish you to live another second. Someone, give me a phone. I will personally contact the Blood Garment sect and instruct them to pursue Yi Fan immediately. The girl's words on the other end of the line left Lin Hua momentarily speechless. The Blood Garment sect, a hidden serpent in the shadows, is renowned for its assassination capabilities, recognized as the strongest in the Daxiao realm, having connections with the major aristocratic families, authorities, and hidden superclans. Should the Blood Garment sect wish to annihilate the Lin family, the current Lin family might truly find it impossible to withstand. After ending the call with the Blood Garment sect, Lin Hua slapped his own face in frustration. Damn it, you dare to bully me? Just wait until the next time a divine messenger arrives. I will undoubtedly request a superpower that will make you all regret your actions today. In the southwest, deep within a certain mountain range, in a courtyard, a beautiful and delicate young girl languidly stretched and casually addressed her assistant. What is the situation in Yun City? The girl scoffed lightly and remarked, if he were so easily killed, he would not be F-A-N.D-O not speak of the Black Dragon. Even if 10 of you were to engage him, you would not stand a chance. Ah, the assistant gasped in astonishment. You are fully aware that the Black Dragon is no match for him, and yet you still send him? Moreover, from your tone, it seems you are quite familiar with Yi Fan. The girl, with her striking eyes, glanced out at the greenery and silently mused. Familiar? More than merely familiar. Since I was 8, I have been by that scoundrel's side, attending to his every need, from dressing him to feeding him, even warming his bed in winter. Yet that rascal would pull my hair, play pranks on me, and secretly tie my shoelaces together, causing me to stumble. Even as we grew older, he would tug on my back straps and flick me. The outside world only knows that the leader of the Blood Garment sect is a stunning beauty, but little do they realize that 3 years ago, the leader, Chu Yuwei, was actually Yi Fan's devoted maid. They had lived together for 10 years, sharing every aspect of life until 3 years prior when unforeseen events led to the dissolution of their sect. Yi Fan and his master fled, while Chu Yuwei managed to escape from Yi Fan's grasp amidst the chaos. You scoundrel, you had better not die too quickly. I have yet to settle the score with you. Bring me news. Order the 3, Beast, Iron Bull, and Xianing, to execute the assassination of Yi Fan. A wicked smile graced Chu Yuwei's lips as she issued her command to her subordinates. Yes, master, they are all master-level assassins. How confident do you think they are in this task? Their involvement would merely result in a head being delivered. Ah, master. The assistant's eyes widened, and before she could voice her concerns, Chu Yue shot her a warning glare. Some matters were best left unspoken. Once the assistant exited the courtyard, she swiftly comprehended her master's strategy. Beast, Iron Bull, Xianing, and previously the Black Dragon, all were direct members of the Elder Council. Is the master plotting to use them to eliminate Yi Fan? Upon seeing Yi Fan, Zhao Changfeng and Zhao Tianlong, accompanied by several representatives of the Zhao family, promptly rose to their feet, respectfully bowing to Yi Fan. Greetings, young master. Wang Fuge, entering the hall, saw no reason to act as an outsider. He plopped down in a nearby seat, casually plucking grapes from the fruit platter and munching on them while not forgetting to compliment the elder of the Yi family. Old Yi, your grapes are delightful. Yi Changfeng found himself at a loss for words regarding Wang Fugue. Had this fellow been so long in the company of his grandson that he had lost all sense of caution? He seemed utterly unacquainted with the meaning of fear that Yi Fan surveyed the members of the Zhao family, ultimately resting his gaze upon Zhao Changfeng, particularly noting the bandage wrapped around his shoulder, which clarified his earlier confusion. Yes, oh, it was you. Yi Fan smiled faintly, taking a seat beside Zhao Changfeng, signaling to the elder Yi Qingque nearby to reassure both of them. Although the Zhao family is not one of the 6 prominent clans, it is nonetheless a reclusive superfamily, equally formidable when it comes to a showdown with the Lin family. The Yi family, faced with such a grand display of an apology today, finds itself on high alert, nerves taut with apprehension, fearing treachery. After all, the situation confronting the Yi family is rather intricate. A conflict with the Lin family could erupt at any moment, and even the slightest disturbance could serve as the tipping point. If the Zhao family genuinely seeks to apologize and yield, that would be one thing. However, if it is merely a ruse to feign surrender, Zhao Changfeng harbored no secrets in front of Yi Fan. Nothing escapes the keen perception of young Master Yi. Indeed, it was I last night that I implore young Master Yi to forgive my recklessness. As he spoke, Zhao Changfeng bowed respectfully to Yi Fan. When the Zhao family attacked the Yi family back in the day, they were indeed involved in it. But the old man here guarantees with his life that not a single member of the Zhao family ever laid hands on the Yi family directly. Our only participation was under the royal pressure, where we provided 32 vehicles to assist the royal family in relocating a group of masters. The old man stands before young Master Yi to acknowledge our mistakes and earnestly requests an opportunity for the Zhao family. Zhao Changfeng spared no detail in recounting the events of that time, gazing at Yi Fan with sincere reverence. Noticing that Yi Fan seemed unmoved, Zhao Changfeng made a shocking gesture. With a thud, in the next moment, Zhao Changfeng unexpectedly knelt before Yi Fan, pleading for a chance for the Zhao family, willing to pay any price and accept any conditions set forth by young Master Yi. Chapter 56. I have taken a liking to your daughter. Let her serve as my personal maid. Hiss. Zhao Changfeng's actions left everyone present utterly astounded. The ancestor, Zhao Tianlong, attempted to intervene, but with a single glance from Zhao Changfeng, he immediately fell silent. Thud! Thud! Not only Zhao Changfeng, but Zhao Tianlong and several other juniors from the Zhao family, aside from Zhao Linglong, all knelt before Yi Fan. Each of them resembled a contrite child, not daring to breathe a word. It is crucial to note that Zhao Changfeng was kneeling not to the Yi family, but to Yi Fan himself. Why is this so? Shouldn't the ancestor of the Zhao family stand and speak? Yi Changfeng urged Zhao Tianlong and the others to rise. However, the elder and his kin remained motionless, gazing earnestly at Yi Fan. Young Master Yi, this is the complete ledger of the Zhao group. Please review it. The elder of the Zhao family clearly indicated a willingness to sacrifice the entire Zhao group's assets to preserve the family. This did, as all eyes turned to Yi Fan, he cast a playful glance at Zhao Linglong. Why is it that all members of the Zhao family kneel, yet you remain standing? Zhao Linglong glared at Yi Fan with indignation. On what grounds? I have done nothing wrong. Moreover, when the Zhao family provided the convoy, it was under royal command. Who would dare defy it? If anyone should kneel, it should be you all. I will not kneel. Linglong, do not be insolent. Zhao Tianlong reprimanded Zhao Linglong hastily, Kneel at once. Do you wish to bring ruin upon the Zhao family? The elder of the Zhao family radiated an aura of menace as he turned his gaze toward Zhao Linglong. Though Zhao Linglong was unafraid of her father, she felt a twinge of fear toward the elder. Just as her resolve began to waver, Yi Fan spoke up. It seems the Zhao family's sincerity is still lacking. If you wish for me to spare the Zhao family, I have one condition. Ah, Yi Fan's sudden shift in attitude brought expressions of joy to the faces of the Zhao elder and his kin, who all secretly sighed in relief. Please, young Master Yi, state your condition. The Zhao family will comply. With keen insight, the Zhao elder had deduced from Yi Fan's concealed strength that the attack orchestrated by the Lin family 3 years prior had nearly obliterated the Yi family. Yet it had failed to achieve its intended outcome. Why Yi Fan had survived and emerged even more formidable. This outcome signified the inevitable resurgence of the Yi family. Moreover, after years of lurking, the retaliatory power of the Yi family and Beluo Sherman would undoubtedly be terrifying. Securing Yi Fan's forgiveness would allow the Zhao family to avoid annihilation, making every effort worthwhile. Why Yi Fan's gaze turned mischievous as he regarded Zhao Linglong. Speaking with a nonchalant tone, I find myself in need of a personal maid. Let Zhao Linglong attend to me. If she meets my satisfaction within a year, I shall overlook the Zhao family's past transgressions. Unacceptable. Zhao Linglong's face contorted in rejection upon hearing Yi Fan specifically designate her as a maid. However, the Zhao elder and Zhao Tianlong exchanged glances of delight, readily agreeing, no problem. From now on, Linglong shall serve young Master Yi. I will ensure she attends to your needs, especially Zhao Tianlong, who, upon hearing that Yi Fan wanted Zhao Linglong as a personal maid, felt not a shred of sorrow, but rather a hint of excitement. He understood well that Yi Fan was destined to become an extraordinary figure, and even being a maid by his side would yield immeasurable benefits in the future. Such an opportunity was not merely a punishment for Zhao Linglong, but rather a reward for the Zhao family. Father, you all, how can you do this? I refuse to accept. I shall leave. Zhao Linglong stamped her foot in frustration, attempting to depart the Yi family estate. Zhao Linglong, this matter is not up for debate. If you dare to cause any more trouble, I shall directly eliminate your parents as an apology to young Master Yi. Before Zhao Tianlong could speak, the Zhao elder's voice thundered with lethal intent, instantly silencing Zhao Linglong, who dared not take another step. The elder truly meant to take action. You all. Zhao Linglong realized that she could not alter this course of events. Her fate was intertwined with that of the Zhao family. Should she refuse, the collective ire of the Zhao family would surely drown her. Young Master Yi present. Just as the tension in the room peaked, a middle-aged man's voice rang out from the entrance. A burly man stepped into the hall. The man sported a bald head and a bushy beard, lending him a somewhat humorous appearance. Minister Mo Zhong, what brings you to the Yi family? Yi Chongfeng, the elder of the Yi family, raised an eyebrow in curiosity as he directed his gaze toward Yi Fan. 3 years ago, following the assault on the Yi family. The attitude of the Jinwu division toward them had been rather ambiguous. Previously, they had maintained a decent rapport with the Yi family, yet had scarcely interacted in 3 years. Today, however, the minister had arrived. The visitor was none other than Mo Zhong, the head of the Yun City branch of the Jinwu division. Thus, Mo Zhong had come early to pay his respects to Yi Fan. The unexpected arrival of such a prominent figure left the Zhao elder and others astonished. Yet, the Zhao elder merely exchanged a knowing glance with Mo Zhong, and they both understood instantly. They had likely sensed Yi Fan's concealed prowess, prompting them to establish a favorable relationship in advance. Zhao Linglong, do you wish to serve as my maid? Yi Fan regarded Zhao Linglong with keen interest, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Zhao Linglong longed to retort fiercely at Yi Fan, but upon meeting the elder's murderous gaze, she promptly cowered. I am willing, yet still not beside me. Yi Fan flashed a charming smile at Zhao Linglong, who felt a wave of disdain wash over her. Truly a scoundrel, she thought, sensing his gaze linger on her chest. Everyone rise. This matter will be settled for now. With a single command from Yi Fan, Zhao Tianlong and the others stood, and the Zhao family understood that for the time being, they had escaped peril. Mo Zhong took a few steps forward, presenting a gift box to Yi Fan, young Master Yi. This is a small token of our Zhenwu division, celebrating your triumphant return. Please accept it. As Yi Fan held the gift box, he sensed the aura of a fourth-grade elixir emanating from within. Casting a puzzled glance at Mo Zhong, Zhong nodded, offering Yi Fan an affirming look. Young Master Yi, old Mo merely wishes to befriend you. Yi Fan felt a wave of warmth. Mo Zhong from the Zhenwu division was genuinely sincere. It is worth noting that fourth-grade elixirs are exceedingly rare in the martial arts realm. Previously, Yi Fan had swiftly advanced to the 9th layer of the dragon control technique thanks to a fourth-grade elixir gifted by a mysterious girl. Such precious elixirs were scarce even at the peak of Beiluo Sherman. With perhaps only 3 in existence, excellent. I shall accept this gift. Yi Fan accepted the box, while Mo Zhong silently exhaled in relief, having successfully completed the task assigned by his superior, before the gathering could settle down. A commotion erupted outside, accompanied by the urgent cries of the Yi family bodyguards. This is bad. A multitude of bodyguards from the Yun family has arrived, threatening to break down our doors. Chapter 57. I trust you as far as I can throw you. My legs are already worn out from your deceit. Yi Fan furrowed his brow. Had the Yun family lost their minds? He had merely assisted Su Yixue in obtaining the Jade proxy rights from General Songpa. Yet the Yun family had come to vent their frustrations at the Yi family. Did they truly underestimate the Yi family strength? Though the Yi family had been attacked in the past, it should not be forgotten that they still commanded an army of 800,000 in the southwestern border. This was precisely why no one dared to act against the Yi family. Preposterous! Is there no law anymore? Young master, leave this matter to me. I will resolve it promptly. Young master, the Zhao family will handle this immediately. Mo Zhong and Zhao Jia's ancestral elder simultaneously bowed slightly to Yi Fan, and then swiftly rose to dash towards the door. After all, they had finally been presented with an opportunity to showcase themselves, and they certainly would not let it slip away to AT that moment. Outside the Yi family estate, Yin Feiyong was blocking the entrance with a group of burly men, accompanied by a familiar face, Su Dong, the cousin of Su Yixue. Observing the Yi family estate, Su Dong expressed his concerns. Yin Xiao, is it truly appropriate to confront the Yi family estate like this? Although the Yi family has fallen from grace, they are not to be trifled with. Su Dong had initially intended to act as a bridge, facilitating Yin Feiyong's abduction of Su Yixue, thereby enabling him and his father, Su Mingho, to seize control of the Su family. However, once Yi Fan appeared, Yun Feiyong was swiftly defeated and left thoroughly humiliated. What is there to fear? The head of the Lin family has declared that the Yi family is on the brink of collapse. The Bloodcloak sect and the fabled Sacred Land are both preparing to strike against the Yi family. Besides, at present, the Yi family is left with nothing but that useless Yi Fan. What storm can he possibly stir up? Tell me, in all of Yun City, who would dare to assist the Yi family? Indeed, Yin Feiyong's assertions were accurate. A week prior, the situation of the Yi family was precisely as he described. The Yi family had suffered a significant blow 3 years ago, and just a few days prior, the family patriarch had been gravely injured by a mysterious expert, with a master-level practitioner even threatening to annihilate the Yi family. It seemed the Yi family was on the verge of total destruction. And even the Xian family was contemplating withdrawing from their engagement with the Yi family at that juncture. It was true that no one dared to draw too close to the Yi family. However, that was a matter from 3 days ago. Ever since the master practitioner had been slain, the tides had begun to turn. Let's go today. I don't intend to truly harm the Yi family. I merely wish to teach Yi Fan a severe lesson, making him aware of the consequences of offending me. Yin Xiao. Yun Feiyong beckoned to Su Dong, preparing to command his subordinates to charge in. Yet before they could act at the entrance, Zhao Jia's ancestral elder, Zhao Tianlong, along with Mo Zhong from the Zhenwu division, had already emerged, wielding their battle blades. Yin Feiyong's bodyguards, leading the charge, were swiftly sent flying by the punches of Mo Zhong and Zhao Jia's ancestral elder. Nonsense! The Zhenwu division is here to discuss important matters with young Master Yi. Who dares to act recklessly? Bring them to me. Kill! With Mo Zhong's command, a group of uniformed personnel surged out from behind the flower beds near the Yi family estate. brandishing their battle blades and ruthlessly attacking Yun Feiyang's subordinates. The Jinwu Division is a crucial martial arts institution in the Great Xia, tasked with dealing with matters beyond the capabilities of ordinary police. They were all martial arts experts, easily overpowering Yun Feiyang's lackeys. Within mere seconds, the majority of Yun Feiyang's men had already fallen. Beside him, Zhao Jia's ancestral elder grew anxious. "Minister Mo Zhong, take it easy. Leave a few heads for me." With that, disregarding his own injuries, Zhao Jia's ancestral elder plunged into the fray, taking down several of Yun Feiyang's subordinates with powerful punches. What the hell is happening? Am I really this unfortunate? The Jinwu Division has even arrived? What business do they have with the Yi family? Yun Feiyang furrowed his brow in contemplation for several moments before suddenly realizing. Of course, the Jinwu Division must have come to discuss how to take over the Yi family. It must be so. Yun Feiyang couldn't help but commend his own cleverness. How astute I am. The Yi family is indeed destined for ruin. With that thought, Yun Feiyang felt a sense of relief wash over him, intending to step out of the vehicle to explain matters to Mo Zhong and the others. Suddenly, a battle blade shot towards him, piercing the door of his car and grazing his cheek, leaving a cut. Anyone who dares to take another step forward will meet the same fate as that car. Mo Zhong's words had already commandeered the situation to this moment. Yun Feiyang was utterly terrified. Good heavens! Are they really this volatile? Let's go. Drive away quickly. Yun Feiyang, not daring to linger for a moment longer, urgently urged the driver to speed away from the scene. With this in mind, he immediately dialed a number, a bow. Gather as many people as possible right now. The more, the better. Also, inform those channel merchants cooperating with the Yun family to assemble at the Su Corporation immediately and demand the payment. Within the Yi family estate in the main hall, upon witnessing Zhao Tianlong and Mo Zhong rush out, only Yi Fan, Yi Qinquan, and Yi Changfeng remained. Cough, cough. Wang Fugue, leisurely munching on grapes nearby, almost choked at Yi Fan's words. I believe you not. Yesterday, when Yi Fan went to punish Yi Xiao, Wang Fugue had also been present. Although he hadn't seen Yi Fan in action, the swiftness with which Yi Fan had burst through the roof from the first floor certainly did not resemble that of a wastrel. Though Wang Fugue had not witnessed the scene of Yi Fan's actions, upon seeing the injuries on Zhao Jia's ancestral elder today, he had already deduced the general situation that Wai Yishao must have frightened Zhao Jia's ancestral elder yesterday. Otherwise, how could such a prominent family so easily come to surrender? Yi Qinquan, seated at the head, regarded Yi Fan with keen interest. His strength far surpassed that of Yi Fan, and he sensed something unusual about Yi Fan's aura, feeling that he was not as simple as he appeared. Yet, Yi Qinquan could still not see through Yi Fan why Yi Fan gazed at his grandfather, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Inwardly thinking, "It's not that I wish to deceive you, Grandpa. My aim is to fool the enemies of the Yi family." Currently, the only ones surfacing were the Lin family, the Zhou family, the Zhao family, and the Imperial family. But in reality, there were many more behind the scenes. Why Yi Fan needed to wait until they were all revealed before making them pay the price. Changfeng, Yi Xiao, are you in? I have come specifically to visit you, with a few questions to inquire about and a check on the elderly patriarch's health. Before Yi Fan could respond, a familiar voice echoed from the entrance. It was none other than the renowned medicine king of the Southwest, Hua Ximiao. Upon hearing Hua Ximiao's voice, Yi Changfeng was momentarily stunned. Here again to find Yi Fan. Chapter 58. Hitting on my woman? I'll give you 2 million to crash into you. Yi Changfeng and Hua Ximiao were old friends. Seeing Hua Ximiao enter, he quickly moved to greet him. Old Hua, you. However, to Yi Changfeng's dismay, Hua Ximiao completely ignored him. Shoving him aside, "We'll talk later." Watching Hua Ximiao engage in respectful conversation with Yi Fan, Yi Changfeng stood in the hall, utterly bewildered. What is happening here? Is this still my useless grandson? In just 2 days, my grandson, who used to frequent nightclubs, has gained such respect from Hua Ximiao and is being visited by Mo Zhong. Zhao Jia's ancestral elder personally came to apologize. Yi Grandpa, you should get used to this kind of situation more often. Wang Fugue patted Yi Changfeng's shoulder, speaking earnestly. You have only seen the tip of the iceberg regarding my brother's prowess. One day, A princess may come to assist him, and you shouldn't be surprised. A princess coming to assist him? That would be such an honor. Yi Changfeng felt momentarily dazed. Could this truly be the same grandson who was so full of vigor 3 years ago? After pondering for a few seconds, Yi Changfeng suddenly recalled that Wang Fugui had just patted his shoulder. You little rascal, have you learned bad habits from Yi Fan? Nevertheless, seeing Wang Fugui and Yi Fan so closely aligned filled Yi Changfeng with pride. After all, his grandfather and Wang Fugui's grandfather had been like this back in the day. Yi Xiao, we have apprehended the troublemakers outside. Here are their 2 leaders, Zhao Jia's ancestral elder and Mo Zhong, each dragged a man into the hall. Throwing them onto the ground, Why Yi Xiao, spare us. It was Yun Feiyong who sent us to teach you a lesson. Please spare us. The 2 men, having witnessed the might of Zhao Jia's ancestral elder and Mo Zhong, immediately knelt in the hall, not waiting for Yi Fan to inquire before divulging everything they knew. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan scoffed coldly, another Yun Feiyong. This scoundrel truly is relentless. When parting ways at the Su Corporation, Yi Fan had stated that if Yun Feiyong troubled him or Su Yixue again, he would flatten the Yun family estate with a bulldozer. Now, it was time to fulfill that promise. Fugui arranged for 100 bulldozers in the provincial capital. I may need to deploy them at any moment. Yi Fan instructed Wang Fugui beside him. Xiao Fan, why do you need so many bulldozers? Yi Changfeng looked at Yi Fan quizzically. His words instantly ignited Yi Changfeng's temper. Nonsense. Although the old Yi family has fallen, we are still not something that any stray cat or dog can provoke. Grandson, go ahead and stir up trouble. If it gets out of hand, I will back you up. All right. Yi Fan nodded, a mischievous smile suddenly causing Yi Changfeng to feel a pang of unease. What on earth does this boy intend to do? Yi Fan promptly made his way towards the door, intending to slip away. Upon noticing Mo Zhong and Zhao Jia's ancestral elder at the entrance, he called out, You all can disperse now. Seeing Zhao Linglong seemingly intent on leaving as well, Yi Fan flashed a wicked smile. Linglong, why don't you stay? Don't forget, from this moment on, you are my personal maid, accompanying me wherever I go. No need. Zhao Linglong protested. You can rest assured, I will have someone deliver all your change of clothes directly to you. Zhao Tianlong's remark was like a dagger, leaving Zhao Linglong utterly exasperated. Father, Zhao Linglong began to doubt whether she was truly Zhao Tianlong's biological daughter. Was he so eager to send her away? As Yi Fan drove away with Zhao Linglong, she felt uncomfortable in the car. Where are we going? Go buy a car. Don't you already have one? Why purchase another? Besides, what do you need me for when you buy a car? Zhao Linglong expressed her frustration, realizing that her life was about to undergo a transformation starting today. Alas, her cherished floral dress would have to be tucked away for the foreseeable future from the whispers of those around her. Zhao Linglong was already aware that Yi Fan was a notorious playboy, and given his nature, how could she dare don a skirt in his presence? Yi Fan merely twitched the corner of his mouth. Disregarding Zhao Linglong's remarks, the car he intended to buy was, of course, for Qiu Wan, and as for Zhao Linglong, her role was simply to assist with the financial aspect. Wasn't the Zhao family eager to demonstrate their sincerity? If he were to purchase several cars and properties using their funds, they surely wouldn't dare voice their objections. As Yi Fan drove past number 38 in the southern suburbs of Yunqing, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure, a girl arguing with a lecherous middle-aged man who was sprawled on the ground. Next to a toppled electric scooter, the girl was none other than Jiang Yueran, who had become Yi Fan's woman the previous night. Beautiful lady, you hit me today. Without 5,000, you shall not leave. The man declared, his tone dripping with malice. Look at you without a helmet. The traffic police are coming, and you'll be at a loss to hurry up and pay. But, sir, I was driving properly. You recklessly dashed out and hit my car. Why should I pay? Jiang Yueran, having been sheltered by Yi Xiu for years, rarely ventured out and was at a loss on how to handle such a situation, her face flushing with embarrassment. You are being unreasonable. There were so many witnesses here. You were clearly on your phone while riding, which caused a collision that if you insist on this, then at least 1,000 should be paid. Or else I'll call the police to arrest you, and you'll face imprisonment. The lecherous man sought validation from the onlookers. A few bystanders nodded in agreement, urging Jiang Yueran to pay. You weren't intentional, right? Why not just settle it with some cash? There are no cameras here. It's all murky. Ouch. My back.my waist that I could die from this. As the crowd murmured, the man on the ground wailed dramatically. Jiang Yuan panicked. You're trying to extort me. I don't have that much money. It was evident that these individuals were all in cahoots, offering no support to Jiang Yuan, having not worked during her years with Yishio. Her funds were already limited, and now she was sweating in anxiety. How much do you want? I will pay. Just as Jiang Yuan fretted, a familiar figure appeared beside her, a strong hand wrapped around her slender waist. Turning to see Yi Fan, her heart surged with joy. Remembering their intimate moments from the previous night, she felt a hint of shyness. Rest assured, I am here. Everything will be fine, Yi Fan reassured her, patting her back before turning his attention to the lecherous man sprawled on the ground. Having witnessed many such scams, Yi Fan had his methods to deal with them. The man, initially intending to lower his demands upon realizing Jiang Yuan's financial limitations, was suddenly dazzled by the sight of Yi Fan arriving in a sleek black BMW 7 Series. This was a prime opportunity. 50,000. You must pay 50,000 today. Otherwise, no one leaves. Hearing the man's audacious demand change within moments, Jiang Yuan was alarmed. How can you do this? You just said 5,000, then changed to 10,000, and now it's 50,000. This is outrageous. Miss, what do you mean by outrageous? I suddenly feel a headache coming on, and my spine is also uncomfortable. How about we head to the hospital and run all the tests? The lecherous man, sensing he had Jiang Yuan cornered, felt emboldened. However, Yi Fan calmly interjected, 50,000, too little. Given the extent of the injuries, it should be at least 200,000. What? Yi Fan's statement left the man on the ground, along with the onlookers and Zhao Linglong, utterly bewildered. Was Yi Fan out of his mind? The man was demanding 50,000, yet he proposed 200,000. Say that 5,000 was entirely voluntary, Yi Fan declared, a smirk playing on his lips. Handsome that you're offering too much. That's unnecessary. As the man lay there, seeing Yi Fan's calm demeanor stirred a sense of foreboding within him. He instinctively lowered his price. Yi Fan coolly replied, No, it must be 200,000. I recall a case last month in Jiangning where someone was killed in an accident, and the compensation was 1,600,000. The highest compensation stipulated by law is 2 million. Let us settle on that. While speaking, Yi Fan hopped in his car, revved the engine, and aimed the vehicle toward the man on the ground. Get ready. Think carefully about how you want to die in a manner that looks good. At that moment, the onlookers finally grasped Yi Fan's intentions. He was planning to run over the man. As the car approached, the lecherous man, terrified, sprang to his feet and bolted away. Yi Fan grinned, pressing the accelerator, calling out, Run faster. Keep going. Or else I might just hit you. The roar of the engine was deafening. Sending the man into a panic, the team merely sought to extort money, not to risk his life. Dying like this was not worth it. Even if offered 20 million, he would refuse. Unfortunately for him, a narrow underground passage lay ahead, and it was a one-way street. There was nowhere to evade. Hearing the car roar behind him, the lecherous man had no choice but to sprint forward. How could you do this? We agreed on 200,000. Hurry, keep running. We're 50 centimeters away from a collision. Just so you know, I have no mercy. If I don't hit you, I'll make sure I do it again. The tires will roll over your face, and you'll be in for a rough time. Yi Fan accelerated, the front of the car bumping into the man's backside. The lecherous man screamed, gritting his teeth as he hastily picked up speed once more. After running over 100 meters, he could no longer endure. Brother, I truly made a mistake. I can't run anymore. Forget the 30,000. I'll give you 30,000. No, I'll give you 50,000. Please, have mercy on me. I was wrong. With tears streaming down his face, the man, exhausted and defeated, dropped to the ground before Yi Fan's vehicle. Kneeling and bowing repeatedly, he pulled out 5 stacks of cash from his pocket. Yi Fan halted the car, stopping just 30 centimeters from a man, stepping out to accept the cash with a cold smirk. Had I known it would come to this, why bother in the first place? We all capable individuals. Why engage in such unscrupulous acts? I was wrong. I truly was wrong. The lecherous man, terrified out of his wits, realized this was his first failure in his years of scheming. What? 5,000 for an electric scooter? Was he out of his mind? Previously, he had noted Yi Fan's license plate, contemplating how to report him for robbery as a counterattack. Yet upon hearing Yi Fan state that 5,000 was merely the price for the scooter, he was left flabbergasted. What? You have a problem with this? Look at my girlfriend's electric scooter. It's freezing in winter and scorching in summer, perfect for nurturing mosquitoes, and in dry weather, it offers a complimentary dust bath. I believe 500 is still too little. Maybe I should add more? Though Yi Fan's logic was nonsensical, the lecherous man understood it as a blatant threat. If he refused, Yi Fan might indeed run him over. Who could say if Yi Fan would demand even more if he stayed? Seeing the lecherous man suffer humiliation, Jiang Yueran felt a great weight lift from her heart. Yet, when she noticed him attempting to steal her electric scooter, she immediately scolded, What are you doing? Trying to rob my scooter? The man, looking defeated, replied, Beautiful lady, your electric scooter. I've already bought it for 50,000. The money has been given to your boyfriend. 50,000 for her electric scooter. Jiang Yueran stared at Yi Fan in disbelief. She had bought that scooter for 500 in the second-hand market, and now it was being sold for 50,000. Meanwhile, Yi Fan recorded the man's previous statements on his phone. Giving a thumbs up, you affirm that you willingly purchased this electric scooter? The lecherous man, feeling the heat of the situation, fled the scene in a panic after Yi Fan nodded. Thank you, Yi Fan, Jiang Yueran exclaimed. After witnessing the departure of that sleazy man, Jiang Yueran felt an immense sense of relief wash over her. Although the electric bike was gone, it had resolved a troublesome matter. Yi Fan stuffed 5 stacks of red bills into Jiang Yueran's embrace, insisting she keep it safe. Huh, is this for me? Jiang Yueran exclaimed, her face a picture of astonishment. If it's not for you, then who else could it be for? The bike was sold on your behalf, so naturally, the money belongs to you. Yi Fan flashed a charming grin at Jiang Yueran, then wrapped his arm around her slender waist once more. Guiding her to the back seat, he turned to the nearby Zhao Linglong and instructed, You drive us to the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Despite the intimate moment they had shared the previous night, being held so closely by Yi Fan now made Jiang Yueran's heart race uncontrollably. Yi Fan, please let me go. What do you intend to do at the dealership? I still have an interview to attend. Of course, I'm taking you to buy a car. I just sold your vehicle. So I must compensate you with another, Yi Fan said, his heart swelling with joy as he gazed at his beloved. Jiang Yueran was indeed his treasure. She had aided him in overcoming a particular affliction of the Juyang dragon vein, making her not only his woman, but also his savior. A man must treat his woman well, otherwise, how could he win her heart and attract more admirers? Chapter 60. You pursue women. Why should I pay? Scoundrel, but you just gave me the money from the sale, didn't you? Jiang Yueran was momentarily perplexed by Yi Fan's line of thought. You're mistaken. That money was given to you by that man, not me. So I must buy you another car? Oh, Jiang Yueran felt her mind nearly smoke from the confusion, sensing something was amiss in Yi Fan's reasoning, yet unable to pinpoint what it was. By the way, you mentioned going for an interview. What job is it for? Yi Fan suddenly recalled Jiang Yueran's statement about her interview and quickly inquired. With Yi Xiao now deceased, the Yi group was bound to undergo a significant purge. Yi Fan had already identified his candidate for the general manager position, Qiu Wan from Yuncheng University. However, many other pivotal roles still needed to be filled, such as the chief financial officer. Yang Tao, who, according to Hanzhu's intelligence, was a pawn arranged by the Lin family in collusion with Yi Xiao. Such a crucial position must be entrusted to someone trustworthy. I'm interviewing for a financial assistant position. I studied finance in university and interned for 6 months at a company that it was Yi Xiao who imprisoned me in this place for so many years. Now, I've decided to bravely step out and live independently. Let's see what he can do to me. Yet, Jiang Yueran was curious. Whenever she had left the courtyard before, someone would always follow her. But today, she had been out for quite a while without any sign of surveillance. Yesterday, she had sent Yi Xiao intimate photos of herself with Yi Fan, yet there had been no reaction from him. What was going on? Had she truly gifted him a green hat without any response? Oh no, please drop me off at the bus stop ahead, or I'll be late for my interview. Jiang Yueran glanced at the time on her phone, feeling anxious and eager to get out. Upon hearing her words, Yi Fan's smile nearly erupted with delight. What a coincidence. He just happened to need someone to manage finances, and Jiang Yueran was perfect for the role. It was indeed serendipitous. As if he had been yearning for a nap and someone had offered him a pillow. Forget the interview. Come help your man instead, AS the chief financial officer of the Yi Group. With an annual salary of 2 million, plus bonuses, Yi Fan exclaimed, pulling Jiang Yuan into his arms, his hand unceremoniously wandering, causing her to let out a soft protest. You're incorrigible. There are people in front. Zhao Linglong, sitting in front, was nearly grinding her teeth in frustration, thinking to herself, you two have had enough. Don't you realize there are others around? I'm practically drowning in dog food here. Stop it. I really need to go for my interview. This was Jiang Yuan's first job interview, and it was crucial that Yi Fan finally released her, his expression turning serious. I'm not joking. The chief financial officer of the Yi Group has resigned, and I can't find a suitable replacement. You are my woman that I trust you the most. Anything you don't know, you can learn quickly. This matter is settled. Jiang Yuan was at a loss for words. Was Yi Fan truly this domineering? Regardless of how she protested, Yi Fan simply refused to let her leave the Mercedes-Benz dealership. Without allowing Jiang Yuan to voice her objections, Yi Fan promptly purchased her a GLS. Upon seeing the price exceeding $1 million, Jiang Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. Yi Fan, isn't this a bit excessive? I don't need such an expensive car. While she claimed not to like the stunning sapphire blue, it was a blatant lie. Yet, Yi Fan was treating her far too generously. Just yesterday, they had shared an intimate moment, and now he was gifting her a car worth millions without batting an eye? Compared to Yi Xiao, who had imprisoned her, Yi Fan seemed to cherish Jiang Yuan like a treasure, while Yi Xiao had been miserly and utterly worthless. Little did Jiang Yuan know, this was merely the beginning. Soon, Yi Fan planned to gift her a house. Why not? As my woman, how could you settle for anything less? Hurry, sign here, Yi Fan insisted, grasping Jiang Yuan's hand to sign the contract together, with several salespeople watching. Jiang Yuan's face turned crimson. I'll handle this myself. Scoundrel! Zhao Linglong, standing nearby, scoffed at Yi Fan's antics. The contract is signed, the salesperson said with a smile. Sir, the total price is 1.468 million. Please proceed to the payment. However, Yi Fan remained seated, showing no intention to move, instructing her to go ahead and swipe the card. Yi Fan gestured towards Zhao Linglong. This action left the salesperson and Jiang Yuan in bewilderment, while Zhao Linglong was even more taken aback. Yi Fan, don't be excessive. You pursue women, why should I pay? Jiang Yuan also felt awkward. Yi Fan, this doesn't seem right. Yi Fan reassured Jiang Yuan. Don't worry, it's fine. The Zhao family owes me money. She will pay. He then turned to Jiang Yuan. Why shouldn't she? You are my personal maid, as promised by your father and great-grandfather. Do you have a reason to question it? If I'm displeased, you know the consequences. Years ago, the Zhao family participated in the attack on the Yi family, and they couldn't expect forgiveness without paying a price. It wouldn't be that easy. Zhao Linglong realized that Yi Fan had her firmly in his grasp, and for the sake of the Zhao family's well-being, she had no choice but to relent. I don't have money. Do as you wish. Zhao Linglong thought she would watch to see what Yi Fan planned to do. Just then, a middle-aged man in a suit hurried over beside Zhao Linglong, respectfully presenting a black card. Miss, this is from the old master, who said that since you're with young Master Yi, you should take good care of him. This card has no spending limit. Use it as you wish, and if it's not enough, the Zhao family can mobilize funds at any time. Staring at the gilded black card in her hand, Zhao Linglong felt an overwhelming urge to scream in frustration. Were the Zhao family all so subservient? Was it merely because of Yi Fan? Were they so afraid of him? If it weren't for their reverence for the elder, Zhao Linglong would have considered resigning on the spot. Oomph! In a fit of anger, Zhao Linglong stomped her foot and decided to follow the salesperson to process the payment. But just then, Yi Fan suddenly exclaimed, I just remembered. I want another one in shining black. Make sure to swipe the card together. Zhao Linglong rolled her eyes in exasperation. This guy truly had no regard for spending other people's money, not caring in the least. The total for both cars was nearly 3 million. When Zhao Linglong returned from the cashier, her expression was darkened. Yet Yi Fan took them both to the sales office across from the Yi Group, where he proceeded to purchase 2 fully furnished apartments, ready for immediate move-in. This cost over 10 million. Such extravagant spending made Zhao Linglong want to leap from a building in fury, yet she was utterly powerless. One of the apartments was, of course, for Jiang Yuan, while the other was intended for Qiuwan. Having concluded his business, Yi Fan drove toward Yuncheng University, intending to surprise Qiu Wan. Chapter 61. Does the sleazy man intend to harass the young matron Qiu Wan? At Yuncheng University, in the office of the School of Economics and Management, Director Liang Daong lounged back in his chair, his legs crossed, greedily staring at Qiu Wan's bosom. Teacher Qiu, recently, students have been complaining that your teaching performance has been lacking. You often check your phone during class, which makes it difficult for me. Liang Daong's lascivious demeanor made Qiu Wan extremely uncomfortable, prompting her to adjust her collar. I apologize, Director Liang. It wasn't intentional. You know my daughter has been ill, and I'm just worried about her. Qiu Wan held a low opinion of Liang Daong. Yet unfortunately, he was her superior, and her salary and bonuses required his signature for disbursement. I sympathize with your situation. However, the school has its policies. Given your performance, I can't approve your bonus of 3,000 this month, Liang Daong said, tugging at his collar as he flashed an enticing smile at Qiu Wan. Teacher Qiu, could you please fetch me a glass of water? I suddenly feel parched. All right. Though Qiu Wan abhorred Liang Daong's behavior, the financial situation of her household made that 3,000 crucial in a state of helplessness. She could only rise and take the cup to fetch water for Liang Daong. Liang Daong sat behind his desk, his gaze fixated on Qiu Wan as she filled the cup, her perfectly rounded dairy accentuating her graceful curves, nearly causing him to drool. The thought of such a woman to cradle in his arms and ravage was tantalizing. As Qiu Wan handed the filled cup to Liang Daong. The fleeting glimpse of her cleavage, as she bent over nearly, made his eyes bulge with desire. Exquisite! Absolutely exquisite! No, such a woman must be won over. Just as Qiu Wan was about to rise, Liang Daong suddenly grasped her hand and said, Teacher Qiu, will you be my woman as long as you agree to be with me? Your bonuses and salary can double. All it takes is my word. Moreover, I can even provide you with an extra 20,000 yuan for your personal expenses. Wouldn't that mean you and your daughter would no longer have to endure hardship? As Liang Daong spoke, he attempted to pull Qiu Wan into an embrace. Startled, Qiu Wan quickly withdrew her hand, exclaiming, Director Liang, please don't do this. I am not a loose woman. Although she struggled to contain her emotions. Knowing she had to continue working there, Qiu Wan hesitated to take the leap, despite her impulsive desire to accept Yi Fan's offer the previous day. However, Liang Daong's advances only emboldened him, believing he still had a chance. Qiu Wan, I truly like you. If 20,000 isn't enough, how about 30? Or maybe 50? At that moment, Liang Daong's eyes were filled with greed, disregarding any semblance of decorum as he stood up from behind the desk. Arms outstretched once more in an attempt to embrace Qiu Wan. Frowning, she hurriedly made for the door, warning Director Liang, if you continue like this, I will call for help. However, to her astonishment, the door had been locked from the inside. Liang Daong, with a lewd grin, lunged towards Qiu Wan, his breath quickening to go ahead and shout, it won't do you any good. Everyone is resting at noon, and I've already instructed them not to disturb me. Hurry up, my Qiu Wan. Now let's make the most of our time on the sofa. It will be exhilarating. He seized her arm, throwing her onto the sofa, and began to unbuckle his belt. Help! Someone to save me! Tears of despair streamed down Qiu Wan's cheeks as she wondered what sin she must have committed in her past life to deserve such punishment. Why was she being so cruelly treated? After being forced into marriage by her ex-husband and enduring a miserable life with a child, she had finally managed to escape that torment, only to be harassed by him again. Just as she thought she had resolved that matter with Yi Fan's arrival, she found herself at the mercy of an older man once more. Qiu Wan, don't worry. Just comply with me, and I will treat you well. Just satisfy me this once, and I promise to pamper you beyond measure. Come on, my little darling. Liang Daong had already torn off most of his clothing, pressing Qiu Wan down as he loomed over her, preparing to kiss her neck with a repulsive smirk in utter despair. Qiu Wan closed her eyes, ready to resign herself to fate. At that very moment, Yi Fan had learned from a classmate that Qiu Wan had been summoned to the office by the director, prompting him to investigate. As he approached the door, he noticed a crowd of onlookers peering into the room with expressions of pity. Alas, Liang the fat pig is bullying teacher Qiu Wan again. How pitiful. Indeed, that Liang the fat pig is despicable. It seems no teacher in the office has escaped his clutches. Not just teachers, It is said that many female students have been harassed by Liang Daong. Some attempted to report him, but their pleas fell on deaf ears, as the principal is supposedly related to him. Such a beast does not deserve to be a teacher. Why has T Heaven dealt with him? Yi Fan, listening to the murmurs, furrowed his brow and said solemnly, "Is Teacher Chiu Wan inside?" "Yes." Liang Daong calling for Teacher Chiu Wan at this hour surely means no good. Yi Fan nodded, disregarding their concerns, and stepped forward to knock on the door. However, a classmate quickly grabbed his wrist. "Yi Fan, what are you doing? Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Yi Fan was taken aback. Of course, I'm going to rescue Teacher Chiu Wan. Am I supposed to just stand by and watch her suffer at the hands of that beast? Yi Fan, I advise you to reconsider. We cannot contend with Liang Daong that he has connections in the Education Bureau and is rumored to know people in the underworld. If you disrupt his plans, he will not let you off easily, and expulsion would be the least of your worries. Yes, Yi Fan, we are only trying to warn you. Liang Daong is a trained fighter. You might end up getting beaten up. As his classmates continued to caution him, Yi Fan heard Chiu Wan's desperate cries for help from within. With a cold snort, he replied, "Thank you for your concern, but I am determined to intervene today." With that, Yi Fan summoned his strength and delivered a powerful kick to the door. Bang! The door was forcefully kicked open. Liang Daong, anticipating a moment of indulgence, suddenly felt an iron grip on his neck, immobilizing him. "Damn it, who is it? Didn't I say not to disturb me at noon?" Bang! Liang Daong was still shouting when his body was violently thrown to the ground. Sliding across the floor towards the door with a series of cracking sounds, the IT remained uncertain how many bones in his body had fractured. H.my. But my waist, oh no. The onlookers, momentarily stunned, watched Liang Daong sprawled on the ground, their expressions turning to shock, especially upon seeing him bleeding from the mouth. They internally cheered, "Well done." However, the looks from his classmates towards Yi Fan shifted dramatically. This Yi Fan fellow, it seems he possesses quite the skill. Yet, some began to worry. In this society, mere strength was insufficient. Liang Daong had many powerful connections, and even if Yi Fan rescued Chiu Wan for a moment, how could he ensure her safety for a lifetime? Chiu Wan had initially closed her eyes in despair, believing she was doomed to fall into the beast's clutches. But after a few seconds, she felt her arm being released, and the sounds of Liang Daong's agonized cries filled the room. Confused, she opened her eyes and was greeted by the sight of Yi Fan standing before her. That moment, he appeared like a celestial being, tall and formidable. Yi Fan shone like a ray of light, illuminating Chiu Wan's world once more. Why Yi Fan? Chiu Wan sprang up from the sofa, tightly embracing him, sobbing into his chest. "Thank you, Yi Fan. I can't thank you enough. If it weren't for you, Chapter 62. Do you think you're so pure? Haven't you flirted with a pretty boy? If it weren't for Yi Fan, today would have truly been her ruin." Yi Fan held Chiu Wan's delicate frame, feeling her distress and experiencing a pang of sympathy. It was truly challenging for a woman raising a child alone. The IT seemed he needed to find a way to help her, but he wondered how his grandfather and great-grandfather would react upon discovering this. Would they be furious? That was a concern for later. "Everything is all right now, Sister Wan. It's all fine. With me here, nothing will happen to you." Yi Fan gently helped her tidy her disheveled clothing and skirt. "He didn't harm you, did he?" Feeling Yi Fan's fingers brush against her skin, Chiu Wan hurriedly insisted, No, he didn't even touch my clothes." Seemingly anxious, she hurried to clarify, unsure why she felt the need to reassure Yi Fan so urgently. Was she afraid he would think ill of her? But she had already borne a child. How could someone as handsome and affluent as Yi Fan possibly be interested in her? Perhaps she was merely overthinking it. "That's good." As Yi Fan and Chiu Wan embraced, their tender moment entirely disregarded Liang Daong, who struggled to rise from the floor, his face contorted with anger as he glared at them. "Chiu Wan, you filthy whore, thinking you're so pure, have you begun to seduce your own students? You're no better yourself." Slap. Before Liang Daong could finish his taunt, Yi Fan delivered a resounding slap to his face. Liang Daong felt as though his head had been struck by a locomotive, his vision filled with stars as he staggered, nearly falling again. Grabbing hold of a chair, he barely steadied himself, glaring menacingly at Yi Fan. "Which academy do you belong to? Which class? How dare you strike me? Be careful. I could have you expelled with a single word. This was the typical bureaucratic mentality, focusing on suppression rather than resolving issues. At that moment, Liang Daong failed to grasp the gravity of the situation, but Xiao hesitated. Although Yi Fan had just saved her, if she retaliated against Liang Daong, she would be completely unable to remain at the school. Sister Wan, don't worry. I'm here today to formally invite you to work at my company that you've never been content here, especially with trash like him around. Why linger? Yi Fan gazed earnestly at Xiao Wan, then pressed a gleaming key fob for a Mercedes-Benz GLS in her hand. This is the car I've arranged for you, situated right downstairs. He gestured towards the brand new GLS parked below, its lustrous black exterior glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Xiao Wan was momentarily taken aback, astonished by the lavish gift. This stuff for me? Absolutely. This is the vehicle registration certificate. Check if the details are correct. As the scion of the Yi family, acquiring an individual's information was a simple task for Yi Fan. He had instructed Wang Fugue to investigate Xiao Wan's details the previous night. The registration had been completed using her information. Holding the certificate and seeing her name printed clearly, Xiao Wan was rendered speechless that why Yi Fan this gift is far too extravagant. I haven't even agreed to join your company yet. You will agree. There's another surprise coming soon. Xiao Wan cast a lingering glance at Yi Fan, her inexplicable feelings for him intensifying. It wasn't merely due to the car. Rather, it was the serene aura he exuded during their time together. All right, she replied, turning to confront Liang Daong. With a sudden strike, she aimed a kick at his groin. The sound of cracking echoed, two distinct, crisp noises akin to eggshells shattering. Liang Daong doubled over in agony, contorting like a shrimp. You wretched couple, just wait. My brother is the president of Yuncheng University. I will make you pay for this. Yi Fan smiled lightly. Would the president truly protect such scum? He had no qualms about rectifying the atmosphere at Yuncheng University. The students lingering outside the door, hearing Liang Daong's threats, urged Yi Fan to leave promptly, fearing he might encounter trouble. These students were sheltered and meant no harm. They regarded the president and Liang Daong's associates as formidable figures. Unaware that Yi Fan was far more powerful than they imagined, as the sole legitimate heir of the esteemed Yi family and the unique leader of the Bei Luo Sherman. He had become nearly invincible after 3 years of silence, having recently broken through to the 9th level of the dragon control technique. With an unshakable force backing him, Yi Fan had every reason to be audacious. Why should he leave when his matters remained unresolved? Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps erupted at the office door. Zhao Dekang, the president of Yuncheng University, stormed in, flanked by a cadre of security personnel and several deans. Furious at the audacity of students striking a teacher, the students turned pale at the sight of their president, realizing the severity of the situation. Oh no, Yi Fan might be in real trouble this time. Feeling the tension, Xiao Wan urged, Yi Fan, perhaps you should leave. I fear there may be complications. Having witnessed the world, she understood that Yi Fan, possessing extraordinary medical skills that even Dean Hua admired, was far from ordinary. Yet she remained uncertain if Yi Fan could withstand the president's wrath. The thought that he might suffer due to her presence weighed heavily on her conscience. Leave? You think you can just walk away? Dream on. No one is leaving until this matter is resolved. Liang Daong, still reeling from pain, staggered to the door, arms outstretched to block Yi Fan and Xiao Wan's exit. Why? Yi Fan chuckled lightly. There's nothing to worry about. Who was Yi Fan? The only legitimate heir of the illustrious Yi family, with the formidable Tianlong army of 800,000 at his disposal. Even if he stirred up trouble, his grandfather would intervene. In fact, he could handle the situation entirely on his own. Yi Xiao. Is that you? The familiar voice of Hua Ximiao emerged as he entered, spotting Yi Fan, Xiao Wan, and Liang Daong. President, there must be some misunderstanding. Hua Ximiao, who had already taken Yi Fan as his mentor, would go to great lengths to protect him, regardless of the circumstances. Misunderstanding? I have 7 broken ribs and a shattered arm, not to mention. He winced. President, you must stand up for me. Don't let these two go unpunished. Chapter 63. Why are you so kind to me? What do you want from me? After Liang Daong's lament to President Zhao Dekang. Emboldened by the presence of security, he glared threateningly at Yi Fan and Xiaowan. You think you're so tough? Just wait that I will have you expelled and thrown in jail. While you're locked up, I will make her suffer. Such a small-minded individual. Hua Ximiao silently scoffed at Liang Daiyong's bravado. Did he truly believe he could imprison Yi Fan? The noise in the room gradually subsided as all eyes turned to Zhao Dekang. Eager to see how he would handle the situation, Yi Fan remained silent, awaiting Zhao Dechang's response. Brother, what are you waiting for? Hurry and have them arrested. There's no misunderstanding here. Liang Daiyong pressed, seeing the president in action. Zhao Dekang glanced sympathetically at Liang Daiyong before stating, Indeed, there is no misunderstanding. With no hesitation, he delivered a resounding slap to Liang Daiyong's face, sending him reeling, his eyes spinning as he stumbled into the wall. A large bump forming on his forehead. President, why did you hit me? Have you mistaken me for someone else? Liang Daiyong stammered, bewildered. Why am I always the one getting hurt? Yi Fan and Xiaowan can hit me. But now my greatest ally, President Zhao, also strikes me. Silence! Who is your brother? Do I know you well? Zhao Dekang glared at Liang Daiyong. Don't think I'm unaware of your misdeeds over the years. My wife's father and your father merely hail from the same village. Yet you parade around claiming I'm your brother, engaging in all sorts of nefarious activities. I've let you off before. But now you dare provoke Yi Xiao. Courting death. Bring him. Take Liang Daiyong to the police station. Xiao Zhang, gather the evidence of Liang Daiyong's crimes and deliver it to the Public Security Bureau. Yes, several security personnel swiftly apprehended Liang Daiyong, dragging him out like a lifeless pig. After this, Zhao Dekang respectfully bowed to Yi Fan and Xiaowan. Yi Xiao, teacher Xiaowan, I apologize for the trouble caused today. Zhao Dachang's decisive actions left everyone in the room dumbfounded. The other deans, who had accompanied him, exchanged bewildered glances. Henti the president vowed to punish the assailant. Why had his demeanor shifted a full 180 degrees upon arrival? Yi Fan regarded Zhao Dekang with a bemused smile. Zhao President, it seems you owe me an explanation, don't you? Zhao Dekang stepped closer, lowering his voice. Yi Xiao, I'm a member of the Zhao family. Our elder instructed that upon meeting Yi Xiao, we must unconditionally obey, regardless of right or wrong. Today, events have caused you and teacher Xiaowan distress. Please forgive us. Zhao Dechang's humble attitude left the onlookers perplexed. While Yi Fan couldn't help but smirk, the Zhao family elder certainly knew how to navigate social dynamics. The way this matter was handled left no room for criticism. Very well, let it be so. Just as Yi Fan was about to discuss Xiaowan's resignation with Zhao Dekang, Liang Daiyong unexpectedly wriggled free from the grasp of the security personnel. President, you have to save me. I didn't do anything wrong. You must help me not expel him. He clung desperately to Zhao Dekang's leg, pleading for assistance. However, Zhao Dekang sidestepped, casting a sympathetic glance at Liang Daiyong. Had you not offended Yi Xiao, you might have continued to prance about for a while longer. But now, your time is up. Liang Daiyong was unceremoniously dragged away, and the evidence collected by Zhao Dekang would ensure Liang Daiyong spent the remainder of his life behind bars. Hua Ximiao and the concerned students breathed a sigh of relief, their gazes towards Yi Fan now filled with admiration. They had never imagined Yi Fan wielded such influence to sway the president's stance so dramatically. As for Zhonghua, who had previously sought to compete with Yi Fan for Su Qingru's affections, he would never stand a chance. Suddenly recalling Zhonghua's absence from school for the past 2 days, the students speculated whether Yi Fan had wounded his pride. Everyone disperse. Zhao Dekang waved his hand, dismissing the dean and his classmates. While Yi Fan spoke up, Principal Zhao, Teacher Xiaowan wishes to process her resignation. Could you assist her with that? Of course, no problem. Zhao Dekang readily agreed without inquiring about the reasons why Yi Fan briefly helped Xiaowan pack her belongings in the office and then instructed a colleague to keep an eye on CC, who was still taking her afternoon in As Yi Fan led Xiaowan to the car. He said, Sister Wan, I'm taking you somewhere. Xiaowan blushed slightly, responding, Okay. Observing Yi Fan's serious demeanor while driving, she felt a tinge of shyness in her heart. She began to speculate wildly about Yi Fan's intentions for bringing her out. Just yesterday, he had rescued her daughter and chased away her ex-husband. And today, he gifted her such an extravagant car while offering her a position with an annual salary of $3 million. Why was he doing all this? Chio-won pondered, realizing that aside from her looks, there was little about her that warranted such attention from Yi-fan. After some mental reassurances, she resolved that if Yi-fan were to take her to a hotel, she would agree, for she harbored genuine feelings for him. Upon arrival, Chio-won, lost in thought, noticed that Yi-fan had parked in front of the luxurious residential complex opposite the Yi Group. Huh, is it here? This doesn't seem like a hotel, she remarked, surprised as she glanced around. IT was a newly constructed community with top-notch facilities, and she had admired it from afar several times, dreaming of one day owning a unit there. However, she knew it was a residential area and not a hotel. What could Yi-fan's intentions be in bringing her here? Yi-fan, puzzled for a moment, quickly understood Chio-won's train of thought upon seeing her expression. The mature woman was evidently misinterpreting his intentions. He took a moment to appraise her figure, curvaceous and ripe like a perfectly ripened peach. If Chio-won was willing, he certainly wouldn't refuse. Yet, Yi-fan desired more than just her body. He wanted her heart. Ha, Sister Won, you'll find out soon enough, he teased, intentionally keeping her guessing. Wait. Yi-fan suddenly interrupted as Chio-won began to shed her clothes, grabbing her hand. She looked up at him, her alluring gaze questioning. What is it? Are you rejecting me? Yi-fan shook his head. Not at all. How could I possibly disdain someone as sensual, warm, and intelligent as you? Disappointment flickered in Chio-won's eyes as she pulled away. But the way Yi-fan looked at her filled her with a different kind of warmth. He had restrained himself instead of taking advantage of the situation, which only deepened her feelings for him. Although she had prepared herself to surrender to him, her heart was more filled with gratitude, grateful for his help with CC, for driving away her ex-husband, and for today's rescue. Why Yi-fan's refusal sparked within her a desire to conquer him. Though she understood that a man as exceptional and youthful as Yi-fan was beyond her grasp, she still yearned to win him over. Tidying her disheveled hair, she cast a seductive glance his way. Teasing, is that a challenge? Can you not keep up? The playful smile she flashed sent a shiver down Yi-fan's spine. This woman, Sister Won, was indeed a rare gem. Every gesture and expression ignited a fire in the hearts of men. What? A man can't be deemed incapable, Yi-fan replied. If Sister Won truly wishes to verify, there will be ample opportunities in the future. I merely think this approach would be disrespectful to you. If you were to act out of gratitude, it would lose its meaning for me. Oh. Chio-won's brows twitched as she gazed intensely at Yi-fan. What do you propose then? Seeing the moment was ripe, Yi-fan stood up with a hearty laugh. Sister Won, let's leave it at that for today. We can discuss everything else later. Let us tidy up, and I'll take you to the company. Chio-won was taken aback. Had this little rascal suddenly changed the subject? Yet, as she admired his handsome profile, she bit her lip, her brow fluttering in determination. Little man, I think I might be falling for you, she mused. In that instant, her feelings for Yi-fan transformed significantly, from gratitude to admiration, and now to a budding infatuation that a man like him, even if not to be possessed forever, was a fleeting glimpse of love in her heart. All right. After rearranging her slightly disordered attire and styling her hair, Chio-won emerged from the room, transformed into a charming yet composed career woman, exuding a strong and alluring aura, distinct from the sultry figure she had been moments before. Yi-fan could not help but marvel at her versatility. She truly was an extraordinary woman. The Yi Group building stood directly across from the luxurious residential complex. Why Yi-fan had chosen this location for the convenience of Chio-won and Jiang Yueran's commutes. Today, the headquarters of the Yi Group buzzed with activity, as General Manager Yi Xiao had been missing for 2 days. In light of this, the Financial Director Yang Tao and Deputy General Manager Jiang, he proposed convening a board meeting to appoint a new general manager to continue steering the Yi Group. In the vast conference room, hundreds of shareholders and board members filled the seats. Jiang He and Yang Tao exchanged glances before clearing their throats and addressing the assembly. Ladies and gentlemen, General Manager Yi Xiao has been unaccounted for 2 days, and the group cannot function without a leader. Therefore, we have decided to elect a new acting general manager today to lead us in our work. Both Jiang He and Yang Tao were promoted through the collaboration of the Yi and Lin families, acting as hidden agents within the Yi family, poised to strike when the moment was right. They had learned from Lin Hua that Yi Xiao was likely deceased, and their purpose for calling this meeting was clear: to seize control of the Yi group. The rivalry between the Lin and Yi families had reached a boiling point, and a monumental clash was inevitable. Control of the Yi group was a crucial element in this economic struggle, and the Lin family sought to wrest it from the Yi family. However, conducting such a significant meeting without notifying the patriarch of the Yi family seemed rather inappropriate. Indeed, young Master Yi Fan is the true heir of the Yi family. Although Yi Xiao had managed the Yi group for many years, it was ultimately the legacy of the elder Yi Changfeng. There remained many elders within the group who would stand unwaveringly with the Yi family. These dissenting voices comprised a significant portion of the assembly. Additionally, there were some moderates who, if allowed to continue their ruckus, could very well thwart Jiang He and Yang Tao's plans. "Quiet down, please," Jiang He commanded, restoring order to the room. "You are all aware of the elder's condition. After the incident 3 years ago, his health has not been well. He has rarely intervened in company matters. Didn't the elder also skip the board meeting when Yi Xiao was present?" Jiang He's admonishment silenced the crowd. Once more to AS for Yi Fan. "I trust you are all familiar with his reputation. For the past 3 years, he has been either at a club or en route to one. A wastrel living off the fortunes of women. Can you truly expect him to lead the Yi group? Do you wish to see it perish under his stewardship? That is the elder's life's work." Jiang He was no fool. He was quite capable in his own right. Two questions were articulated separately: the concealment of Yi Laoi and the suppression of Yi Fas. The tumultuous crowd below began to quiet down. It became apparent that the circle in Yun City was rather small, that a mere inquiry into Yi Fan's conduct within Yun City revealed that he frequently indulged in frivolous pursuits at clubs, lacking any grand ambitions. The upheaval 3 years prior had severely weakened the Yi family, and Yi Fan had been reduced to a mere shell of his former self, likely content to revel in life's pleasures now. Taking advantage of the moment, Yang Tao proposed, "I suggest that Mr. Jiang He be appointed as the general manager of the Yi group, acting on behalf of M.R. Yi Xiao to exercise all managerial powers and oversee all matters, great and small." He continued, "We are all accountable to Mr. Jiang He, and Mr. Jiang He is solely responsible to Yi Laoi." "Agreed. I see no issue with this." Others chimed in. "Mr. Jiang He's accomplishments over the past 5 years are evident. Indeed, when M.R. Yi Xiao was still with us, he groomed Mr. Jiang He as a successor. Unanimous support. Under Mr. Jiang He's stewardship, I am confident that the Yi group will thrive." A chorus of agreement arose from numerous attendees, many of whom were loyalists cultivated by Yi Xiao, as they aligned themselves with Jiang He and Yang Tao, recognizing the substantial benefits their ascent would bring. This was a premeditated coup d'etat, with Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the purchasing department manager, Su Chao, scheming to quietly seize control of the Yi group in the absence of any core members of the Yi family. If Yi Fan did not appear, it was likely that by the next day, the Yi group would no longer bear the Yi surname. As the fervor escalated, Yang Tao promptly suggested, "Given the overwhelming support, let us proceed to a vote." He called upon everyone to raise their hands in favor of Mr. Jiang He assuming the role of acting general manager. As his words echoed, Yang Tao was the first to raise his hand, followed swiftly by Jiang He, Su Chao, and numerous loyal supporters, all signaling their approval. The atmosphere in the room swayed even some previously neutral members to join in the vote. The advanced age of Yi Laoi and the debilitating blow from 3 years ago had rendered him incapable of managing the affairs of the Yi group, while Yi Fan's reputation left little hope for the future. Although many were aware of Jiang He and Yang Tao's dubious intentions, the consensus was that as long as the group remained operational and profitable, all would be well. Minutes later, the tally of the board members revealed that those in favor had barely surpassed half. Yang Tao, brimming with excitement, announced, with a total attendance of 215 members, Mr. Jiang He received 108 votes in support. As Yang Tao was about to officially declare Jiang He's appointment, the elders still loyal to the Yi family sighed in resignation, acknowledging that the current state of affairs had tipped decisively in favor of Yang Tao and Jiang He. Once this meeting concluded and the appointment solidified, the days ahead would likely become increasingly difficult for the loyal supporters of the Yi family. Meanwhile, Jiang He's advocates were poised to celebrate, for despite the Yi group's wounds from 3 years prior, Its valuation remained in the trillions, ensuring that even a meager share would suffice for a lifetime of comfort. Just as Yang Tao was about to announce Jiang He's position, the door was suddenly kicked open with force. Yi Fan strode into the meeting room alongside Xiao Wan, his sharp gaze sweeping across the assembly, ultimately settling on Jiang He and Yang Tao. The Yi group convened a board meeting, yet you chose to exclude core members of the Yi family. Have you forgotten what the Yi group stands for? The unexpected arrival of Yi Fan caught everyone off guard, particularly Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao to ensure the smooth conduct of today's meeting. They had made special arrangements, allowing no entry to the premises. The door had been guarded by martial experts borrowed from the Lin family, all to prevent any core members of the Yi family from intruding. How had Yi Fan managed to breach their defenses so effortlessly? Young Master Yi, what brings you to the company? We are in the midst of important discussions. It would be best for you to leave. Yang Tao attempted to assert his authority, believing it would be a simple matter to dismiss Yi Fan. However, their intelligence from the Lin family had been woefully incomplete, as they were unaware of Yi Fan's true capabilities. At that moment, Yi Fan was far from the aimless wastrel they presumed. He exuded decisiveness and extraordinary intelligence. Though the summer heat lingered, a chill swept through the room as everyone felt the weight of his presence. It was as if they were confronted with an entirely different Yi Fan, one whose piercing gaze resembled a dagger, capable of inflicting harm. The Human Resources Minister, Huang Yuan, felt a surge of hope. Could it be that young Master Yi has merely been concealing his talents? If so, the Yi group may yet be salvaged, as Yang Tao, Jiang He, and Su Chao exchanged glances with Yi Fan. They were ultimately intimidated by his fierce demeanor. Young Master Yi, you jest. The Yi group undoubtedly retains its lineage, and we are merely assisting in its management. Very well. It is good that you recognize your place. As long as I am alive, the group retains its name. Any act daring to overstep the bounds of the Yi family will not be tolerated. Yi Fan coldly glared at Yang Tao before shifting his gaze to the assembly, still raising their hands. What are you all still doing with your hands up? I hereby declare this vote null and void. The selection of the general manager is not for you to decide. A wave of astonishment rippled through the room as Yi Fan's declaration rendered the vote void. It was clear he intended to prevent Jiang He from assuming power. Jiang He and Yang Tao would not acquiesce to this, and conflict loomed on the horizon. Though Yi Fan had uttered but a single phrase, it was evident to all that he was not to be trifled with. Youthful Master Yi, what do you mean by this? While you may be the eldest grandson of the Yi family, your brazen interference in our board vote seems rather inappropriate. Yang Tao's expression darkened as many began to lower their hands. Jiang He, who had maintained a facade of composure, could no longer contain himself. Young Master Yi, we respect your position as a scion of the Yi family, but you have never participated in the management of the company or held any official role. Pray tell, what qualifies you to dictate the proceedings of our board meeting? This was a declaration of war. Jiang He, ever the seasoned player, struck at Yi Fan's very foundation. While you may be a member of the Yi family, you have not held office, and thus have no right to participate in our board meeting. Spare us your prattle. Before Yi Fan could respond, Huang Yuan, a respected elder within the company, interjected, Jiang He, you just stated that young Master Yi is the only legitimate grandson of Yi Leoi. All shares held by Yi Leoi belong to Yi Fan, making him the sole heir of the Yi group. That on what grounds do you claim he lacks the right to be here? Indeed, young Master Yi is the sole heir of the Yi group. If he has no right to be here, then who does? With Huang Yuan leading the charge, several elders rose to support Yi Fan. Jiang He smiled faintly, signaling Su Chao, who promptly stood and countered. Minister Huang, your statement pertains to the future. As it stands, Yi Leoi has not yet transferred his shares to Yi Fan. Therefore, young master, Yi has no current standing. As Su Chao's words hung in the air, Jiang He's expression darkened, and he barked towards the door. Someone, kindly escort young Master Yi outside. We shall continue our discussion regarding the acting general manager. Jiang He's intentions were crystal clear. He would not relent until he secured the position of acting general manager. Huang Yuan and the others were alarmed. Yang Tao's arrogance was palpable. Could they not be intimidated even by Yi Fan's presence? This was an open revolt. In truth, this was precisely the scenario Yi Fan had hoped for. If they remained passive, he would struggle to find a reason to confront them. Although Yi Fan had set up contingencies with Han Zhuo and Wang Fugue, taking direct action against Yang Tao and Jiang, he would surely dishearten those below. I have no issue with your fondness for women, Jiang general manager, but that does not render me worthless, Yi Fan declared. Seated calmly as the bodyguard approached, he fixed his unwavering gaze on Jiang He and Yang Tao. Jiang He felt a tremor of apprehension at Yi Fan's stare, realizing that this was no ordinary opponent. However, with matters having escalated to this point, Jiang He understood that failing to secure the position of acting general manager today would lead to dire consequences for him. With a steely resolve, he retorted, "Young Master Yi, I apologize, but our actions are also intended for the betterment of the Yi group. Young Master Yi, please." Before Jiang He could finish his words, a resounding voice erupted from the doorway of the conference room. "What nonsense! Is this what you call acting in the best interest of the Yi group? If the esteemed Yi family cannot even exercise control over their own affairs, how can this still be considered the Yi group? Perhaps it should be renamed the Jiang group." A frail old man strode in, his face flushed. It was none other than the hurriedly arrived Yi Changfeng. The Yi group was founded single-handedly by Yi Changfeng, and within the organization, he was the most potent spiritual presence, akin to the soul of an army. His authority was immensely respected. "Old Master Yi, I'm relieved to see you are in good health." "Greetings, Old Master." Upon Yi Changfeng's arrival, more than half of the attendees in the Grand Conference Hall stood up, respectfully welcoming him. Meanwhile, Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and others appeared utterly bewildered, with the bodyguards they had stationed outside raised on refuse. How could they allow Yi Fan to slip in unimpeded and even let the patriarch of the Yi family storm in? In the presence of the esteemed elder, Jiang He and his associates dared not act brazenly. "Old Master Yi, we truly have the Yi group's best interests at heart. Young Master Yi dismisses our board's resolution with a mere word. He has no shares after all, and thus no standing and no shares. You say, bring me a pen and some documents." Yi Changfeng barked at his assistant, then took a share transfer agreement and swiftly signed it, raising the document high. "I have transferred 45 of my shares to my beloved grandson Yi Fan. From this moment forth, he shall exercise all the rights and privileges of the chairman. Now, does he have the qualifications?" Yi Changfeng waved the document in front of everyone, then turned, fuming, to glare at Jiang He and Yang Tao. Although Yi Xiu had managed the Yi group for 3 years, Yi Changfeng had not been oblivious to the internal dynamics. He had long been informed of the dubious connections between Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the Lin family. Why Yi Changfeng had yearned to address this issue, but on one hand, his age had diminished his vigor, and on the other, he had chosen to bide his time. Upon receiving news from Yi Fan about rectifying the Yi group, he had rushed over without delay. Jiang He, Yang Tao, and the others were dumbfounded. They had never anticipated Yi Changfeng's decisiveness in transferring such a vast fortune of shares to Yi Fan, catching them entirely off guard. The situation was swiftly spiraling out of their control, with both Yi grandfather and grandson joining forces, leaving Jiang He and Yang Tao struggling to keep up. "Jiang, think of a way out. Otherwise, we are doomed today," Yang Tao urged anxiously beside Jiang He. His words instantly stirred a murmur among the crowd, and the atmosphere grew tense. Yi Changfeng's face turned a shade of iron as he exclaimed, "Jiang He, you ungrateful wretches! Are you truly intent on opposing me?" Jiang He stood and offered a slight bow to Yi Changfeng. "I dare not, Old Master Yi, as you intend to relinquish your power during this public notice period. You shall have no authority to interfere in the company's affairs. Please, step outside." Yi Changfeng trembled with rage, yet found himself powerless. Meanwhile, Jiang He's loyal subordinates were giving him thumbs up for his boldness. However, the actual beneficiary, Yi Fan, had yet to receive his shares within 3 days, thus lacking the authority to intervene in the company's management. This 3-day power vacuum was ample time for Jiang He and Yang Tao to execute their plans. By the time Yi Fan took over the company, it would likely be too late. "Please," Jiang He, brimming with self-satisfaction, waved his hand to the bodyguards, intending to have Yi Fan and Yi Changfeng removed. Yi Changfeng was beside himself with anger, his temper flaring. "Bring it on. I refuse to believe." It is worth noting that Yi Changfeng hailed from a military background. though now at home his bodyguard captain. Lung Feng remained a martial arts expert. Today, the old man was prepared to resort to force. However, Yi Fan intervened. "Grandpa, allow me to handle this matter. I will take care of it." As soon as he spoke, Yi Fan turned to Jiang He and reiterated, "Jiang, I ask you one last time. Do you truly wish to sever ties with the Yi family?" Yi Fan had thoroughly investigated Jiang He's background. Initially, he wanted to provide them a dignified exit, but their intentions to seize the Yi group had left him disheartened. Jiang He, now feeling invincible, could no longer conceal his sinister demeanor. "What, young Master Yi? Are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to stir up more trouble?" "Huh. A discarded family, a useless young master from a nightclub. What can you possibly do?" Yi Fan responded with a cold smile. "Is that so? I may have a fondness for women, but that does not equate to being worthless. Bring them in." Upon the entrance of three individuals, Jiang Yi's expression changed drastically to Yi Fan. "Who let them in? Get them out immediately." Jiang Yi barked at the security, his agitation palpable. However, Wang Fugue swiftly struck down two approaching security guards, and the remaining guards looked at him in trepidation, unwilling to act. Chapter 67. Effortlessly seizing control. Turning the tide, Yang Tao, perplexed, inquired of Jiang He, "General Jiang, what's the worry? They're merely three old farmers. They can't impact the situation significantly. Our priority is to remove the old master and Yi Fan so we can proceed with the election." Yet, Jiang He was restless, his mind in turmoil. Observing the securities in action, he grew frantic. "Are you all deaf? I told you to escort them out. Can't you hear?" In his desperation, Jiang He even attempted to shove the couple and an elderly man out himself. The entire assembly was bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, Jiang He had been audacious. Why did he now seem so flustered upon seeing the couple and the old man? His previous arrogance had dissipated significantly. Yi Fan smiled faintly, stepping in front of Jiang He to block his path, and with a wry smile, said, "General Jiang, why the agitation? They have much to share with everyone." He gestured toward the items in their possession. "Look at what I found for them, the surveillance footage from that time. Who would have thought you concealed it so well, General Jiang?" Jiang He's anxiety stemmed from the fact that he had committed murder 5 years prior. The victims were none other than the daughter of that couple and the son of the elderly man with white hair. The motive was straightforward. Jiang He tried to forcefully take the girl from a barbecue stand. And when her boyfriend intervened, Jiang He, wielding a bottle, killed him on the spot. He then assaulted the girl and staged it as a suicide at that time. Jiang He had leveraged his connections and influence to suppress the incident. Little did he know, Yi Fan had unearthed the truth. Jiang He realized that if this matter came to light, his life would be irrevocably ruined. "Why, Yi Fan, what do you intend to do?" Jiang He hissed at Yi Fan, his face contorted with rage. If looks could kill, Yi Fan would have been slain 1,000 times over. Yi Fan merely smiled calmly. "What do I intend to do?" Surely, General Jiang is aware that why Yi Fan maintained his composed demeanor. While Jiang He was in a frenzy, like an ant on a hot pea, and "Why, Yi Fan, do you truly wish to destroy me?" Jiang He felt disheartened. He longed to strangle Yi Fan, but with so many witnesses present, and knowing Yi Fan's ally Wang Fugue was a martial artist, he feared the outside guards had likely been dealt with. Jiang He understood that his plans for the day had likely unraveled. If he did not concede, he might not survive this ordeal. "Whether I destroy you depends on your performance, General Jiang." Yi Fan coldly regarded Jiang He, and though he uttered no further words, his silence bore an oppressive weight that rendered Jiang He breathless. Why Yi Fan's intentions were crystal clear to Jiang He. Today, everyone was fully committed to seizing control of the Yi group. On the surface, it appeared to be a contest between Jiang He, Yang Tao, Su Chao, and Yi Fan. However, in reality, it was the Lin group manipulating events behind the scenes. Jiang He was indeed desperate for power, yearning to assume the position of general manager, alongside the numerous other promised benefits from the Lin family. Yet, without life to enjoy them, what was the point? Although Jiang He had quelled the murder incident using all his resources, he knew that as long as the parents of that couple lived, they remained a ticking bomb. And now, the bomb had detonated. With a few pieces of evidence submitted, Jiang He would undoubtedly face ruin. Jiang He had no options left, casting a deep glance at Yi Fan. He muttered, "Yi Fan, You are indeed ruthless. You may have bested me, but you cannot defeat all of us. With that, Jiang He turned to Yang Tao and the others, then addressed the gathered shareholders and board members. Ladies and gentlemen, I, Jiang He, due to health reasons, resign from the position of Vice General Manager and will no longer participate in the election for the acting General Manager. The room erupted with astonishment. A single sentence from Jiang He detonated like a bomb in the conference hall, eliciting an uproar from everyone present. Jiang, are you truly resigning? Have you lost your mind? Yang Tao nearly leapt from his seat, convinced that his ears had betrayed him. Jiang He, Yang Tao, and Su Chao formed an iron triangle strategically placed by the Lin family within the Yi group. With Jiang He's resignation, the triangle had lost its most crucial vertex, rendering any further endeavors futile. Jiang He approached Yang Tao, saying, "Do you think I desire this? Yi Fan holds leverage over me. If I do not step down, you will all suffer alongside me. The rest is in your hands. Ensure that Yi Fan does not rise again." That kid, he's far more formidable than the rumors suggest. Standing in the hall, Yi Changfeng glanced at Yi Fan and then at Jiang He, his brow furrowing and relaxing intermittently. Although Yi Changfeng was unaware of the specifics, he understood that Yi Fan had orchestrated today as predicament well in advance. It appeared that all events were firmly in Yi Fan's control. That brat. And to think he has me so worried. Yi Changfeng recalled the visits from the Zhao family patriarch and the personnel from the Zhenwu division, all offering apologies. This kid is certainly hiding something from me. Nonetheless, Yi Changfeng decided against pressing further. As long as it was a positive development, that sufficed. On behalf of the Yi group, accept your resignation. Yi Fan declared to Qiu Wan at his side. Sister Wan, please bring forth the resignation letter. Along with the documents I prepared, Yi Fan produced the resignation letter, allowing Jiang He to sign it before handing him a share transfer agreement. Jiang, I would appreciate it if you could also transfer your 7 stake to me. Do not go too far. Jiang He was on the brink of madness. Not only was Yi Fan forcing him out, but he was also seizing his shares. The crucial point was that many of those shares were not solely Jiang He's. They were held on behalf of the Lin Group. If all were transferred to Yi Fan, would the Lin Group not devour him whole? Even a mere 7 represented assets worth hundreds of billions. Jiang, what do you value more, money or your life? I believe you understand quite well, Yi Fan replied, raising his phone to Jiang He, the screen displaying the number 110, that you have 3 seconds to ponder, or else my finger may slip. 3. At this moment, Yi Fan had completely seized the initiative. I will sign. Jiang He capitulated almost immediately. Though signing the transfer agreement meant his days at Lin Group would be far from pleasant, he understood that he needed to first navigate this immediate crisis. Once the share transfer agreement was finalized, Yi Fan enthusiastically draped an arm around Jiang He, saying, "Come, Jiang, I shall escort you out." With Yi Fan's arm around him, an ominous sensation enveloped Jiang He. As anticipated, upon exiting the conference room, he was greeted by several uniformed officers brandishing handcuffs. "You to have betrayed me." Jiang He began to roar, but Yi Fan swiftly struck the back of his neck, rendering him unconscious. "Officer Hua, my gratitude." Yi Fan handed Jiang He over to the awaiting officers, led by none other than Hua Ximiao's granddaughter, Hua Xuan. "Humph, you owe me a favor." Hua Xuan glanced at the limp Jiang He, internally lamenting, those who oppose Yi Fan truly fall into misfortune. Chapter 68. She is my woman. That reason suffices. The conference hall fell into a profound silence, all eyes fixed on Yi Fan, awaiting his next move. Yi Fan approached the podium, calmly addressing the assembly. "I hereby announce that Qiu Wan shall assume the role of general manager of the Yi Group. She will exercise full control over the company, reporting solely to me. Does anyone have any objections?" Yi Fan's sharp gaze swept over the crowd. Having just dealt with Jiang He, who would dare to oppose him now? Even if Yang Tao and Su Chao were seething internally, they dared not provoke him at this moment. "I support young Master Ye's decision." Huang Yuan was the first to voice his approval, followed by various supporters from the Yi family, and soon the neutral factions began to express their support as well. Regardless of Jiang He's resignation, the position of general manager would not fall to them, so it mattered little who occupied the role in the end, aside from Yang Tao and a few die-hard loyalists. Over 70 of the 200 attendees concurred with Yi Fan's resolution. With Chio Wan's position secured, Yi Fan turned his piercing gaze toward Yang Tao, causing a shiver to run down Yang Tao's spine as an ominous feeling washed over him. However, after reviewing his past actions, Yang Tao believed he had left no incriminating evidence behind. Even if there were some shady dealings, he had managed to clean up most of them. Additionally, I have one final matter. I, the young master, have decided to dismiss Mr. Yang Tao, with Jiang Yueran stepping in as his replacement. Yi Fan beckoned toward the entrance, where Jiang Yueran, a somewhat inexperienced figure, entered the hall that a fresh wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. Yang Tao was the first to stand in opposition. Young Master Yi, what do you mean by this? On what grounds do you dismiss me? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, do I require justification to dismiss you? If I must provide one, it is your collusion with Jiang He in attempting to seize control of the Yi group. That serves as my reason. I refuse to accept this, young Master Yi. You are acting out of personal vendetta. Yang Tao, ever astute, sought to garner sympathy. To oust a veteran like me will surely dishearten everyone here. Yi Fan's lips curled in a sardonic smile. You will come to accept it. Yang, regarding the previous 80 million in funds, could you kindly transfer that to us a few days in advance? Here is 2 million for you to enjoy some tea. Yang, about the fund from last year's collaboration, perhaps you could assist us with a little maneuvering? This card contains 3 million as our token of respect for you. Yi Fan showcased a series of videos, capturing angles that were anything but conventional, yet clearly revealing Yang Tao's face and audible dialogue. Yang, you remarked that commercial bribery, in substantial amounts, would surely lead to years of hard labor, correct? As Yi Fan tucked his phone away, Yang Tao was drenched in cold sweat, finally understanding Jiang He's earlier agitation and unconditional capitulation before Yi Fan. Without a doubt, Yi Fan possessed damning evidence against Jiang He as well. Young Master Yi. I yield, that I concede. Yang Tao's expression morphed into one of sheer terror as he gazed at Yi Fan, who dared to label Yi Fan merely as a debauched scion. He could uncover even the most clandestine of matters. The absurdity lay in Jiang He and Yang Tao's futile ambitions to seize control of the Yi group. Such dreams were utterly delusional. As Yang Tao submitted, Yi Fan's gaze shifted with a devilish allure towards Su Chao. Minister Su, I intend to dismiss Mr. Yang. What are your thoughts? Will you support me or oppose me? Yi Fan provided Su Chao with no alternatives. He was cornered into either supporting or opposing to Yi Fan's maneuver forced Su Chao into a precarious position. Supporting meant betraying his ally, earning the disdain of all. Yet to oppose, Su Chao was no fool. From the reactions of Jiang He and Yang Tao, he discerned that both were ensnared by Yi Fan's grip. After a moment's contemplation, Su Chao stood, bowing respectfully toward Yi Fan. I support young Master Ye's decision. Mr. Yang should indeed be dismissed. Better a dead friend than a live foe. Su Chao understood that the tides had turned. Self-preservation was paramount. For Yang Tao, it was nothing short of a heart-wrenching betrayal. Yang Tao's countenance darkened as he witnessed Su Chao's duplicity. At this moment, Su Chao had effectively sold him out. Even so, Yang Tao sought to salvage the situation. Young Master Yi, I accept your dismissal. However, could you not appoint such an inexperienced young woman as the financial director? The group handles funds in the scale of billions. This is irresponsible. Instead, allow me to recommend Deputy Director Tang Chong. Tang Chong was someone Yang Tao had elevated, and he had connections with the Lin family. Should Tang Chong assume the role of financial director, even if Yang Tao was ousted, he and Su Chao could still shield one another, preserving a chance for resurgence. Yet, Yang Tao overlooked Jiang Yueran's ties to Yi Fan. Yi Fan stepped forward, wrapping an arm around Jiang Yueran's slender waist, casually stating, there is no need for recommendations. Yueran is my woman, and the company's finances will be entrusted to her. Is there any other justification required? Should any of you dare to obstruct her work, let it be known that Jiang He will be next. Yi Fan added, clarifying his position, causing the assembly to shift uncomfortably. Chio Wan as well. What does that imply? Is she also your woman? Or does she merely assist Chio Wan's duties? Yet in the current context, the nature of Chio Wan and Yi Fan's relationship had become irrelevant. with one crucial position remaining, that of the procurement department held by Su Chao. Yi Fan's lips curled into a smile. The wheels were already in motion, and within 3 days, Su Chao would undoubtedly resign of his own volition. As for Yi Xiao and Jiang He, the cabal Yang Tao had previously conspired with, I shall temporarily refrain from pursuing your culpabilities, granting you an opportunity for redemption. Should you dare to engage in wrongdoing again, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. After Yang Tao signed his resignation and exited the conference hall, Yi Fan gestured for Wang Fugui to connect the USB drive to the computer and play some footage of Jiang He committing murder. I believe everyone must be curious about my motives towards Jiang He and Yang Tao. Feel free to draw your own conclusions. As the incriminating scenes of Jiang He and Yang Tao unfolded, the shareholders present were left in stunned silence, finally grasping the truth. How despicable! Indeed, such cruelty, to let him off so easily, is utterly outrageous. And what of Yang Tao? With such a high annual salary from the company, how could he still be so greedy? While everyone expressed their dismay, they felt that merely expelling Yang Tao and the others was an insufficient punishment. The company is now entrusted to the two of you. Should any insurmountable issues arise, feel free to seek me out. Yi Fan earnestly addressed Jiang Yueran and Xiao Wan. Jiang Yueran had already shared some intimate moments with Yi Fan, but it was Xiao Wan whose face flushed with embarrassment. Rest assured, I shall do my utmost. However, Yi Changfeng harbored some doubts. Once Yi Fan had finished his instructions, he pulled Yi Fan aside and said, Xiao Fan, tell me the truth. Where has Yi Xiao gone? Chapter 69. The bloody doghead. Although Yi Xiao was merely adopted by Yi Changfeng, he had invested considerable care and effort into him during Yi Fan's absence. Yi Fan concocted a casual excuse, solely to ease Yi Changfeng's mind. It wouldn't be long before the truth emerged in the wake of Yi Fan's all-out war against the Lin family, and Yi Xiao's true identity would naturally be revealed. Was it so? Yi Changfeng's brows furrowed slightly. This astute man had already deduced much of the situation, yet since Yi Fan did not confront him, he too refrained from broaching the subject. Yi Fan's sweeping purge of the Yi family conglomerate undoubtedly hinted at some collusion between Yi Xiao and the Lin family. Yi Fan was not one to act recklessly. Having taken action, there was certainly a rationale behind it. Yet, the thought of having nurtured Yi Xiao for 18 years, only to discover he was an ungrateful wretch, left Yi Changfeng feeling somewhat pained. Yi Fan, I am famished. Take me to dine. Zhao Linglong, who had accompanied Jiang Yueran, spoke to Yi Fan with an expression of discontent. That insufferable Yi Fan, gallivanting about while expecting her to assist Jiang Yueran. How utterly infuriating. In due time, once Yi Fan had matured further, he would be entrusted with the entire Tianlong army. Upon Yi Fan's complete control over the Tianlong army and subsequent expansion, anyone wishing to challenge the Yi family would have to think twice. As Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, and Wang Fugui departed from the gates of the conglomerate, in a nearby alley, a middle-aged man clad in a black shirt and sunglasses glared at Yi Fan with seething hatred. You wretched brat! I have finally found you. You killed my son and stole my treasure. Today shall be your demise. This man was none other than Long Zhong, the master of Zhonghua and the father of his illegitimate child, the third elder of the Gu Jiao sect. Ever since Zhonghua's life-sustaining Gu perished the night before, Long Zhong had been investigating who was responsible for Zhonghua's death. This morning, he finally uncovered that it was Yi Fan who had killed Zhonghua and taken the invaluable item from him. What? Our meticulously crafted plan has failed. What was that fool Jiang He doing? In the Lin family estate, Lin Hua erupted in fury upon hearing his subordinate's report regarding the Yi family conglomerate. The Lin family sought to forge an alliance with the Xian family, but their plans were thwarted by Yi Fan. With Lin Dong and Lin Yang dead, all of Lin Hua's hopes were pinned on seizing control of the Yi family conglomerate. However, with Yi Xiao captured, Lin Hua immediately promoted Jiang He, even exposing all of the Lin family's undercover agents within the Yi family conglomerate. Yet still, Jiang He had failed. What of Yang Tao? What has become of him? As long as the financial director is in our grasp, we still have a chance. Lin Hua, unwilling to concede, inquired. Head, we have just received news. Yang Tao has been directly expelled by Yi Fan. Moreover, all of Jiang He's shares have been transferred to Yi Fan. One disheartening revelation after another drove Lin Hua to the brink of madness. Ah, Yi Fan, how can you not perish? Those shares worth billions were all purchased by the Lin family with hard-earned money. Are you a calamity sent by heaven? Ah, where are the Blood Cloak sect members? Why have they not arrived yet? Lin Hua yearned to call the leader of the Blood Cloak sect to urge them on. But the memory of the previous threats silenced him. The Blood Cloak sect had assured him that their members were already en route and would soon arrive in Yun City. Lin Hua reined in his violent emotions and commanded, "Immediately summon Yang Tao and Su Chao to see me. A bunch of useless fools, we must retaliate, or we shall remain humiliated." Third brother, has the Lafitte stock god from the United States you contacted agreed to assist us in dealing with the Yi family? Lin Hua was livid. Having failed to seize control of the Yi family from within, the only option left was to strike at them from the stock market. Thus, the Lin family sought to enlist the aid of the Lafitte stock god. Elder brother, the Lafitte mogul has agreed and will be flying over tomorrow. At the latest, he will reach Yun City the day after. Excellent. At that time, it will be the end of the Yi family. Oh, and reach out to the Zhao family. With the Xin family's position unclear, we must gather more support to act. Yes. Elder brother, in the underground parking lot of the Yi family conglomerate, Su Chao prepared to drive out to seek Lin Hua when he received a call from him. "I will be there shortly," he promptly replied. Upon hanging up, Su Chao entered his car, but before he could start the engine, he suddenly felt something wet dripping onto his face, assuming it was just water. He touched it only to find it continued to fall. Starting the vehicle, he checked again and was taken aback. Blood? How could there be blood in my car? Su Chao's heart raced as he looked up, instantly letting out a terrified scream. Ah, what the hell? Above Su Chao's head, a bloody dog head was impaled on the roof of the car. The skin had been flayed away, and the eye sockets were hollowed out. Dripping blood in the dimly lit underground parking lot. Several lights flickered ominously, casting eerie shadows. The bloodied dog head, illuminated by the flickering lights, appeared like a demon from hell, its hollow eye sockets fixed on Su Chao. Su Chao let out a horrific scream, desperately flinging open the car door to escape. However, paralyzed by fear, he could only crawl along the ground. After crawling a few meters, Su Chao encountered Yang Tao, who had just exited the elevator after receiving the same call. Seeing Su Chao in such a state, Yang Tao was momentarily taken aback. "Su, what has happened? Are you not lying on the ground to feel cooler?" Though Yang Tao was aware that Su Chao had previously betrayed him, which had been the most prudent course of action to preserve his own strength, hearing it confirmed still left a bitter taste in his mouth. "Quick, help me!" Su Chao reached out towards Yang Tao for assistance. Upon noticing the blood on Su Chao's hands, Yang Tao's expression grew serious as he hurriedly helped Su Chao to his feet. "Su, what has transpired?" Now that both Jiang He and himself had been expelled from the Yi family conglomerate, Su Chao was their only hope. Yang Tao was determined not to let anything happen to him. "A bloody dog head, in my card, oh my god." It was terrifying. Perhaps seeing a familiar face eased Su Chao's distress as he recounted the incident to Yang Tao. Yang Tao stepped forward to peek inside the driver's seat. Confusion etched on his face. "Su, there's nothing in there. Everything seems perfectly normal. There's no dog head." "What do you mean there's nothing? I saw it very clearly. It was right above my head. How could it possibly be gone?" Initially hesitant to approach, Su Chao was now perplexed by Yang Tao's assertion and quickly opened the door to inspect the driver's seat himself, only to be left dumbfounded. "Huh? No dog head? How could it have vanished?" It was just there. Upon entering the car, Su Chao found no trace of the dog head on the roof. Logically, if the dagger had been embedded in the car, there should have at least been some marks or holes. Yet, after a thorough examination, the roof appeared completely normal. Could it have been an illusion? But I clearly have blood on my hands. Yang Tao nodded in agreement. "Yes, I saw it too." However, when they both glanced at Su Chao's hands again, an even more bizarre scene unfolded. Just moments ago, Su Chao's hands had been drenched in blood, yet now they were pristine, devoid of any stains. What the hell? This time, not only Su Chao, but even Yang Tao was stunned. In broad daylight, are we encountering a ghost? Chapter 70. Su Chao was terrified to the point of collapse. No, it can't be. Su Chao's expression grew dazed. He had clearly seen it moments ago, so how could it have suddenly vanished? A strange, mournful sound suddenly echoed in the underground parking lot. Su Chao and Yang Tao could no longer contain themselves, scrambling and screaming as they fled the underground parking lot towards the elevator. I shall refrain from visiting the Lin family patriarch today. Instead, I will head to the psychiatric department of the hospital to ascertain whether there is any underlying issue at play. Please convey my message to the Lin patriarch. Su Chao has truly been terrified, for the recent events have been exceedingly bizarre. He has considered the possibility that Yi Fan is behind this. Yet even if it were Yi Fan's doing, it would be impossible to clean the dog's head and bloodstains from his car so swiftly. Moreover, what explanation is there for the bloodstains that vanished from his own hands? Suddenly, from above the doorway, another dog's head fell, landing squarely upon Su Chao's face, splattering blood across him. Once Su Chao discerned what it was, he was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground in shock, his voice hoarse from screaming. Another dog's head. If it had only been one, it might have been bearable, but Su Chao clearly recognized this head. It was identical to the one from the underground parking lot of the Yi group. Ghost. Su Chao's mind finally shattered, foam erupting from his mouth as he slumped over, fainting, with a puddle of yellow liquid forming beneath him. Poor Su Chao, utterly terrified. Just before losing consciousness, his last thought was whether he had offended some formidable individual. After much contemplation, the only person he recalled offending recently was Yi Fan. That detestable Yi Fan. How could you bring me to such a place for a meal? In a dilapidated alley on the outskirts of Yun City, Yi Fan parked the car by the roadside and then led Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue toward a roast chicken shop. Zhao Linglong expressed her disdain. Miss Zhao, this chicken is truly delectable. The owner's wife is an expert at preparing it. She plucks the feathers exceptionally clean. As Wang Fugue spoke, Yi Fan felt an odd sensation. Without allowing Zhao Linglong to refute, he seized a table outside the small shop and declared, "Boss, we'll have 5 roast chickens. Why 5 for the 3 of us?" Although Zhao Linglong voiced her disdain for the roadside stall, she was soon drawn in by the enticing aroma wafting from the shop. Upon hearing that Yi Fan had ordered only 5 chickens, she became more agreeable. "Do you not know how to calculate? My brother and I will have 2 each, and you, being a lady, will be fortunate to finish one." Wang Fugue, ever kind-hearted, explained patiently to Zhao Linglong. She rolled her eyes and retorted, "Underestimate me, will you? I could finish all 5 by myself." Yi Fan and Wang Fugue assumed Zhao Linglong was merely speaking in jest and paid little heed. The roast chickens were soon served, and the 3 of them dug in. Initially, Zhao Linglong only sampled a small piece, but upon discovering the chicken's crispy exterior and tender, succulent meat, she was astonished by its delightful flavor that melted in her mouth, leaving a lingering aroma. Although she had dined at Michelin-starred restaurants countless times, she had never encountered chicken this exquisite. As she savored her meal, she even licked her fingers, embodying the image of a true foodie. Yi Fan shook his head, gradually picking up a piece of chicken, savoring it with the accompanying side dishes. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from the alley's entrance that a group of tattooed, burly men brandishing steel rods surged toward the roast chicken shop, heading directly for Yi Fan and Wang Fugue. Are they coming for us? Yi Fan furrowed his brow, wondering if there were truly such reckless individuals in Yun City who mistook him for a debauched playboy. Who could they possibly be? Before Yi Fan could ponder further, the group had already encircled him and Wang Fugue. "Stop eating and stand up." A yellow-haired thug brandished a steel rod menacingly at Yi Fan and Wang Fugue. The shopkeeper, seeing the ruffians causing a ruckus, hurriedly approached with a forced smile. "Brother Bao, my shop just opened today. How about you give me some face and let my brothers eat and drink for free today?" The shopkeeper, a man with a square face, appeared honest and simple. Yet he had his own methods for handling troublesome patrons. He had previously defused situations with smaller thugs effortlessly. However, this group was dispatched by a powerful figure specifically to trouble Yi Fan, making them not so easily dismissed. "Get lost. You'd better not meddle in today's affairs, or you'll be dealt with too." The yellow-haired thug kicked the shopkeeper in the gut, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yi Fan and Wang Fugue stood up, their eyes glinting with cold resolve. Although they often enjoyed rescuing damsels in distress, They respected the hard work and sweat of those laboring in earnest. They could not tolerate those who bullied the weak. Such vermin, even in this number, would pose no challenge for Wang Fugue alone. What truly caught Yi Fan's attention was a man lingering in the background. Although he deliberately concealed his aura, Yi Fan sensed an uncanny energy emanating from him at this moment. A crowd had gathered at a distance, watching the scene unfold with hushed murmurs. Alas, the poor handsome and beautiful ones are likely to suffer today. They've run into the most ruthless of thugs in these streets, Brother Bao, who is known for his viciousness. I've heard tales of Brother Bao. When he gets serious, he might even harm himself. Quick, call the police. Hopefully, they can intervene in time. As the yellow-haired thug noticed Zhao Linglong still savoring a chicken leg, he erupted with rage. Hey, get up. Are you deaf? Stand up this instant. While he yelled, he swatted the chicken leg from her hand, sending it tumbling to the ground at his feet. Sneering, he stepped on the chicken leg, casting a lewd glance at Zhao Linglong. Oh, so there is a beauty here. Huh. I'm in for a treat today. Zhao Linglong was infuriated by the sudden loss of her meal. Did your parents not teach you to cherish food? Go to hell. With that, she swung her fist toward the yellow-haired thug's chest. The thug, amused, watched her without any intention of dodging. Oh, still a little wild mare. I like it. However, the yellow-haired thug had underestimated her in a mere moment of distraction. Zhao Linglong's punch landed squarely on his chest, sending him soaring backward, crashing into a flower bed several meters away, collapsing limply to the ground. The sound of cracking bones accompanied the thud. Everyone present gasped in astonishment at Zhao Linglong's formidable strength, including Yi Fan, who was equally stunned. He had previously assessed Zhao Linglong and found no martial aura about her. Could it be that she possessed innate divine strength? Humph, consider yourself fortunate. Had you been well fed today, I would have ended you with a single blow. Huh. You nearly sent me to my grave with that punch, and you say you're still hungry. What kind of people are you? Witnessing his men still dazed, the yellow-haired thug fumed, bellowing at his subordinates. You idiots, why are you just standing there? Did you not see me being attacked? Get over here and capture that girl. I must have my way with her tonight. So she knows my power. Yes, boss. The thugs finally snapped out of their stupor and charged at Zhao Linglong with their fists raised. Wang Fugue, standing beside Yi Fan, instinctively moved to assist, but Yi Fan grasped his arm firmly, advising, let us observe for now. Yi Fan was curious to uncover Zhao Linglong's true capabilities. Was she intentionally concealing her strength in his presence, or did she genuinely possess innate divine power? If she did indeed possess such extraordinary strength, he would have stumbled upon a treasure. His master had once mentioned that only those from certain mysterious bloodline families could exhibit such inherent power. If Zhao Linglong belonged to such a lineage, her future would undoubtedly be boundless. As the thugs charged at her, Zhao Linglong showed no trepidation. She not only refrained from dodging, but actively surged into the fray. One punch for each burly thug. The nearly 200-pound men appeared like mere dolls before her, as she dispatched them with ease. Afterward, she did not forget to taunt them. With you lot, you dare to roam the streets? You can't even take down a girl. What a bunch of trash! The defeated thugs lay groaning on the ground, utterly speechless. Was she even a normal girl? She was clearly on par with a powerhouse. As all the thugs fell, only the man in a shirt and sunglasses remained. Zhao Linglong glared at him. Will you knock yourself out with a brick, or should I send you flying? This man was none other than Long Zhong, the true father of Zhonghua and the third elder of the Gu sect. He regarded Zhao Linglong's words with disdain. Little girl, you may feast freely, but do not speak carelessly. Long Zhong intended to say more, but Zhao Linglong wasted no time with flair. She launched a punch directly at his cheek. Bang! Although Long Zhong evaded her first strike, her second punch landed squarely on his chest with no room for escape. Crack! Bang! The esteemed Long Zhong, a third elder of the Gu sect, wielding formidable power at the pinnacle of martial arts, was unexpectedly overwhelmed by a mere young girl. Not only did Long Zhong find himself utterly defenseless against her onslaught, but he also stumbled and fell to the ground in a swift motion. Zhao Linglong grasped his ankle and, with a fierce swing, began to slam him against the earth like a wooden club. The impact resounding with a thundering crash. The ground, composed of ancient stone tiles, cracked under the relentless assault of Long Zhong's body, which was repeatedly and violently acquainted with the unforgiving surface, his face. Head and shoulders were in constant contact with the ground, and it felt as if every bone in his body was on the verge of shattering. Despite the martial aura surrounding him, he could scarcely endure such a calamity. Finally, seizing a moment when Zhao Linglong paused to catch her breath, Long Zhong desperately wriggled free from her grip, leaning against a nearby flower bed to regain his composure. With a sweeping gesture, a dark swarm of insects coalesced upon his arm, and with a vicious glare directed at Zhao Linglong, he spat, "You filthy wench! How dare you reduce me to this state? Prepare to die." The swarm gathering on his arm was none other than the bloodthirsty goo. One of the 10 forbidden goo. Its ferocity surpassed even that of the creatures raised by Zhonghua. Long Zhong had come with the primary intention of confronting Yi Fan, yet before he could even brush against Yi Fan's garments, he nearly met his demise at the hands of a mere maidservant. Unfazed by Long Zhong's actions, Zhao Linglong, emboldened by her youthful bravado, smirked disdainfully and retorted, "Resorting to tricks when you can't win? Watch as I send you to your demise." As she uttered these words, she prepared to charge forward once more. Yi Fan swiftly interjected, positioning himself beside Zhao Linglong. "Danger. You are no match for him. Leave this to me." "Danger." Zhao Linglong furrowed her brow. "It's just a few insects. Where's the danger in that?" Still irked, she glared at Long Zhong, who had already made his move. Yi Fan, you dare to kill Zhonghua and take what is not yours. Today, I'll send you to meet the king of hell. With a flourish of his arm, Long Zhong unleashed the toxic goo, which surged menacingly toward Yi Fan smiled faintly, releasing a wave of energy that held the insects at bay, causing them to drop harmlessly to the ground. However, as fate would have it, a stray cat happened to dart into the swarm. In an instant, to the astonishment of all present, the cat was devoured, leaving nothing but a stark white skeleton. Mere moments later, even the bones vanished, consumed by the ravenous goo. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Zhao Linglong's face drained of color. It was then that she comprehended the true peril Yi Fan had warned her about. Had those insects landed on her, what would the outcome have been? Yet, could Yi Fan indeed combat these creatures? As Zhao Linglong's anxiety mounted, Wang Fugue stepped forward reassuringly. "Fear not. These pests are mere trifles for my brother." The onlookers, witnessing such a terrifying spectacle, instinctively retreated several meters, their murmurs echoing with shock. "What were those creatures?" One exclaimed that I've seen them on television. "They're goo from the goo sect, capable of devouring a cow in an instant." "Oh, that young man is doomed." "Indeed. I thought that girl was formidable, but there's a true expert on the other side." Long Zhong, brimming with confidence in his poisonous goo, believed wholeheartedly that the earlier display of the cat's demise would instill fear in Yi Fan as well. "Yi Fan, hand over what you've taken, and I might spare your companion." He commanded the toxic goo to dance menacingly in the air, biding his time to strike. "You may have the skill to fend off these insects temporarily, but you will surely reveal a weakness. Should you fail to intercept them, all will perish." Long Zhong flaunted his prowess before Yi Fan, oblivious to the fact that Yi Fan possessed the Wan Gu Ding and the Goo Emperor, which rendered controlling these toxic goo a mere formality. "Oh, is this what you seek?" Yi Fan produced a translucent bone, the very artifact that had fallen from Zhonghua, after the toxic goo devoured Zhonghua. Yi Fan had collected the item, yet he had not yet examined it. Now, seeing Long Zhong's frantic urgency to recover it, he surmised it must hold significant value. "Yes, that is it. Quickly, hand it over to me, and I might even spare your life." Long Zhong's eyes gleamed with fervor, fixated upon the bone in Yi Fan's grasp, as he stepped forward with the intention of snatching it. Yi Fan deftly evaded Long Zhong's advance, calmly stating, "First, enlighten me about this object, share its secrets, and I shall return it to you." At this moment, both parties engaged in a psychological battle, well aware that even if Yi Fan returned the item, Long Zhong would not relent. He would find a way to eliminate Yi Fan regardless. "This bone is known as the Undying Bone, and it is of utmost importance to me. Hand it over." "Undying Bone? Is this truly it?" Upon hearing those words, Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. He had learned of the Undying Bone's existence from Yi Xiao, understanding that the Lin family, in alliance with numerous clans, sought to seize it from the Yi family. This underscored the Undying Bone's paramount significance. Moreover, Zhonghua's possession of one indicated that there were likely multiple pieces. Thank you. I now grasp the situation. With newfound clarity, Yi Fan calmly stowed the Undying Bone away, resolving to investigate it thoroughly that night. Long Zhong's expression shifted dramatically as he witnessed Yi Fan conceal the Undying Bone. Yi Fan, are you toying with me? Although Long Zhong anticipated Yi Fan would not relinquish the item easily, the reality of the situation ignited his fury. Indeed, I am. What will you do about it? Yi Fan smirked, aware that he could eliminate Long Zhong just as easily as he had Zhonghua. For the Gu sect, once they stepped beyond the confines of Miaojiang, they were marked for eradication, seeking death. Long Zhong roared, summoning his toxic Gu to launch an assault on Yi Fan. However, to his astonishment, the Gu, upon taking flight, disobeyed his commands and turned against him, rushing back to consume its master. In a moment of sheer terror, Long Zhong locked eyes with Yi Fan, and, in that instant, the truth dawned upon him. Yi Fan possessed the Gu Emperor, and therefore the Wan Gu Ding. Now Long Zhong understood why Zhonghua had met his demise at Yi Fan's hands. With the Wan Gu Ding, Yi Fan could command all toxic Gu, rendering Zhonghua utterly powerless. But by then it was far too late. The swarm of toxic Gu surged forward, consuming Long Zhong entirely. As he perished, the Gu plummeted from the sky, exploding upon impact, for they were bound to their master. Once he fell, their fate was sealed as well. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers as they witnessed a living man vanish in an instant. The horror of insects devouring a human was unprecedented. What shocked them further was that Long Zhong, who had sought to devour Yi Fan, had instead met his own end. The crowd's gaze turned towards Yi Fan. Filled with admiration and respect, it was clear that this young man possessed extraordinary strength. Boss, may I borrow a light? Despite the demise of the toxic Gu, Yi Fan borrowed a gas canister from a nearby roasted chicken vendor to incinerate the remains, preventing any unnecessary panic. Once that was settled, the thugs on the ground, trembling and pale, pleaded for mercy. Big brother, we were wrong. We won't dare again. The leader of the group, with his yellow hair, knelt before Yi Fan. Bowing repeatedly to it was that man who offered us 50,000 to help intimidate you. We were mistaken. Please spare us. Yi Fan's lips curled into a slight smirk, recognizing that these thugs were mere small fry. Scram, should I see you engaging in wrongdoing again, your fate will mirror his. His reprimand left the yellow-haired leader and his companions feeling like they had been granted a reprieve, and they fled the scene in a panic. Let us continue our meal. Boss, could you heat up that roasted chicken for us? Yi Fan nonchalantly called to the vendor, resuming his meal as the surrounding crowd murmured and dispersed. Amidst the throng, a nun and a stunningly beautiful young novice quietly slipped away into the crowd. The young novice, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, exclaimed, Master, as practitioners of the faith, how can we entertain thoughts of a husband? Besides that Yi Fan, aside from being somewhat handsome and possessing decent martial skills, is rather unremarkable. The elder nun gazed at her disciple, shaking her head slightly. Oh. Just then, chaos erupted at the headquarters of the Miaojiang Gu sect. A middle-aged man burst into the main hall, clutching a broken wooden tablet. Urgency etched across his face. Master, the third elder, his longevity tablet has shattered. He stumbled into the hall, collapsing to the ground as he raised the tablet high. The sect leader, Zhuang Bai, who had just concluded a conversation, turned pale upon hearing the report. What? The memorial tablet of Long Zhong has shattered. How could this be? In the Miaojiang Gu sect, the longevity tablets are intrinsically linked to the lives of these Gu masters. The sect possesses a dedicated shrine for the veneration of these tablets, housing the longevity tablets of the Gu sect's upper echelons, enabling constant surveillance of their life statuses. Just moments ago, the captain of the shrine's guardians discovered that the tablet of the third elder, Long Zhong, had shattered, and immediately rushed to report this to the sect leader. Zhuang Bai swiftly descended from his elevated seat, taking the fragmented tablet of Long Zhong into his hands. The once vibrant tablet had now splintered into several pieces. previously imbued with life force, but at this moment it exuded an aura of death, devoid of any vitality. Long Zhong must have encountered a grave incident. Long Zhong is a pivotal leader responsible for the goose sect's resurgence in the southwestern region. The entire strategy for the southwest was orchestrated by him. With Long Zhong's demise, the goose sect's plans to expand beyond the southwest are likely to suffer a significant setback. Sect leader, news from Yun City. The third elder, Long Zhong, perished while confronting Yi Fan, having fallen victim to the backlash of the goo worms. Zhuang Bai remained pensive when an assistant at the doorway confirmed the news on a tablet. Yi Fan, the heir of the Yi family who recently returned, he killed Zhong Hua just yesterday, and now it's him again. A fierce glint flashed in Zhuang Bai's eyes. He naturally could not believe that such an experienced goo master as Long Zhong could fall prey to his own toxic goo. Surely, Yi Fan must have covertly intervened. Though Yi Fan's power had waned, he was once a prodigious genius of the Beiluo Shermin. Moreover, according to the last known whereabouts of the previous sect leader, he had visited Beiluo. Perhaps the Wan Gu Ding is in Yi Fan's possession. Excellent. Zhuang Bai summoned his energy, crushing the tablet in his grip, and coldly declared, "Summon Master Taijin. I have urgent matters to discuss with her." Yi Fan, I spared you once. This time, I shall not let you escape. Oh, and please have Saint Xiao Wanqing join us for the meeting. Understood. Chapter 73. Creating mayhem at the Su Group, at the entrance of the roast chicken shop. The atmosphere returned to its lively tranquility. After the ruffians departed, it was as if nothing had transpired. Zhao Linglong gazed hungrily at the two glistening roast chickens before Yi Fan and Wang Fugui. Unable to suppress a gulp, why Yi Fan? May I have another one? Yi Fan had long perceived Zhao Linglong's gluttonous demeanor. A smirk curled at his lips as he teasingly replied, "Who was it that declared they would rather starve than eat here? Has the allure of the food become irresistible so soon?" Zhao Linglong's mind drifted to the boastful scene of Wang's classmate, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. "Oh dear, I didn't know back then that I don't care. I still want to eat." Yi Fan's heart warmed at her innocence. This girl was quite endearing when not in a fiery mood. "Boss, 2 more roast chickens, please," Yi Fan mischievously remarked to Zhao Linglong. "If you indulge in my roast chicken, there shall be a price to pay. From now on, you must wash my dirty socks, and my intimate garments must be hand-washed," though Yi Fan did not explicitly state what intimate garments entailed. The implication was clear. It was somewhat wickedly amusing to imagine such a lovely girl washing his undergarments. Humph. Zhao Linglong initially intended to retort, but recalling that her grandfather and father had placed her by Yi Fan's side as a maid, she realized there were some matters from which she could not escape, and thus she refrained from arguing. However, Yi Fan underestimated Zhao Linglong's capacity for food. Nearly an hour later, while Yi Fan and Wang Fugui had ceased eating, Zhao Linglong's petite mouth showed no signs of stopping. At that moment, the chicken bones before her had accumulated into a small mountain, having consumed no less than 10 roast chickens. Yi Fan's eyes widened as he scrutinized Zhao Linglong. At a height of 1.60 meters, she appeared delicate and petite, with the exception of her ample bosom. Yet how could she possibly consume 10 roast chickens? "What are you staring at? Your gaze is distracting me from my meal," Zhao Linglong grumbled, turning her back to Yi Fan and Wang Fugui as she continued her culinary battle. "Brother, this girl can really eat," Wang Fugui exclaimed in astonishment. Perhaps the concentrated essence is indeed the most potent. After devouring 13 roast chickens, Zhao Linglong finally let out a satisfied burp. "I'm full. We can leave now." Taking action against the Su Group, Yi Fan immediately thought of Yun Feiyang, that scoundrel who had the audacity to rally a group of bodyguards to confront him at the Yi family just that morning. It seems it's indeed time to set an example. The revenge plan shall commence with the obliteration of the Yun family. Wife, do not fret. I shall arrive at the company shortly. You need not worry about the finances. I will resolve it. As a scion of the Yi family, the modest sum the Su Group required was easily within his means. However, Yi Fan did not intend to cover the costs himself. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Zhao Linglong. "Why are you looking at me? Let me tell you, the bank car my father gave me is meant for your expenditure, not for you to squander recklessly." Zhao Linglong fumed at the thought of Yi Fan utilizing the Zhao family's funds to buy a car and woo girls. Old Wang, you and Ling Long go to the bank and withdraw 100 million in cash. We will meet at the Su Group. Yi Fan did not wait for Zhao Linglong's rebuttal, starting the car and speeding toward the Su Group. Umph. You've infuriated me. Do you think my money grows on trees? Zhao Linglong stomped her feet in frustration as she watched Yi Fan's retreating figure. At this rate, if he continued his reckless spending, the entire Zhao family would soon be impoverished, though she was exceedingly reluctant. She recalled her grandfather and father's arrangements. Her grandfather had been thoroughly subdued by Yi Fan, leaving Zhao Linglong wary of opposing him. After all, the fate of the entire Zhao family rested upon her shoulders. Should she fail to serve him well, and Yi Fan's wrath were to descend upon the Zhao family, Zhao Linglong would bear the brunt of the consequences. Let us go, Zhao Linglong called to Wang Fugue, striding onto the road. Where to? Wang Fugue, fully aware of Zhao Linglong's intentions, playfully teased her. "Oh, are you doing this on purpose? Of course, we're going to withdraw money." Zhao Linglong pouted, baffled by his apparent lack of common sense. "Why do you need so much cash? A direct transfer would suffice." Only Wang Fugue, trailing behind, smirked, thinking to himself, how could you possibly know the mind of our brother? To flaunt wealth, one must do so with cash. At the headquarters of the Su Group, the conference hall was in disarray. Nearly 100 people engaged in a heated uproar. "Su General, we've heard that the Su Group's funds are nearly depleted and could go bankrupt at any moment. We don't doubt you, but please settle last month's payments first." "Yes, Su General, it was only a few $100,000, but we're small businesses. Please don't make it difficult for us," surrounded by a throng of agitated individuals. Su Yixue, flanked by her assistant and bodyguards, felt as if her head might explode. Initially, the 300 million invested by the Li family could have fully alleviated the financial strain. However, General Song Pa's sudden decision to grant the Su Group the Emerald Agency rights, thanks to Yi Fan's influence, required Su Yixue to provide at least 100 million as a deposit. Consequently, funds became somewhat tight that Su Yixue could only attempt to delay matters. In reality, the Su Group situation was becoming increasingly optimistic. Some well-informed suppliers, aware of the Su Group's acquisition of the agency rights, had already approached her for collaboration. Moreover, several banks that had previously refused loans were now apologizing and expressing readiness to lend to Su Yixue. Currently, if Su Yixue needed money, it was not particularly challenging. Yet, she was perplexed as to why so many distributors had suddenly come to press for payments. Catching her off guard, Su General, a month has passed. It must be today. Who knows what the situation will be in a month? If you don't pay us today, I want to leave and will apply to the court to seize this place. The leading voice belonged to a man sporting a handlebar mustache named Huang Bo, one of the 3 major distributors for the Su Group, who had profited the most from their dealings. Previously, his relationship with the Su Group had been excellent, yet now he was spearheading the disruption. Chapter 74. A Pack of Ungrateful Wolves. You will regret this. With Huang Bo leading the charge, the crowd of distributors erupted into further chaos. Exactly, Su General. When the Su Group's finances were stable, we could accept a month's delay. But now we're all worried. You must pay us today. Brothers, why are we still negotiating with this woman? I say we just take valuable items from the company as compensation. Yes, brothers, let us take what we can. If it can't be moved, let us smash it. Clearly among the crowd, there were nefarious individuals. You ungrateful wolves. Though Su Yixue was typically assertive, being merely a girl, she struggled to withstand the aggressive tactics of these ruffians. As the situation threatened to spiral out of control, from the crowd emerged an elderly gentleman clad in a long robe, wielding his cane to strike at a group of unruly young individuals. Exclaiming, "Cease this at once! Quiet down!" The old man's name was Dong Fei, the vice president of the Yun City Jewelry Association, and also a significant distributor for the Su Group. Dong Fei was known for his amiable nature and wielded considerable influence within the circle. With his intervention, the agitated distributors, intimidated by his presence, retreated a few steps, granting him some space. What is the meaning of this? Is it merely a month's worth of debt that has you in such a frenzy? Dong Fei admonished the group of martial arts merchants behind him. Have you forgotten how much you have profited from the Su Group over the years? When the profits flowed, you were all too eager to benefit. Now that the Su Group faces a minor financial setback, you turn against us? Is this how you conduct yourselves? Dong Fei's words struck a chord, causing many distributors to blush in shame. Elder Dong, you are being overly harsh that we received sudden news that the Su Group is on the brink of bankruptcy and may flee. If we do not secure our funds today, we risk losing millions. One of them protested. Others chimed in, echoing the sentiment of impending doom regarding the Su Group's financial woes. The crowd, originally indifferent, had been stirred into a panic by a mysterious message revealing the Su Group's situation, compounded by the encouragement of their peers. Among them, a few sharp-featured men exchanged glances, and one of the ringleaders retorted, Elder Dong, it is easy for you to speak from a position of success. A loss for you is inconsequential, but we have families relying on our income that if we suffer a total loss, who will provide for our households? Indeed, regardless of the rhetoric, we must secure our funds today. The crowd clamored. Dong Fei's words had only slightly alleviated the tension, as the gathering's apprehension persisted, fueled by the Su Group's evident financial struggles. Recognizing that the situation was spiraling out of control, Dong Fei stepped closer to Su Yixue and whispered, perhaps you should settle some payments for them, or this may end poorly. It is evident someone is orchestrating this against us. Rest assured, my over 10 million in goods is not urgent. You can settle it later. Su Yixue shot Dong Fei a grateful glance. Thank you, Elder Dong. But even so, we only have a few million in cash on hand, which is far from sufficient. Alas, my husband should be arriving shortly. He will have a solution. As she spoke, her gaze drifted toward the entrance. Her husband, whom her grandfather had arranged for her, was unexpectedly the direct heir of the esteemed Yi family, the foremost family of the Great Xia. Su Yixue had witnessed Yi Fan's remarkable capabilities on multiple occasions. With him present, she believed the crisis could be averted. Yet the sight of these ungrateful distributors left her feeling disheartened. Meanwhile, at the door, Su Yixue's cousin, Su Dong, observed the unfolding situation with a glint of satisfaction. Stealthily exiting the conference hall, he dialed a number in the restroom, the brother-in-law. Your scheme is indeed brilliant, striking at the root. Su Yixue is barely holding on. The call, of course, was not to Yi Fan, but to Yin Feiyang that on the other end. Yin Feiyang scoffed, if I cannot deal with Yi Fan, do you think I cannot handle the Su Group? It will not be so easy for you to snatch food from the Yun family's table. Understood. Thank you, brother-in-law. I will certainly follow your lead. Yes, let us make our move. Whoever seizes the opportunity first will claim the prize. As the chaos resumed, instigated by a few troublemakers, Dong Fei could no longer maintain control and advised Su Yixue, perhaps you should find a place to hide, dear, lest you be injured in the ensuing tumult. No sooner had Dong Fei spoken than a chair flew through the air, nearly striking Su Yixue. More distributors followed suit, brandishing chairs and benches, charging toward her with a menacing intent. This was no longer the behavior of distributors, but rather that of thugs. While Su Yixue claimed to be unafraid, she anxiously awaited her husband's arrival. Darling, when will you arrive? Just as the distributors closed in on her, a booming voice echoed from the entrance of the conference room. Enough! Anyone who dares to lift a finger will regret it. At that moment, a table, propelled with tremendous force, crashed before Su Yixue, sending the group of distributors staggering back several feet, some even sustaining injuries in their haste to evade the impact. My love, I have arrived, Yi Fan declared as he swiftly joined Su Yixue, wrapping her in a protective embrace. Do not fear. As long as I am here, nothing will happen to you. Yi Fan's sudden appearance momentarily quelled the uproar among the crowd. Although some troublemakers continued to stir the pot, they were unaware that Yi Fan had long been keeping a watchful eye on them. Chapter 75. Is it necessary to be so dramatic? Slapping faces and creating a rhythm. With a thunderous crash, Yi Fan darted into the throng, swiftly apprehending the most boisterous instigators and forcefully hurling them against the side of the conference room, scattering tables and chairs in the process. Finally, a semblance of calm was restored at why Yi Fan coolly dusted off his hands and cast a sharp gaze over the remaining crowd. Who else wishes to act? The leading troublemakers were staunch loyalists of the Yun family, and their intent was to cause disruption from the very beginning. With their removal, the remaining distributors, including Huang Bo and others, settled down significantly. Mr. Su, is this how your company negotiates? one distributor asked, his tone laced with incredulity. "We are here to collect debts, not to engage in conflict. If this is how you choose to treat us, then this discussion is futile." Huang Bo regarded Yi Fan with a wary expression. Although Yi Fan appeared harmless, his propensity for violence was frightening. The tables, weighing hundreds of pounds, seemed as light as toys in his hands, prompting everyone to tread lightly. Fearful of provoking him, with a dismissive smile, Yi Fan replied, "You seek funds, do you not? Very well, I will settle your accounts today. Those wishing for immediate payment, step to the left. Those who can wait, please step to the right." Though the incident was clearly instigated by the Yun family, it also provided an opportunity to expel some ungrateful individuals. As Yi Fan finished speaking, Dong Fei was the first to align himself with Yi Fan and Su Yishua, followed by several distributors who had a good rapport with him. Conversely, Huang Bo shot a scornful glance at Yi Fan and Su Yishua, striding toward the opposite side, declaring, "I am curious to see how you plan to settle this matter." Under Huang Bo's leadership, nearly half of the distributors took his side. Among them were several whom Su Yishua had previously considered trustworthy allies. This quasi-rebellion unveiled the true nature of their intentions. "Very well. If you seek funds, it seems you have no intention of continuing your partnership with the Su Group. Let us proceed to terminate the cooperation agreement." Yi Fan gestured to Su Yishua, who promptly arranged for her assistant to bring forth a stack of termination agreements. Seeing the calm demeanor of Yi Fan and Su Yishua, panic rippled through Huang Bo's faction. "Huang, why do I feel they are not the least bit afraid? They seem quite self-assured." "Indeed, Huang, we are gambling everything on this. My original intention was merely to pressure the Su Group into conceding a 30% profit cut. How did it escalate to this?" "Exactly. We only sought our payments, not to sever ties with the Su Group. If we terminate our partnership, where will we turn for sustenance?" Listening to the doubts among his allies, Huang Bo himself felt a pang of anxiety. All his intelligence had come from Yun Feiyang, who had assured him that the Su Group was devoid of funds, and that within the hour, he would have Su Yishua in his grasp. At that point, the Su Group would become a mere appendage of the Yun family. Thus, Huang Bo's boldness had stemmed from this misplaced confidence. Yet, as events unfolded, he found himself with no alternative. The die was cast. There was no turning back. Rest assured, they are merely putting on a facade. They cannot possibly have funds. Let us sign the agreements. We shall see how long they can maintain this charade. With Huang Bo's faction firmly aligned, it was now too late for them to reconsider. Moreover, most of them had already accepted benefits from the Yun family, making it impossible to backtrack without facing repercussions. That Yi Fan's words left everyone in a state of bewilderment. Bring the money in. They were aware that although approximately half of the channel merchants had abandoned their claims today, the remaining group still had at least several tens of millions, nearing 100 million. Did Yi Fan, the obvious show-off, intend to settle with them in cash? No sooner had Yi Fan's voice faded than the conference room door swung open, revealing Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong, each pushing a colossal cart laden with stacks of red banknotes, which they wheeled into the meeting room. The sight elicited a collective gasp of astonishment from all present. Cash. Truly cash. 100 million in cash. Although those present had encountered wealth before, being business owners with dealings in the millions and even billions, the sheer magnitude of 100 million in cash piled before them, potentially weighing 2 to 3 tons, was overwhelmingly oppressive and awe-inspiring. While Su Yishua thought Yi Fan's display was somewhat ostentatious, she couldn't help but feel exhilarated. "You want money, do you? Then let me slap you in the face with it." Seeing Yi Fan actually produce 100 million in cash, Dong Fei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had indeed made the right call. The Su Group would continue to thrive. Those channel merchants who had chosen not to take their money alongside Dong Fei felt immensely fortunate for aligning themselves with Yi Fan. Otherwise, the losses would have been substantial. However, on the other side, Huang Bo was far from calm. "What now, General Huang? I have staked my entire career on this. Our collaboration with the Su Group has been terminated. What am I to do?" Huang Bo had already surmised that the information obtained by Yun Feiyang was flawed. Yun Feiyang had been outmaneuvered by Yi Fan and Su Yishua, leading his group astray. Su Yishua's assistant, along with Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong. had begun recounting the cash and the amounts owed by each channel merchant. Taking a deep breath, Huangbo approached Su Yixue, forcing a smile as he said, "Miss Su, I was just joking earlier. How about we forego our payment today? Please show us some mercy and give us a chance to redeem ourselves based on our future performance." Although Huangbo knew this was a humiliating concession, he understood that dignity paled in comparison to the tangible wealth at stake. The profit margin for being a channel merchant of the Su Group started at 50%, and the company's reputation was stellar. There was no concern about sales. Collaborating with the Su Group was akin to having a golden goose. "Indeed, Ms. Su, I apologize for my earlier attitude. It was inappropriate. We were misled by that group of scoundrels. Please grant us a second chance." Behind Huangbo, several other channel merchants stepped forward, some even beginning to slap their own faces in a display of contrition. Such behavior made their companions seethe with frustration. "Come on, is it necessary to go this far? Are we really going to slap ourselves too? If we don't, it'll look like we lack sincerity." Thus, those remaining merchants eager for another opportunity stood in place, striking their own cheeks. Chapter 76. Killing the Heart. Just 10 minutes prior, these channel merchants had been brimming with arrogance, loudly proclaiming their intent to dismantle the Su Group and have Su Yixue arrested. Yet merely 10 minutes later, they had cowered, wagging their tails like submissive dogs before Su Yixue. Huangbo hesitated for a moment, witnessing everyone slapping themselves in a futile display of remorse. Reluctantly, he too succumbed to the allure of money. Delivering a hard slap to his own face, "Ms. Su, I'm sorry, I was wrong." This comical scene prompted a sigh of disbelief from Su Yixue. However, she was uncertain how to proceed and turned her gaze to Yifan. Yifan nodded and calmly addressed Huangbo and the others. "What is this? Are you exhibiting self-harm tendencies or swatting mosquitoes?" But there are no mosquitoes in this conference room. Su Yixue remained silent. Delegating the decision-making to Yifan, everyone's spirits had plummeted. It seemed today's endeavor was futile. Does this mean my earlier self-slapping was in vain? "Young Master Yi, we still wish to continue collaborating with the Su Group. Considering our past relationship," Huangbo began, but faltered mid-sentence that a past relationship. Wasn't that the very relationship that had led to their intent to dismantle the Su Group and imprison Su Yixue? "Huangbo, do you still have the audacity to speak? Just moments ago, I personally advised you to take a step back for a day or two. How did you respond?" Before Yifan could speak, Dong Fei interjected, "You don't want to collaborate with the Su Group. You simply wish to continue profiting from it. Am I right?" Su Yixue discreetly informed Yifan of Dong Fei's earlier assistance. And in an instant, Yifan comprehended the situation. As Dong Fei finished speaking, he looked at Huangbo and his associates with a mocking gaze. "That we gave you a chance, but you squandered it. Don't blame us for your ineptitude. Take your money and leave. Even a dog knows to wag its tail for its owner, yet you all are ungrateful wolves." With those words, Yifan respectfully bowed to Dong Fei. "Mr. Dong, thank you for supporting Yixue in her time of need. Therefore, I announce that the market share held by Huangbo is now fully under Mr. Dong's management." After a brief pause, Yifan continued. "Moreover, I have a significant announcement. General Songpa from Myanmar has terminated his agency cooperation with the Yun family in the provincial city. As of yesterday, the Su Group is now the sole general agent for General Songpa in Daxia. Please don't look at me like that. General Songpa and I are old friends, so isn't it perfectly normal for him to sign a contract with my wife's company?" Yifan's words detonated like a bomb, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Dong Fei and the channel merchants who had allied with the Su Group were utterly unprepared for such a hidden trump card. Just how secretive had the Su Group been in handling this information, being the general agent for emerald raw stones in Daxia? What did that imply? It signified that the Su Jewelry Group had ascended to become a premier jewelry family in Daxia. Not only the jewelers in Yun City, but across Tianan Province and the entirety of Daxia would now seek to curry favor with the Su Group. After all, one requires raw stones to cut emeralds. With this general agency, the Su Group would likely expand its channels nationwide in no time. However, this explosive news left everyone looking towards Su Yixue, eagerly awaiting her confirmation. Su Yixue nodded, affirming, "What my husband said is true. General Songpa came to our company yesterday to sign a contract. The shortfall in our funds stems from the 100 million deposit we paid to General Songpa for the first batch of raw stones, totaling 20 containers, which will arrive in 1 week. The moment Su Yixue confirmed this, the atmosphere erupted. Beside Dong Fei, several channel merchants cheered excitedly, embracing one another and dancing with joy that we hit the jackpot. The Su Group has become the general agent of Daxia. Following them means not merely sipping soup, but soaring to new heights. It was easy to envision that if the Su Group established a nationwide network, the current channel merchants would all see their fortunes rise. Those who were once counter-level merchants might soon manage entire cities or even provinces. Excellent. Truly excellent. Yixue, my girl, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Dong Fei, despite his age, couldn't help but feel exhilarated. Conversely, upon hearing this shocking revelation, Huangbo and his companions sat in dumbfounded disbelief. Some even sank to the ground in despair, lamenting, I was such a fool. Truly, what an extraordinary opportunity for wealth they had squandered. Continuing with the Su Group would have guaranteed them returns of tenfold or even 100-fold. They had once held this opportunity firmly in their grasp, but had pushed it away. Blocking someone's path to wealth is akin to killing their parents. All of this was due to their blind faith in Huangbo. I will make you pay for this. Oh, you bastard, Huangbo, you've doomed me. A frenzied group of channel merchants lunged at Huangbo, yanking at his hair and clothes, punching and kicking him without mercy. The Su Group's acquisition of the general agency meant that they could easily blacklist these merchants from the industry with a mere word. Killing the heart, Yi Fan refrained from laying a hand on the merchants. He merely announced 2 pieces of news, and they turned upon each other in a frenzy. Once the chaos had subsided, Yi Fan instructed the security to separate them and directed his assistant to continue distributing the cash. After all, it wouldn't do for the Su Group to be embroiled in a fatal incident. However, the merchants found themselves in a quandary. Receiving cash meant they were burdened with several 100,000 in weight, making it difficult to move, with the internal strife for the Su Group finally resolved. Su Yixue breathed a sigh of relief, only to suddenly receive a phone call that caused her expression to change drastically. What? The counter in the city center has been vandalized. The Su Group's counter at the heart of the city is its flagship store in Yun City, situated within a shopping mall. How could it have been suddenly vandalized? I will rush over to address this immediately. Just as Su Yixue hung up the phone, another call came in from a different branch. President Su, our store number 4 has been attacked. Store number 2 as well. Within a mere few minutes, Su Yixue and her assistant had received dozens of calls, reporting that almost all the Su Group's branches in Yun City had been vandalized. Husband Su Yixue glanced at Yi Fan. Her eyes filled with despair at why Yi Fan reached out to embrace Su Yixue, his expression icy as he processed the situation. With the earlier actions, and now the vandalism, Yi Fan realized that this was all orchestrated by Yun Feiyang. Rest assured, everything will be fine. Yi Fan's face darkened as he turned to Wang Fugue beside him. Old Wang, how's the preparation of those 100 bulldozers coming along? I need them tonight. A mere Yun family, after being warned last time, still refuses to restrain themselves. Let us flatten them. It's already prepared and can be deployed at any moment that I will order them to gather towards the Yun family courtyard right away. Wang Fugue, understanding Yi Fan's intentions, immediately began making arrangements. Listening to the incessant reports on the phone, Su Yixue felt increasingly restless. Husband, I need to go to the main store to see what's happening here. The moment Su Yixue left, Yi Fan, understanding her concern about potential developments, urged her, go ahead, I'll handle things here, just be careful. Yi Fan did not dwell on it much, but for safety's sake he called Li Hu. My wife is going out to discuss some matters. Please arrange for a few brothers to keep an eye on her. However, Yi Fan was entirely unaware that Yun Feiyang actually dared to take action against Su Yixue. Chapter 77. Miss Su, please come with us. With such a significant upheaval at the Su Group, Su Dong, who had been anticipating a celebration, was left utterly dumbfounded. Why is this Yi Fan so infuriating? Su Dong discreetly reported all developments to Yun Feiyang. Upon receiving the news, Yun Feiyang was equally furious. It's all that bastard Yi Fan, repeatedly thwarting my plans. Very well. Today I will definitely take your wife by force and see how you can continue to flaunt your arrogance. Yin Feiyang's first plan was to exploit the Su Group's distributors to incite internal chaos. The second plan involved vandalizing the stores. For this operation, Yin Feiyang had spent a considerable sum to enlist Zhang Mozi, one of the four underworld lords of Yun City. This was a force capable of rivaling Li Hu, and Zhang Mozi was eager to leverage the Yun family's power to ascend to a higher level. Thus, the two struck a deal. The third plan was to kidnap Su Yixue and assault her. To be fair, Yun Feiyang's intellect was still intact. If it were anyone else facing such a combination of attacks, they might very well be left stunned, forced to follow Yun Feiyang's orchestrated plans. The brother-in-law, Su Yixue, has already left the company. How are preparations on your end? After Su Yixue's departure, Su Dong immediately began to inform Yun Feiyang. However, unbeknownst to Su Dong, his voice reporting for the restroom was overheard by Wang Fugue, who had just come out, connecting the dots with Su Dong's previous collusion with Yun Feiyang. Wang Fugue immediately sensed a terrifying situation and hurried to the conference room. Convinced that this matter was far from normal and that his sister-in-law might be in danger. At that moment, Yun Feiyang was in a suite at the Yun City Grand Hotel, dressed in a bathrobe, with 3 cameras set up in the room. Rest assured, I prepared the room, the drugs, and the cameras. I'll send you a documentary to enjoy your sister's lovely figure. A team must be done. In the conference room, Yi Fan was urging the extremely reluctant distributors to settle their accounts. Most of the distributors, including Huang Bo, had already completed their settlements, but with too much cash to move at once, they had no choice but to call for help. Brother, my sister-in-law might be in danger. I just heard Su Dong on the phone, seemingly reporting to Yin Feiyang about preparations. Perhaps you should accompany her? Wang Fugue urged Yi Fan anxiously. Before Yi Fan could respond, Li Hu's call came in. Young Master Yi, the situation is a bit off. My subordinates were following President Su discreetly and discovered that others were tailing Su Yixue as well. It seems to be Zhang Mozi's men. Furthermore, I just received news that those who vandalized President Su's counters today are also Zhang Mozi's people. I'm mobilizing reinforcements and am on my way. The fact that Su Yixue was being followed indicated that the situation was indeed serious. How dare Zhang Mozi take action against the Su Group? Mobilize our forces. Let's eliminate them today. A ruthless glint flashed in Yi Fan's eyes. The return of the Yi family's young master was evidently not high-profile enough. It was time to make a statement. In the provincial city, the Yun family must be eradicated, and in Yun City, it would begin with Zhang Mozi. Good. Thank you, young Master Yi. Li Hu felt a surge of excitement. Having battled for years against Zhang Mozi, Li Hu knew that their powers were evenly matched, which made it impossible for either to gain the upper hand. If anyone else had suggested eliminating Zhang Mozi, Li Hu might have harbored doubts. But with Yi Fan's assertion, Li Hu had absolute faith. Yi Fan's strength could only be described as astonishing, along with the backing of the Yi family and the hidden Beiluo Sherman. It would be as simple as drinking water to crush Zhang Mozi. After ending the call with Li Hu, Yi Fan wasted no time and said to Wang Fugue, I leave this to you. Wang Fugue, skilled in martial arts, was more than capable of intimidating the group of distributors. Yi Fan stood up, preparing to head downstairs, and Zhao Linglong quickly followed. The patriarch and grandfather had instructed Zhao Linglong to keep a close watch over Yi Fan, ensuring nothing would happen to him. Upon hearing that Yi Fan was going to rescue someone, Zhao Linglong naturally felt uneasy. Although Zhao Linglong lacked martial arts skills, her strength could still be a help. Yi Fan did not object, hurrying downstairs while dialing Su Yixue's number. Wife, where are you now? I'm on my way to the main store in the city center, but the traffic is terrible. Several business vehicles ahead are moving rather slowly and constantly changing lanes. It's so annoying, Su Yixue answered, somewhat puzzled. Husband, what's wrong? At that moment, Su Yixue had no idea that those business cars were not coincidental, but rather Zhang Mozi's men, deliberately attempting to intercept her. Feeling the urgency, Yi Fan quickly started his vehicle while instructing Su Yixue have the driver slow down and head toward the crowded area. Share your location with me at all times. Someone has set their sights on you. Don't be afraid. I will come to rescue you immediately. Su Yixue's pupils dilated and shocked. In broad daylight. How could anyone dare to kidnap her? However, recalling the large scale of the distributors pressuring her for payments and the suspicious vehicles around her, Su Yixue quickly comprehended the situation. She looked ahead and behind, realizing that the road was not congested. The so-called traffic jam was merely an illusion created by the vehicle surrounding her, Xiao Wang. Slow down and stop by the square ahead. After hanging up the phone, Su Yixue immediately activated her location sharing and instructed her driver, Xiao Wang, to prepare to stop by the square. The square was patrolled by armed police. And with so many people around, anyone intending to harm her would surely think twice. However, to Su Yixue's astonishment, the driver Xiao Wang not only failed to slow down, but instead accelerated into an alley. "I'm sorry, Miss Su, they offered too much." "Rest assured," young Master Yin said, "he wouldn't take your life." "Take care." As soon as the words left his mouth, the driver Xiao Wang opened the car door and leaped out, disappearing into the depths of the alley in the blink of an eye. Su Yixue was momentarily stunned. Her most trusted driver Xiao Wang had betrayed her. Without hesitation, Su Yixue opened the car door and dashed out, knowing she had to save herself and wait for Yi Fan's arrival. Yet, the business vehicles that had been following her also stopped at the alley's entrance, and a group of burly men in black began to surround her. "Miss Su, don't struggle. Please come with us. Young Master Yin has already prepared the room." Chapter 78. Leave no survivors. Do you even have any regard for the law? In broad daylight. How dare you kidnap me? Su Yixue felt a surge of panic as the muscular men approached her. Knowing that Yin Fiang had long been fixated on her, she was acutely aware of the fate that awaited her if she fell into his hands. She had yet to give her pure body to Yi Fan, and if Yin Fiang were to defile her, Su Yixue would undoubtedly regret it for a lifetime, attempting to fend off the advancing men. Su Yixue swung her hand back, but as a frail woman, she was nothing but prey before these brutes. "The law. In Yun City, my brother Matsi is the law." A burly man at the forefront barked commands while forcefully snatching Su Yixue's bag away, then reached out, intent on seizing her wrist. However, just as his hand was about to make contact with her wrist, a dull thud reverberated before Su Yixue. From behind the muscular figure, a lithe silhouette emerged swiftly, brandishing a gleaming combat knife, which he used to sever the man's arm in one decisive stroke. "You dare to desecrate the wife of the instructor? You seek death." The one who arrived first was none other than Li Hu, the underground godfather of Yun City. Accompanying him were several formidable subordinates, including those who had been trailing Su Yixue in a luxury vehicle under Li Hu's command. "Miss Su, please step back. Rest assured, young Master Yi is on his way and should arrive within 5 minutes." Li Hu, wielding his combat knife, formed a protective circle with his men, safeguarding Su Yixue at the center. The burly man, whose arm had been severed, let out a blood-curdling scream, and upon realizing Li Hu was the one who had attacked, he sprang to his feet. "Li Hu, are you looking to die? Do you dare to meddle in matters concerning Brother Ma? Are you tired of living? When Brother Ma arrives, you shall pay dearly." The long-standing enmity between Zhang Matsi and Li Hu was well known, and it was clear to all that a deadly confrontation between the two was inevitable. It was merely a matter of time. As long as Zhang Matsi dares to show up today, it will be his demise. Although Li Hu had previously hesitated to engage Zhang Matsi directly, given the latter's reputed collection of martial arts experts, the instructor's orders to eliminate Zhang Matsi had bolstered Li Hu's resolve. Is that so? Li Hu, I am indeed here today, and I shall see how you intend to kill me." No sooner had Li Hu's words left his lips than a cacophony of footsteps erupted at the alley's entrance. A throng of individuals wielding combat knives blocking the way. Leading them was none other than Zhang Matsi, one of the 4 godfathers of Yun City, whose face was pockmarked as his moniker suggested. The deep scar across his face only added to his menacing demeanor. Li Hu's eyes swept across the scene. All 8 of Zhang Matsi's formidable henchmen had arrived, alongside several martial arts experts whose auras were not to be underestimated. "Zhang Matsi, it seems you came well prepared today." Li Hu's expression darkened as he realized that Zhang Matsi's men had mobilized entirely. Clearly, if their intention were merely to capture Su Yixue, such a grand display was unnecessary. It was directed at him. Yet, despite his concerns, Li Hu felt no fear that he had just spoken with Yi Fan, who would arrive within 5 minutes. If he could hold out just a little longer, Zhang Matsi would amount to nothing. Li Hu, It seems you are not entirely foolish. I hadn't planned to intervene personally, but upon hearing that you were here, how could I let such a rare opportunity slip by? How about I bury you right here? The location is rather suitable. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Matzi continued with a smug expression. I hadn't intended to engage you so soon, but the opportunity presents itself, and it would be remiss of me not to act. Zhang Matzi assumed a position of dominance over Li Hu, declaring, "Do not look outside for help. I have ways to ensure that your reinforcements won't arrive here, at least not before I eliminate you. Brothers, kill them. Leave no one alive except Su Yuxiu." Zhang Matzi was ruthless, striking lethal blows without granting Li Hu any chance of survival. Master Hu, what do we do now? Several of Li Hu's subordinates glanced at the overwhelming situation with trepidation. They had never anticipated that Zhang Matzi would personally lead a charge so swiftly. Not concern yourselves with me. Remember the only command. Protect Miss Su at all costs. Understood, with Zhang Matzi's command. His minions surged forward, brandishing their combat knives as they charged at Li Hu, Su Yuxiu, and the others. The two factions clashed instantly. Fortunately, the alley was relatively narrow, so despite Zhang Matzi's numerical advantage, only a handful could directly engage Li Hu and his men. Li Hu's subordinates were the strongest of the strong, and they managed to fend off the first and second waves of Zhang Matzi's attacks with relative ease. However, as the third and fourth waves came crashing down, Li Hu's side began to falter, with several of his men sustaining injuries. The pressure mounted, forcing Li Hu to shrink the protective circle around Su Yuxiu and retreat further into the alley. "Now it's your turn," Zhang Matzi signaled to a few martial arts experts beside him, who were dispatched to capture Su Yuxiu. These experts, sent by Yun Feiyong to see Su Yuxiu, acted in concert with Zhang Matzi. Against ordinary thugs, martial arts experts could easily dominate. With their engagement, Li Hu's remaining subordinates fell like dominoes. The martial arts experts paid little mind to the fates of Li Hu's men. Their sole focus was Su Yuxiu. After dispatching Li Hu's subordinates, they advanced towards Su Yuxiu with lethal intent. Dare to lay a finger on her, and I assure you, you shall find no rest in death. Li Hu, despite sustaining a wound that caused blood to flow freely, stood defiantly before Su Yuxiu, becoming her final bulwark. Two martial arts experts disregarded Li Hu's warning, unleashing a flurry of punches that sent him reeling, blood spilling from his mouth as he struggled to remain upright. Though Li Hu possessed some martial arts prowess, he had not undergone rigorous training. Thus, enduring the assaults of two experts without collapsing was no small feat. With a final, desperate effort, Li Hu spat blood and urged Su Yuxiu. "Miss Su, flee to safety. Young Master Yi is on his way." Glancing at his watch, he noted 4 minutes and 40 seconds have passed. Just 20 seconds remain. Young Master Yi will surely arrive if I can hold out for these final seconds. Su Yuxiu will be safe, and so shall I. Miss Su, do you still wish to escape? Young Master Yun has ordered us to deliver you, stripped bare, to his bed, but we shall not be courteous. As the two martial arts experts leered at Su Yuxiu, they seized her arms, attempting to tear away her blouse. Su Yuxiu, renowned for her beauty and hailed as the first female CEO of Yun City, naturally drew their lustful gaze. "Beasts, you seek death," as Li Hu berated them. He summoned the last vestiges of his strength, striking one of the martial arts experts with his knife, while viciously biting down on the arm of the other. "Ah, you son of a dog. If you wish to die, then I shall gladly oblige." The provoked martial arts expert unsheathed his combat knife, aiming a lethal thrust at Li Hu's heart. In that critical moment, a combat knife whirred through the air, severing the assailant's arm. Simultaneously, the sound of revving engines erupted from outside the alley. A motorcycle soared through the air along the wall, racing toward Li Hu and Su Yuxiu. It was none other than Yifan. As he neared Su Yuxiu, he leaped from the motorcycle, swinging it towards the two martial arts experts beside her. Boom! Boom! Though those two martial arts experts were formidable, they were no match for Yifan, who dispatched them in an instant. They sailed through the air, their bones shattering upon impact with the ground, blood spewing forth as they lay motionless. "Wife, it's all right now." Yifan wrapped his arms around Su Yuxiu, gently patting her back. The tension that had gripped Su Yuxiu finally eased. Aware of Yifan's prowess, she felt assured that as long as he was present, these thuggish foes were no threat. Upon seeing Yi Fan's arrival, Li Hu's taut nerves relaxed, and he staggered, nearly collapsing. Yi Fan quickly supported him, sealing several acupoints on Li Hu's shoulder to staunch the bleeding. "Are you all right?" Yi Fan could see that Li Hu was nearly drained of energy, on the verge of collapse. Thus, as he supported him, a surge of energy flowed into Li Hu to replenish his waning strength. As he spoke, Yi Fan tossed Li Hu a third-grade elixir. While fourth-grade elixirs were difficult for Yi Fan to acquire, he still had a decent supply of third-grade ones from the Beluo sect. Though these elixirs were valuable, they held little significance for Yi Fan at that moment. However, for Li Hu, they were worth their weight in gold. As Li Hu held the elixir bottle in his hand, its cap still sealed, the rich aroma and the powerful energy emanating from within caused his voice to tremble with excitement. "Thank you, Instructor. Thank you, Instructor. Your subordinate will surely repay this kindness with loyalty." This was a third-grade elixir, a treasure coveted by many masters, and Yi Fan had bestowed it upon Li Hu with generosity. It is conceivable that with the power of this elixir, Li Hu could effortlessly transcend into the realm of mastery. Should fortune favor him, it is entirely plausible for him to evolve into a grand master. On the ground, Li Hu's injured subordinates gazed at him with expressions of envy. "Thank you, Yi Xiao." In this moment, all present felt that their sacrifices today were worthwhile. One pill could usher one into the martial realm. One can only imagine how much easier the path ahead would be. Suddenly, Yi Fan arrived, and his actions were executed with such swiftness that everything unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Zhang Matzi and the others momentarily stunned. That be why the time they regained their composure. Yi Fan had already rescued Su Yixue and saved the seemingly doomed Li Hu. Zhang Matzi, initially apprehensive, had thought Yi Fan had brought a host of reinforcements, but upon realizing he was alone, he quickly regained his composure. Was this the so-called useless young master of the Yi family? Many had wished for his demise recently. The head of the Lin family even proclaimed that whoever brought him down would be rewarded with 1 billion. As Zhang Matzi spoke, a glimmer of greed flashed in his eyes, fixating on Yi F and Yi Xiao. "Today you have walked right into our trap. Should you descend into the underworld, do not blame us. Kill. Leave none alive." A ruthless glint crossed Zhang Matzi's gaze as he issued a death command to his subordinates. "Li Hu, do you believe that by siding with Yi Fan, you can escape unscathed? Let me tell you, the Yi family is on the brink of collapse, and today marks the end for all of you." As he bellowed, Zhang Matzi swung his battle knife, foolishly attempting to launch an attack on Yi Fan. Yi Fan cast a cold glance at Zhang Matzi, his aura brimming with murderous intent. Without a moment's hesitation, he kicked off the ground and charged into the throng of Zhang Matzi's men, wielding a motorcycle as a weapon. In mere seconds, not a single one of Zhang Matzi's 100 men remained standing. This included several martial experts he had trained, as well as his elite subordinates. The 8 great kings, though they boasted of their prowess in Yi Fan's eyes, they were as fragile as paper, easily toppled. "Are you even human?" Zhang Matzi lay on the ground, his legs and arms shattered, enduring excruciating pain as he stared in shock at the scene unfolding before him. Who dared to claim that the young master of the Yi family was a useless fool? This was nothing short of a demon. Thunderous sounds echoed as Zhang Matzi's business vehicle, parked at the alley's entrance, was obliterated by a single punch from a beautiful woman, who then kicked it aside. The one who arrived was Zhao Linglong, who, after clearing the path, led the reinforcements arranged by Li Hu into the fray. It was evident that all of Zhang Matzi's obstacles had been annihilated. Aside from Yi Fan, there was another fierce girl. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Matzi understood he was defeated. "Zhang Matzi, I bet you never anticipated this day would come," Li Hu said, dragging his battle knife and stepping on Zhang Matzi's chest, looking down at him with a mocking glint in his eyes. Zhang Matzi knew he would not survive today. It was Yin Feiyang who had sent him to capture Su Yixue. Yin Feiyang was in the supreme suite on the 8th floor of the Yun City Grand Hotel, ordering them to deliver her to him immediately. Furthermore, the head of the Lin family, Lin Hua, had also approached me, urging me to find an opportunity to strike at Yi Xiao. Yang Tao and Su Chao from the group are also in cahoots with them. I have divulged all I know. Grant me a swift end. Zhang Matsi relayed the information to Yi Fan and Li Hu, seeking a quick demise. I Hu sought Yi Fan's approval, and upon receiving a nod, he swung his battle knife and swiftly beheaded Zhang Matsi. The once mighty Zhang Matsi, who had ruled the territory, met his demise here. Consequently, the domain under Zhang Matsi's control would naturally fall into Li Hu's hands. Following this battle, Li Hu was destined to become the greatest underground overlord of Yun City. Unifying it was merely a matter of time, but of course, that was a tale for another day. When Yi Fan and Li Hu rushed to the Yun City Grand Hotel, they were a step too late. Yun Feiyong had already fled. However, the surveillance cameras and the potions remained untouched. Pack these items. I must head to the provincial city immediately. These must all be utilized against Yun Feiyong. Yi Fan commanded Li Hu darkly, promptly calling Wang Fuguei to assemble the 100 bulldozers outside the Yi family estate. I need to depart for the provincial city at once. All right, I'm all set. We can take a helicopter and reach in less than 20 minutes. 20 minutes later, at the entrance of the Yun family estate in the provincial city, Yi Fan, Wang Fuguei, and Zhao Linglong descended from the helicopter. Outside the estate, 100 large bulldozers had already gathered, encircling the Yun family estate in concentric circles, their engines revving, awaiting Yi Fan's command. Yi Shao. Everything is ready. We await your orders. The captain of the bulldozer crew approached Yi Fan respectfully, bowing as he inquired. Under the cover of night, the Yun family estate was suddenly besieged by so many bulldozers. The members of the Yun family had already received the news and were now nearly all gathered at the main gate. What are they trying to do? Is there no law left? Do they intend to raze our Yun family to the ground? Who dares to act so brazenly? The members of the Yun family shouted curses at the bulldozers. The head of the family, Yun Batian, was initially puzzled as to who wished to act against the Yun family, but upon seeing Yi Fan and Wang Fuguei, he suddenly understood. Yun Feiyong's actions in Yun City were well known to Yun Batian, who had received a distress call 10 minutes prior. Yi Shao. I beg you, spare the Yun family this time. Through extensive investigation, Yun Batian had come to realize Yi Fan's formidable prowess. Even General Song Pa treated Yi Fan with utmost respect. How could a small family like the Yuns hope to contend with him? Previously, when he heard that the Zhao family had allied with Yi Fan, Yun Batian had assumed it was mere rumor. But now, seeing Zhao Linglong standing respectfully beside Yi Fan, he understood that it was no tall tale. Yi Fan had indeed won over the Zhao family. Moreover, with the Yi family, the foremost clan of the Great Xia, backing him, and the support of the Northern Falling Master sect, it was clear that the Yi family was on the rise once more, despite rumors of their previous decline. Yi Fan regarded Yun Batian with icy disdain. Spare you. I warned you last time. Should you dare to harass my wife again, I will surely raze your Yun family to the ground. Do you think I jest? You seek to snatch my wife and have colluded with those merchants to besiege the Su family group, vandalizing their storefronts and attempting to force my wife. Do you think I am easily bullied? After delivering his chilling reprimand, Yi Fan turned to the 100 bulldozers. Proceed. Flatten the Yun family. Chapter 80. He truly dares to push. Witness the fall of the family. As Yi Fan prepared to act, Yun Batian was consumed by regret, wishing he could slap himself. Had he known Yi Fan was so formidable, he would never have sent his foolish son to Yun City, nor allowed Yun Feiyong to provoke Su Yixue, thus inciting Yi Fan's wrath. As for the power behind Su Yixue's mother, it was indeed formidable, rivaling even the four sacred lands. Yet, Yun Feiyong sought a shortcut, aiming to win over Su Yixue directly for the support of her mother. But matters are never that simple. Su Yixue's bond with Yi Fan was already deep. She would even pay Yi Fan to indulge in flirting with other women. With the Yi family backing him, how could a mere Yun family hope to compete? Yi Shao, I beseech you. Yun Batian crawled a few steps towards Yi Fan, kneeling on the ground, observing that the members of the Yun family remained unmoved. He bellowed at them. What are you all doing standing there? Kneel and plead with Yi Shao. Yun Batian looked at Yi Fan with desperation. Yi Shao, all of this is the fault of my reckless son. Yun Feiyong, I will bear all the responsibility. I apologize on his behalf. You can take my life, but I implore you to spare the Yun family. Seeing Yun Batian in such a state, Yi Fan hesitated for a moment. Fear not. Arm yourselves. Should anyone dare to lay a finger on a hair of our Yun family, we will eliminate them immediately. Who do we fear? Exactly. Why should we be afraid? They are but 3 individuals. Our Yun family has 30 bodyguards. Can we not handle them? Indeed. They have already breached our gates. We cannot appear weak. We must make them pay. It was Yun Boshin's nephew, Yun Biao, who spoke up, rallying the Yun family members to echo his sentiments. Creating a clamor. Some even drew battle knives and other weapons from the estate, preparing to confront Yi Fan and his companions. Silence. Kneel, if you wish to live. Yun Batian was nearly driven to madness. They truly did not comprehend Yi Fan's might. The Yi family was the foremost of the 6 great families of the Great Xia Point 3 years ago. Following the assault, everyone believed the Yi family was severely weakened. But in truth, Yi Fan had merely been biding his time, developing in the shadows. The balance of power in the Great Xia was about to shift. Yun family head, is this your attitude towards admitting wrongdoing? Yi Fan coldly regarded Yun Batian, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. The Yun family must be extinguished today. Before Yun Batian could utter a word, a dozen vans came to a halt at the entrance of the Yun family estate. Yun Fiang, accompanied by a group of bodyguards clad in black, descended with a palpable aura of menace, brandishing their weapons. Upon witnessing his father kneeling before Yi Fan, he immediately bellowed, Yi Fan, are you seeking death? Kong Shao, it is him. Unleash your men, and if anyone can kill him, I shall double your reward. Yun Feiyong gestured to a bespectacled young man beside him, preparing to strike at Yi Fan in Yun City. Where Yi Fan held dominion, Yun Feiyong dared not act recklessly. Kong Shao glanced over at the unfolding scene, just as Zhao Linglong, standing beside Yi Fan, took the initiative. She dashed forward, launching an assault on the luxury vehicle Kong Shao occupied. Boom! Zhao Linglong's ferocious punch sent the 1-ton vehicle soaring, crashing down over 10 meters away. When it comes to matters concerning young Master Yi, who dares interfere? This is the consequence. Zhao Linglong's voice, though sweet, carried an undeniable authority that rendered all present wary. I am Zhao Linglong, the sole jewel of the Zhao family. Anyone who dares oppose young Master Yi is effectively declaring war on my family. You may wish to test that. This time, without Yi Fan's prompting, Zhao Linglong acted of her own accord, her attitude towards Yi Fan having gradually shifted as she realized he was not as insufferable as rumored. The Zhao family, though typically discreet, was well known throughout the southwestern region. The cloud of a hidden aristocracy is not to be trifled with. The Yun family had just provoked a formidable adversary, with the Zhao family backing Yi Fan. Who would dare be reckless? Wait. Yi Fan. The Yi family. Kong Fei suddenly recalled a name he had become quite familiar with. Yi Fan from Yun City? The illustrious heir of the Yi family, the one who had audaciously disrupted the engagement banquet of the Xian and Lin families? Oh no, Yin Feiyong, you are digging your own grave. Upon piecing together the circumstances, especially upon seeing Yun Batian still kneeling before Yi Fan, he understood everything in an instant. Young Master Yi, I am sorry. I am sorry. I was deceived by that scoundrel. I had no idea it was you. We shall withdraw at once. Kong Fei bowed repeatedly to Yi Fan, signaling his subordinates to retreat hastily, almost crawling 100 meters away. Kong Shao, but you promised me. Yin Feiyong began to panic, realizing Kong Fei had fled in fear of Yi Fan, leaving him without his primary support. With the meager forces of the Yin family, what could he possibly do? Young master, Yin Feiyong gazed at Yi Fan in terror, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the ground. I was wrong. Yin Feiyong had orchestrated 3 attacks in Yun City, stirring chaos within the Su family group, targeting all Su family outlets with the intention of kidnapping Su Yixue to force her hand. Yet, all had been effortlessly thwarted by Yi Fan. Yin Feiyong was utterly despondent. Humph, now you realize your mistakes. Where was your sense before? Yi Fan's gaze bore into Yin Feiyong coldly. I offered you a chance. Initially, when you harassed my wife, I let it slide. When you followed me to the villa, I merely taught you a lesson. And when General Sonpa came to sign the contract, I warned you once more. Did you truly think Yi Fan could be bullied? No. I just wanted to send you off to the afterlife. Yun Feiyong, who had been kneeling and apologizing, suddenly drew a desert eagle from his person, aiming it at Yi Fan's chest. "Ha ha! Yi Fan, are you not formidable? Let us see how you evade the bullet." At this moment, Yun Feiyong still sought to eliminate Yi Fan. Yun Batian, despairing, closed his eyes. No click. Before Yun Feiyong could pull the trigger, Yi Fan struck, sweeping his hand across Yun Feiyong's firearm, rendering it a heap of disassembled parts that clattered to the ground. Bang! Yi Fan delivered a powerful kick to Yun Feiyong's chest, his formidable martial energy surging into Yun Feiyong's body, shattering his internal organs. Blood streamed from Yun Feiyong's 7 orifices. His vitality was obliterated. Yet he would not perish immediately. Yun Feiyong had booked a hotel room, still harboring designs on Yi Fan's woman, and now Yi Fan intended to send him off in style. "Old Wang, are the wolves and those substances prepared?" Wang Fugue nodded. "That container over there is ready for him." "Let us go, young Master Yun. Enjoy your wild times." As Wang Fugue carried Yun Feiyong away, Yi Fan waved his hand. 100 bulldozers roared to life. Initiating their advance, they surged forward, demolishing the opulent Yun family estate, beginning at the gates, which crumbled under the weight of the bulldozers. Dust billowed, accompanied by the cacophony of collapsing structures, bearing witness to the fall of a family. Kong Fei, observing from a distance, felt his heart race, his gaze towards Yi Fan igniting with newfound fervor. What audacity! This young master, Yi, truly dared to push through. On the surface, it appeared as though he was demolishing the Yun family estate. But in reality, it was the obliteration of the Yun family itself. Chapter 81. A stone cast into 1,000 ripples. Yun Feiyong's cousin, oblivious to the peril, rushed forward, attempting to halt the bulldozer. Believing it would stop for an obstruction ahead, the result was immediate. He was crushed under the bulldozer, not even a scream escaping his lips. Such a scene left everyone stunned. The Yun family disciples, who had initially planned to join Yun Biao in obstructing the advance, now frantically sought to escape from between the bulldozers. "Oh no, my jade bracelet, my safe." The Yun family members lamented their treasures and fortunes left behind, unaware that at this moment, the once mighty Yun family was on the brink of annihilation. Yun Batian collapsed on the ground, his eyes vacant, murmuring, "Ancestors of the Yun family, I have failed you. I am sorry." Meanwhile, within the nearby container, a commotion erupted, followed by Yun Feiyong's anguished cries. "I don't know that I can't take it anymore, let me out." What would happen when Yun Feiyong ingested the concoctions meant for women and was confined with a pack of wolves? The imagery was too vivid to contemplate. 100 bulldozers amassed outside the Yun family estate, creating such a ruckus that it drew the attention of other prominent families in the provincial city. The Kong, Liao, and Zhou families each dispatched representatives to discreetly observe the situation. Upon witnessing Yi Fan truly demolishing the Yun family, they were all astounded, hastily reporting back to their respective households while simultaneously broadcasting the incident online. The Yun family has been flattened by a mysterious expert. What is it like to have 100 bulldozers level your estate? The Yun family in the provincial city is finished. Various short videos began to proliferate online. Igniting a frenzy, the prominent families in the provincial city grew increasingly anxious. What? Yi Fan has come to the provincial city. What business does that scourge have here? Inform everyone to steer clear of him. My goodness, Yi Fan is not to be trifled with. He dares to annihilate the Yun family, who claimed the Yi family was in decline. Bring me information on young Master Ye's whereabouts. Create opportunities for a chance encounter. This young man is destined for greatness. Yi Fan's audacious actions stirred ripples across the once calm surface of the provincial city, causing tremors in the stock values associated with all of the Yun family's assets. Standing before the Yun family estate, Yi Fan suddenly thought of someone. Xian Yufei. Xian Yufei had initially been considered as Yi Fan's fiancé, Yi, and his grandfather had mentioned that the Xian family had quietly supported the Yi family over the years. Furthermore, despite the annulment of their engagement, they had not sided with the Lin family at the last moment. Perhaps it was time to present a gift to the Xian family. As Yi Fan prepared to dial Xian Yufei's number, she unexpectedly called him instead. Yi Fan, you need to be cautious lately. Avoid going out unnecessarily. I've heard that the Lin family has dispatched experts from the Blood Robe sect, mobilizing 3 at once. And it is said that the Gu sect has also sent skilled practitioners that all intending to kill you. You must ensure your safety. If you lack manpower, I can lend you some experts. The Blood Robe sect. Huh? If they do not come seeking me, I shall seek them out. Yi Fan mused. Moreover, while it appeared that he was only accompanied by Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong, he also had Han Zhuo covertly providing protection. It must be noted that Han Zhuo was a master-level expert, particularly adept at stealth and assassination, with combat prowess comparable to that of a martial sovereign. With such a formidable bodyguard, it will be challenging for ordinary assassins to approach Yi Fan. Furthermore, Yi Fan's current strength left him unperturbed by such trash. All right, I understand. I was just about to call you. Former fiancé Yi, as a token of gratitude for your timely warning, I have decided to present you with a gift. Pausing momentarily, Yi Fan continued. The Yun family estate in the provincial city has been leveled by me, and now all of their stock prices are plummeting. If you're interested, you could seize the opportunity to acquire the Yun family's assets. What? Xin Yufei was momentarily taken aback by Yi Fan's declaration. You mean the Yun family has been flattened? This revelation left Xin Yufei in a state of shock. Yi Fan was well aware of her thoughts. She was not merely interested in a meal together. This young lady clearly had intentions to devour him whole. We shall discuss this later. As Yi Fan arrived in the provincial capital, aside from attending to matters concerning the Yun family, he also had to address issues related to the Zhou family. The Zhou family was one of the direct accomplices behind the attack on the Yi family years ago, unlike the Zhao family. They had taken direct action against Yi's kin, and their involvement extended to the interests of the royal number one's junior sister. Naturally, Yi Fan would not let them off the hook in the Zhou family estate within the provincial capital. The head of the family, Zhou Ming, surveyed the grim scenes of the Yun family being razed to the ground on his phone, his expression darkening. This Yi Fan is far too arrogant. How dare he act so recklessly in the provincial capital without anyone intervening? Due to the royal number one incident, the Zhou family had already clashed with Yi Fan twice. Zhou Tao attempted to assassinate Su Chan, but happened to cross paths with Yi Fan and was swiftly eliminated. The Zhou family's steward, in negotiations with Su Yun, aimed to seize royal number one, only to be dispatched by Yi Fan, who had disguised himself as Yi Juntian. Although Zhou Ming lacked concrete evidence, he was utterly convinced that Yi Fan was responsible for the deaths of his son and steward. Master, do you think Yi Fan's arrival in the provincial capital means he might target our Zhou family as well? An assistant voiced his concerns beside Zhou Ming. Yi Fan is a madman. If he dared to demolish the Yun family, should he discover our involvement in the attack on the Yi family back then? Silence. Zhou Ming snapped, his heart racing at the mention of Yi Fan. Ever since Yi Fan's return and the murder of his son Zhou Tao, Zhou Ming had not experienced a single peaceful night. 3 years ago, it was said that the Yi family would be annihilated. Yi Fan had even had a kidney removed and was rendered a cripple. Yet now, he bore no resemblance to a man defeated. What is Lin Hua up to? Wasn't he supposed to have engaged experts from the Blood Robe sect to assassinate Yi Fan? The prominent Su Hao, whom Zhou Ming had contacted in the capital, had indeed promised to bring in experts from the Holy Land to eliminate Yi Fan, but so far, there had been no developments. Zhou Ming could only rely on the Lin family now. With that thought, Zhou Ming immediately dialed Lin Hua's number. Head of the Lin family, what is the current situation? Did you not enlist the Blood Robe sect to take action against Yi Fan? How is it that he has now made such a commotion in the provincial capital? On the other end of the line, Lin Hua had also seen the video of Yi Fan demolishing the Yun family estate. His heart filled with trepidation. The Yun family had merely provoked Su's group, yet Yi Fan had obliterated their residence without hesitation. The Lin family had been a principal force in the attack on the Yi family back then. Given Yi Fan's temperament, would he not seek to obliterate the entire Lin family? Should Yi Fan be allowed to continue his rampage, it would not be long before the Lin family was next. The second wave of experts from the Blood Robe sect would arrive in Yun City tonight. Yi Fan would certainly not survive until dawn, and furthermore, our Lin family would be launching a full-scale assault on the Yi family. With the involvement of the beautiful nation S. Lafitte orchestrating affairs, the Yi family would inevitably fall. Lin Hua exuded an unusual confidence. After all, in the Great Xia, apart from the Lin family and others wishing for the Yi family's downfall, the most significant entity, the royal family, also did not desire the Yi family to become overly powerful. Chapter 82. A date with a beauty. The assistant quickly reassured. Master, rest assured, I have arranged for individuals to keep a close watch on her. We can act at your command. Zhou Ming snorted in response, nodding. Humph. This little wretch dares to collude with Yi Fan, killing my own brother and son, and yet she has the audacity to come to the provincial capital. If I do not eliminate her, I shall not rest in peace. The assistant, with a sinister grin, suggested, Master, it would be such a waste to kill her outright. You have seen it yourself. Su Yun is quite a beauty. Before disposing of her, we could certainly enjoy her company. This would also serve as a warning to that Su wench. You make a valid point. Where is Su Yun now? I demand to see her squirm beneath me. She is currently at the Huadu Grand Hotel. Follow me. I shall lead the way. At Huadu Grand Hotel, room 901. Su Yun had just finished bathing, clad in a sheer nightgown, reclining on the bed, her fair feet swinging as she scrolled through videos. The Yun family estate being laid to waste by a mysterious expert. This explosive news immediately captured Su Yun's attention. However, as she watched the video again, she suddenly recognized a familiar figure. Yi Fan. He has come to the provincial capital as well. So, it was he who demolished the Yun family. My goodness, Su Yun sat up, her attire slipping, exposing her delicate collarbone, completely unaware. The audacity! Yi Fan had obliterated the Yun family estate. Was this not a furious display of devotion for a beloved? Su Yun couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy for Su Yishua, so fortunate to have such a remarkable husband. Yet, simultaneously, she felt a sense of injustice for Su Chan. After all, Yi Fan was Su Chan's senior brother, their bond nurtured since childhood. With Yi Fan right before her, how could Su Chan not recognize him? That night, she had been wronged by Yi Fan's advances. The mere thought of that night sent Su Yun's heart racing. Humph, that scoundrel, taking advantage and then wishing to deny it. After much contemplation, Su Yun resolved to call Yi Fan, inviting him for a late-night snack. This was not for herself, but for Su Chan. Yes, that was it. If Su Chan would not take the initiative, then she must boldly intervene to help her friend win Yi Fan's affection. Seeing that the Yun family estate had been reduced to rubble, a cold smile crept across Yi Fan's lips as he signaled to the shadows. In the darkness lurked Hanjua. Eradicating the roots of the enemy was a principle Yi Fan thoroughly comprehended. The Yun family had sought to eliminate him, and he would reciprocate with no mercy. To show kindness to one's adversaries is to be cruel to oneself. Not a single core member of the Yun family would be spared. However, Yi Fan need not lift a finger. As the foremost assassin of the North Falling Master sect, Hanjua had countless methods to eliminate the Yun family members. Accidents, falls, poisoning. Yi Fan was merely contemplating leaving when Su Yun's call came through. Yi Fan smirked, answering, What is this? Has Sister Yun decided to fulfill her promise? Yi Fan teased Su Yun deliberately. That night, Su Yun had implored Yi Fan to intimidate the Zhou family during negotiations with Ling Tian, offering that if Yi Fan agreed to assist with Royal No. 1, she would comply with his desires. On the other end of the line, Su Yun's face flushed crimson at Yi Fan's words. Oh dear, how can you be so wicked? But I dare you. Will you come? I just happen to be in the provincial capital. After a brief moment of shyness, Su Yun quickly regained her composure. After all, she was the visible head of the establishment, and while she maintained her integrity, she was still a mature woman skilled in the art of seduction. You're in the provincial capital? Yi Fan was taken aback. Is there something you need to attend to? Could it be Chu Yin? But since Su Yin did not reveal the truth, he chose not to pry. All right. Where are you? I will come find you immediately. If his junior sister was in trouble, Yi Fan would certainly lend a hand. Without waiting for Su Yun's invitation, he decided to go and seek her out. Huadu Grand Hotel, room 901. I await your arrival. Su Yun's voice was deliberately sultry as she hung up the phone at the Huadu Grand Hotel upon hearing that Yi Fan was coming to see her. Su Yun swiftly got up to prepare, reapplying her makeup and donning a low-cut white t-shirt paired with a denim miniskirt. She appeared enchanting and alluring. Su Yun's preparations were a sacrifice for the sake of allure. Once ready, Su Yun descended to the lobby, intending to wait for Yi Fan outside the hotel. After all, if they were to discuss matters, it would be best to grab a bite first. Creak. just as Su Yun stepped out the hotel entrance. Several business cars halted before her, and Zhou Ming, along with a group of subordinates, emerged, encircling her. Zhou Ming, what do you want? Su Yun's eyes reflected a hint of trepidation upon seeing Zhou Ming, and it was clear that he had not come with good intentions today. What do you think? Su Yun, do you not know what you did to my son in Yun City? You are fully aware of the consequences. Are you not? My brother and steward both perished in Yun City. Do you dare claim you had no part in it? Zhou Ming scrutinized Su Yun, his eyes lighting up as he noticed her exposed waist. Indeed, she was a rare gem. Zhou Ming, everything must be substantiated with evidence. What proof do you have that I killed your son? And what relation do I have to the deaths of Ling Tian and the others? Su Yun was well aware that Yi Fan was behind it all, but Yi Fan had orchestrated everything so neatly that Zhou Ming could not trace it back to her. Chapter 83. My dear miss, there is no hope in following you. You dare, Su Yun exclaimed. Noticing the approaching bodyguards, she waved her handbag, attempting to drive them away, but it was futile. Two bodyguards seized her arms, preparing to drag her away. Meanwhile, a crowd had gathered at the hotel entrance. Yet although onlookers sympathized with Su Yun, none dared to intervene. Even the security personnel at Huadu Grand Hotel averted their gaze, pretending not to see. Alas, that was the Zhou family. Who would dare provoke them? Indeed, it was rumored that the Zhou family had gained the backing of the Su family from the capital and would undoubtedly become a dominant force in the future, likely garnering respect even from the... How despicable. The Zhou family is truly something else. I heard that Zhou Tao and Zhou Ming both forcibly spent the night with the same girl on consecutive days. My goodness, they are truly kindred spirits. Aren't they? As Su Yun was on the verge of being taken into the hotel by Zhou Ming's men, a BMW came to a halt at the entrance. Su Chan, accompanied by an assistant, rushed out of the vehicle in haste. What do you intend to do? She exclaimed, charging forward and delivering a powerful punch that sent two bodyguards flying away from Su Yun. In her earlier years, Su Chan had trained in martial arts alongside Yi Fan at the Bei Luo Sherman. Although her strength and talent did not match Yi Fan's, she had now reached the pinnacle of her abilities. Possessing the prowess of a half-step master, easily capable of dealing with the ordinary martial artists surrounding Zhou Ming, Zhou Ming's other martial artists contemplated intervening. They were swiftly incapacitated by Su Chan before they could even approach Su Yun. Zhou Ming, your audacity grows by the day. Not forget your place. You are merely a vassal of the Su family. You truly look down upon me, the young lady. Let me remind you, my grandfather is still alive. Furthermore, according to her grandfather's wishes, the entire Su family was to be entrusted to Su Chan in the future. Thus, while her grandfather was still lucid, he had explicitly bequeathed all the family's assets in the southwest to her, including several venues in Yun City, multiple grand hotels in the provincial capital, and clandestinely established casinos. For reasons unknown, her grandfather had suddenly fallen gravely ill, and under the support of certain family elders, control of the family gradually slipped into the hands of Su Hao, who later marginalized and even pursued Su Chan. In desperation, she had to leave the core of the family in Shangjing. And even the provincial assets were seized by the Zhou family, leaving Su Chan to struggle for survival in Yun City. Su Chan, you have finally made your appearance, Zhou Ming remarked, his demeanor devoid of any panic, instead revealing a hint of delight. My allegiance should indeed lie with the Su family, but alas, the one in power now is Su Hao, and your grandfather, as long as Su Hao desires, he can perish at any moment. Do you understand? Su Chan, enraged by Zhou Ming's words, felt her chest quake. From a statement, she discerned another layer of meaning. Her grandfather's illness was a scheme orchestrated by Su Hao. How dare he? Zhou Ming sneered. So you only just grasp this? It is too late. Su Hao's exact words were to eliminate both of you on sight. So, I must apologize but attack. He barked at his bodyguards. Su Chan, however, dismissed his threats with a scoff. Zhou Ming, without the skilled fighters sent by Su Hao, do you think your trash can kill me? Dream on. Su Chan's martial prowess was revered throughout the Zhou family. Aside from Zhou family's elder, who might hold some trepidation towards her, only their steward, Ling Tian, posed any real threat. Having operated in the southwest and Tiannan provinces for so many years, as the legitimate daughter of the Su family. Su Chan had her own loyal supporters, including her assistant Yao Tong, who she had brought from Shangjing. Yao Tong was her most trusted subordinate, aside from Su Yun. Is that so? Su Chan, you are far too confident. Zhou Ming replied with a faint smile, signaling to Yao Tong. In the next moment, to Su Chan's shock, Yao Tong suddenly attacked. The electric baton in Yao Tong's hand jabbed into Su Chan's waist, unleashing a powerful surge of electricity that caused her body to convulse violently. Turning her head in disbelief, she gazed at Yao Tong. Yao Tong that Su Chan had never anticipated that her most trusted aide would betray her at such a critical moment. Despair washed over her as she closed her eyes, feeling like a foolish pig, unable to fathom how Yao Tong could be swayed by such deceitful words. What kind of person is Su Hao? Does Yao Tong not know? Well done, Miss Yao. Do you mind if I take them to the hotel for some fun before disposing of them? Zhou Ming said, feeling relieved upon seeing Su Chan subdued. His gaze filled with wicked intent as he looked at Su Yun, and Su Chan having two beautiful women at his side would undoubtedly be exhilarating. Hurry, let us make the most of this opportunity before it slips away. Yao Tong frowned, having initially agreed with Zhou Ming, but upon looking at Su Chan, her resolve wavered. Perhaps we should kill Su Chan first, just to be safe. Shangwen, Iku. Yao Tong's words left Zhou Ming momentarily stunned. But upon understanding her implication, his pupils dilated with realization. This Yao Tong was indeed playing a dangerous game. Very well, Zhou Ming glared at Su Chan with malice, turning to Yao Tong. Will you do it? Or shall I? Yao Tong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately handed the weapon back to Zhou Ming. You take the lead, head of the Zhou family. Zhou Ming nodded, showing no hesitation as he swung the weapon towards Su Chan's heart with deadly intent. Zhou Ming, you will not escape your fate. My master will surely avenge me. Su Chan, having been incapacitated by the electric shock, found herself powerless to resist as she watched the weapon approach. Don't, Su Yun cried, attempting to rush forward to assist, but was firmly restrained by two bodyguards, unable to escape. Just as Su Chan closed her eyes in despair, a cold voice rang out. Dare to lay a finger on her? You seek death! In an instant, Zhou Ming found that his hand, gripping the weapon, could no longer advance an inch, as though it were caught in an iron vice. Who dares to interfere with the Zhou family's affairs? But before he could finish, cold sweat broke out on Zhou Ming's brow. Because that voice, Zhou Ming recognized it all too well. Though he had never met Yi Fan, his subordinates had provided him with all of Yi Fan's information, and he was well acquainted with Yi Fan's voice. This scourge was supposed to be over at the Yun family's side. Zhou Ming had believed he could exploit the timing, thinking Yi Fan would not show up. Yet here he was, unexpectedly present. Damn it, is Yi Fan the Zhou family's natural nemesis? Crack! Yi Fan unleashed a surge of energy, crushing Zhou Ming's wrist with a single motion. The shockwave shattered the weapon in his grasp, sending fragments scattering across the ground. When your Zhou family attacked my Yi family back then, did you ever anticipate this day would come? Yi Fan scoffed, delivering a fierce kick to Zhou Ming's chest, sending him sprawling, accompanied by the sound of cracking ribs. Hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhou Ming finally understood. Yi Fan had uncovered the truth behind the attack on the Yi family. The Lin family and the Zhou family were two clans already exposed. This was why Yi Fan had ruthlessly killed Zhou Tao and the steward Ling Tian. All the pieces fell into place for Zhou Ming. Otherwise, based solely on the incident with Royal No. 1. Yi Fan would not have killed Ling Tian or Zhou Tao. If he knew the identity of his enemies, Zhou Ming would not let any of them go. Junior sister, you've suffered greatly. With a flurry of punches, Yi Fan sent the two bodyguards beside Su Chan flying, then embraced her, channeling energy into her to help restore her strength. Senior brother. Recently, Su Chan had learned of Yi Fan's activities in Yun City and the provincial capital. Given the various signs, it seemed her senior brother had regained his strength, and he had also investigated the attackers from that fateful day. Thus, her own identity was no longer a secret. Continuing to hide it served little purpose. Forgive me for not daring to acknowledge you before. I feared dragging you down. Su Chan's voice quivered as she spoke, tears welling up. They all said you had died. The master also perished for so long. I could not reach you. 3 years, over 1,000 days and nights. Su Chan had constantly yearned for Yi Fan, reminiscing about their shared moments. Yet, she had tried to inquire about Yi Fan's whereabouts. But the significant upheaval within the Su family left her overwhelmed, devoid of the energy to seek him out. Until their reunion in Yun City, Su Chan had been anxious about being a burden to Yi Fan. However, now that Yi Fan had returned with such dominance, actively settling scores with the Zhou family, even if Su Chan remained silent, others would soon take notice of him. The emotion she had bottled up for 3 years erupted at this moment. Yi Fan gently kissed Su Chan's forehead, allowing her to nestle against him, releasing the pent-up longing, grievances, and worries of 3 years. While Yi Fan often lived a carefree life, he held genuine affection for his junior sister, always keeping her close to his heart. Meanwhile, Yao Tong, witnessing Yi Fan's effortless subjugation of Zhou Ming and his bodyguards, quickly assessed the situation that it was evident that killing Su Chan today would be a formidable challenge. Having once been Su Chan's most capable aide, her betrayal at such a critical juncture placed her in a precarious position should she fall into the hands of Su Chan and Yi Fan. She knew all too well what fate awaited her. Seizing the moment while Yi Fan and Su Chan were caught in their emotional reunion, Yao Tong attempted to slip away unnoticed. However, Yi Fan's keen senses detected her movement. Whoosh! Yi Fan's energy surged through his ankle, propelling the shattered fragments of the weapon towards Yao Tong, piercing her and leaving her gravely injured. Yet, Yao Tong did not immediately succumb. Instead, she collapsed weakly to the ground. "My dear, I despise those who betray. Before the betrayal just now, did you ever contemplate the consequences that would ensue?" Yi Fan struck Yao Tong's shoulder with a resounding slap, sealing all her bloodlines. His gaze cold and piercing. Yao Tong looked at Yi Fan with a face full of resentment, feeling as though she had plummeted from paradise to hell in merely 2 minutes, all due to the very person before her. "Umph. If you wish to kill or to maim, then come forth, Xiao Chan. I leave the matter in your capable hands. If you find it difficult to act due to your compassion, allow me to step in." Yi Fan released Su Chan from his embrace and cast a glance at Yao Tong. As Su Chan nodded, a fierce glint flashing in her eyes. "Very well. I know what to do. Betrayal is what I detest the most." Yi Fan turned around, unleashing a flurry of punches that effortlessly dispatched several bodyguards surrounding Su Yun. Once he confirmed Su Yun's safety, he crouched before Zhou Ming. "Zhou family head, speak up. Who else apart from the Lin family?" "Your Zhou family and the royal family attacked the Yi family back in the day." Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Zhou Ming's eyes flickered with a hint of terror. Had Yi Fan truly uncovered the truth to such an extent? Even the royal family's involvement, a matter so confidential, was now in Yi Fan's knowledge. However, Zhou Ming soon erupted into wild laughter. "That why, Yi Fan? Do you wish to know? I shall not divulge. You cannot resist this. Even if I perish today, you will not escape. The Yi family shall ultimately accompany me to the grave. Let the battle commence." That why Yi Fan smiled faintly, then viciously stomped on Zhou Ming's fractured wrist. "Speaking icily, is it merely a divine envoy? Their inability to kill does not imply that I cannot." Pausing momentarily, Yi Fan produced the indestructible bone from his possession, waving it before Zhou Ming. "That wasn't your assault on the Yi family aimed at obtaining this bone. I owe you my gratitude for the reminder." Seeing that Yi Fan was aware of the divine envoy and understood the attack on the Yi family was for the indestructible bone, Zhou Ming's complexion turned pale, his pupils constricting violently. "That why you... How do you know so much? Is it Ling Tian? Did he inform you that the indestructible bone can be devoured and refined, thus activating human traits?" Suddenly, Zhou Ming snapped back to reality, hastily covering his mouth, his face filled with regret as he looked at Yi Fan. Just now, he had inadvertently revealed the greatest secret of the indestructible bone. Yi Fan's lips curled into a cold smile. "So, it is like that. The true purpose of the indestructible bone is not merely to bring good fortune to the family or to nourish bloodlines. It can be refined and even activate traits. Is it akin to awakening a special ability in a game? Zhou family head, you are indeed generous. Should I thank you or despise you?" Yi Fan rose, looking at Zhou Ming with a mocking grin. Zhou Ming, in a fit of rage, slapped his own face. "I should be damned. Why did I speak so carelessly?" With a swift and merciless motion, Yi Fan unleashed a torrent of energy that shattered Zhou Ming's internal organs. "You may take him away." Yi Fan gestured to the bodyguards of the Zhou family, signaling them to assist Zhou Ming. The terrified bodyguards, believing Yi Fan was jesting, hesitated. "Young Master Yi, we dare not." "Who dares?" The ferocious combat prowess Yi Fan had just displayed was no laughing matter. Approaching him now would be tantamount to delivering oneself to death. "You have 3 seconds. Otherwise, you shall meet the same fate as him." Yi Fan's aura brimmed with lethal intent, startling the bodyguards into action as they hurriedly helped Zhou Ming to his feet and rushed towards their vehicle. Zhou Ming, incredulous, gazed at Yi Fan. Was he truly letting him go? This was not in line with Yi Fan's character. "Yi Fan, you actually dare to let me leave? You have guts, just wait. I assure you, you will not survive till dawn." "Humph." Zhou Ming dismissed Yi Fan's words. Beckoning his subordinates to enter the vehicle and speeding away from the scene to eye in the car, Zhou Ming stretched his body, feeling no pain in his chest. Although his arm had been broken, he felt no discomfort at that moment. He felt splendid, like a wild horse that had regained its freedom. Yet, as soon as Zhou Ming finished speaking, his body convulsed violently, and in the next moment, he violently expelled several mouthfuls of dark blood. His gaze losing its vitality. "Family head, Mr. Zhou, are you all right?" The bodyguard and the car were thrown into disarray. Just moments ago, and the family had been fine. How had he suddenly changed like this? Zhou Ming felt as though his body had been drained. Collapsing weakly against the seat. "Tell the Zhou family all our assets belong to Yi Fan." Before Zhou Ming could finish a sentence, he convulsed once more and ceased to breathe. Zhou Ming didn't even finish his words before he passed away. Now, with Zhou Ming dead, the Zhou family lacks any central figure of authority, but the Zhou family's elder is still in seclusion. "What should we do?" One of the bodyguards, puzzled, asked his companion. "I have no idea." But judging by the look on the boss's face, he was likely advising everyone to heed Yi Fan's arrangements and avoid pointless resistance. After all, with Yi Fan's strength, no one in the Zhou family stands a chance. Exactly. The boss must have meant that. Fine, let's record a video conveying the boss's intent and send it to the management group of the Zhou group immediately. Thus, a few minutes later, a bizarre scene unfolded in the work groups of all Zhou family enterprises. Zhou Ming lay bloodied in the car, while his closest bodyguards and assistants released a video clearly indicating that the boss, in order to spare everyone further suffering, had decided to allow the Yi family to take over the entire Zhou family. Urging everyone to comply with young Master Ye's arrangements, the entire work group of the Zhou family erupted in chaos. Although many found Zhou Ming's decision unreasonable, with his death, it signified the complete downfall of the Zhou family. Given Zhou Ming's last arrangements, most chose to comply. Meanwhile, some well-informed individuals understood the entanglement between the Zhou family and the Yi family. With Zhou Ming's sudden death, it could only signify one thing. The Zhou family had utterly lost the struggle against the Yi family. 3 years prior, the Yi family suffered a devastating attack, but now, it seemed they were on the verge of soaring to new heights at the entrance of the Huadu Grand Hotel, as Zhou Ming and his subordinates departed. Yi Fan, Su Chan, and Su Yun remained at why Yi Fan first dialed Wang Fugui's number. Old Wang, after wrapping things up with the Yun family, instruct those 100 bulldozers not to leave just yet. Proceed to the Zhou family and flatten them as well. Yi Fan was deliberately making a statement. The Yun family had previously been unable to deal with Yi Fan and had brazenly attacked the Su family business. The Zhou family, being the lapdogs of the Su family in Beijing, had also dared to strike at Yi Fan's beloved junior sister. Hence, Yi Fan intended to make an example of them. Anyone who dared to touch those dear to him would face his unrelenting wrath. Understood, Wang Fugui replied excitedly over the phone. Everyone heed my command. Turn around and head to the Zhou family immediately. Following Yi Fan's lead was indeed exhilarating. Not only Wang Fugui, but Zhao Linglong, who accompanied them, was equally thrilled. Young Master Wang, will there be many more events like this in the future? This is simply too exhilarating, far more enjoyable than my father making me learn needlework at home. Wang Fugui contemplated for a moment before nodding. There were numerous individuals involved in the attack on the Yi family 3 years ago. Henceforth, there should be as many such events at the entrance of the Huadu Grand Hotel. After concluding the call with Wang Fugue, Yi Fan dialed Xiao Wan's number. Sister Wan, I trust you haven't gone to bed yet. Tonight, you may have to work a bit harder to have assigned the Yun family's assets to Xian Yufei. But the Zhou family will be fully under our control. Please gather some manpower, and if it's too overwhelming, you can have Jiang Yueran come to the provincial city to oversee things in person. As for why Yi Fan intended to take action against the Zhou family, Qiuwen was unconcerned. Her only responsibility was to execute Yi Fan's orders. Once he had arranged everything, Yi Fan turned to the delicate Su Chan and the commanding Su Yun. We've been busy for so long. We must be hungry. Let's go get something to eat. Having been apart from his junior sister for 3 years, Yi Fan had much to discuss with Su Chan. Meanwhile, due to their previous intimate encounter, he felt a special connection with Su Yun. Just as Yi Fan was about to leave, Kong Fei, the eldest son of the Kong family, suddenly appeared at the hotel entrance. Bowing respectfully to Yi Fan, his face brimming with anticipation. Young Master Yi, I would like to ask for your assistance with a favor, if it is convenient for you. Of course, I assure you it will not be without compensation. As Kong Fei spoke, he reverently handed Yi Fan a wooden box, which was opened to reveal a piece of semi-transparent bone inside. Yi Fan was momentarily stunned. The indestructible bone. Your Kong family possesses this as well. Isn't this an object of immeasurable value? So many forces had united to attack the Yi family to obtain this item, and now it seems to be everywhere. Chapter 86. Annihilating the ancestor of the Zhou family, young Master Yi. This is a treasured heirloom passed down through the Kong family. Kong Fei exclaimed. Our ancestor is aware of its immense value, yet due to certain deficiencies in our Kong family's constitution, we are utterly incapable of absorbing the undying bone that if it proves beneficial to young Master Yi, I implore you to accept it. After a brief pause, Kong Fei continued. The critical matter is that our Kong family has been placed on the assassination list of the Assassin Alliance. At midnight tonight, we will receive our final ultimatum. Should this relic remain in my possession, it will ultimately benefit others. Kong Fei, displaying remarkable intelligence, did not explicitly solicit young Master Yi's assistance. However, having elucidated the dire predicament of the Kong family, his implied request for help was unmistakable. Yi Fan smirked, sensing the ancient aura emanating from the undying bone, and nodded slightly. Very well, given your earnestness, I shall certainly arrive at the Kong family before midnight. Rest assured, I shall safeguard your clan. Yi Fan was well acquainted with the Assassin Alliance, and as the sole heir of the Beiluo Sherman, he shared an enigmatic history with the Alliance's leader, Angel. Upon hearing Yi Fan's words, Kong Fei's face lit up with joy, and the anxiety that had gripped him dissipated. Thank you, young Master Yi. The evening is still young. Allow me to treat you to a meal. Kong Fei was adept at navigating social interactions. But as he took a step forward, a sudden thought struck him. Young Master, I must caution you. Though Zhou Ming and others have perished, the Zhou family still possesses an ancestor, a master-level expert, that if you send people there, I fear. Kong Fei did not finish his sentence, but his concern was evident. After all, a master-level expert was not easily dealt with. His warning was intended to shield Yi Fan from unnecessary casualties. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily dialed Wang Fugue's number. Old Wang, what is your current strength? I'm still a bit short of entering the Master Realm. Why do you ask? Do not act against the Zhou family just yet. Encircle them and await my arrival. Yi Fan valued Wang Fugue as a brother, yet he found his friend's progress and cultivation painfully slow. It seemed he needed to provide him with some elixirs to expedite his ascension to mastery. Understood. Outside the Zhou family compound, 100 bulldozers had once again gathered. Half an hour earlier, news had spread that the Yun family had been razed to the ground, leaving the remaining members of the Zhou family paralyzed with fear, scattering in all directions. Meanwhile, an elderly man clad in a gray robe emerged from the Zhou family estate, exuding an air of calm indifference. What is all this commotion? Zhou Ming, come forth and face me. What on earth is happening to the Zhou family? This was Zhou Cheng, the ancestor of the Zhou family, who had reached the pinnacle of the Master Realm many years ago, persistently striving for the rank of martial sovereign without success. Observing the bulldozers at the entrance, Zhou Cheng snorted disdainfully. Regardless of who sent you, I advise you to vanish within 3 seconds. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness." As Zhou Cheng spoke, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent radiated from him, sending shockwaves through the air. The foremost bulldozer was overturned by this malevolent force, prompting the driver to leap out in haste. However, as he stumbled forward, Zhou Cheng's energy swept him off his feet. In an instant, Zhou Cheng appeared before the driver, lifting his foot with the intent to crush his chest, daring to wreak havoc in the Zhou family. "You are courting death." Witnessing this scene, Wang Fugue felt a surge of urgency to intervene. Yet he clearly recognized the vast disparity in strength between himself and Zhou Cheng. Charging him would merely lead to his demise. Now he understood why Yi Fan had advised him to hold back. The Zhou family still had an ancestor. Who dares to act so brazenly in the Zhou family? You shall face the consequences. A booming voice erupted from behind the crowd as Yi Fan appeared, his presence commanding that a more formidable aura surged forth, countering Zhou Cheng's attack and immobilizing his foot. What? Zhou Cheng was taken aback. He had achieved mastery in all of Tianshan province. Few could rival him. He exerted all his strength, unleashing a powerful martial aura that rippled through the air. Yet, Yi Fan approached with measured steps, effortlessly maintaining his grip on Zhou Cheng's ankle, rendering him powerless. "That I s at you." Zhou Cheng finally recognized Yi Fan's visage. The legendary heir of the Yi family, presumed dead 3 years prior after losing his kidney, heart, and martial foundation, had resurfaced. "Humph." Yi Fan scoffed, amplifying his energy until it coalesced into an invisible hand that ensnared Zhou Cheng's leg, shattering it with a resounding crack. With a pained cry, Zhou Cheng collapsed to the ground. The outcome was evident. Why didn't you die 3 years ago?" Zhou Cheng muttered in disbelief, but Yi Fan showed no hesitation, kicking a nearby stone that struck Zhou Cheng squarely in the chest, with Zhou Cheng's demise. The last pillar of the Zhou family crumbled. Yi Fan turned to Wang Fugue, his expression nonchalant. "Proceed." Kong Fei, who had accompanied them, was left in stunned silence, his pupils dilating in shock. He felt a wave of trepidation for his previous actions. Yi Fan was far more formidable than he had anticipated. Grateful that he had refrained from meddling on Yun Feiyang's behalf, he realized that had he not, the Kong family would have faced the same fate as the Yun family. The spectacle of 100 bulldozers was monumental. The entire Huadu city was abuzz with the news that both the Yun and Zhou families had been obliterated, as Wang Fugue crushed the Zhou family. Qiu Wan seized the opportunity to launch a comprehensive assault on the Zhou family's assets. Although the Yi family had remained dormant for 3 years, their foundation was still formidable, with a trillion-yuan empire. Eliminating a crumbling Zhou family was a trivial matter. The news of the Zhou family's annihilation reached the Su family in Shangjing promptly. What? The Zhou family was taken down by Yi Fan. "That bastard is audacious." Su Hao, the eldest son of the Su family, smashed his wine glass to the ground infuriated. "I was waiting for Zhou Ming to deal with Su Chan, and now this fool has brought about his own demise." Chapter 87. Heart of the Demon and the Kirin's Kidney. What? A single strike to annihilate him. Is this some kind of jest? Su Hao exclaimed in disbelief, leaping from his seat. Zhou Cheng was at least a master-level expert. How could Yi Fan possibly have defeated him with a single blow? Su Hao was perplexed. 3 years ago, he had witnessed Yi Fan's tragic state through video. Kidney and heart removed, his cultivation shattered. That Yi Fan had survived was miraculous. Yet the fact that he could regain his strength and now slay Zhou Cheng was utterly absurd. Initially, Su Hao had planned to venture southwest alone to confront Yi Fan. But in an instant, he dismissed that notion. Better to wait for Chun Xiao to join him. Chun Xiao, a prodigy of the sacred land and a master-level genius, would surely be capable of dealing with Yi Fan. In a matter of moments, the news of 2 prominent families being raised swept through Huadu, igniting a frenzy across the entire Tianshan province and beyond. In Yun City, the patriarch of the Yi family, Yi Qinquan, smirked at Yi Chongfeng. High profile, does he have the audacity to act so boldly? What is there to fear? If trouble arises, the Yi family will shoulder the burden. After a brief pause, Yi Qinquan continued. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it seems our assistance to Yi Fan may not even be necessary. Instead, the Yi family may require Yi Fan to revitalize us, 3 years prior, after the attack on the Yi family. Their vitality had been severely diminished. Once a formidable entity, the Yi family had seen their assets eroded by smaller families, leaving them with their current diminished stature. Yi Fan had bided his time for 3 years. It was now the moment for vengeance. Yi Changfeng nodded in agreement. Indeed, I never anticipated that Yi Fan would endure in silence for 3 years, only to return with such an astonishing impact. However, with his bold reappearance, I wonder how the royal family will respond. Yi Changfeng's words trailed off, but Yi Qingquan understood his concerns. Humph. The Dragon Lord, Tang Zheng, that little brat, that I shall not pursue the events of 3 years ago. But should he dare to intervene again, he shall be eradicated. Meanwhile, within the royal family of Shanjing, Dragon Lord Tang Zheng scrutinized the reports from his subordinates. His brow furrowed in concern. 3 years had passed, and the situation he had deemed fatal for Yi Fan had not only failed to eliminate him, but had also allowed him to remain hidden in Yun City, stirring up such a tumultuous scene. Dragon Lord, now Yi Fan has begun to investigate the events of that year, and the obliteration of his Zhou family has already revealed some clues. If this investigation continues, it won't be long before it reaches the royal family. What shall we do? Beside Dragon Lord Tang Zheng, an assistant dressed in a long robe spoke with concern. Should we eliminate everyone who knew about the royal family's involvement back then? A cold smile appeared at the corner of Tang Zheng's mouth as he replied indifferently. Is it of any use? Do you think the Yi family patriarch was truly unaware of the royal shadows behind the attack 3 years ago? The reason they did not act is merely due to mutual restraint. Or perhaps they have been waiting for an opportunity, and Yi Fan's return is that opportunity. Therefore, the crux of the matter lies with Yi Fan. Let the royal family's assassins act swiftly to eliminate Yi Fan. Otherwise, if he continues to grow, he will inevitably pose a threat to the royal family. The Yi family is formidable primarily because 3 generations have served in the military, with 800,000 heavenly dragon troops bearing the Yi banner. Although the royal family has been infiltrating the heavenly dragon army, the results have been minimal. This is also why, during the attack on the Yi family, they annihilated all the 2nd and 3rd generations. Yet left Yi Changfeng and Yi Qingquan alive. The royal family needed to retain 1 or 2 individuals to stabilize the situation. We need not rush. There are others who desire Yi Fan's demise even more than we do. Dragon Lord smiled slightly. The North Falling Master sect has suffered an attack, and those individuals have even dug up Yi Fan's kidneys and heart, destroying his cultivation foundation. Do you think Yi Fan will harbor less hatred towards them? Thus, let us allow the bullets to fly for a while. Besides, the Su family in the capital is taking the lead. They have joined forces with the Holy Land to strike first, which conveniently allows us to assess the extent of Yi Fan's strength. Indeed, if Yi Fan is unafraid even of the Holy Land, then the Princess Mingyue must be sacrificed. At that time, if our royal family wishes to survive, we will have no choice but to admit our mistakes and plead for mercy. Are you suggesting a marriage alliance? In the flower city of Tiannan province, the Kong family, under Kong Fei's arrangement, Yi Fan, Su Yun, and Su Chan dined together, after which Kong Fei tactfully arranged an independent courtyard for the 3. After freshening up, Su Yun sensibly went upstairs, leaving only Su Chan and Yi Fan in the living room. The 2 finally had the opportunity to be alone. Junior sister, looking at Su Chan's frail face under the lights. Yi Fan felt a pang of heartache and stepped forward to embrace her. In that moment, Su Chan no longer had to guard against others, tightly holding on to Yi Fan. Senior brother, have you been well these years? Your heart and kidneys were as Yu Chan clearly remembered witnessing Yi Fan being deprived of his kidneys and heart, leaving him with a ruined cultivation foundation. I am well. During my 3 years at the Su family, my wife Su Yushue and her family have treated me wonderfully. Yi Fan gently explained. After my heart and kidneys were taken, my master transplanted the heart of an ancient demon sealed within our sect onto me. As for my kidneys, my master said they were replaced with Qilin kidneys, which are 100 times more powerful than before. The heart of a demon, Qilin kidneys. These terms sounded fantastical in an ordinary world. Yet, Su Chan knew that the North Falling Master sect, once the foremost cultivation sect, concealed numerous secrets. The existence of a demon heart and Qilin kidneys was hardly surprising, with the enhancement of the demon heart and Qilin kidneys. It was no wonder that Yi Fan's strength had been restored. In fact, it was highly likely that Yi Fan had turned misfortune into fortune, having integrated the demon heart and Qilin kidneys. Yi Fan's future strength might surpass his previous capabilities. However, Su Chan suddenly recalled a statement Yi Fan had just made. Wife, Su Yu Shiwe? Yes, at this thought, Su Chan felt her heart ache as if pricked by needles. And with a pained expression, she distanced herself from Yi Fan's embrace. What's wrong? Noticing the change in Su Chan's demeanor, Yi Fan hastily inquired, Junior sister, shouldn't our reunion be a joyous occasion? Senior brother, I am indeed very happy, but that you are now someone else's husband, and I cannot. Although Su Chan harbored deep feelings for Yi Fan, and they had nearly consummated their bond during their time at the sect, the 3 years had brought about too many changes. Su Chan could not overcome the emotional barrier within her heart. It's getting late, senior brother. You should rest early. I'll head upstairs, bearing the pain within her heart. Su Chan bid Yi Fan farewell, holding back her tears as she hurriedly ascended the stairs. Chapter 88. Super Trait. Instantaneous Movement. Junior sister. Observing Su Chan's abrupt change in expression, Yi Fan surmised the issue at hand. Yet he found himself in a difficult position. The little junior sister was indeed a sensitive spot in Yi Fan's heart, but how could he forsake Su Yu Shiwe, who had shown him unconditional love over the past 3 years? Ding! Just as Yi Fan was troubled, his phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's number, a grave expression crossed his face, for it was a call from his master. Gufeng, in the 3 years since the North Falling Master sect was attacked, his master had never reached out to him. The sudden call must indicate something of great importance. Master, Yi Fan respectfully addressed through the phone. Had it not been for his master's and the elder disciples' sacrifices during the attack on the North Falling Master sect, Yi Fan would have perished long ago. This title of master was uttered with genuine gratitude. It has been hard on you these 3 years. Fortunately, your dragon taming technique has finally broken through the 9th level. Your strength should be fully restored now, right? His master spoke with relief. What are your plans? I've currently investigated that both the Lin family and the Zhou family were involved in the attack on the Yi family. And the royal family has also intervened. Yi Fan replied, continuing, I have already obliterated the Zhou family, and now it is time for the Lin family. The royal family must provide an explanation to the Yi family. Additionally, I have uncovered information about their divine envoy behind the scenes. Master, have you heard of this? Gufeng responded with satisfaction. I have also uncovered this aspect during the attack on the North Falling Master sect. Aside from those ancient martial families, the divine envoy was indeed orchestrating things from the shadows. However, I have not made much progress on my Yi Fan side deeply, suddenly recalling an important matter. Master, based on my current investigations, it seems their assault on the Yi family was aimed at the immortal bone, which is said to be consumable and can activate certain traits within the human body. Coincidentally, I have acquired 2 pieces. Before Yi Fan could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by Gufeng. What? You have obtained the immortal bone. 2 pieces, you say? Good heavens! Gufeng on the other end could not help but exclaim. Quick, do you remember the 9 turns golden body technique your second master taught you? Find a safe place immediately and refine the power of the immortal bone using the 9 turns golden body technique. You must be swift. You understand the principle of having a gem brings trouble. The immortal bone is something every global force covets at all costs. You must absorb it as soon as possible. As for everything else, I will discuss it with you later. Listening to his master's serious urging, Yi Fan understood that the immortal bone was indeed extraordinary. Without any hesitation, he closed the courtyard gate and entered his bedroom. Retrieving the piece of immortal bone given by Kong Fei and the one obtained from Zhonghua, placing them before him, he then closed his eyes, silently commencing the operation of the 9 turns golden body technique taught by his second master. Yi Fan's martial aura had already reached its peak, and as the 9 turns golden body technique activated, visible golden ripples emanated from around him, enveloping him like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. This technique, originally a defensive skill, began to vibrate as Yi Fan utilized it, completely wrapping one of the pieces of immortal bone before levitating into his hand. Subsequently, that semi-transparent immortal bone began to melt like ice, transforming into a puddle of liquid in Yi Fan's palm. radiating powerful energy waves, accompanied by an intense fragrance. Boom! The moment the immortal bone melted, a tremendous force surged forth, merging with Yi Fan's own energy, radiating outward from the center of the room. The powerful energy fluctuations, along with an overwhelming force that stirred the very essence of the world, caused the entire flower city to dim, winds rising tumultuously. Above the Kong family, a visible ripple of energy waves formed, while the clouds in the sky and the starlight in the heavens seemed to bow towards Yi Fan's room, as if under the control of an invisible force. More flying creatures, birds, butterflies, and countless moths began to flock wildly towards the Kong family. 100 beasts paying homage. What is happening? In the office of the Southwest headquarters of the Town Marshal Division, Deputy Director Han Mo gazed in astonishment at the swirling winds outside, his pupils widening in realization. 100 beasts paying homage. The symphony of celestial music. At the omen of the emergence of the Emperor of Humanity? After a millennium of silence, has the Emperor of Humanity finally returned? Today, as Yi Fan arrived in Flower City, the Kong family once again stirred such a great commotion. Could it be that Yi Fan is the fated one? Someone immediately report Yi Fan's whereabouts in Flower City. The subordinates surrounding Han Mo completed their report and gazed out the window, instantly comprehending the gravity of the situation. Han Lao, if such conjectures hold true, does that mean Yi Fan is indeed the source of today's immense energy fluctuations? When Han Lao spoke of the human emperor, he was referring to Yi Fan. All information regarding today is to be classified as top secret. Anyone daring to leak even a whisper shall face execution without mercy. Do you understand? The emergence of the human emperor affects not merely the fate of a single nation, but the very rise and fall of humanity itself. While the world may appear peaceful on the surface, beneath that veneer lies a maelstrom of turmoil. Yet, the great empires have chosen to withhold certain information from the public for the sake of stability. Yes, in Huadu, the Kong family, Yi Fan's body was still fervently circulating the 9 turns golden body technique, while the liquid from the undying bone melded ever more intricately with Yi Fan's own essence. At the moment when these two forces completely merged into one, the puddle of liquid in Yi Fan's palm instantaneously integrated into his being, permeating through every sinew and bone within him. In an instant, the celestial phenomena vanished. The swirling dark clouds dissipated, and all creatures, feathered and furred, hastily retreated. Only Yi Fan understood the monumental transformation that had taken place within him. His physique had ascended to a new echelon. This wondrous state was difficult for Yi Fan to articulate in simpler terms, whereas Yi Fan's body had previously been merely mortal flesh. After the fusion with the undying bone, it could now rival that of a divine entity. His defensive capabilities and self-healing abilities had transcended the realm of ordinary comprehension. Moreover, Yi Fan could sense that his demonic heart had also absorbed some of the power from the undying bone. Within his heart, certain sealed powers were violently awakening, alongside the Qilin kidney. However, the most crucial aspect was that Yi Fan had activated a superlative ability through the undying bone provided by the Kong family. Teleportation, Chapter 89, Old Flame, Long time no see. Yi Xiao, are you all right? Outside the courtyard, Kong Fei, having sensed the anomaly, hurriedly approached to inquire. Midnight, the Assassin Alliance would make its final move against the Kong family. Tonight, none within the Kong family were asleep, and Kong Fei had staked all on Yi Fan, naturally wishing for his safety. What could possibly happen to me? In the courtyard's chamber, as Yi Fan replied. A thought flickered in his mind. Activating the teleportation ability, in the blink of an eye, he found himself standing outside the courtyard gate. Right behind Kong Yi Fan gently patted Kong Fei's back, startling him greatly. What the hell, Yi Xiao, weren't you just in the room? How did you suddenly appear behind me? You scared me half to death. Kong Fei's voice trembled as he spoke. Yi Fan's sudden appearance was indeed quite terrifying. While Kong Fei was astonished, his mind was filled with questions, but more so with elation. The stronger Yi Fan became, the safer the Kong family would be tonight. The old acquaintance Yi Fan referred to was, of course, the leader of the Assassin Alliance, Angel. Years ago, During their time in Europa, the relationship between Angel and Yi Fan had been tumultuous. Why Yi Fan's disappearance for 3 years had undoubtedly left Angel with considerable resentment. Kong Fei's expression turned anxious. He naturally understood whom Yi Fan meant when he spoke of their arrival. Members of the Assassin Alliance had come. At the entrance of the Kong family, for burly men and a golden-haired girl clad in a white dress descended from a vehicle. The leading burly man, sporting a full beard, grumbled, "I really don't understand what the Elder Council is thinking, that is it necessary for us top experts to come together just to deal with a mere Kong family?" These 4 burly men appeared rather simple-minded. Yet in action, they were anything but. They were ranked among the top 10 experts within the Assassin Alliance. Beside the bearded man, a somewhat slender individual shot him a glare and retorted, "Mike, keep your mouth shut. Don't you know why the Elder Council sent us?" The bearded man named Mike scoffed, his heart filled with disdain. They were well aware of the Elder Council's intentions. This was merely a power struggle between the Elder Council and their leader, Angel. This time, the Elder Council insisted that Angel take direct action, wanting her hands stained with blood. For once Angel's hands were sullied, she would forever be unable to control the ancient and powerful artifact known as the Holy Grail, thus remaining subservient to the Elder Council. Mike and the other 3 experts, John, Jason, and others, have been dispatched primarily to oversee Angel's actions, with an even more pressing task being the acquisition of the Kong family's Undying Bone. The allure of the Undying Bone's power was too great. Hence the Elder Council sent the 4 top experts to act in unison. Angel, listening coldly to the banter, had already made her decision. Today, she would not lift a finger. Boom! Mike approached the entrance without hesitation, his massive fist smashing the door to splinters as he roared into the courtyard. "Kong Jianren, hand over your family's treasure, and I may grant you a more dignified death." At this moment, all members of the Kong family, led by their patriarch Kong Jianren, gathered with weapons in the courtyard, their faces contorted with anger upon hearing Mike's roar. However, alas, the strongest among the Kong family barely reached the master level, while the 4 experts from the Assassin Alliance were all above that. Under the overwhelming pressure of their formidable aura, they found it impossible to act. Mike, Jason, John, and the others stepped into the courtyard, their piercing gazes fixated on the gathered crowd, finally landing on Kong Jianren. "Hand over your family's treasure now, lest you suffer physical torment." Kong Jianren was all too aware that the treasure within his home had already been exposed. Though it was indeed a treasure, the crux of the matter was that the Kong family's strength was far too feeble to protect it, prompting Kong Jianren to consider passing it to his son Kong Fei for safekeeping. Now, it remained to be seen whether Yi Fan could contend with these 4 master-level experts. Kong Jianren felt the oppressive atmosphere constricting his breath, retreating step by step until he found himself cornered against the wall. "Is this what you're looking for?" Suddenly, a resonant male voice echoed through the courtyard. Yi Fan stepped into the courtyard, holding aloft the Undying Bone bestowed by the Kong family. Upon hearing this voice, Angel, who had been nonchalant, suddenly trembled, raising her gaze to Yi Fan. "It's you that you're not dead. That heartless scoundrel. How many tears had he caused her to shed over the past 3 years? He hadn't died. Yet didn't he bother to seek her out?" Yi Fan nodded. "I still have such fertile land to cultivate. How could I die so easily?" Mike, seeing Yi Fan suddenly appear before him, furrowed his brow and coldly stared at him. "Who are you? I advise you to mind your own business regarding the Kong family. Moreover, hand over the item immediately. Otherwise, you won't even know how you died." John beside him also snorted coldly, swinging his massive fist down onto a giant stone lion in the courtyard. Boom! The thunderous sound shattered the 3-meter-tall stone lion into fragments. John's overwhelming strength caused Kong Fei to worry. "Yi Xiao, can you handle this?" Although Kong Fei had witnessed Yi Fan's strength before, facing the 4 master-level experts from the Assassin Alliance now was a different story. If Yi Fan were to fail, the entire Kong family would be doomed. Hiss! Yi Fan's sudden declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. The Kong family members were nearly frozen in place. The leader of the Assassin Alliance was actually Yi Fan's old flame. If the Kong family had sought Yi Fan's protection, hadn't they inadvertently invited danger into their midst? The Kong family was already no match for the Assassin Alliance, with Yi Fan added to the mix. It was utterly hopeless. Humph! You heartless wretch, do you still remember me? I'll give you 5 minutes. Kill those four, and I shall forgive you. Angel pointed at Mike, John, and the others, addressing Yifan. This action left Kong Fei and Kong Jianren utterly bewildered once more. What was happening? Self-destructive infighting. Chapter 90. Arrogance comes at a price. 5 minutes. You underestimate your man. 30 seconds will suffice. Yifan smiled faintly, turning back to focus on Mike and the others, his gaze sharpening, causing them to involuntarily shudder. Yifan's eyes were terrifying, as if they penetrated the very soul, piercing through their thoughts. Will you sever your own heads, or shall I crush you into dust? Yifan cast a dismissive glance at Mike and his companions. Though they were all master-level experts, to him, they were mere trash. Humph. You insolent fool. Arrogance demand a price. Mike sneered. You, a mere trash, not even at the master level, dare to be arrogant before us, seeking death. Mike coldly laughed. Kneel now, obediently hand over the item, and for the sake of your connection with our leader, I might spare your life. John beside Mike glared ominously at Yifan. Mike, remember to go easy on him. Don't kill him outright. I still have other uses for him. Jason chuckled beside them. So Angel's taste is this low? Had I known, I too could have fulfilled her desires. Ha! Jason gazed at Angel with a devilish charm. Angel, with her golden locks and slender figure, was not merely a beauty within the Assassin's Alliance. Even on the European cultivation scene, she was a paragon of exquisite beauty, renowned on global beauty lists. Countless individuals yearned to be with Angel. With her arms crossed, Angel watched the unfolding drama with a bemused expression. Yifan, lacking even the Grandmaster realm. What a joke! 3 years ago, Yifan had already transcended the Grandmaster level. Following the upheaval at the Beiluo sect, Yifan's plight became widely known across the martial arts world. His bones shattered, heart extracted, kidneys removed. Yifan was presumed dead. Yet now he stood alive, exuding a martial aura that even Angel, at the pinnacle of Grandmaster strength, could not discern. What did this imply? It indicated that Yifan's prowess had long surpassed his former peak. He might not even be matched by martial sovereigns. After Mike's sharp rebuke, seeing that Yifan showed no inclination to kneel, his martial aura surged, and he lunged fiercely towards Yifan, his figure still airborne, brandishing a gleaming dagger aimed at Yifan's chest. Nearby, Kong Fei, Kong Jianren, and others held their breath, their expressions tense as they focused intently on Yifan. Despite Yifan's previously displayed formidable aura, having effortlessly dispatched the Zhou family's ancestor, how would he fare against the combined onslaught of the 4 elite assassins? As Mike's assault approached within a mere foot of Yifan, Yifan remained motionless, showing no intention of evasion. Hurry, get out of the way! Kong Fei silently screamed countless times. Yifan standing still was akin to a living target. Mike believed victory was assured, a smile creeping onto his lips, but then Yifan suddenly moved. A fierce wave of martial energy erupted from his hand, instantly forming an invisible barrier before him, resolutely blocking all of Mike's attacks. Simultaneously, that overwhelming martial energy coalesced into a binding force, anchoring Mike in midair from a distance. It appeared as though he floated in the void. Yet only Mike felt the profound shock, fear, and intense disbelief within himself. What the hell? Mike realized that all his attacks were futile, and as his body succumbed to that intangible force, he found himself entirely beyond his own control, unable to advance or retreat. Moreover, that formidable power relentlessly crushed him, as if Yifan intended to grind him to dust. Around them, John and Jason finally sensed something amiss. Qi? Yifan had actually cultivated Qi. This is bad. He must be at least a martial sovereign. We have been deceived. As John exclaimed in shock, he rallied his companions, urging, let us all attack together. The intimidation of a martial sovereign was terrifying. If Yifan were to unleash his full potential, none of the 4 would leave unscathed. Furthermore, with Angel nearby, she was poised to eliminate them at any moment. Boom! Before John and the others could close in, Mike's body exploded under the immense pressure of Yifan's martial energy, perishing instantly. John and Jason momentarily hesitated, uncertain whether to press forward. Yet, in that brief moment of indecision, Yifan acted. Activating his teleportation ability, his form flickered like a specter, swiftly passing before John and Jason, his wrist brushing against their necks. "John, why does my neck feel so cold?" "I feel it too. Was I seeing things? It felt like something just brushed past, as if an ant had bitten my neck." The remaining three elite assassins froze in the courtyard, hesitating as they reached for their necks. Blood, so much blood. Sob. Jason was the first to cry out, staring at his blood-soaked palm, then feeling his neck, only to realize it had been severed by Yi Fan's blade. John and another companion's eyes reflected despair as they struggled to look down at their own necks, which bore similar wounds. Clutching their necks, vitality swiftly dissipated from their bodies. Their eyes filled with hopelessness as they slumped to the ground, twitching briefly before falling lifeless. Just like that, for Grandmaster-level experts, perished in an instant. It had all transpired in barely 10 seconds. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren exchanged incredulous glances, their faces filled with disbelief, until several bodyguards from the Kong family approached to check Mike and John's pulses. Confirming their demise, a gasp escaped them. Yi Fan's strength was truly terrifying, single-handedly battling 4 Grandmaster experts. Such a feat was indeed within the realm of a martial sovereign. However, to simultaneously eliminate 4 Grandmasters was no easy task, even for one at the sovereign level. Yi Fan clapped his hands and walked over to Angel, smiling. "Well, how about that? The battle concluded in 10 seconds, right?" Although Angel was equally astonished internally, she feigned indifference, pouting, "Humph, just don't show that it was only 10 seconds elsewhere." Chapter 91. Sister Yun, while I'm away, please keep an eye on him. The mention of performing elsewhere for 10 seconds left Kong Fei and the others stunned for a moment, before they quickly grasped Angel's implication. Oh my, Angel and Yi Fan must have a past, and it seems quite deep, perhaps even tangling to a depth of 20 centimeters. Goodness, little girl, don't blame me. Haven T, I always been a 1-hour starter. How about we verify that now? With that, Yi Fan wrapped his arm around Angel's slender waist and playfully slapped her rear twice. The familiar sensation and rhythm. The same delightful flavor. Angel couldn't help but emit a soft, shy sound. Though she was a foreign girl, her demeanor was more liberated than that of domestic girls, yet with so many people present. She quickly regained her composure, struggling to escape Yi Fan's embrace, casting a glance at the Kong family members, asking, "Are they at all your friends?" Angel's question sent a jolt through Kong Fei and the others' hearts. After all, she was the leader of the Assassin's Alliance. While Yi Fan might not fear her, the combined might of the Kong family would still fall short against her single finger. "Yes, I'll protect the Kong family. You must revoke the assassination order against them." Yi Fan spoke with an air of nonchalance, yet Kong Jianren was nearly brought to tears with excitement. Though Yi Fan's words were simple, they represented a guarantee of safety for the Kong family. The Assassin's Alliance pursuit was practically a death sentence. Angel nodded. "Actually, I never agreed with the task of assassinating the Kong family. It was the Elder Council that insisted on taking it up. Now that you've dealt with those 4, the Elder Council will be severely weakened. I and my master should be able to have the final say in the Assassin's Alliance." After a brief pause, Angel continued, "Do call my master sometime. He often thinks of you at night and can't sleep." What the hell? Angel's remark left Kong Fei and the others in shock, their eyes nearly popping out. What is going on? Yi Fan has even subdued Angel's master. How incredibly fierce. Yi Fan cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. "Let us discuss this later. How about we find a place to rekindle our feelings?" After 3 years apart, Yi Fan truly missed Angel. Seeing Yi Fan's devilish gaze, Angel understood his thoughts. "Darling, my body has been a bit uncooperative these past 2 days." Apologetically, Angel embraced Yi Fan, tilting her head to plant a kiss on his lips. "Now that I know you're alive, I can come find you anytime. When that time comes, I'll make sure to keep you in bed every day." With the beauty in his arms writhing and her alluring fragrance wafting into his nostrils, Yi Fan felt somewhat speechless. This little girl was undoubtedly teasing him. 3 years prior, Yi Fan and the Beiluo sect had been ambushed simultaneously. Now that Yi Fan had regained his strength, he would not let go of those responsible for the massacre back then. "Good. Little Chan, did you see? Yi Fan is truly charming. If you keep this up, he might really be snatched away." After Angel departed, Su Yun and Su Chan exchanged complex looks as they watched her leave from behind a flower bed on the side of the Kong family manor. They had witnessed the intimacy between Yi Fan and Angel clearly, of course. Su Chan had known about Yi Fan's relations with Angel long, Yi Fan not only had ties with Angel, but also with the princess of the Eastern Empire and the Queen of Britain. Wherever Yi Fan went, he could capture the hearts of women. After a moment of silence, Su Chan turned to Su Yun, sincerity gleaming in her eyes. Sister Yun, when I'm not around, you must keep an eye on him. Don't let him stray. This Yi Fan is too handsome. Even if he himself has no interest, other girls will inevitably pursue him. Su Yun's heart raced at the thought of what Yi Fan had done to her that fateful night. Realizing she had almost crossed the final line, should she keep watch over Su Chan's interests? Fear not, for in the end, did one not see oneself reflected within? Excellent. The calamity that the Kong family initially anticipated was effortlessly dispelled by Yi Fan with merely a few casual moves. The entire Kong family erupted in fervor. Kong Fei and Kong Jianren were on the verge of kneeling before Yi Fan, exclaiming, "Young Master Yi, we are immensely grateful today. Had it not been for you, our Kong family would surely have met its doom. Indeed, young Master Yi, our heartfelt thanks. Were I a woman, I would have pledged myself to you." Kong Fei jested nearby, further lauding his own sagacious decision. Thankfully, he had refrained from assisting Yun Feiyong earlier, and even more audaciously had bestowed the undying bone upon Yi Fan, which earned him a mere opportunity to ACT. No need for such formality. Your Kong family has also borne its share of sacrifice. Henceforth, you shall not be my adversary. The following day, Yi Fan was roused from slumber by a call from Xiao Wan. Young Master Yi, I have arranged matters concerning the Zhou family's enterprises. However, there appears to be an anomaly within our Yi group. It seems a force has begun clandestinely targeting our stock. Yi Fan felt a sense of unease. Evidently, he had not misjudged Xiao Wan, who indeed possessed considerable acumen, discerning the irregularities in the stock market. The Yi family and the Lin family were destined for a life-and-death confrontation. Had the Lin family finally lost patience? Were they initiating an economic assault against the Yi family? Rest assured, Sister Wan, I will handle this. You may continue your work as usual. No sooner had Yi Fan concluded his call with Xiao Wan than he received a call from Rosald, the head of the Europa First Financial Consortium. Emperor, that scoundrel Lafitte has already aided the Lin family in their maneuvers within the stock market. When shall we commence? Rosald's words carried no trace of fear, but rather a hint of excitement. For within the global financial realm, there existed two stock market titans, Lafitte from the beautiful nation and Rosald from Europa. Both had been engaged in a relentless rivalry for supremacy. On several prior occasions, Rosald had narrowly fallen short against Lafitte. Lafitte, does he not comprehend that he is meddling with my family? I shall promptly call him to account. Just as Yi Fan was about to contact Lafitte, Rosald interjected hastily, Emperor, please do not. I have longed for an opportunity to engage Lafitte in fair competition. Grant me this chance. I have mobilized 30 trillion from Europa, ensuring the Yi family shall not falter. Chapter 92. What use is a gun before me? Is that so? Very well. Yi Fan nodded, acquiescing to Rosald's request. Meanwhile, within the Lin family estate, the corpulent Lafitte involuntarily sneezed. Lin Hua, who stood respectfully nearby, quickly inquired, Mr. Lafitte, are you unaccustomed to the climate here? Do you suspect a cold? Shall I summon a private physician for you? Lafitte was a genius trader whom Lin Hua had procured at great expense from the beautiful nation, aiming for a decisive victory to utterly dismantle the Yi group. No need. I must be the subject of some old acquaintance's attentions. A mysterious smile graced Lafitte's face as he secretly vowed, Rest assured, Emperor, I shall deliver a satisfactory gift this time. Lin family head, how much capital have you prepared for this endeavor? Though Lafitte had already initiated small-scale actions, the true operations would undoubtedly be exorbitantly costly. Approximately 500 billion. Not enough. To confront the Yi group, we require at least 800 billion. Find a way to gather an additional 300 billion, or I cannot guarantee victory. Lafitte firmly rejected the proposal. Lin Huan nodded. Understood. The Lin family has several avenues for raising funds. 300 billion should be feasible. 500 billion in cash was already the limit for the Lin family, but for the sake of confronting Yi Fan, Lin Hua was more than willing to leverage connections to procure an additional 300 billion. As for the father-in-law, 300 billion could still be borrowed. However, should this amount be invested, it would place both the Lin family and the father-in-law's family at substantial risk. Should they fail, the Lin family would scarcely have any chance of recovery. As the vehicle departed the urban area of Huadu, nearing the expressway, Yi Fan suddenly caught sight of a familiar figure being subdued by several burly men and forcibly shoved into a van. Hua Xuan, Yi Fan recognized this young woman as the captain of the enforcement team in Yun City. What was she doing in Huadu? Stop the car. I need to rescue someone. Having spotted her, Yi Fan could not simply stand by. After all, Hua Ximiao had already become Yi Fan's disciple, and Hua Xuan was the granddaughter of his disciple. Furthermore, Hua Xuan had facilitated Yi Fan during his dealings with the Yi group. In the alley, after the burly men had shoved Hua Xuan into the van, they started the vehicle, intending to leave. Suddenly, a figure blocked their path. It was none other than Yi Fan. You fools, are you out of your minds? Get lost, or I'll run you over. The driver leaned out of the window, shouting at Yi Fan. A chill crept across Yi Fan's face as he coldly commanded the thugs, release the person in your vehicle, and I shall spare your lives. Yi Fan's words momentarily stunned the 4 or 5 burly men inside the van. Boss, is this woman's accomplice? What should we do? They had been so focused on capturing Hua Xuan that they had not anticipated she had allies. One scar-faced man in the van exchanged glances with the others before growling. No matter, just run him over. All right, the driver responded, flooring the accelerator, the engine roaring as they barreled toward Yi Fan. Die! Virum! The van had barely surged forward 3 meters when Yi Fan sprang into action, not to flee, but to charge toward the van. In an instant, he closed the distance, swinging his fist to strike the front of the van. Boom! The vehicle emitted a deafening explosion, halting abruptly as its front crumpled. A massive hole appearing and billowing thick smoke, a speeding van was thus brought to a standstill by a single punch from Yi Fan. The occupants were caught completely off guard, their heads colliding against the seats and steering wheel. Blood gushing forth as they stared in disbelief at Yi Fan, who stood before them, arms crossed. Was he even human? One punch had stopped a vehicle. Yi Fan was undoubtedly a martial arts master, a being of prowess that surpassed the realm of grandmasters. Yet in Huadu, those above the grandmaster level were typically notable figures, and none had seen one so young. Brat, you'd best not interfere with 7th Master's affairs. Or else, the driver stumbled from the van, attempting to assert his dominance before Yi Fan. Yet Yi Fan was out of patience. Whether it was 7th Master or 8th Master, those who dared defy Yi Fan's will would meet their end. Slap! Yi Fan struck the driver, sending him flying several meters away, where he convulsed on the ground before losing consciousness to not move. Just as Yi Fan turned, the remaining 4 thugs brandished desert eagles, their barrels aimed firmly at Yi Fan, coldly declaring, Brat, no one dares obstruct 7th Master's wishes. Kneel and call me grandfather thrice, and I shall spare your life. Did you not hear me? Kneel, one of the scrawnier thugs. Seeing Yi Fan still standing there, stepped forward, swinging the gun but toward Yi Fan's head. Yi Fan furrowed his brow, evading the blow and allowing the gun but to strike his shoulder instead. Then coldly gazing at the thug, "It appears you truly do not grasp the gravity of your situation." Initially, Yi Fan had not intended to dwell on these lowlifes, merely aiming to incapacitate them for Hua Xuan to handle. However, their brazen insolence and attempts to strike him with a gun but were intolerable. Foolish one, do you not realize death is upon you, yet you still boast? Even if you possess immense skill, can your martial prowess surpass a bullet speed? Come on, try it. The thug, swinging the gun but at Yi Fan, provocatively aimed the barrel at Yi Fan's head. Just as he moved, Yi Fan acted, unleashing a burst of energy as he seized the thug's handgun. Crushing it in an instant, the steel weapon was reduced to mere shrapnel, cascading from Yi Fan's fingertips. The energy continued to surge, shattering the thug's arm, then his shoulder, ribs, and finally his internal organs. Puffed. How? The fool would never comprehend how Yi Fan executed such feats, capable of surpassing even bullets in speed. Chapter 93. Colluding with the Eastern Isles? Then let death come. Damn! Brothers, fire! Kill him! The remaining thugs, witnessing their comrade's swift demise under such bizarre circumstances, swiftly followed their leader's command. Pulling their triggers in unison, intent on eliminating Yi Fan. Whoosh! Their movements were swift, but Yi Fan had already activated his teleportation ability. I could see the moment they fired. He had already reappeared behind them. Bang! Bang! With two effortless punches. He sent two of the thugs crashing to the ground, leaving only their leader standing there, utterly dumbfounded, staring blankly at Yi Fan. Puffed. The burly leader knelt directly before Yi Fan, pleading, "Please spare us, Great One. We were blind to your prowess. We implore your forgiveness." From an earlier skirmish, the leader realized that Yi Fan's strength was beyond comprehension. They could neither defeat him nor extinguish his life. Faced with the prospect of survival, their only recourse was to beg for mercy. With a thunderous boom, Yi Fan showed no hesitation as he struck the burly man's shoulder with a powerful fist, the sheer force causing the concrete beneath him to crack and sink half a foot. The sound of bones cracking echoed as the scarred man felt the agony shoot through him, blood oozing from his orifices, his body trembling violently, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Yet he dared not utter a sound. "Please forgive us." Yi Fan's lips twitched. That single punch had already shattered the burly man's hopes of survival. The only reason he spared him was to serve as a guide. "Take me to see Lord Qi." "Ah, yes." The scarred man's eyes flickered with confusion, tinged with a hint of glee. How foolish could this oaf be? Others would flee at the mere mention of Lord Qi's name. Yet this fool was practically delivering himself to the lion's den, and Yi Fan cast a calm glance at the scarred man. Before lifting Hua Xian from the vehicle, the surge of energy coursed through her, and she instantly regained consciousness. "You scoundrels, let me go. I will make you pay." The first thing Hua Xian did upon awakening was to reach for her waist, intent on drawing her weapon against Yi Fan. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow, quickly placing a hand on her, urging, "Stay still. It's me." "Huh, it's you?" As Hua Xian recognized Yi Fan, her gaze shifted to the fallen, burly men, a flicker of surprise crossing her features. But upon spotting the scarred man, she recoiled as if a cat had its tail stepped on. "You despicable fiends! Not only do you commit heinous acts, but you also conspire with the Eastern thieves to wreak havoc in Daxia. You deserve 100 executions." At Hua Xian's words, Yi Fan frowned. "They conspire with the Easterners to cause trouble in Daxia. What are the specifics?" Yi Fan had harbored little fondness for the Easterners since childhood. Decades ago, they slaughtered millions of Daxia citizens and plundered its riches. After being subdued for many years, they had remained relatively subdued, but in recent years, Eastern martial artists had begun to infiltrate Daxia, seemingly plotting something sinister, their activities becoming increasingly brazen. Those wretched scoundrels have recently been abducting children in Daxia and secretly transporting them to the east for some vile experiments. I had just uncovered their trail when they knocked me out. As Hua Xian spoke, her anger flared, and she could not help but kick the scarred man where it hurt most. Boom! The thought of those scoundrels trafficking children for experiments ignited a wave of killing intent within Yi Fan. A century ago, a tiny Eastern nation had brazenly operated within Daxia's borders. Now, as Daxia thrived, these rodents dared to act with impunity. Their arrogance was intolerable, especially with the scarred man and Lord Qi behind them, colluding to harm Daxia's citizens. "You are doomed." Yi Fan delivered a kick to the scarred man, sending a surge of energy through his veins, causing him to writhe in agony on the ground. "Please spare me. I was merely following orders. This is not my doing." After venting his fury, Yi Fan gestured for Wang Fuguei and Zhao Linglong outside the alley, explaining the situation and instructing them to head to Lord Qi's location. According to Hua Xian, Lord Qi wielded considerable power in the provincial capital and maintained connections with many high-ranking officials, his influence surpassing even the 4 prominent families. Investigating such a scoundrel required the utmost discretion. And since Yi Fan had crossed paths with him, he had no intention of letting him escape. In a private room at the Long Palace Club, Lord Qi, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, was seated opposite a middle-aged man sporting a handlebar mustache. "Murano, do taste this year's new tea and see how it fares." The man across the table was none other than Murano Koji, the deputy leader of the Eastern Black Society, overseeing operations throughout Tiannan province. After sipping his tea, Murano expressed concern. Lord Qi, I've heard that the Daxia police are investigating you, particularly a female officer named Hua Shuyan, who seems to be getting closer to you. Is there a problem? Lord Qi smiled lightly. There will be no issues. If all goes according to plan, that woman will soon be delivered here. I've heard she is quite the beauty. If you are interested, I can arrange for her to visit your bed before we dispose of her. Ah, really? That would be splendid. I eagerly anticipate it. As they exchanged lewd smiles, they raised their glasses to toast their collaboration. If the shipment reaches the east smoothly, our leader will reward you handsomely. Just then, an uproar erupted in the lobby of the Long Palace Club. Boom! A thunderous crash resonated as a blue BMW smashed through the glass doors and barreled into the hall. Yi Fan, Wang Fugue, and Zhao Linglong emerged from the vehicle, casting cold glares at the onlookers. Bring out Lord Qi. On their way, Yi Fan and Hua Xuan had briefed Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong on Lord Qi's misdeeds, and both were now seething with fury. You dare to wreak havoc in the Long Palace? Do you even know whose territory this is? In the lobby, Lord Qi's men, oblivious to their impending doom, rushed forward to confront Yi Fan and his companions, providing an opportunity for Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong to unleash their wrath. Boom! Boom! Like human bulldozers, they swiftly incapacitated dozens of bodyguards, leaving them battered and bruised. Human trafficking and child abduction are among the most despicable and heinous crimes. Zhao Linglong and Wang Fugue showed no mercy. Meanwhile, Lord Qi, who had been preparing to celebrate on the second floor, furrowed his brow upon witnessing the chaos below, especially at the sight of Hua Xuan's presence. Irritated, he smashed his glass on the table, demanding, "What is going on? You useless fools!" As he spoke, Lord Qi pulled out his phone and quickly dialed a number. "Director Zhang, we have a situation at the Long Palace. You must come immediately. The sooner, the better. Trouble had befallen the Long Palace. If it was not handled properly, it could lead to significant issues, particularly since a group of children was being held captive in the basement. This could not be exposed." Chapter 94. His rear end is crooked. Mr. Murano, the experts you brought may be needed this time. Although Lord Qi was a martial artist himself, he sensed the martial energy fluctuations emanating from Yi Fan, Zhao Linglong, and the others. While Lord Qi had martial experts among his subordinates, he preferred not to reveal his full strength. Of course, we are all in this together, and I hope you can resolve this matter promptly. Murano paused before continuing. Shall we go down together to see what is happening? Lord Qi nodded. Yes, I too wish to see who dares to stir trouble in Huadu. Lord Qi's power had been expanding rapidly, leading to a somewhat inflated ego. He no longer regarded anyone as a threat, including the 4 prominent families. Today, someone had the audacity to smash through the Long Palace's entrance. And Huadu, who did not know that the Long Palace was Lord Qi's facade? If this matter was not resolved, Lord Qi's reputation in Huadu would be in tatters. Murano signaled to his men, and soon a middle-aged man clad in a long robe, sword slung over his back, stepped forward. Murano, employing the typical Eastern bowing and scraping, he nearly had his head buried in his own trousers. Murano nodded, speaking with a detached air. Wuding, there are several Daxia martial artists causing a ruckus downstairs. When the time comes, I need you to intervene and intimidate them. Murano held his head high with pride. Wuding was one of his most accomplished subordinates, having reached the master level. The reason Murano had brought his own experts was to showcase their strength to Lord Qi, ensuring he understood that the Eastern Black Society was not to be underestimated. Cough. Together, Lord Qi, Murano, and a group of martial experts swiftly descended the stairs. What are you doing? Do you not know what the Long Palace is? Causing a scene here shows no respect for me. Lord Qi. Beside Lord Qi, a bespectacled man with a middle part scolded Yi Fan and his companions in a thick Sichuan accent. If you don't provide an explanation today, none of you shall leave. The man held a cup of milk tea, presenting a comically arrogant demeanor, with 2 prominent buck teeth. This individual, rumored to be Lord Qi's adopted son, was named Chen Guofu. I am Hua Xuyan, captain of the Yunqing Sky Patrol, and I am here under orders to investigate a human trafficking case that I hope you will cooperate with the investigation. Hua Xuyan stepped forward. displaying her credentials firmly, addressing Cheng Guofu and Lord Qi with unwavering resolve. The scene was enveloped in an eerie silence. With all eyes fixated on Hua Shuyan, their gazes akin to those observing an extraordinary creature. Despite the Dragon Palace Club's long-standing existence, no one had ever dared to investigate it. Yet now, a captain from the Celestial Patrol of Yin City had the audacity to probe into the Dragon Palace? Truly, one must question their regard for their own life. Are they not aware that certain individuals and places are beyond reproach? All attention turned to Chen Guofu and the Seventh Master. Hua Shuyan produced her credentials, causing Chen Guofu's facial muscles to twitch momentarily before a fierce expression emerged, as he signaled for his bodyguards to act. Captain, as the captain of Yin City, it seems that Huadu does not fall under your jurisdiction. Does it? Furthermore, you request our cooperation in your investigation. Do you possess a search warrant or any relevant documentation? The Seventh Master regarded Hua Shuyan with a calm facade, yet internally, he envisioned tearing her to shreds. He had, of course, dispatched individuals to investigate Hua Shuyan, the granddaughter of the Southwestern Medicine King, Hua Simiao. Although Hua Simiao was merely a physician, his connections in the Southwest and throughout the Great Xia were formidable. Thus, when Hua Shuyan previously delved into the Dragon Palace Club, the Seventh Master had refrained from acting hastily. However, as she had nearly uncovered core information, he found himself compelled to intervene. Little did he expect. Fate would have it that Yi Fan would stumble upon the scene to Hua Shuyan found herself momentarily speechless. From a procedural standpoint, she indeed lacked the authority to conduct an investigation in Huadu. Any inquiry would necessitate the approval of the Celestial Patrol in Huadu. Yet, given the pressing urgency of human trafficking at the Dragon Palace, there was no time to await such authorization. That'd be why the time the necessary permissions and documentation were secured. The Dragon Palace would have long since relocated the victims, rendering any subsequent search futile. Since you possess no documentation, I must kindly ask you to leave. And as for the damages to our club's entrance, you will need to compensate us accordingly. I shall relay this to your superior. The Seventh Master sneered, thinking to himself, a mere girl, daring to challenge me. Observing the Seventh Master's arrogant demeanor ignited a spark of anger within Yi Fan. While Wang Fugue, standing beside him, was even more incensed, casting a glance at Yi Fan. Upon receiving Yi Fan's nod of approval, Wang Fugue propelled himself forward, launching a swift slap at the Seventh Master. Compensation? Nonsense! Scummed. A resounding crack echoed as Wang Fugue's palm made contact with the Seventh Master's face, causing stars to dance before his eyes and his body to stagger. The clear imprint of 5 fingers rapidly swelled on his cheek. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. The Seventh Master had been struck. The formidable Seventh Master of Huadu had been assaulted. One must remember, the Seventh Master's power was such that even the governor of Tianan Province would greet him with deference. For Yi Fan and his companions to dare slap the Seventh Master was tantamount to courting death. Preposterous! Seize them! Chen Guofu exclaimed in shock, barking orders at his bodyguards to take action. However, the Seventh Master, enduring the fiery pain on his face, interjected, "Silence! Do you not possess the capacity for critical thought?" The Seventh Master had already notified the headquarters of the Celestial Patrol in Tianan Province, Director Zhang Yang. If it were within Zhang Yang's purview to intervene, then the Dragon Palace Club would not need to act directly and leave behind incriminating evidence. Zhang Yang, being the superior of Hua Shuyan's immediate superior, could easily manipulate matters to his advantage. Dismissing Hua Shuyan from her position would allow him to discreetly eliminate her and her associates later on. But, Seventh Master, Chen Guofu attempted to speak further when a flurry of hasty footsteps echoed at the entrance. As a group of uniformed personnel rushed in, led by a portly middle-aged man. Director Zhang is here. The leader was none other than Zhang Yang, the provincial director. As soon as he spoke, Yi Fan recognized that this Director Zhang was indeed a crooked official. It was they who crashed into our entrance and injured so many of us. Director Zhang, hurry, arrest them. Chen Guofu exclaimed, his eyes alight with urgency upon seeing Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang cast a dispassionate glance at Chen Guofu. Responding, Mr. Chen, we have our own protocols for handling cases. If they have indeed committed a crime, we will not let them go unpunished. Zhang Yang's tone clearly conveyed his dissatisfaction with Chen Guofu. While he would submit to the seventh master, he did not regard Chen Guofu with the same respect. The seventh master was merely a dog in Zhang Yang's eyes. He would not allow Chen Guofu to dictate terms. After addressing Chen Guofu, Zhang Yang turned to Yi Fan and the others. Did you strike them? Indeed, Wang Fugui was the first to affirm. They deserved it, and you were responsible for damaging the door? Yes, Wang Fugui continued, realizing that Yi Fan remained silent. He could only proceed with his admission that Yi Fan maintained a calm demeanor, keen to observe how this Zhang Yang would maneuver. With a crisp snap, Zhang Yang's subordinates brandished their firearms, locking onto Yi Fan and Wang Fugui. Witnessing this spectacle, the seventh master and the rustic villager exchanged knowing glances, their expressions tinged with satisfaction. Director Zhang, I ask this how you conduct investigations. Why do you not inquire as to why we struck anyone? The Dragon Palace Club is engaged in human trafficking. Are you truly blind to this? Zhao Linglong, unable to contain herself, reproached Zhang Yang. Zhang Yang scoffed. Do you possess evidence? If not, refrain from making baseless accusations. Whether the Dragon Palace Club is implicated, I will investigate in due course. For now, let us resolve your matter. With a sharp command, he urged his subordinates. What are you all waiting for? Move, after issuing his command. Zhang Yang exchanged a discreet glance with the seventh master. Clearly, the Dragon Palace Club's operations had been uncovered. Zhang Yang's implication was evident. The seventh master needed to expedite the relocation of the captive children, allowing Zhang Yang to play his part in the charade. Otherwise, if they were caught red-handed and children were discovered within the Dragon Palace, both the seventh master and Zhang Yang would face dire consequences. Wait, just as Zhang Yang's subordinates prepared to act, Hua Shuyan stepped forward, brandishing her credentials before Zhang Yang's men. Look closely. I'm also a member of the Celestial Patrol, dispatched here to conduct an investigation. Your actions are indiscriminate and suspect. I strongly suspect collusion. Excuse me. Hua Shuyan's declaration caught Zhang Yang off guard, prompting him a glance at the seventh master. When the seventh master had informed him via phone earlier, he had not mentioned the presence of Celestial Patrol personnel. If members of the Celestial Patrol were indeed present, the situation would become exceedingly complicated. While Zhang Yang could ensure the loyalty of his direct subordinates, he could not guarantee the same for those outside his inner circle. Furrowing his brow, Zhang Yang examined Hua Shuyan's credentials, discovering she was merely a captain from Yun City, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief. Nonsense, what business do you? A mere captain from Yun City, have in Huadu. Is this within your jurisdiction? I am notifying you now that you are suspended. As he spoke, Zhang Yang retrieved his phone and dialed the Yun City branch director. Sun Hong, how do you manage your personnel? One of your subordinates, named Hua Shuyan, has come to Huadu to conduct an investigation. Are you implying that I am not managing my jurisdiction effectively? Or do you wish to resign from your position? Have your people withdraw immediately, or I will ensure you are dismissed on the spot. But, Director, say nothing. Effective immediately, I am verbally suspending you for 1 month. Hua Shuyan grimaced as the phone's beeping echoed in her ears. Her expression contorted with frustration. How could she allow these ruffians to evade justice? Despite knowing that the seventh master and the Dragon Palace Club were the true culprits, she found herself powerless to act. With even the Celestial Patrol in Huadu siding with the seventh master, the profound sense of helplessness washed over Hua Shuyan. Yi Fan, sensing the moment had come for him to intervene, spoke up. Director Zhang, do you truly intend to collude with them? I offer you one final opportunity. Dispatch personnel to arrest the seventh master and his ilk, and I may spare your life. Yi Fan's voice was not loud, yet it resonated clearly throughout the assembly. All gazes converged on Yi Fan. Upon seeing Yi Fan's visage, the seventh master felt an unsettling familiarity, as if this young man were someone not to be trifled with. Though he could not recall who exactly he was, preposterous. Who are you to speak to me in such a manner? Do you not recognize the law? Seize him. Zhang Yang, incensed by Yi Fan's insolence. Prepare to retaliate. I end this assembly. Zhang Yang held the highest official rank, and being confronted by an unknown individual was a grave affront. Point 2 of Zhang Yang's subordinates advanced to apprehend Yi Fan. Humph! Yi Fan scoffed, effortlessly throwing 2 punches that sent Zhang Yang's subordinates flying. Zhang Yang, the opportunity has been extended. Your incompetence will not excuse you from my wrath. I assure you, from this moment forth, you shall not leave this place unscathed. On what grounds do you think you can challenge me?" Zhang Yang's two subordinates were sent flying, and Zhang Yang was not the least bit surprised. He regarded Yi Fan's threat with utter disdain. This was the territory of the seventh master, and with so many of his loyal subordinates present, what storm could Yi Fan possibly stir? Yi Xiao, the only legitimate heir of the Yi family, the foremost family in Daxia, the sole successor of the Tianlong army, and the only master of the Beiluo Sherman. Tell me, does Yi Xiao possess the qualifications? Before Yi Fan could utter a word, Wang Fugui stepped forward, standing beside Yi Fan, and coldly introduced Yi Fan's identity, stating that the Wang family fully supported him, declaring, "I refuse to believe we cannot subdue you today. Indeed, and I, from the Zhao family of the southwest, will ensure that you trash must perish." Hiss! At Wang Fugui's introduction, the crowd could not help but gasp in shock. The seventh master suddenly recalled. Is it him? My heavens! Yesterday, in a fit of rage, Yi Fan had flattened both the Yun and Zhou families, making such a spectacle to serve as a warning as the dominant force in Huadu. The seventh master was naturally aware of this news. He had never anticipated that Yi Fan would seek him out. At this moment, Zhang Yang was also bewildered. The Yi family's young master? That was the heir of the foremost family in Daxia. Though the Yi family had been attacked 3 years ago, it had begun to rise again with Yi Fan's return. Had he truly offended such a formidable figure? Zhang Yang turned to the seventh master, seeking guidance on what to do next. Chapter 96. Dare to lay a finger on Yi Xiao? The seventh master was racing through thoughts. Recently, Yi Fan had indeed displayed formidable strength. It was said that the Zhou family's elder and steward had both perished at his hands. However, the seventh master was also aware that confronting the Yi family's power would not be simple. With visible forces like the Zhou family, the Lin family, and even the imperial family, alongside even more enigmatic powers lurking in the shadows. According to reliable intel the seventh master had received, the Lin family had fully engaged in war with the Yi family. 3 years ago, the Yi family had nearly been annihilated. Could they escape calamity this time as well? The most critical factor was that the secrets surrounding the Longgong Club must not be exposed. If they were, not only would it impact the seventh master, but his backer would also be implicated, leading to dire consequences for the seventh master. Therefore, Yi Fan must perish. After contemplating the intricacies of the situation, the seventh master exchanged glances with Zhang Yang, signaling him with a gesture across his throat. Seeing this, Zhang Yang was momentarily stunned. The seventh master was willing to go this far. Did he intend to eliminate Yi Fan outright? Yet, considering the power behind the seventh master, it may not be impossible to contend with the Yi family. I don't care who you are. Today, I shall act justly. Anyone who dares to obstruct me shall face ruthless consequences. As Zhang Yang spoke, he chambered a round in his handgun, aiming it at Yi Fan. Preparing to take matters into his own hands. Why, Yi Fan? Are you refusing to surrender? Should Yi Fan dare to resist, Zhang Yang would have justification to act. However, Zhang Yang was merely an ordinary person with a basic understanding of martial arts. He had no grasp of the terror that martial arts experts could invoke. Those at the martial sovereign level or above could move faster than bullets, perceiving their trajectory in battle, thus easily evading them. How could Zhang Yang's handgun pose a threat to Yi Fan? Yi Fan chuckled softly. Oh, is this a contest of power and status? Excellent. I am curious to see who in Daxia holds more sway than the Yi family. The crowd then recalled that despite the Yi family's decline, there remained one of the 6 great families of Daxia. Whether in the military or within the halls of power, they still wielded influence over the entire situation in Daxia. Who dares to lay a finger on Yi Xiao? Let me see you try. As Yi Fan's words fell, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered, flanked by 2 secretaries, though he appeared to be a frail scholar. An aura of natural authority emanated from him. Governor Peng Yu, what brings you here? The handgun in Zhang Yang's hand involuntarily lowered, an expression of fear flashing across his eyes, mingled with astonishment. The newcomer was none other than Peng Yu, the governor of Tianan province, and a direct ally of the Yi family. Upon learning that Yi Fan had arrived in Huadu the previous day, he had made arrangements to meet the young master. However, due to Yi Fan's prior engagements, they had not met, and now, anticipating a confrontation with the seventh master, Yi Fan had called upon Peng Yu, intending to share the credit for today's developments. Humph. Why shouldn't I come? I've received word that the Long Gong Club is implicated in human trafficking. I hereby order you to seal the Long Gong Club immediately and conduct a thorough investigation into the trafficking activities. Do you have any objections? Peng Yu locked eyes with Yi Fan, directly issuing a show of authority to Zhang Yang. Just moments ago, Zhang Yang had claimed that they would investigate the Long Gong Club. But now, with Peng Yu's arrival, a deathly command had been issued. Zhang Yang instantly wilted. He knew all too well the illicit activities occurring within the Long Gong Club, which housed hundreds of children. What would he do if the truth were uncovered? Peng Yu's sudden appearance provided Yi Fan with backing, catching the seventh master off guard. Had Peng Yu not arrived, inciting anger, the seventh master could have easily mobilized his forces to execute Yi Fan and Hua Shuiyan on the spot. However, with Peng Yu's presence, especially as the governor of Tianan province, a powerful figure in Daxia, killing him would be impossible to justify. The seventh master, along with his backers, did not have the courage to contend with the entire Daxia. Nevertheless, with the current situation at hand, if he did not act, his own fate would be sealed. Governor Peng Yu, please wait. There's some misunderstanding between us. The seventh master quickly donned a smile, eager to greet Peng Yu, hoping to dismiss the incident as a mere misunderstanding. Let us pretend nothing has happened. I didn't initially recognize Yi Xiao. This was a veiled admission of defeat from the seventh master. With Peng Yu's intervention, both Zhang Yang and the seventh master dared not touch Yi Fan and the others. The seventh master now hoped for Peng Yu to take a step back and defuse the situation. Get out! Peng Yu's stance was unmistakable. He aligned himself with the young master, stating, Lu Qi, are we familiar enough for you to speak to me like that? Let me tell you, I have tolerated you for too long. Today, I shall see what tricks you can pull. Peng Yu showed no deference to the seventh master, making it abundantly clear that he would thoroughly investigate the Long Gong Club. The seventh master's expression darkened at once. Peng Yu, do you truly wish to confront me? Zhang Yang wore a bitter expression, unsure of how to proceed. As a mere district director, he felt caught between a rock and a hard place. Meanwhile, the subordinates of Zhang Yang began to waver upon witnessing the unfolding situation. Sensing the tide turning against them, they contemplated actually taking action against the Long Gong Club. I dare anyone to try. The seventh master bellowed, his face darkening, seal all entrances and exits of the club. Yi Fan assaulted the governor, leading to his severe injuries and subsequent death. Yi Fan will ultimately be gunned down by us. Do you understand? The seventh master's declaration shocked everyone present, especially Zhang Yang, whose gaze towards the seventh master shifted dramatically. The seventh master's intentions were crystal clear. He planned to eliminate both Peng Yu and Yi Fan. Such ruthlessness, such madness, to kill a high-ranking official of Daxia. This was a crime no one dared to shoulder. The seventh master understood this well. He discreetly chambered a silver handgun in his hand. Since others lacked the courage to act, he would have to take matters into his own hands. Lu Qi, what do you intend to do? Under the heavens, do you aspire to rebel? Peng Yu's pupils dilated, realizing the seventh master's intentions. His mouth agape in disbelief, the governor of such stature could not even suppress the seventh master. This Lu Qi was incredibly audacious. Humph, what do you mean? Peng Yu, if you refuse my hospitality, do not blame me. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in the seventh master's eyes as he raised his handgun. Pulling the trigger aimed at Peng Yu, Yi Fan is publicly assassinating Governor Peng. Everyone protect the governor. Chapter 97. Shall we fire? Yi Xiao, please issue your orders. The seventh master had reached this level not merely through brute force, but through cunning. Having made his decision, he acted without hesitation, intending to eliminate Peng Yu on the spot and gradually deal with Yi Fan and the others. Ultimately, once everyone was dead, he could shift all blame onto Yi Fan and his companions, as he had proclaimed. They would claim that Peng Yu was killed by Yi Fan, while the seventh master and Zhang Yang would appear as the heroes who attempted to save him, eventually eliminating Yi Fan as well. After all, with both Yi Fan and Peng Yu deceased, There would be no witnesses to the truth, and they could dictate the narrative. The seventh master was calculating, but he overlooked Yi Fan's formidable prowess. The moment the seventh master pulled the trigger, Yi Fan sprang into action. Grabbing Peng Yu, he swiftly sidestepped a meter to the side, narrowly avoiding the bullet fired by the seventh master. Seventh master. If I do not eliminate you today, I would be betraying my conscience. Yi Fan set Peng Yu aside, his gaze sharp as he focused on the seventh master. This seventh master was indeed a formidable character. He could not be allowed to live, lest he become a future threat. In a moment of crisis, Yi Fan had managed to rescue Peng Yu, leaving the seventh master astonished. Humph. Let me see how you intend to kill today. The seventh master's face darkened. Why are you all standing there? Attack together and kill them, or we shall all perish. With a clatter, all of the seventh master's subordinates simultaneously aimed their guns at Yi Fan. Zhao Linglong, Wang Fugue, and the others, at the moment when the crowd was poised to take action, the obstructing door was once again smashed open by an armored vehicle. The Southwest commander, Shun Chong, was present. Who would dare to act recklessly? Creak. The cannon on the armored vehicle pivoted, locking onto the seventh master with unwavering determination. Behind the armored vehicle, more soldiers clad in camouflage surged forth, instantly enveloping the hall, leaving no room for escape. Each of them wielded heavy weaponry, their muzzles aimed squarely at the seventh master and his subordinates. The overwhelming pressure rendered everyone motionless, paralyzed by fear. Young Master Yi, we have arrived. Shun Chong respectfully clasped his fist toward Yi Fan, inquiring whether to open fire at the behest of young Master Yi Fan offered a faint smile, coldly regarding the seventh master and Zhang Yang. Do you still intend to kill me now? Shun Chong had brought only the elite of the elite, and their numbers vastly outnumbered those of the seventh master. This was an unequivocal suppression. Zhang Yang was on the verge of tears. The arrival of Commander Shun, who commanded an army of 100,000, was overwhelming, with so many soldiers in camouflage surrounding them. What could they possibly do? I was wrong, young master. I was deceived by them. I report that there are over 100 children imprisoned in their basement. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Yang fell to his knees before Yi Fan, divulging the greatest secret of the Long Palace Club. Scoundrel, seeking death. The seventh master's face turned ashen with rage, his gun swiveling as he shot Zhang Yang dead with a single bullet. Bang! Zhang Yang had no chance to cry for help and fell lifeless to the ground. Humph! As the seventh master struck, Yi Fan also moved, teleporting beside him, unleashing a surge of energy that severed the seventh master's arm, followed by a powerful kick to his chest that sent him crashing to the floor. Swish, swish, swish. As Yi Fan made his move, Village Yi and 3 master-level experts behind the seventh master also sprang in action. Baka, go to hell! Village Yi shouted, brandishing 2 curved blades that sliced through the air, aiming straight for Yi Fan's neck. Village Yi and the seventh master were allies, and the presence of Eastern martial arts experts in the Great Xia was supposed to be reported to the authorities. According to the treaty signed between the Great Xia and the Eastern nations, if any Eastern expert appeared in Great Xia without notification, it would be considered an invasion, punishable by death, as long as the seventh master fell today. Village Yi would never leave here alive, and the key to saving the seventh master lay in eliminating Yi Fan. Yi Fan paid no heed to the attacks from Village Yi and the 3 master-level experts. Having tested their strength at the Kong family's residence yesterday, Yi Fan knew that master-level experts were as fragile as paper before him, utterly no match for his might. Bang, bang, bang! Yi Fan swiftly darted among the 3 master-level experts, delivering 3 powerful blows in succession. The air was ripped apart by the force of his energy, producing a mournful wail and visible ripples. The 2 master subordinates of the seventh master, along with the master Wuting from Village Yi, were struck down before they even had a chance to retaliate, spewing blood from their mouths as they fell to the ground, convulsing before becoming utterly still. Upon witnessing this scene, the seventh master, lying nearby, closed his eyes in despair. Now he understood why the wealthy families had been so wary of the Yi family in recent times. 3 years ago, Yi Fan had his heart ripped out, his foundation destroyed, and his kidneys removed. Yet he had already been the youngest master-level expert then. Now, 3 years later, Yi Fan had not only recovered, but had evidently surpassed the master level by a significant margin, likely reaching the realm of a martial sovereign in the mundane world. It was not uncommon for a family to dominate the entire Great Xia if it had a martial sovereign among its ranks. The blade swung by village, Yi clearly pierced Yi Fan, only for him to realize that he had struck nothing but Yi Fan's afterimage. By the time village, Yi grasped the situation. He found his 3 companions had already collapsed to the ground like dead dogs. This village, Yi's pupils dilated in shock, his grip on the blade faltering. Yi Fa and so young, yet so terrifyingly powerful. Yi Fan had every right to be arrogant. As he recalled Yi Fan's every action, it dawned on him that if Yi Fan wished to crush them, none among them could stand a chance. Had Yi Fan merely been feigning weakness? Alas, Village Yi was simply too slow to react. Crack. While Village Yi was still in shock, Yi Fan had already flashed before him, seizing the blade from his grasp, channeling his energy to shatter it into fragments. Iron shavings scattering across the ground. Eastern dog, rampaging in Great Xia. You shall pay the price. Yi Fan snorted coldly, his energy surging as he crushed Village Yi's limbs, shattering his ribs, before hoisting him like a mere stick and slamming him into the ground. Boom! Boom! The marble floor cracked under the force, and Village Yi was left bloodied and unrecognizable, barely clinging to life, when Yi Fan finally relented. Chapter 98. He did what I dare not do. I support him. Yi Fan tossed Village Yi aside and was about to approach the 7th master when Chang Guofu suddenly moved. Pretending to make a phone call, he walked toward the door. Hello? What? Your sow has given birth. All right, I'll be right there. This Chang Guofu, who had previously acted arrogantly, now sought to flee upon witnessing the predicament of the 7th master. Zhang Yang and Village Yi Fan let out a cold laugh, hurling a chair that narrowly missed Chang Guofu's chest and crashed into the ground, embedding its leg into the cement. Did I permit you to leave? Young Master Yi, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Chang Guofu trembled, his legs shaking uncontrollably, and he urinated himself in fear, collapsing to his knees before Yi Fan coldly smiled. Lead us to the basement where the children are imprisoned, and I will spare your life. This, Chang Guofu hesitated for a moment. Glancing at the 7th master, he was aware of the location of the basement where the children were held, but he also understood that it was the 7th master's lifeline. If it were exposed, it would mean they were caught red-handed, leading to the 7th master's complete downfall. Moreover, the trafficking of children to the east was not merely a financial matter. It entailed a far greater secret connected to a certain mysterious family in the capital. If the secret were to be revealed, his own life would also become untenable. Yet, Chang Guofu knew that if he didn't lead Yi Fan and the others in now, he would face an equally grim fate. Seeing the sharp gaze of Yi Fan upon him, Chang Guofu gritted his teeth and rose to lead the way. Let us go. Beast, Chang Guofu, you vile creature, how dare you? The 7th master attempted to berate Chang Guofu, but Yi Fan kicked him, rendering him unconscious. Under Chang Guofu's guidance, they navigated through the complex corridors of the Long Palace Club, finally passing several password locks on the 3rd underground level, using the 7th master's eyes to unlock the secret door. The sight within caused everyone, Wang Fuge, Zhao Linglong, Yi Fan, Peng Yu, Shun Chang, and others, to gasp in horror. In the vast, dimly lit basement, over 100 children were carelessly thrown on the ground, their excrement mingling together. The children cried and crawled about, some so starved they resorted to grabbing at their own waist. Damn, scoundrels! Upon witnessing this scene, Yi Fan's fury ignited once more, delivering a fierce kick to the 7th master. Chang Guofu, too, was not spared, as Wang Fuge, Zhao Linglong, Shun Chang, and others pinned him down and unleashed a thorough beating. Even the seemingly frail Peng Yu joined in, dragging a stool over to deliver a few strikes to Chang Guofu. The rest of the matter was left to them. The 7th master and his henchmen must face severe punishment. There could be no leniency. Yi Fan glanced at Peng Yu, Shun Chang, and others, with the core members and experts like the 7th master and Village Yi already apprehended. The subsequent capture and cleanup operations would naturally fall to Peng Yu and Shun Chang to oversee. All right, Peng Yu and Shun Chang responded, their gazes shifting toward Hua Xuan. This operation had been initiated entirely due to Hua Xuan, and both men speculated about her relationship with Yi Fan. They understood that taking action against the seventh master had eliminated a significant threat in Tiannan province, and with such a monumental case resolved, Hua Xuyan's promotion was inevitable. As Peng Yu watched Yi Fan stride toward the exit, he secretly made a decision. Since Hua Xuyan was aligned with Yi Fan, he would lend his support. The Yi family had already begun to wage war against the Lin family. Following the events of the previous night, yet another shocking headline emerged in Huadu. Peng Yu and Xinchang promptly held a press conference, announcing that Hua Xuyan had spearheaded the investigation into the massive human trafficking case involving Lu Qi, which also implicated the Eastern Yakuza and Zhang Yang, the director of the Tiannan Provincial Bureau. Comrade Hua Xuyan played a pivotal role in this operation, and given Zhang Yang's betrayal of the organization, he had been executed on the spot. Therefore, I hereby appoint Comrade Hua Xuyan as the commander for the upcoming cleanup operations, with all forces in Tiannan province to be mobilized under her command. This appointment carried profound implications that those within the system understood all too well. With Zhang Yang dead, his position was now vacant. According to conventional logic, Hua Xuyan is merely a captain in Yunqing, a position that pales in comparison to Zhang Yang's role as the chief of the headquarters, which is several ranks above hers. Hua Xuyan lacks the qualifications to command the eradication of the remnants of the seventh master. However, with Peng Yu and Shun Chang endorsing her, it became abundantly clear that they intend to support her rise to power. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, it is likely that after this operation, Hua Xuyan will swiftly ascend to Zhang Yang's position. Capturing the human trafficking ring orchestrated by the seventh master would be a monumental achievement, and eliminating the remaining forces would undoubtedly solidify her reputation, making it nearly impossible for her not to be promoted. In Yunqing, director Sun Hong, who was perusing news on his phone, was taken aback by the headline and immediately spat out his tea upon seeing Hua Xuyan's tea. It was just half an hour ago that he had been compelled by Zhang Yang's pressure to suspend her. And now, mere moments later, she stood alongside Governor Peng Yu of Tiannan province. In disbelief, Sun Hong turned on the television and confirmed the live broadcast. Realizing it was indeed true, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Reflecting on the twists of fate, Hua Xuyan had inexplicably grown so close to Yi Xiao. Alas, one wonders which family, the Yi or the Lin, will ultimately emerge victorious. In a villa somewhere in the capital, an elderly man observed the news on television. "Father, the matter concerning Lu Qi has been exposed. Our collaboration with the East Ing may be adversely affected." Beside him, a young man looked anxiously at the news, muttering about Lu Qi's questionable judgment in provoking Yi Fan. The old man's facial muscles twitched slightly, acknowledging that there would indeed be some repercussions. However, as long as it does not interfere with our grand scheme, it is of little consequence. Immediately erase any traces of our prior contact with Lu Qi and ensure they cannot trace it back to us. Additionally, arrange a meeting with the leader of the Black Clothes Society, Song Shankong, in the imperial palace of the capital. Longzhu Tangzheng also caught wind of the news report. Upon witnessing the rescue of so many children, Tang Zheng's face lit up with excitement. At last, this malignant tumor has finally been excised. Humph, that scion of the Yi family has finally done something commendable. He commanded, "Relay my orders. Let all officials in Tiannan fully cooperate in the thorough investigation of this matter." A flicker of indignation crossed Tang Zheng's face as he decisively waved his hand, making a firm resolution. "Are you certain about this decision? Peng Yu of Tiannan is, after all, a protege of Yi Changfeng. Shall I repeat myself? I may be apprehensive of the forces backing Lu Qi, but since Yi Fan has taken action, I shall support him unreservedly." Chapter 99. To embrace or not to embrace. You are incorrigible. In Yunqing, Yi Fan, along with Wang Fugue and Zhao Linglong, made their way directly to the Yi Corporation. At this moment, a vast assembly of individuals had gathered in the grand conference hall on the top floor of the Yi Corporation. There were individuals from Daxia, some clad in British attire, others from the beautiful nation, with both blonde and fair-haired attendees. Yi Fan had instructed Han Zhuo to unveil the Tian Sha revenge plan. And at this juncture, nearly all of the core forces of the North Luo Master were converging at the Yi Corporation. "Greetings, Emperor." As Yi Fan entered the conference hall, nearly 1,000 voices reverently saluted him in unison. Among them were the whirlwind war god, seasoned in the battlefield, the North Luo Master's senior sister Qing Rulin, who was executing missions in the beautiful nation and the head of the Ross family. Ross ELD, ladies and gentlemen, it has been 3 years, yet you all remain as impressive as ever. The Emperor is wise and mighty. Indeed, I am overjoyed to see the Emperor restored, as Yi Fan gazed upon the former members of the North Luo Master. Memories of their 3 years of restraint flooded his mind, especially the harrowing battle from 3 years prior. The assault on the North Luo Master had been a meticulously planned ambush to 8T that time. The majority of the North Luo Master's forces were dispatched for other missions, leaving the sect vulnerable, resulting in devastating losses when the enemy struck unexpectedly. Everyone, the purpose of this gathering is to announce that the North Luo Master has not been extinguished. I, Yi Fan, have risen once more. Our master is still alive. These past 3 years have merely been a period of gathering strength. From now on, we shall avenge our deep-seated grievances, rebuild the North Luo Master, and ensure it emerges stronger than ever before. As for those enemies who have shed our blood, I shall make them tremble and grovel in submission. The Emperor is mighty. The Emperor is mighty. We pledge our unwavering loyalty to the Emperor. After 3 years of lurking, the members of the North Luo Master were eager to unleash their pent-up frustrations. Young Master, just say the word, and we shall charge forward without fear of death. Indeed, young Master, those scoundrels dared to excise your heart and kidneys. It is an affront of the highest order. I cannot sleep at night thinking of it. Young Master, just tell us who the assailants are, and I shall lead a team to obliterate their stronghold. Yi Fan raised his hand to quell the crowd's fervor. The assault plan was executed in 2 simultaneous parts, one targeting the North Luo Master and the other aimed at the main branch of the Yi family in Yunqing. We have identified the enemies of the North Luo Master, including the ancient martial arts Jin family and the Jiang family. As for others, we currently lack leads. Regarding the attack on the Yi family, I have already eradicated the Zhou family, and next on my list is the Lin family. He paused momentarily before continuing. Moreover, according to my current investigations, the attack on my Yi family, which nearly led to our annihilation, was not solely orchestrated by the Lin family. The imperial family of Daxia is also implicated. A collective gasp erupted in the hall at Yi Fan's revelation. The imperial family is treacherous for so many years. The Yi family has defended the borders, yet they conspired with outsiders against us. They must not be spared. We shall eliminate them, and the Yi family shall take their place. Young Master, just give the order. The core members of the North Luo Master exhibited unwavering loyalty. Moreover, upon Yi Fan's command, they would not hesitate to act against the imperial family, with millions of disciples of the North Luo Master distributed globally. A coordinated strike could plunge Daxia into chaos, even if it could not overthrow the imperial family. While Yi Fan harbored resentment toward the imperial family, he was reluctant to witness Daxia descend into turmoil. Ultimately, the conflict with the imperial family would likely necessitate dialogue. Everyone, quiet down. Our vengeance is not merely about bloodshed. It is about utterly obliterating the adversary from economic, social, and military perspectives. This is a vast and protracted endeavor. For instance, in dealing with the Lin family, our initial step is to have Ross ELD spearhead a financial war against them to completely dismantle their economy. Then we shall tackle their social connections. And finally, we will address military action. Excellent. Qing Rulin shot Yi Fan a resentful glance, initially intending to confront him upon their reunion, but with so many from the North Luo Master relying on Yi Fan to revive their sect, she was compelled to suppress her emotions for the time being. Han Yue, you are to restore and expand the intelligence system of the North Luo Master. I expect to see all governors under the Lin family's control investigated within 24 hours. Furthermore, I need you to spare no effort in uncovering the true perpetrators from that year. You understand? Understood, young Master. Han Yue, one of Yi Fan's closest attendants, was responsible for the intelligence system after the North Luo Master suffered the attack. The intelligence and assassination systems were the most severely impacted. The assassination team will be led by the Whirlwind War God, who will harass the outskirts of the Jin and Jiang families to gauge their strength. Be careful to avoid direct confrontation. Yes, after assigning tasks, the Tian Sha revenge plan of the North Luo master was officially set in motion. Everyone began to rediscover their sense of purpose and united in their efforts to rebuild the North Luo master and pursue blood-soaked vengeance. As all departed, only Ross ELD and a group of financial magnates from Europa remained in the conference hall. Yi Fan refrained from executing Lin Hua immediately, intending to let him witness the gradual destruction of the business empire he had painstakingly built. Rest assured, Emperor, Qiuan was currently the general manager of the Yi Corporation, and Yi Fan intended to introduce her to the connections he had cultivated. After rescuing Qiuan from that greasy supervisor at school and subsequently arranging a job for her, along with purchasing a car and a house, her claims of being unaffected by Yi Fan were certainly disingenuous. Otherwise, she would not have so actively embraced Yi Fan during that pivotal moment. Particularly since Yi Fan had managed to maintain his composure, it had undoubtedly improved Qiuan's impression of him. Having given birth, she could not help but feel a sense of inadequacy in the presence of Yi Fan's charm, wealth, and influence. Just as Qiuan finished handling a mountain of paperwork, she was lost in thought while sipping her tea when a knock on the door interrupted her. "Come in." Qiuan rushed towards Yi Fan, arms outstretched, eager to embrace him but hesitating awkwardly. Unsure whether to proceed, Yi Fan smiled warmly and, without allowing her a moment to react, pulled her into his embrace, his hand playfully grazing her waist. "Sister Wan, you seem to have lost weight after not seeing you for a few days." "Ah." Qiuan's heart trembled at Yi Fan's teasing, and with a playful pout, she exclaimed, "You that are utterly incorrigible. Release me quickly, or someone might see us." Chapter 100. The first step to deception. However, despite her playful protest, Qiuan's body betrayed her, showing no excessive resistance. Deep down, she did not harbor any aversion towards Yi Fan. "Wasn't she unafraid of being seen when she pushed me down that day?" Yi Fan, with a teasing glint in his eyes, looked at Qiuan nestled in his embrace, chuckling as he remarked. Overcome with shyness, Qiuan burrowed deeper into Yi Fan's arms, too bashful to lift her gaze that, "Oh, you dare say that." That day, Qiuan was utterly grateful. Yi Fan had purchased a car, a house, rescued her daughter, expelled her ex-husband, and resolved such significant troubles. Uncertain of Yi Fan's true intentions towards her, her actions were a reflection of her emotional state. Yet now, her feelings for Yi Fan had evolved beyond mere gratitude. Snuggling into Yi Fan's embrace, she was already mentally prepared for his playful advances. If he desired to take liberties in the office, she would acquiesce to his wishes, why entrusting Qiuan with the management of such a vast company. Yi Fan demonstrated his profound trust in her. What manner of individual earns Yi Fan's trust? Naturally, it implies becoming an integral part of his life. Just as Qiuan expected Yi Fan to pursue further antics, he unexpectedly released her, gently arranging her disheveled hair. "Sister Wan, tidy yourself up. I wish to introduce you to a few individuals." Qiuan momentarily struggled to grasp Yi Fan's abrupt shift in focus. Just moments ago, he had been engrossed in their intimate exchange, and now he was preparing to introduce her to others. Very well. Though a flicker of disappointment coursed through her, she swiftly composed herself, touched up her makeup, and followed Yi Fan to the top floor of the Yi group. Upon entering the conference room, Qiuan's jaw dropped in astonishment at the sight of the prominent figures within. Young Master Yi. This is Rossard, and over there is Thomas and Edmund. With her background in finance, and having served as an executive in a major corporation, Qiuan was well aware of these international financial titans. However, she had only previously heard of them or seen them from afar, never having had the opportunity for close interaction. And now, they stood vividly before her. "Allow me to introduce you all. This is Qiuan, my sister Wan. She is also a key figure in the Yi group, so please get acquainted." While introducing Qiuan to Rossard and the others, Yi Fan did not release his hold around her slender waist. Such intimate behavior did not escape the notice of the cunning old foxes, Rossard and Thomas. Yi Fan's decision to empower Qiuan within the Yi group and introduce her to them clearly indicated that their relationship was anything but ordinary. Rossard took a few swift steps forward, extending his hand respectfully. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Miss Qiu. I hope to receive your guidance in the future." He presented his business card to Qiuan with both hands. stating, "This is my card, Miss Chiu. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to reach out. It would be my honor to assist you and young Master Yi." "We feel the same." Thomas, Edmund, and the others quickly approached, eager to shake hands with Chiu Wan and hand over their business cards, exuding a demeanor of humility. Chiu Wan was left in a state of shock. Who were these titans? They were supergiants typically seen only on television. Powerful entities that dominated their respective fields that if encountered elsewhere, they likely wouldn't even spare her a glance. Yet now, they treated her with such courtesy and even a hint of deference, all due to Yi Fan's influence. Recently, Chiu Wan had heard whispers of Yi Fan's legendary exploits at the club, but after spending several days with him, she realized he was far removed from the rumors circulating outside. "I am equally delighted to meet you all. In the realm of finance, I am but a novice, and I look forward to your guidance." Following the pleasantries, Yi Fan noted that the time was ripe to take his leave. He signaled for Chiu Wan to exit. Addressing Rossard, "Prepare yourselves. We are about to commence." As he escorted Chiu Wan downstairs, Yi Fan reiterated, "The Yi family is about to engage in an all-out war with the Lin family. You must be ready to fully assume control of the Lin family's affairs." There haven't been any significant changes in the company these past few days, have there? Chiu Wan shook her head. Everything is running smoothly at the group. The only change is that Su Chao from the procurement department submitted his resignation this morning, citing poor mental health. Oh, Yi Fan's lips twitched. He was not surprised by Su Chao's departure. Anyone subjected to the constant sight of bloody dog heads appearing in their car, on their door, in their bedroom, and bathroom would surely be driven to madness. Su Chao's exit signified that the Yi group had successfully purged all the pawns the Lin family had embedded within its upper echelons. Just as Yi Fan saw Chiu Wan off, his phone began to ring. It was Xin Yufei calling to ex-wife. "What brings you to me?" This young lady, having annulled their engagement, still clung to him as if nothing had changed. "I am waiting downstairs at the Yi group. Please come down to fetch me. Uncle instructed me to bring 300 billion to support you, and if that is insufficient, I can mobilize another 300 billion. Xin Yufei's voice was irresistibly sweet. "Uncle said that as long as you need it, consider my dowry." Yi Fan was left speechless. The Xin family had made their intentions exceedingly clear this time. The Yi family was poised to confront not only the Lin family, but also the royal family, the hidden divine agents, and the formidable ancient martial families. As one of the 6 prominent families of Daxia, Yi Fan had no valid reason to decline. So now you wish to marry me. I must inform you that it won't be as easy as you think, especially since you were the one who initiated the annulment. I am aware. Thus, I shall endeavor to pursue you. After today's events, I will treat you to dinner. No refusals. The final showdown between the Yi and Lin families was about to commence. It would begin with an economic confrontation. The Lin family had enlisted Lafitte, and within the Lin group, Lafitte and his team were fully prepared. Lin family head, "Is the additional 300 billion you arranged ready?" "Ready." "Good. Then let us commence. Listen to my orders. Raise the prices of all 43 stocks under the Yi group by 20, and acquire as much as possible." The stock war was in essence a straightforward affair, buying up and shorting stocks. Lafitte's approach was direct. First, aggressively acquire shares of the Yi group's companies. Once the stock acquisition reached a certain threshold, he would then sell off the Yi group stocks in droves, causing their value to plummet, potentially leading to bankruptcy. At that point, they could either completely dismantle the Yi group or acquire it at a low price, thereby controlling it while pocketing substantial profits. This strategy appeared flawless. Having navigated the business world for many years, Lin Hua was well aware of the intricacies involved. The Lin and Yi families had reached their final confrontation, and at this juncture, it was a battle of financial might. The Lin family's ability to acquire the Yi group's stocks hinged on their available capital and whether it would be sufficient to disrupt the Yi family's stock prices. Conversely, the Yi family needed to determine if they possessed enough financial resources to absorb the Lin family stock sell-off, stabilizing prices to prevent bankruptcy or delisting. With Lafitte's command, dozens of traders sprang into action, rapidly acquiring shares of the Yi group at inflated prices. It had begun. As Lafitte's team mobilized at the top floor of the Yi group, in the dedicated stock control room, Rossard and his associates, along with their team, immediately noticed the unusual market activity. They wished to acquire? we shall acquire as well, pushing the stock prices even higher. An additional 20, however, we must be judicious with our purchases. We need only elevate the price. Understood. Chapter 101. The Lin family's financial collapse. This was a showdown between the world's most elite financial teams, a life-and-death struggle between the Lin and Yi families. Those in the know understood that this financial battle would undoubtedly be a spectacle that would astound the masses. Meanwhile, on the stock market, the oblivious investors were witnessing an extraordinary phenomenon. What is happening? Why are the stocks associated with the Yi group skyrocketing by 20 in an instant? No, wait, it's risen to 40. This is utterly abnormal. All eyes were drawn to the stocks of the Yi group. If it were just one or two stocks, it might be dismissed, but the fact that all 43 stocks under the Yi group were surging was unprecedented. Some astute individuals quickly deduced the situation's essence. Someone is targeting the Yi family. They intend to short the Yi family stocks. A complete dismantling of the Yi family. It seems so. How about we take a bold step and buy a few shares? If all goes as expected, the Yi family stocks should continue to soar for a while longer. We can sell at the right moment before they offload. Let us do it within the Daxiao royal family. Dragon Lord Tang Zheng also received reports from his subordinates. Dragon Lord, the Lin family and Yi family have officially gone to war. So it has finally begun. Tang Zheng sighed deeply, feeling a sense of resignation since the moment Rasserd entered Daxia. He had been aware of this impending conflict. The monumental clash between the Lin family and the Yi family is, without a doubt, an inevitability. However, with the financial titans of Rosald and Europa converging upon the Yi family, the outcome has been predetermined from the outset. The Lin family cannot possibly rival the Yi family. Dragon Lord, ought we to intervene? Whichever side emerges victorious in this endeavor, it will spell disaster for the royal family. Tang Zheng's assistant cautioned him. Tang Zheng was well aware of this truth. Yet the formidable force amassed by the Yi family is overwhelming. Even should the royal family step in, they may not stand a chance against the Yi family. The might concentrated by the Yi family is not solely their own. The Xian family has aligned with them, and the reclusive Zhao family has also lent their support. The patriarch of the Zhao family has personally come to apologize, allowing Zhao Linglong to serve as a handmaiden to Yi Fan. What on earth has transpired? Just days ago, all intelligence indicated that the scion of the Yi family had gone missing, presumed dead. Although it was later discovered that Yi Fan was indeed alive, he had been living a life of obscurity within nightclubs. How has the tide turned so drastically in such a short time? Never mind. Let us refrain from intervening. Our involvement would hold little significance. Moreover, we must at least preserve an avenue for retreat, lest we find ourselves with no room for negotiation with the Yi family in the future. Tang Zheng sighed heavily, feeling helpless. In truth, Tang Zheng has held the position of Dragon Lord for several decades, and the path has been fraught with difficulty, as martial arts have surged in prominence. The power of noble families has grown increasingly formidable, while the influence of the royal family has waned. Many matters must now be navigated within the narrow confines of these elite families. 3 years prior, the royal family had allied with a mysterious force to diminish the Yi family's power, gaining 3 years of development, yet it remains insufficient, now that the Yi family has re-emerged. The royal family is once again faced with impending calamity. At the Lin Group, Lafite and Lin Hua observed with astonishment as the stocks of the Yi Group skyrocketed by 40, signaling the commencement of a counteroffensive by the Yi family. Continue the acquisitions, raise the price, Lafite commanded his traders, while Lin Hua, filled with trepidation, interjected, Mr. Lafite, are you certain we should increase the price? The Yi family stocks have become quite volatile. If we keep raising the price, we may find ourselves in dire straits with our 800 billion. What then? We have already invested over 100 billion. Are we to simply withdraw? Lafite lamented. If we abandon our assault on their stocks, they will subsequently siphon funds from us and turn the tables on the Lin family stocks. You believe our capital can withstand that? In a stock market skirmish, the defending party often bears the brunt of the losses. Lin Hua hesitated, but then one of the traders suddenly spoke up. President, the stock price of the Yi Group has begun to decline. There is a massive sell-off occurring. This news was undoubtedly a boon for Lin Hua. Then let us heed Mr. Lafite's advice and continue our acquisitions. As long as the Yi Group stock does not continue to soar, I believe the Lin family's resources can withstand it. However, Lin Hua was unaware that this was merely a ploy orchestrated by Rosald to entice them. Let them feast. The current stock price is over 30 higher than normal. Should we liquidate our holdings, we stand to gain a pure profit of 30. Why not seize the opportunity? By my command. We shall sell all stocks we control, provided we maintain our majority stake. Under Rosald's directive, all 43 stocks of the Yi Group were sold at a peak increase of 40. Meanwhile, Lin Hua had already invested 300 billion. And despite the exorbitant prices, he could only press on with the acquisitions. Buy. Continue to buy. More. Within a single afternoon, Lafayette had completely exhausted the 800 billion in Lin Hua's possession. Yet, due to the inflated acquisition costs, their holdings in the Yi Group amounted to less than 20 of the total. Such a minuscule share would struggle to impact the overall stock price of the Yi Group. Mr. Lafayette, what shall we do now? We lack sufficient stock to exert control over the Yi Group, and if this continues, our funds will be ensnared. Lin Hua was as restless as a fly on a hot pan, but he understood that countless eyes were fixed upon the Lin and Yi families. Should the Lin family falter, many would eagerly descend upon them, eager to seize a piece of the spoils. For the Lin family, this battle offers but one path to victory. Even a draw would signify defeat. Damn it, the Yi family's power is overwhelming. Lin family patriarch, your funds are insufficient. What now? We can only continue to manipulate the Lin family stocks. According to experience, controlling over 30 of the Yi family stock is necessary to potentially trigger a market collapse during liquidation. But we have already exhausted all available funds. We are out of money. Lin Hua was acutely aware of the predicament. After years of navigating the business world, he understood the consequences of such collateral. Most businesses that resort to this form of leverage ultimately face ruin. Lafayette shrugged. Then we have no choice. Without further capital investment, we cannot short the Yi Group stocks, and our 800 billion will be entirely trapped. Furthermore, should the Yi family retaliate against the Lin family stocks, what will you do then? Lafayette's analysis was clear to Lin Hua. The confrontation between the Lin and Yi families was a battle for survival. A loss would leave no room for recovery. The Lin family had been driven to a dead end, with no alternative options available. To retreat would mean death. To advance might offer a glimmer of hope. Let us proceed. A look of resignation crossed Lin Hua's face. Mr. Lafayette, please contact your associates. I have decided to mortgage. Good. Lafayette glanced at his companions, who promptly retrieved the mortgage contract from their bags, complete with stipulations and amounts already detailed. Lin Hua was taken aback. These individuals had prepared the contracts in advance. A sense of conspiracy began to envelop him. Was this a trap laid specifically for him? Yet he also discovered that Yi Fan's operations were being managed by Rosald, and the two were sworn adversaries, making collaboration impossible. Thus, Lin Hua had been emboldened to enlist Lafayette's support against the Yi family. 100 billion. You want to use 100 of the shares for my 5 family companies as collateral? Mr. Lafayette, this seems excessively predatory. Lin Hua exclaimed. Why Lin family steel group, hotel industry, and cultural tourism ventures are all golden geese, collectively valued at no less than 500 billion. You think you can acquire them for merely 100 billion? Outrageous. At their peak, these companies generated over 100 billion in revenue every 3 months. Lafayette's associate maintained a calm demeanor. Mr. Lin, times have changed. You may choose not to mortgage, but in the entire Great Xia, who else could possibly amass 100 billion in such a short time? With less than 2 hours until market close, Lin Hua was left to ponder his options. He had never felt such a sense of suffocation. Consider. Is there even time left for consideration? You have stated there are only 2 hours remaining. What tomorrow may bring is uncertain. The Yi family is adept at manipulation. Once they perceive any sign of weakness from the Lin family, they may launch a full-scale assault today. Very well. Let us expedite the signing of the contract. Lin Hua's heart raced as he observed the flashing numbers on the screen. The Yi family stocks continued to soar. He questioned whether betting against the Yi family was indeed the right choice. With 100 billion re-entering the market, Lafayette showed no hesitation, aggressively acquiring Yi family stocks once more. Rosald, noticing Lafayette's actions, further inflated the stock prices, which had already risen by 50 compared to the initial valuation. This extraordinary surge sent shockwaves through the stock market. However, as the frenzy unfolded, most investors began to regain their composure. Typically, such erratic fluctuations indicate the involvement of major institutions in a tug-of-war. Many astute retail investors began to sell off their holdings, opting to cash in while the market was favorable. Conversely, some bold investors refrained from selling and instead doubled down. Lin Hua watched in trepidation as the stock prices continued to escalate. This aggressive acquisition of the Yi family stocks was akin to siphoning the lifeblood from the Lin family, should their assault on the Yi family fail. The consequences for the Lin family would be dire. 100 billion may be an unattainable figure for most families, yet within the stock market, it evaporated in less than half an hour. At last, we have managed to control approximately 30 of the Yi family stocks. We can proceed to the next phase. Lafite extended his hand towards Lin Hua, exclaiming, "Congratulations, Lin family patriarch," as Lin Hua and Rafit shook hands. Their wrists trembled slightly, both inwardly reflecting, "Congratulations on this trivial matter." A potent, ominous sensation enveloped Lin Hua's heart, an unsettling premonition that calamity was imminent. "Mr. Rafit, is it possible for us to refrain from selling the stocks we currently control? Could we retain them to exert influence over the Yi family's assets? After all, you acquired those Yi family shares at a premium. If we hold on to them, even if their value diminishes, at least a portion of the 900 billion would remain. However, if we continue to engage in this conflict with the Yi family, and they manage to regain control of the situation, the Lin family risks losing everything." With a resigned sigh, Lin Hua acknowledged the gravity of their predicament. He was merely reluctant to accept defeat. "Proceed." Rafit promptly commanded his subordinates to take action, initiating the sale of the Yi family stocks without delay. Ordinarily, even if a sale were to occur, as long as the Yi family stocks declined gradually, the Lin family would not find themselves entirely bereft of funds. However, the pivotal factor was that the opponent orchestrating this maneuver was Rosa. As Rafit began to sell off the stocks, Rosa simultaneously embarked on a frenzied sell-off. Each transaction not substantial, precisely matching the earlier acquisitions. The aftermath of Rosa's interference was catastrophic, causing the Yi family stocks to plummet precipitously, dropping by 30, then 60, and subsequently by 10. In an instant, the value of all stocks under the Yi family had plummeted to a mere tenth of their original worth. With prices continuing to spiral downward, quickly, Mr. Rafit continued to sell. Hasten, persist in the sell-off. We are on the verge of success. Lin Hua's eyes gleamed with excitement as he gazed at the figures on screen. The stocks of the Yi family were nearing rock bottom, teetering on the brink of bankruptcy and liquidation. This would spell the absolute downfall of the Yi family. At this juncture, Rafit still possessed a substantial portion of stocks. Selling now would undoubtedly precipitate a further decline in the Yi family's shares, delivering the final blow. The Yi family stocks continued to nosedive, now valued at a mere one of their previous price.